Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on this Easter Sunday. My name is Tom Battinger, joined here by Taco and a new friend. His name is Ducky. He's the solo laner for Lion Guard. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing alright, thanks. I was a bit tired after yesterday's games, but I'm doing alright.
Glad to have you aboard. We're going to be discussing some of the more interesting topics. We've got 4 matches going on today, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that later. That's what the players are doing. But what are you doing? We can save you some money. Right away, you can go ahead and snatch that gentleman's chest that's in Smite. 25% off. That's a whole quarter. So you get a little bit of off that as well. And then once you cop it, you can go ahead and play. You get double worshippers, a double favor, and double experience for going ahead and rocking it with your friends.
And that's always a fun time, just getting to really be involved, especially after watching an SPL LAN weekend. Always really gets you going.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, everybody's got 2 monitors these days, I think. I always got the broadcast on one side, and I'm watching, I'm like, all right, now I got to play, right? I think everybody sort of gets to that mindset. But as I said, we're getting into our final day of the Gauntlet, and we certainly have traveled a number of days to get here. Starting over on Friday, we saw the North American teams climb the ladder. Oxygen Supremacy had a fantastic stretch, but ultimately did fall to Snoopy and the gang in memory of Gabe, who then lost to Soar Gaming, so they will be playing today. And then Europe as well. We saw a number of teams sort of go throughout everything, but it was Team Rival that ultimately wound up coming up here in the finals.
Well, honestly, I think Rival is just Deathwalker, right? He was just walking around, picking Erlang Shen, the Alposh yesterday as well. I don't know. He had a lot of out-of-the-meta picks, but they really worked out really well.
That's one of the more exciting parts about, I think, the fact that Rival got this deep is that they're one of these teams that really grinded hard to find themselves here in the finals. And, well, Deathwalker turning over a completely new leaf whatsoever. So really enjoy what these guys, Rival, have been doing. Formerly Cyclone GG, now coming into the 2017 season looking really, really strong.
And it's always fantastic watching a team such as Rival really step it up to the new environment, because they've always been regarded, like we mentioned multiple times yesterday, as a mechanically adept team that can certainly be a spoiling factor when it comes to taking games off of these top considered teams. But for them to actually run it all the way through a veteran squad such as Lobster, Azalea, Funballer with Enix, I mean, that's really impressive.
That's really what it was. And, you know, I have little thoughts of what Energy once was. Raffer is always quoted as taking 4 just mechanically good dudes and then putting them together on a team and hoping and trusting that enough practice turns them into a strong strategic unit. That's what I see in this squad. You got this guy Wolfie here. He killed somebody with a just no setup raw beam, and then he did it again a couple of minutes later. The guy's mechanics are out of control, and with a lot of work, he found himself to be one of the better mids in the world.
Well, I actually used to play with Wolfie back on my Challenger team. I think it was Septum 7, maybe? Or maybe I'm wrong.
I think it was Septum 7.
I think it was Septum 7. But Wolfie's a mechanically skilled player. He's great comms. It just didn't work out in the Challenger scene, but I'm really happy to see him here today. Yeah,
I mean, it's just the proof that hard work pays off. And across the way, Yaman, also a perfect example of that. Yaman, again, this is the story of Energy. Raffer was a jungler, working, not working, I5 with Durgius. Just everything was not where he wanted it to be. And he said, you know what, I'm done. I'm going to grab 4 players that I think are very, very strong at least pushing their buttons, and I'll teach them how to do everything else. These days, I don't think Yaman needs a teacher. He's the professor.
I'm Yamin. I play mid for Energy, and we won 2 worlds. So. My competitive background is I basically only had one team before Panthera, now Energy. It was called Spicy Waffles. It was with Half Devil, like Bobat, Wolfie, and Karo. And yeah, it was okay team. Not bad, not bad. But the goal for this year is, of course, to win worlds. We kind of slacked at the start now. Had a chill break so we don't get burned out. And now we're just gonna start grinding again. Hopefully we're gonna be on top. I think teams improved a lot this season, and we kind of stepped down a bit, like slacked and like had a break. So we're playing catch up right now. I feel like I'm pretty confident this LAN. I think we're gonna do pretty good, and hopefully we're gonna win. If I had to joust a commentator, it would probably be Eftat, because I'm going to outshock him.
I'm about outshot. Cut the interview. That's that. You had to put that last shot on there. Of course. My man Yaman up there. One of the big things that I think I want to draw attention to is the fact that Energy, they're the defending world champion, not just once, but 2 times over, and yet they find themselves here in the gauntlet. I don't think it's because they got worse. I think Yaman hit the nail on the head. He's very honest saying, look, man, we really didn't want to get burned out. Sometimes playing so much can burn you out. So they took a break a little bit. Do you think how do you feel about that one, Ducky?
I'm not too sure. I think with NRG, they take a while just to pick up on the meta. They're a really good team, really mechanically skilled, but it just takes them a bit of time just to catch up. I love it.
So you think that was just a little bravado? You think they actually did struggle a little bit?
I think they struggled slightly at the start, but they're, like I said, picking up the pace.
That's certainly what we're seeing here. I mean, Energy, they're here ready to play and relaxed like always. Taka, when you talk to these guys, what's the vibe you get out of Energy?
It's more like the calm before the storm whenever it comes to Energy. You never really know what to expect, especially from this squad. And in fact, it's almost like Ducky mentioned, they just like adapting to whatever it is, no pun intended, that the enemy tries to throw out at them. And they're an excellent team at recognizing the flaws within a draft and immediately seizing that opportunity. And you can tell already Fafnir locked away, taking that one up from Callus.
Scotty, Serket banned out by Energy, and then Susano and Kepri banned away by Team Rival, Fafnir being the first pick. And, Energy, like I said, we've been around these guys for a long time, and they're always very chill, calm, cool, collected. Team Rival, on the other hand, they are here, and they are biting at the bit. Talking to Deathwalker on camera yesterday, said, what are your expectations against Energy? They're hard. We're going to win! The camera turned off. I was like, so how you really feel? We're going to win. And that's exactly how they feel. They're ready to go. I like that confidence.
Well, you can look at the 2 teams already just on the cams alone. Energy, like we saw, are just all calm, really talking things over. But even the shots from Wolfie to Yaman, Rival just has so much of that confident swagger about them, really.
Speaking of confidence, you just saw Deathwalker there. He's a really confident guy. Throughout the entire LAN here. You just see him every time the camera goes on him, a cheeky pose, a cheeky wink, anything.
So he picks the Arlong Shen. You mentioned it before. I want you to talk about that. We haven't seen him recently unless Deathwalker's playing him. Yeah, what's the Arlong about?
I honestly don't understand. I haven't seen him playing that much in scrims. I haven't seen it that much in games. I don't know. Maybe it's just a comfort pick.
It's working out so far. I love the ban out of Energy, banning the Ra against Team Rival. Not only, sure, Ra, sustain, I don't think that's what it's about. They saw what Wolfie was doing yesterday, just obliterating people with the long-range shots. I like to see Energy show that respect to a team that I think a lot of fans at home are expecting this to be easy, and I don't think Energy are expecting it to be that easy.
And I think that they opted more towards a Ra and Isis ban after they saw the Odin ban go through on the side of Rival, so they probably expected Rival to maybe look for that cheeky healing composition.
At the same time, the Odin ban can sort of be a bait, making sure that they ban out those healers.
Yeah, I agree. I think what Rival might look for is Zeus, maybe. So they've got the magical damage. However, NRG still here, going to get their ADC and solo. I'd like to see maybe Osiris or a Tyr.
Well, with the Osiris banned out, where do you think the Dimmy's going to... Oh, I think it's going to be the Xing Chen, I guess.
Ooh.
It's an interesting choice. How do you feel about Xing Chen in the long lane versus the Arlong?
It's a strong character, but with Guardians, you're not really going to get that much pressure early, so they might focus the duo side of the map more. And the Chang'e locked in, is that for... Oh, that's for... Is that mid?
I guess so. We've got the Terra. We've got the Terra and the Rom.
Oh, it's jungle.
Yeah. Because Medusa's going to be Yaman's character of choice. Now, this is very interesting. Chang'e has become a very standard pick here in the jungle, thanks to DJ Pernicus. No, seriously, thank you. My rank games are awful. But Chang'e is the go-to in the jungle, right? And I feel like adapting is not one of those players. How do you think adapting is going to work out on the Chang'e?
It's the Rival on Chang'e. It's Ice baby. I haven't seen him playing that much, but I have faith. I have faith in my boy.
When it comes to Ice Baby, he's a very, very multifaceted player. I'm not too concerned like I was with adapting. Who's got his signature Thor? Oh, well, I'm fried. Let's talk to the casters for the first game. It's Hindu Man, and it's Aggro.
So much, F-Dot and the analysts as well. We're here for the finals of the Gauntlet, at least the European edition anyway. Energy expected to be in this spot. Obviously, we knew they were going to be here, but Rival, a sort of a surprise here. We more than likely, most of the fans at home would have expected Enix.
Yeah, Enix, the veteran team, but Rival just upset them yesterday. And you saw Lobster say it on Twitter, Reddit as well, baby. They just got outplayed. I mean, this is a team that has stuck together for so long. Their synergy is really, really impressive. Their picks and bans have been really solid. And this is just another draft that they're throwing at Energy that they had kept under wraps thus far.
The only thing with Energy's composition here, there's only one thing that's not necessarily surprising but unusual, is Emelito and Hou-Yi. The rest of that is just standard Energy picks. We're not really seeing too much Hou-Yi lately. That's the reason I'm saying that. We have seen Emelito play it before, though.
Only Funball has really played the Hou-Yi consistently. He was playing it a lot. I believe he played it back-to-back up against Rival yesterday. So you know that European hunters seem to favor this Hou-Yi. And you could tell that Energy and Enix, if I had to make a guess, have been scrimming each other a decent bit because Big Man Tinks, he was picking up Hog in that support role, and that's something that Energy was the only one really doing. And if Funball has been showing Energy that Hou-Yi's pretty good, no surprise to see Emelito take it.
Look at this start from Energy right now. Where Emelito is positioned is the back Harpies. He's looking to try and get the Ricochet bounce to clear them quickly. Meanwhile, Rafa's already started at the red buff with... Has he got the Hog? No Hog available. So they're going to try and take the backs and potentially the red here. Meanwhile, Rival have already cleared the wave in the left-hand side as we continue to watch mid. And Team Rival are looking to engage at the speed.
But Rival don't want to invade on that left-hand side. Adapting and Yemen only going to take the little guys off that speed buff just to make sure they hit level 2 early on here.
So with what Energy just did there, they do lose most of that wave. Maybe they got 1 or 2 archers in that wave, and you can actually see that Rafa still level 1 at the moment as the duo lane of Rival do hit level 2.
But Rafa has that Bumba's Mask. That's what allows him to tank up that red buff and just not even worry about the amount of damage he's taking. Getting Emelito ahead is the idea with this, and it's already working thus far.
And now with them getting wave clear once again, once Terra hits level 2, her wave clear does increase just a little bit more, allows us to poke them out, get a bit of damage off, and also get them back to their own jungle quicker.
Energy is definitely winning this early stages of the game. Adapting took a little bit of poke in that little engagement in the mid lane. Ice Ice Baby has a slight level lead for the time being, but there's a wave coming in. Energy definitely has a lot of experience waiting for them, but Yaman taking a lot of poke in that mid lane.
Those autos were on point from Wolfie in the mid lane there, hitting all 3 of them with the extra poison that's allowed from that ability to even Medusa. Luckily the Lacerate didn't hit, otherwise that would have been first blood.
We know Wolfie is comfortable on these hunters in the mid lane. Early on here, they take it for him, just putting him on another comfort pick, which I love because, like we said, he's just so comfortable on these hunters and knows how to play them like a backline mage, but can also play that aggressive hunter style.
Ice Ice Baby gonna get hit by that double tap, as well as some extra damage coming out from Dimmy there as well. Wave clear advantage once again to Rival, and at the moment, all 3 lanes of Energy are not actually winning. They are being pushed into tower consistently.
I mean, that's what you expect when you have an Erlong Shen over here, and Ice Ice Baby's just getting himself some guaranteed farm whenever there aren't the major buffs remaining on his side of the map. But the Rom Terra lane outpushing the Fafnir Hou-Yi, and then Medusa continuing to get pressure just from that poke damage, forcing Yemen back, definitely allows Rival to have a lot of opportunities to invade on this first respawn of buffs.
A little bit surprised by Energy's build for Emelito here at the start. We've not touched on the builds just yet too much, but Bluestone, and I believe it's the Light Blade, just an extra attack speed in this build. He's not got much sustain in this, and that's one of the reasons I think we see him returning to base already.
But it could be getting a couple, boots 2 right now, so there's a little bit more power. There was no power in that build outside of that Bluestone. Yemen has to run away, gets hit by that Waxing Moon, and taunted right into the Medusa ult.
But most of it was absorbed by the Aegis, but still cleaned up nicely by that 3-man rotation. Adapting was too deep in the wave. Rafa wasn't anywhere to be seen there. First blood to Rival, off to a great start.
And again, it just centers around Deathwalker. Rival just seemed to play around their solo laners so well. He gets pressure in that lane, as he should. He's an early game warrior up against that Guardian for Dimmy, and then makes his rotation count. Great CC chain there to really punch through that Aegis.
Now the problem with Rival's composition, though, when I look at it on paper here, Agro, is the backline defense isn't the greatest. When we look towards Vote MBK, who's playing that Rama, and towards Wolfie on the Medusa, none of those are really going to sit on the backline and peel for them as well as they may need to against someone like Thor, like Adapting, who's going to be dunking down from the jungle.
But it's only really Adapting who's going to get into that backline and do significant damage. Dimmy will get into the backline, yes, but it's more as a disruptor. He's not going to solo anyone down with this Xing Chen, even in the later stages of the game. So if Wolfie or Vote is forced out of the fight by Dimmy, so be it. Rival have so much damage on this team and quite a bit of lockdown as well that I'm not sure that's really going to matter.
All right, now you can see Deathwalker was hovering around the mid lane there looking for a potential 4-man engage onto the 3 that were there from Energy. But returns back to the solo lane, making sure he doesn't lose any farm there up against Dimmy on that Jing 10. He's not realistically going to be able to kill Jing 10 by this point. The old days of Erlang Shen have gone. There's no cripple available on that pin anymore, but the root is still impactful.
Without a doubt, and while the root before shut down high mobility compositions with the cripple on it, now it's better against those low mobility comps as Vote just able to avoid, intentionally I'm sure, that ricochet.
For sure, and I like what Emelito did there. He went aggressive, but the moment the ricochet missed, he immediately fell back. He didn't try and take a trade with a Rama who had all his abilities available, could have gone very negative, as did that gank for adapting in the solo.
Oracle's going to be secured here by Energy. Keep in mind, like you mentioned, Hindu, a lot of teams probably and fans at home didn't expect Rival to be here up against Energy.
Sure.
But just because you didn't expect it doesn't mean they don't have a really good shot at taking it to the World Champions. This is a team that, with this roster, has taken multiple games against Energy's roster across multiple splits as well.
Another advantage for a team Rival here today, even though they're up 1 kill so far, is that they've had a warm-up on the stage so far this weekend.
True.
This is Energy's very first game in the Gauntlet, and they have to win a best of 3. Rival have the advantage right now, and they are the ones pressuring consistently.
And that's because Deathwalker, again, has this pressure in the solo lane. All the pressure is either coming on the right or the mid. Blue buff not going to be secured by Energy quite yet. Ice just sitting there, poking away. This is what Chang'e jungle excels at. It's not that gank potential. It's not some big burst really in the early stages of the game. It's just these little 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes that she's so tough to lock down in.
Very, very surprised. The Waxing Moon comes out from Ice Ice Baby. The Rival weren't there to try and contest that a little bit earlier. They had pressure, and with Yamin back in, would have had that extra man advantage if they called upon it. But Energy will get their blue buff. Waxing Moon was used, so that's on cooldown. No real ganks for Ice Ice Baby for a while now.
And even though Dimmy is behind in this lane and they're getting his blue buff, this is what we're used to seeing out of him. What do we always talk about when it comes to Dimmy and Energy? It's that he's willing to take these losing matchups. He's willing to get beaten lane consistently and then just show up and help the team in the late stages of the game. This is not some foreign territory for Dimmy.
Sure, he's one of those solo lanes that will play for the team every single time. The amount of times we've seen Dimmy get soloed, and it's not necessarily because he's a terrible player, it's just his matchup does not work in his favor at all. But in the grand scheme of Energy's performance, the matchup is perfect for them.
And a lot of teams, the support is a sacrificial lamb. They're the ones who throwing their life away for the support of the team. On Energy, it's Dimmy. Dimmy is that player. Raffer wants to, get in there and really tussle with everybody. Dimmy is the one who will die for the team.
Adapting, ulting early towards the mid lane, hovering in air, looking towards what Rival have available. Vote caught in the jungle, adapting, considering his options here, realizing team's not in position, they're not grouped well enough to really follow up, will just end up in the wave.
And I don't mind the fact that Adapting's used 2 ultimates and hasn't found anything with it yet. It's about seeing if Rival decide to step up and take a misplay, just giving Energy the option to really turn a fight. Energy is fine with sitting here and allowing this farm game to happen. They're very comfortable in winning these mid to late game team fights. If they don't get a lead early, it's not the end of the world. I have no problem with the way Adapting's playing this so far.
Right now, they do not have a lead early. You can see by just the gold at the top of the screen that Rival are in control of this one. The first one comes into play there. But better farming is also happening as these invades continue to happen from Rival.
Speed buff is the target right now. Remember, Adapting, no ultimate. Raffer trying to get in there with that Draconic Corruption, but doesn't get it in time.
But he can look towards Ice Ice Baby, who's in a lot of trouble here on this right-hand side. Terra's Blessing comes into play, but already Ice Ice Baby's dead. The root combo onto Deathwalker's good, but the Kraken just off the mark as Deathwalker will heal back up to full. And on the retreat of Energy.
Vote with the ultimate as well, just to put some pot shots in as Energy retreats. 1 for 1, jungler for jungler. But again, Rival got the buff. They're the ones who come out on top.
And now it's just up to Energy to once again try and farm up and catch up. The mid-wave pushed in there as well by Callus, who made the rotation, just trying to keep this pressure on. Talking about pressure, Melito trying to do that to Vote with the purple buff, has to respect the rotations that could come out from Rival though.
Vote has had a really solid showing so far this weekend. Found the solo kill onto Funball in their set against Enix, so you know that Emelito's going to play with some respect onto his enemy hunter.
Rafa got one of those. As you can see, neither team has the extra Oracle ward available for them there, and Rafa did get that heal from the Bumba's Mask as well. Thankfully, Rafa did pick up that Bumba's Mask, which makes it a little bit easier to tell whether or not he got the contested camps.
3 Bumba's Masks right now for Energy. Yamin, Adapting, and Raffer all with that 500 gold mask. just trying to make sure that when they're splitting up their camps, they're doing them with their other teammates that don't have the Bumbas. At least someone is getting that extra gold and the heal and mana regen as well.
And the one thing about a team like Energy, if you're the world champions, you're going to be able to juggle who's the closest to that camp for that heal if they need it. So having 3 members with a little bit more sustain than they would naturally have in their kit, very useful.
But it does mean that Raffer is going to be a little bit behind Gauntlet in terms of his build early on, at least, until he gets a little bit of that gold back just from that Bumba's passive on the jungle camps. You could say the same for Yaman up against Wolfie, who's actually down 2 levels. Wolfie 2-0-0 right now. Top of the game in net worth.
But Rafa is on that Fafnir as well. A lot of benefits to Fafnir that people overlook. When you hit the coerce on one of your teammates, you can leave the lane, and as long as they continue to poke the wave and clear minions, you're going to get experience, even if you're 50,000 miles away across the map.
And don't forget that you're going to get more gold than any other support as well, just because of Fafnir's passive. So you're going to be getting tankier from that gold that's sitting in your inventory. A lot of unseen benefits to Fafnir, as you mentioned.
Well, approaching 10 minutes in now, 2-1 for Rival. Rival have been the aggressors for the most part. Energy have looked at options, mainly through adapting with ultimates, but they've not really found anything just yet. Solo Lane is getting involved very, very early on in this one. These rotations from both of them towards mid, it's showing that Rival are the ones that are trying to pressure it, and now Dimmy's starting to answer, now that he's hit a comfortable position on this Xing 10.
Once that Furious Roar is maxed out, Dimmy's wave clear goes up pretty significantly, and he can start to try to match Deathwalker's rotations. Deathwalker's still going to out-clear Dimmy, but not nearly at the same rate as he did early on.
Great start for Rival so far. Rafa hanging around the mid lane here is on the Fafnir, so can easily leap over that wall if Rival look to aggress too much. Hammer comes out. No gold for you this time. Rafa needs to be careful about his position here. He's adapting. Gets hit by those walls from Callus.
This isn't a bad time for Energy to fight, considering the fact that Raffer has his sovereignty completed and Callus does not. Callus looks like he may be going for Heartward right off the bat.
All this pressure has allowed Deathwalker to get a 2-level lead right now. Speed buff does go down as Dimmy tries to keep Deathwalker busy, but the speed buff being dropped is very awkward now. Adapting wants to try and get hold of that by the looks of it, but he's not being allowed to right now.
It looks like Energy got it, but there's the Kraken onto Wolfie, who used the Purification Beats, then dashes into Yaman underneath the tower, but the Aegis is good enough to save his life.
However, Adapting was waiting for the turnaround play. Looks towards Wolfie, gets hit by the Waxing Moon, trapped in place though, can't get away, trapped on his own wall, running for his life now. Rafa's on the way to try and help him out.
Oh, but Folk cleans him up with the snipe from the sky. Dimmy coming around the backside, looking for the toss into the tower, but with Deathwalker here as well, Energy may have to retreat.
Rafa's the one in better trouble here, but Dimmy's gonna pick up 2 for a wild ride. Sadly enough, it was Callus that got aggro from the tower, so Deathwalker will get out. Emelito turns up to the fray, falls back towards his team though. It's only a 1-for-0 exchange where Energy come out on the losing end.
And again, Vote out-rotates Emelito to get there in time. Now, in Emelito's defense, Vote doesn't have to walk nearly as far, using that ultimate to close the gap, but Emelito shows up a little bit too late. Adapting almost got out with 1 HP with a snipe from Vote on point once more.
All ultimates are down for both teams right now as the Gold Fury started by Rival. The Oracles will go their way as Deathwalker on the aggressive, keeping Emelito honest. Ratha cannot get there in time to steal it away, but Energy want to make them pay for taking the Gold Fury.
But Dimmy's only level 11. He doesn't have a second relic, doesn't have a blink or anything like that, so Energy have to just accept the fact that they can only get the enemy red buff here.
And that red buff will have him out a little bit as the wall comes out, hitting 2 with the double tap. He's adapting there. The Kraken is good! Callus falls down. In comes Dimmy again, but Deathwalker's clean up Yaman.
Deathwalker's in trouble now, though, but a huge Waxing Moon coming out of Ice Ice Baby. There's just no follow-up from the rest of Rival. Petrified just came off cooldown for Wolfie. Rival do end up losing 2, only to 1 for Energy.
Not the worst targets to really bring down either for them. Deathwalker dying there, very important to allow Dimmy to continue to catch up. Thanks to the early pressure Deathwalker has had in this lane with the invades, that level difference has to be shortened at some point, and doing it early on is much better than trying to wait till after 20 minutes.
That wall from Adapting was just disgustingly good. Pinning Vote and another member up against that wall and the purple buff wall. And shout out to Sands of Time for Yaman, because that Kraken came up at just the right moment. Luckily, Vote had his Aegis ready to go, but Kalas got gobbled up.
Yeah, what really surprised me there was Rival's decision to continue to fight there more often than not. They lost the red already. They could have backed away with the result of getting that gold, but they thought they could try and continue to contest. Problem was, is the ultimates were starting to come back up, and that's where Energy made them pay.
And that's the thing, you're saying, okay, my ultimate's up in 8 seconds. We can almost fight. But the thing is, Yaman has 10% CDR, so his ultimate is up right now.
Emelito's in trouble, but the Suns will help him out a bit. Vote's going to avoid the damage and turn it back on him. Emelito forced to Aegis, worried about the snipes. 2 of those 3 did hit. That could have spelled death. Wise Aegis.
Just not enough patience right now from Vote. Doesn't wait out that Aegis. Yaman
Hello.
around the backside has that Kraken ready to go. Vote's got no relics.
And he's not going to get out of that Kraken damage either. The Whirlpool just pulls him back in again. And Emelito will give him a giggle to let him know, you got baited, my friend. I'm not going to hang around on that low health. We've had a rotation coming.
Vote's old habits start to rear their ugly head. Always known for being overly aggressive at times, just too far up in that lane.
He's in a bit of trouble here as the tower's being focused, but with Rafa's rotation, they can try and hold for a while. Still plenty of minions here for Rival, though. And with Dimmy's health being slightly low here, they should get this tower. Adapting is on his way, though.
As is Wolfie. Adapting has that ultimate, though. Tower goes down, and Adapting goes up, looking for the dug and finds 2.
The baits are real from Energy right now, and the whirlwind of Rage and Steel is causing them a problem, but Ice Baby will clean up Dimmy. Rafa claims the life of Callus at the same time, but now Energy on the retreat again. 1-for-1 exchange, but Rival get the tier 1 tower.
But Emelito's going to get one of his own on this left side. Vote just now getting back to lane after dying earlier on. 500 gold to each side, but again, 1-for-1. The fact that Dimmy fell out instead of Callus, though, definitely favors Rival.
Deathwalker straight on Yamin, making sure it's very difficult for them to contest this Portal Demon right now. Ice is quite low here, but with Wolfie and Deathwalker, it's really up to Rafa. Now Adapting joining in. Rafa got a kill! He didn't manage to steal the Portal Demon, but Ice, that was a mistake.
Just taking it too low. You called it right away. He was just a little bit too low, counting on those heals, but only sitting at level 12, doesn't have quite enough magical power and levels in that third ability to keep him healthy enough to withstand Rafa's onslaught.
3 members of Energy mid lane there, but Yamin a little bit low on mana here to really continue the pressure. Instead, they're going to look for more farm. They had the red buff on rotation after the last little skirmish. Vote's on his way to contest it, but he may find more trouble than he wanted.
He's got a lot of trouble, forced to roll away, and the Terra's Blessing comes out from Callus. We always talk about it when it comes to Terra, but that ultimate is on a very long cooldown, and when Energy can bait it out like that without committing any resources, that's a big win for them.
I do want to go back to Vote MBK versus Emelito in that duo lane, because Vote MBK has the same playstyle as always. He just gets a little bit too aggressive sometimes, and that's actually punished them a little bit here, Rival, because they got the tier 1 tower right. Because the aggression from Vote MBK was so much, it's allowed Emelito to get that tower back in response where he shouldn't have died anyway. The over-aggression has cost him quite a bit there.
Without a doubt, and that's the first time we've seen Vote really go back to his old ways of playing too aggressive. He played very controlled up against Enix. They had a great showing against Elevate as well. A little bit unfortunate there, but you know that someone in his team is going to say, all right, Vote, you got to calm down a little bit, man. Sure. Especially when you don't have relics.
Oh, well, he rolls away from that dunk from Adapting. Beautifully done from him, and he doesn't end up getting punished anymore. Keeps hold of his beads and his Aegis there. Very important, especially when the Gold Fury's respawning.
Very good patience there out of Vote, and for all, even when he was playing too aggressive all the time, if he got to late game, he had the potential to carry the game. No one has ever questioned this guy's mechanics or late game carry mentality. It's just about how safely can he get there. Only taking that 1 death and losing that 500 gold, it's not great, but it's certainly not the end of the world.
Keep an eye on those player damage charts on the left-hand side. Ice Baby, Jungle Chunga is top of the player damage now. Surprisingly so when you've got the likes of Erlang Shen in the solo lane. Ice Baby is involved in these fights more than you'd expect.
Yeah, been stunned out there by Callus into the Waxing Moon, and he dies before he even gets his Kraken off. Callus able to pick him up.
And the beads down for Emelito now, thanks to the Petrify coming out from Wolfie there. Rival feel confident to continue pulling the Gold Fury. Rafa's here, Adapting in the mid lane, but no ultimate available for that Thor.
Not yet, but it's close to being up. Rafa is still just being cheeky in that front line. Not a whole lot of burst secure here for Rival.
Gold Fury is getting very, very low now. Adapting still farming to the tier 2 tower. Now Rafa pops the ultimate, trying to disengage Rival, and that is the job done. Gold Fury reset, Energy try and disengage. Dimmy will be the last one out of the fight, but this is working out okay.
Adapting comes around the back and hits Vote with that double tap. Gold Fury already gone, but Adapting's up in the air.
Small mistake from Adapting there, double tapping that Gold Fury. Vote's in the scan, he would like to land on him, but Adapting's going to wait for the right time. Can't though, because Vote can hold in the air a little bit longer than he can. Adapting's double tap would have hit, but the Aegis came through. Well, a different story. And Energy have actually picked up Deathwalker Walker on the back of this fight.
Just too deep for the solo laner vote. No Aegis trying to just put in the shots from a distance, and he does.
Oh, he
but
got the
Emelito!
double! He got the double off the wall, picks them both up. Yes, Rafa got the kill, but it was all Emelito. First time I've seen a ricochet come through that really found the mark he was after. Adapting picks up Wolfie, and Callus is running. Rafa's close by, but a fantastic wall from Callus again there. Just gets him out of the danger.
What an unreal ricochet coming out of Emelito. That fight was just going neck and neck. It was tough to see who was going to come out on top until Emil just single-handedly won the fight for energy.
I will say though, I don't think Emelito there really was planning on that. That was RNG more than anything else. He'll say it's calculated, all pros do, but it wasn't. He just got a bit of luck there, and that's what you get if you're the world champions.
Adapting, getting low from this Fire Giant, force uses Aegis, but he's not going to fall to the objective. Energy instead, get 5 members with Fire Giant, and what looked like a good game for Rival all of a sudden is turned on its head, and Energy's the one with all the momentum.
Now the gold is even between the two teams. The experience has gotten in the way of Energy now just after the last couple of engagements, even though Rival got the last 2 Gold Furies and 1 Portal Demon so far. It's still not enough to get the lead in terms of experience.
And that's just, it really comes down to that last team fight. Remember, Rival was sitting around that Gold Fury, Adapting was pushing multiple waves in the mid lane. That's getting experience that Rival is not. Then Energy take the team fight, pick up a wave, and then go to the Fire Giant. That experience difference is only going to continue to get bigger from here.
But the experience lead that they've got, look at the level difference on the screen right now. It's really all Emelito, just a small lead over Vote. Yes, Rafa is above Callus, but it's not the biggest thing to write home about. Yeah, the Coerce will be a little bit more stacked up than with Max by now, but it's not enough to actually get a substantial lead in experience.
No, but Rafa's 5-0-4 right now on this Fafnir. Again, shout out to Emelito for getting him that double kill in that last engagement, but still, even without that double kill, Rafa has been all over the place, top of the net worth right now.
Now with all 5 members of Energy having the Fire Giant, they're going to siege up the Portal Demon here just for the golden experience. Maybe try and force a fight from Rival up against the Fire Giant. Portal Demon goes to Energy, and immediately Rival disengage.
I'm surprised Energy allows Rival to disengage in this instance, especially with the Fire Giant. In an even game, Fire Giant is worth a couple thousand gold to whatever team has it, so I would have expected Energy to really play aggressive in that scenario.
But right now, though, this first Fire Giant aggro is really all about establishing a proper lead in this game. They're going to be looking for the towers and just the gold gains that they can get, realizing that Rival can't really contest them. Talking about contesting, though, tier 1 tower for right on Energy, but mid lane, Rival have just grouped up and taken that.
There's 500 gold for them. 2 members still on the right side as Adapting goes up looking for the dunk. He's going to hit 3 there with that one.
The Kraken off the mark, though, but the Whirlpool did pretty good damage. Dimmy around the back, he's looking towards Wolfie. He won't be able to pick him up, though, as Vote is looking to clean up Adapting after the engagement. Right-hand side, Emelito gets the tier 2 as this fight still continues, but everyone seems to be okay right now. The sustain from Rival, keeping him in the mix.
Raffer backed and used the portal to get a great angle onto the backside of this fight. Again, Adapting, no ultimate, but Kalas slowed down by Yaman. Nowhere for him to go for the moment. Gonna have a dash soon, but he's blocked off.
Sacrificial lamb is Callus right now. The rest of Rival just escapes, and Callus clearly made the call there. Leave me, boys. Leave my man behind. I've got to go. I'm gonna
remember me fondly.
Remember when we took the tower? That's the main thing. 11-7, though. The world champions are in control of this game finally. It wasn't all clean from them, though. Rival have really given them a fight so far. But the problem is that they are going to get a substantial gold lead from all these towers going down.
And they might not even look at the towers. They might turn their attention to the Phoenix instead. Emelito has that Coerce buff and is just shredding through Deathwalker.
Deathwalker can't get out of the Whirlpool as the sun's rained down from heaven. Emelito will thank his lucky sun, stars, and moon as well. Vote flipped in, rolls away to the left. Adapting wants to make sure he forces the ultimate out of Vote, and now on landing, the wall was waiting.
Emelito cleans up Wolfie under that Phoenix. Yaman finds Vote. That middle Phoenix already falling. Energy starting to take this one easily.
Reminds me a little bit of this Energy squad right now of the old days of when they were climbing the ladder in the Pro League. The 16-17 minute mark, the gas switch just gets hit, and the next minute Energy just explode onto the battlefield and show you why they were one of the best teams in the world.
That's the hardest thing I think about playing up against Energy is not only do they have multiple strategies and you don't really know exactly what they're going to take against you, but all it takes is one team fight going their way, and it doesn't have to go incredibly their way like it did in this scenario, but They take one team fight and just explode that lead instantly. That's exactly what Energy has done here. Look at this game. It was even until 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden it just takes one play from Emilito in order to skyrocket Energy to a lead. And you never know who that one play is going to be from. It's not like, okay, we could just focus on Emilito.
They
He's
all
the
have the
playmaker.
potential, yeah.
Every single member of this team can make a game-turning play at any given moment.
And not just that, now Energy will get the Gold Fury. Fire Giant will be up in about 40 seconds time as well. Rival unable to contest this Gold Fury here at the moment. One benefit for Energy on top of that, they've not really shown any strategies here. They've picked the standard things we've seen out of them from years gone by.
Yeah, and Poseidon for Yemen, Poseidon the most picked mid laner, all
Adapting
split
for
long.
Thor, like come on. Dimmy's played Jing 10 since the cows have come home.
Right,
So,
exactly. The only thing, maybe Emilito won't get Hu Yi again, but maybe Vote will take it away from him. But, I mean, I don't know. Emilito could have done that on basically any ADC. You never know what to pick or ban against Energy because they all just have too many gods that you cannot give them.
Rafa's going to get himself a couple more stacks of that Talaria passive with the 30 Gs from that hammer, just continuing to throw that out. Very comfortable position for Rafa to be in level 18, now 3-level lead over Callus. Other level leads is a 3-level lead now for Emilito, finally level 20. Pretty much full build achieved from the Hunter.
Only has that blue stone left, has one more item to go. Lots of penetration in that build, trying to strip down Kalas, who's going to get eaten by that Kraken, but there's not enough damage quite yet. Emilito does find him through that Terra's Blessing.
Adapting down, looking towards Vote MBK, who rolls to the right-hand side, has to take to the scarf, the double tap did hit there, and waiting for him is 3 hungry members of Energy. Luckily enough, though, he had Wolfie with him to go and Yaman and cause a distraction. The bad news is, Wolfie's going to fall, as will Vote.
The body blocks are too good. Deathwalker trying to chase down Yemen. There's the knockback, but Ice Ice Baby finally cleans up Yemen, but I think he cost himself his life, and possibly this might be the game for Rival. Deicide looks likely here.
Adapting got the double, looking to clean this up with a triple, but Emilito will go, no, I'll take the Deicide for myself. The World Champions' first game at the Gauntlet LAN, and they are a lot better, I will say, than we saw in the regular season.
And that's what we expect from Energy. Like they said, like Yemen said in the interview, whether it's a little bit of bravado or whether it's true, they didn't want to burn themselves out. They just kind of took the early part of the spring split easy. Nothing easy of coming out of Energy here today. They are here to play, here to dominate.
And with the LAN behind them as well. That's the one thing is LAN. They're not going to mess around at LAN. They want to try and win. Money is on the line as well as that shot at Masters. Can you imagine if Energy don't make Masters?
With the way they're playing right now, I don't think that's possible.
Well, I don't know, because they're still going to face North America for at least seeding if they do get through Rival first of all. And NA will be watching on again to see exactly how Energy are playing. And what the information they're going to get is, well, this is the same team we saw in the regular season in Season 3.
They're going to pick the same thing. They're going to play the same things, at least from what we've seen. Obviously, Energy could have some strategies that they've been practicing on the down low that we might not have to even see at this LAN. They might be able to wait until Masters for it.
I think the biggest thing from Rival's point of view, though, is just their agreement to engage a little bit too much and continue to take these fights. They had a lead at certain points in this game, but when the fights came to it, they went for the kills a little bit more. And once again, I mentioned protection for their carries of this Medusa, of this Rama. Both of them died first in that engagement.
That's true, but I think that Rival had that lead early, and they didn't play around Deathwalker's lead in particular.
Yeah.
He gets that first blood in that mid lane, and then just kind of disappears from then on. Yes, there was some pressure on the right-hand side, but not really enough to catapult Rival to a significant lead, just that slight one that they had.
I will say it's a bit of a tricky situation, though, to try and play around Deathwalker. When you look at the fact it's going to be a Jing 10 he's against in lane, he's going to win that lane anyway, so you try and get advantages elsewhere. Talk about advantages, there's a good opportunity here for Rival to go in. They've already taken out Emilito, but Vote could be a casualty. No, quick meds coming through. Adapting's still around the back, though, looking to poke him out.
But there goes the turn on to him. He has to go up into the Anvil of Dawn to give himself an escape route out of danger. Great engagement there by Rival, understanding that Emilito's beads were on cooldown into the taunt coming out of Deathwalker, immediately blowing up the player they've had the most trouble with so far this game.
That was catching Energy before Energy had set up for the engagement. That was the key there. Rival realized they were the ones in a better position to initiate that fight, and Energy weren't able to respond in time. Yeah, they got some good damage off, but a couple of quick meditations and a fantastic piece of work from Deathwalker will allow them to get some of this gold back.
500 right now out of the left lane, looking for another 15 on this tier 2 tower. Still down pretty significantly, but at this stage, 1,500 gold could be enough to finish off one of those important late game items.
Dimmy keeps poking his head around the corner here just to try to keep Rival honest, but they're going to siege up this tier 2. Dimmy's still trying to keep Deathwalker busy right now, as Callus and the boys of Rival will get the tier 2 tower and immediately fall back once Emilito is respawned.
2 hunters, so difficult to zone 2 hunters off of your tower, but it looks like Energy wants to keep the engage going.
Callus being chased down once again, and he may be once again a sacrificial lamb, but luckily enough the Monolith and his passive will keep him from being thrown away from the danger. Dimmy has to jump to the backside to push back Rival, and Deathwalker was left alone with the carries of Energy, and Yamin, one of those carries, will claim a life. And next on the list is Ice Baby.
Emilito is back with a vengeance. There's the double dunk coming out of adapting. The wall as well cuts off the escape route for Vote and Collis.
And now Rafa jumps in, didn't find the stun he wanted, but Adapting's not scared of continuing to pressure. Vote forced all the way back and very low. Emilito wants that kill. He can smell blood, and he will get the life of the enemy hunter.
It might be the support as well. It will. Double kill coming out of Emilito. Wolfie just backtracking, trying to stay alive, but Raffer is level 20. He's 2 levels up right now on this Medusa.
And Wolfie's just going to try and buy time if he can to stop Energy ending this game. The problem is, though, with 3 members in the mid lane, they should still be able to close out this game right now.
Yeah, with Dimmy here to tank this up. No minions for the time being, but Emilito's damage is enough. Wolfie is eventually going to fall there to the kill from Raffer, and Energy are going to take game 1 up against Rival.
Rafa has 21.
Right?
Wait a second.
Right?
Hang on. Hello? There we go.
Okay.
Oh, there was a moment there. I'm like,
Yeah,
no way.
Are you kidding me?
21 kill participation from Rafa there. 6-0 and 15. That's crazy.
And Raffer, as do most supports, kind of flies under the radar a lot of times on great teams like this. Just the way he positions, the way he has no fear moving around the map, up in the enemy's faces, trying to body block them, auto-attacking oracles when he's all by himself. That game, he was just dominant on the Fafnir.
Biggest thing for Rival as they sit there and contemplate what went wrong is really when they're disengaging and how long they're staying.
Yeah.
Multiple times is where it over and over again, they fell behind because they got an objective but lost too many lives and Energy got a chance to answer back.
And it's just keeping track of those cooldowns in their head. The fight up by their purple buff, the Kraken comes up right on time in order to punish them. Adapting always seems to find multiple members with that ultimate. You gotta spread out when there's a Thor on the enemy team. You just cannot afford to have multiple beads or just take that damage from that Thor ult.
Well, the European World Champions have a chance now just to get one more game and put them through to the international game and through to Masters as well. The desk is ready though to break down exactly what we saw in that game.
Right now, all I saw was Energy versus Energy Junior. Rival looked like a fantastic team, even towards the end when they wound up losing, but 20 minutes in, they were neck and neck, if not controlling the pace of that match.
It was actually pretty incredible to me to really see how Rival crumbled because it didn't really devolve from, I mean, sure, there was a little bit of overcommitment at buffs and some tunnel vision, but Emil, that's really what says it to me is you can't afford to take up those fights in the jungle when there's a Hu Yi on the line because that triple bounce absolutely devastated Rival.
I mean, it was just one of the bigger turning points of the game.
Yeah, I agree. As soon as they got that triple bounce, they won the game off that. Even though Rival got the Gold Fury, they went straight to Fire. NRG got the Fire Giant, then the Portal Demon, and just continued to snowball the game.
Yeah, this was a Rival game. They were only ahead by about 1,500, but I think if you take the lead out of it and you just analyze the team fights, we were talking a lot about just the way they were controlling the entirety of the situation, and then that one play, Adapting comes from behind the back and gets a double tap. Emilito comes through with the ricochet. It's interesting. You mentioned it, Taco. Anatoly came out from the arena. He mentioned it. And even Lobster on Twitter says, you know, Energy was getting manhandled until Emil literally won the game off of a ricochet. And I think that's probably the most accurate statement we can really bring up.
That's just the way that Hu Yi goes, though. Sometimes you get the little bit. I am kind of still on the post that sure, it might have been calculated, but I think more so than anything, that was some RNG Jesus pulling through for Emil. But at the same time, if it works, it works. And that's all you really need to happen. Emil won the game off of the ricochet, and Adapting and the rest of the crew just made sure to take advantage of the snowball.
Yeah, listen, Tully has a phrase where he says, luck is the intersection of opportunity, skill, and preparation. So at some point, that's really where it all comes down. Energy take the win 24-11 in the kill column, but look at that structure damage. Very close there. The player damage just separated by about 20k. This, I'm feeling game 3, guys. I think these are two evenly matched teams, much more even than I think a lot of people out there expected.
What I really want to see from Rival this time around is a lot more discipline. They had it yesterday where they were able to maintain their composure. In fact, even a little bit too much discipline where they weren't closing out games that they probably could have ended a little bit sooner. But if they just reel it back in, tone down that, I mean, it's great to have confidence, but turn down a little bit of the cockiness and just play your own game, because that pacing was theirs and they had NRG running for a loop.
Where do you think they went wrong there, Dougie?
I think they used the early game pressure correctly. They used the Erlang Shen and the solo side to get the speed buff, the blue buff, and continue to push that. However, like Vote kept overextending in the duo lane to try and solo ML. And then, what was it, Deathwalker, I think, kept getting Kraken, couldn't get away. Terra couldn't get away. I don't know, it just went downhill from there.
I think there's a little bit of nerves there. A lot of times we talk about LAN nerves making you timid early on. I think that Rival is experiencing the other side of LAN nerves, where they played so much yesterday, they played so hot. They're coming in almost overamped. What do you think about that?
I don't know. They're probably just using the momentum from yesterday. They're really hyped, really ready to go. Yeah,
Vote, like I said, or like you said, rather, going for those solo kills on Emil. That's what Vote does. That's kind of what he's known for. But pushing up in lane against a team like Energy, you're going to get punished. And that's what we saw a little bit time and time again. Love the play out of the Hou Yi. Do you think that that's going to be a ban, a snatch away, or what are you expecting there?
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe they'll ban it, maybe not. We'll have to find out.
I can't imagine a ban happening.
Yeah. It's
just
weird.
It's so unlikely because Hou Yi's not really the optimal hunter in a lot of these situations. I wouldn't be surprised though if Wolfie potentially tried to snatch it away. We have seen him favor the Hou Yi mid.
That's where I was going with it. I think we might wind up with a Hou Yi mid. Game 2 on the way. As I said, I think that Rival can and will stretch this to a game 3. Let's see if the picks and bans agree with me. Team Rival on the left side, they have the first pick, which means they also have the first ban. Last time around, Energy decided to ban out Wolfie's Ra. I'm curious to see if they're going to do some such thing. But right now, the first ban being thought about by Team Rival, it's going to be a Khepri one more time. Raffer loves this god, and I'm glad to see it gone.
Yeah, it's a really strong pick. We picked it a lot yesterday because it's just so good to control the duo lane side. It gives a lot of pressure. You get to invade the buffs afterwards. It's really strong.
So my question actually is Thanatos. Thanatos was one of the go-to characters early on in the season and kind of fallen off. Where's Thanatos gone? Why don't we see him as often?
I just don't think you can engage enough with it. Like that's why you see a lot of bats for. It's because they have a lot of engage potential. You get the 4 stun, the 2 as well. It's really strong. But with Thanatos, you have to ult in. And then how are you getting away?
That's true. And so without Thanatos going to be a reliable option for Ice Baby. I got the sides of the screen right this time. They're going to ban out the Khepri to make sure that they don't have to deal with the old bubble. Fafnir banned out by Energy this time around. Teams really, really taking their time here.
Energy is one of those teams, though, where they're not necessarily going to pick the winning lane matchups. They only want the team compositions. They like battling it out all together, and that's really what Energy has built their staple on. It's always been, and I am surprised actually to see they don't want to risk it anymore at those objective fights.
See, I agree. I don't think Hou Yi is a top pick. I don't think he's a top ban, but at the end of the day, you said it, a lot of people said it, the reason Rival lost that game was a lucky bounce. And if I'm going to go up against Energy, and if I believe that I'm just as strong as Energy, which I think Rival has that confidence in themselves, I want to lose not because of luck. I want to lose because of skill. So I'm going to take that random feature out of there. Scotty and Poseidon, those are 2 very popular gods, and they're going to be selected by Energy.
I'm actually really surprised why Rival went for Sano over the Scatty. She's really strong because it's the post-patch game, or update we're playing on, correct?
Yeah. So this is before the nerf.
So Scatty's really strong right now with the dog, all the pressure she gets from the lane. So I'm surprised they'd go for Susanna.
Yeah, so right now we're playing on 4.5 if you're just joining us. So Scotty has not been nerfed just yet. So excellent point there coming out from Ducky. I think the Susanoo choice is honestly, when it comes down to it, Ice has just been playing phenomenally throughout the entire course of the weekend. Even last game, we saw the Chang'e post the Gold Fury earlier on, around 27 minutes, right before the defense of the Tier 2 tower. We saw an excellent disengage from an ultimate out of the Chang'e. And so just, I think they want to feed the hot hand. Ice is playing well. Let him do it.
I also just really like the Susanoo because maybe they were anticipating the Scotty pick to go through for banning Hu Yi. It's definitely a god that Emil has shown favor towards, and because of that, you have to consider Susanoo is actually one of the gods that can camp a hunter in that duo lane.
Susanoo's a god that can camp a hunter over in that dual lane. Ice has a great Susanoo. Bellona is Deathwalker, and we saw Wolfie's Ra yesterday. I'm feeling good about this one. I'm feeling good already. Halfway through, Thor, Poseidon, Scotty, Susanoo, Bellona, Ra. Who do you think is the better first half draft, Ducky?
I'm honestly not sure. Rival, they're really confident in these gods. We've seen them pick it a lot. However, NRG, I favor their comp. I like the Scatty. Poseidon's a strong pick, and the Thor has a lot of engaged potential.
The Poseidon, I've fallen out of love with Poseidon here of late, but I think looking specifically at the Ra, that it's going to be a strong choice. Ra has some trouble really dealing with burst damage like that. He wants to heal it up and have these extended engagements, whereas Poseidon can close the door nice and early. So that's going to hurt him just a little bit. But the Sobek selection, is that a solo or a Guardian, Taco?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Raffer taking that into the solo lane. Placing it in the 4th pick selection leaves room for Dimmy to have the option for it in case he preferred against the Bellona. Sobek versus Bellona is a fairly safe matchup. You have ways to interact with her too to stop her clear or slow it down should she opt for that direction. But more importantly, NRG has a lot more crowd control, in my opinion, in comparison to Rival's drafts, and that's probably going to be the biggest detriment for this Rival composition.
We're going to match Sustain with Sustain. Guan Yu will be the selection for, honestly, still don't know if that's going to be solo or dual lane. Sobek and Guan Yu, where do you think they're going to put them?
I honestly don't know. I'd prefer to see the Sobek in the solo lane against Bellona because it's a really good matchup.
Right.
However, I'm not too sure about Guan support. I haven't seen it a lot. I've seen Rafa play as certain warriors like Herc, etc., but I'm not sure about the Guan.
The Xing Chen, though, on the side of Team Rival, knowing that Deathwalker loves that Bellona, I have to expect to see Xing Chen in that long lane. Real quick, Taco, what are your feelings on Xing Chen support?
Xing Ten's support can be really strong if you're facing off against heavily auto-attack based compositions because he just works so well in counteracting it, but I would definitely prefer to see him in a solo lane role rather than a support.
So with these drafts, with this composition, Ducky, do you think we're going to a game 3?
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe Rival can pull it back and get some momentum, but we'll have to find out.
How you feeling?
NRG's draft is pretty sick this game. I have to be honest. I mean, it's always fun to cheer for the underdog, but draft-wise, I feel like the experience on NRG might take this one.
Handyman and Aggro, give me a game 3.
I agree. Give us a game 3. That's what I want to see as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully the fans at home do, because Rival have an opportunity here to even this up. Their composition is pretty strong. It's playing to their strengths. Wolfie on Ra, and you've also got Bellona played by Deathwalker.
And not only that, Susanoo for Ice Baby in the jungle. I love this top 3 right away for Rival. The On Her, beautiful for Vote. The only thing we haven't really seen is Kalas on the Xing Chen, but he's got a pretty wide god pool. He seems to be able to play a lot of different things in that support role. So I really do love this draft from Rival. My only gripe with this draft is that they gave Emilito Scotty. And Emilito's been playing Scotty since before she was the best hunter in the game.
Yes,
now that
true.
she's definitely the best hunter in the game, at least in this patch, God bless, dude. Good luck.
But it sees that the plan from Rival will be to be aggressive in this duo lane early on. With an Anher there, you're looking to try and control this left-hand side of the map a little bit more. Anher around the jungle area in the early game, fantastic control. And already they've got a bit of pressure in this lane by their positioning here. Is it going to be interesting to see what Melito and Rafa do to answer this back?
Yeah, if Ice could come over here and give Vote the help that he needs, it really could be a big lead for Vote in that duo lane.
Deathwalker in mid, though. He's wrapping around the back, and Yamin didn't see it coming. We've been watching this all weekend long, and Rival will gain first blood. Ice Baby on the board, and you don't want to give that to a Susanoo.
That's the dream scenario right there. Now Deathwalker doesn't even need to use his teleport because Dimmy didn't really push that wave up too hard.
What's Rafa doing? Rafa? Hello? He's sat in the camp right now on the left-hand side because he's soaking experience through the wall, but he's also protecting the purple buff. I know it looked really awkward there, but he's hogging the ward just so he can get the gold from the minions dying to the tower.
Really smart play. Energy's always down to do some
The
weird
small little
stuff.
things,
Exactly, just trying to min-max any sort of potential that they can. After securing this purple buff, Raffer's going to hit level 2. Emilito going to get a lot of experience here by taking both the purple and the red at the same time.
So Energy have a bit of an advantage here because they do get the purple and red, whereas Rival got the Oracles on that left-hand side. They'll both be in the wave at the same time, though, but there is a small experience lead right now for Energy in that lane. Right-hand side, though, different story here for Rival. They've got the pressure that they're after.
And that's because of Dimmy on this Guan Yu, though he wouldn't have had pressure on the Sobek either, but is it any surprise that Energy drafts Sobek, who has a great matchup up against the Bellona? They're like, yeah, Dimmy, you don't need that. We'll just give you this horrible matchup in Guan Yu where you just get bodied under tower all game.
It's rough, but at the same time, Dimmy can't get cancelled out of Talor Assault or anything like that by the Bellona. Yeah, he can get poked down quite heavily, but getting that solo lane Guan Yu to late game means those sustained, the heals coming through will be more impactful.
Oh, Pluck just misses there for Raffer and Energy. They have the level lead here in this jungle advantage. Kalas getting pretty low from the damage just from Emilito.
Not a great fight for Rival there with how Energy played it. They just end up getting poked down, trying to disengage more often than not. Means a couple more potions from the side of Rival have to be used here, as Raffer will be lurking for that Pluck if he can find it once this minion goes down.
Vote only level 2 still. Was red buff stolen away there by Energy? It looks like it. Emilito is level 4 right now and is only going to continue to expand that lead as Energy go towards the enemy purple.
So once again, it looks like it's going to be an advantage to Rival on the right-hand side, which we've seen quite a lot this weekend. And then on the left-hand side, Energy do have a small lead right now.
And I want to see Ice spend time in this left side instead of the right. You're not going to be able to kill Guan Yu over and over again. And even if you do, it doesn't really matter. He's just going to be leveling that conviction once he finishes off Talu Assault. And he's going to be effective in the team fights no matter what, at least in terms of healing up his team. Clearly, we saw what Emilito can do in that last game where he just won the game for Energy with that ricochet, basically, even when behind. I'd really like to see Ice punish this low mobility Hunter, because if you can give Vote a lead, on her from ahead is terrifying. He can just bully you out of lane easily.
Ice baby looking towards mid lane again. Wolfie is under the tower, but his snipes have been on point all weekend long. Major focus on the minions, though, really coming out from Ice baby. Still level 4 alongside adapting right now, but he's going on a ride.
No purification beads, and as he uses them there, Wolfie does have that snipe available, but Ice going to be able to get out of danger. No dashes is what I was thinking of there. Ice was all out of mobility, which is tough to do on Susano. He's got plenty of it.
But that's another 150 seconds now until we can see Ice baby escape the next stun or CC combination. And with adapting just hitting level 5 now, he will need to take a trip back to base to get some mana back. Ice baby's going to play the next 2 minutes very carefully.
And one of the few weaknesses that Susano has is not having a CC immune ultimate. He's got no way to get out of adapting full combo if he hits him with that Anvil of Dawn.
So right now, decent situation for Rival to be in after the first blood. The gold experience lead just ever so slightly in their favor, mainly on the mid, jungle, and solo lane. Dual lane, completely different story, and they're going to have to look at Emilito in the future, because Scotty will be a nuisance.
And that's a thing that I think a lot of teams look at in terms of Energy, is Dimmy always has these low pressure matchups. There's not a whole lot of point in camping him. There's not a whole lot of point in trying to keep him down, because his matchups usually do that by themselves. Emilito gets to free farm in a lot of these matchups.
Adapting really to this guy, keep an eye on Ice baby. He'd like to go for that with no beads, and he will go straight forward with a snipe from Wolfie was beautiful. Different story from the Kraken, though, coming out from the mid laner of Yamin, as he does end up falling down to Wolfie. Great ultimate out from Deathwalker, but he can't pin down Dimmy long enough.
Wolfie's Raw is just nuts. I mean, you saw their coach Alpha Jackal throw up the sign yesterday before, a very rude sign, saying that Wolfie equals Raw, and that's exactly right. He's just on point. Not only is that snipe great, but the beam over the top to clean up Yamin in that scenario. Great positioning and great mechanics coming out of Wolfie.
Do you know what? I actually want Rival and Saw to face off, so I get to see Aninster versus the mid lane of Wolfie, but they both have to play. They both have to. They both get to play Raw. There's just one rule: both get to play Raw.
Cooper has to like sign off on that. I don't know if he's going to be down.
Oh, no one cares about Coop. He just finds people.
I care about Coop.
Yeah, because you just got to get him fined. Right inside, though, Deathwalker's so confident. Look at the bludgeon. Great juke through from Dimmy. And Deathwalker's getting heavily punished. Dimmy's in a good spot because of minions, but the sustain from the Scourge helping Deathwalker out. Keep an eye on the jungle rotations, though, because there's 4 members of Energy around him. It was a trap, and Deathwalker bit off way more than he can chew.
What Vote did in Game 1, Deathwalker does in Game 2. If that bludgeon hits, he probably kills Dimmy at level 8, but it didn't, so he didn't. I mean, that's all it comes down to, and you can't, it's so hard to make the judgment call there. is killing Dimmy in that situation even worth it? Because Deathwalker probably falls in response. He's worth a lot more gold than Dimmy at this point. You have to weigh these opportunities with your risk reward.
Well, it's still not over just yet because there's 1,500 gold lead right now for Rival at the moment as Emelito and Vote MBK will continue to box in this lane. Vote's going to be very careful here because Caldeir, if the ultimate gets popped right now, he's going to go down to 20% health very, very quickly. And he's got to be careful of that piercing cold too. Vote MBK's job in this lane is survive now.
But he does have that jump. Even through Emelito's ultimate, you can jump out of it. It's only a root, not a cripple. Problem is that if that jump gets forced, if adapting shows up, even with purification beads, it might not be enough.
Talking about junglers, it's Ice Ice Baby that's showing up. Callus trying to close the gap on Emelito right now. You can see that he sent Caldeir out straight away onto Ice Ice Baby. Not to really do damage, but to try and body block and slow him down on that rotation.
And again, Emelito, he's been playing this character for so long. He's just so comfortable on it.
Adapting, goes to the sky here. Looking early on, in the end won't find what he was after there, which was Callus on that Jing 10. Energy were collapsing beautifully to follow up off that Thor, but Rival played that so much better, realizing the danger was there, and back away.
Remember that this Thor-Poseidon combination can be difficult to execute when Adapting drops that wall. You can't release the Kraken if any part of that center circle is touching the tectonic rift, and so you have to be very, very precise in terms of dropping that, or just use it before the rift comes out.
Well, left-hand side, you can see that the pressure from Rival is on the Gold Fury right now, but Emelito's here looking secure, but Emelito's in a lot of trouble. Rival get the Gold Fury, pick up Emelito. Rafa's next on the list. Rotation from Energy's here. Vote might go down. No, Beater jumps away, but Adapting will close the gap, making it a 2-for-1. Rival come out big.
Even with the snipe missing the Gold Fury, it doesn't matter. Rival able to secure it, and it hits Emelito, allowing them to pick up the kill, which might be better in this situation, especially considering the fact that Rival ended up securing it anyways. What could have turned horribly ends up working out better for Team Rival.
Just go a little bit more in detail about that as well. Deathwalker noticed that Energy were looking for their own speed buff on that right-hand side. That's why the call from Gold Fury came out, and it allowed Ice Ice Baby to get a speed buffer of his own. Deathwalker's stolen away the speed. Not only did they go Gold Fury, not only did they get a couple of kills, they get out free and steal the entire right-hand side of Energy's jungle.
And look, it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, definitely could have been executed better for Team Rival, but I love the call to do it anyways.
Deathwalker is still trying to fight here, has his ultimate available to get away, but he might not get a chance to use it, because if he does, Adapting's going to be waiting. One more hit onto Deathwalker should be enough to bring him down. The rally has worked. Adapting chose the wrong route, but the good news is the option was covered by iRafa.
That's why Adapting wasn't too worried. He knew the option was covered. Dimmy falling low here to Ice Ice Baby, who doesn't commit that third part of the Storm Kata.
Wolfie snipe comes out. This time won't found Dimmy, but Callus is wrapping around the back now, and Dimmy needs to be careful.
No dash, no ultimate, nowhere to go. Wolfie is under that tower, but doesn't take the tower aggro from not hitting Raffer or Dimmy. Smart play.
But Raffer's baiting. Raffer's baiting because Yamin's on the way as well. Wolfie would have seen it now. They look for the pick on Callus, but Callus turns it around, and Raffer could be in trouble. No real follow-up available for Rival. They want to disengage, knowing that Adapting could be coming back.
This is exactly what you wanted to see in a change from game one
Yes.
there, Hindu. Instead of Callus throwing Raffer into his team, he throws him away. Adapting was on the way back. Didn't have his ultimate, but he's got his boots completed. Got that blue stone. Level 9, going to be doing a lot of damage on this Thor. Smart disengage there for Rival, who answer back from that kill on Deathwalker.
Very comfortable position for Rival to be in right now. Most of their lanes are either even or ahead as it stands right now. They've not really paid much attention to Emelito right now, but Vote is still keeping pace, which is very important to keep a Hunter in the mix.
Without a doubt. And going back to that Gold Fury pull from Team Rival, again, it just goes back to, I don't know if they would have done that last year. The idea to just say, Raffer and Emelito are right in front of us, let's do the Gold Fury anyways. We could secure it over them. We may be able to get kills as well. This is a team that you can tell is just beaming with confidence right now.
It's a team with the idea of the pro players as well, starting to realize that positioning and looking like you're going to be here to defend doesn't always necessarily mean it's a bad idea to go in and continue the aggression, because he didn't allow Energy to set up by having Energy just go, we're watching you, don't do the gold. Instead, they force it and make sure that Energy are not in position to contest.
And they do. And again, despite Wolfie missing the raw snipe, they secure it anyways. Wolfie tweeted out last night, see if I can secure some objectives tomorrow. over 1 so far in this game, but the snipes have been pretty solid.
We'll say the Rival have 3 comfortable gods at least. Deathwalker on that Bologna, he's had a fantastic tournament so far. Looks like he's going for that mystical mail yet again.
Yep.
Ice Baby, Susano. We spoke about Susano all weekend, at least out of Europe. They're really favouring this, and Ice has had a fantastic tournament on this so far. And finally, last but not least, Wolfie on the Raw. You can't ignore that either.
And Vote, I mean, he's been historically playing on her forever, very much like Deathwalker on this Bologna. You know he's very, very comfortable on that god as well. That's what I was saying. I loved this draft just because of how comfortable Rival was with all these gods. Energy's draft is solid as well, yes, but I don't know, even with the Scotty for Emilito, this many comfort picks and that have proven they can play at an unbelievably high level is enough for me to really like what Rival's got going on.
Left-hand side, you saw Adapt in there, potentially hovering for a gank, but mainly just to farm up. Red buff about to spawn for energy, and Ice Baby was thinking about having a little nosy over there, see if he got a response, but seeing a couple of members thinks better of it and would just accept the oracles.
And this is big Oracle vision right now. Almost 12 minutes in. Gold Fury's going to respawn within the minute, but it's about adapting, not being able to ult from that Gold Fury pit and put pressure onto Vote. It's very important that Vote stays healthy and stays safe with both of his relics up for this next Gold Fury
Just
fight.
keeping on the pressure that Rival are putting on the map too. Ice Baby strips away the purple on the left-hand side, but not only that, he will also manage, apologies, the purple buff went to Rafa there, my bad, Energy got that, but on the right, Deathwalker once again stole away Dimmy's blue. That's a level and a half lead right now in favor of the solo laner, whose Bologna performances have been fantastic.
And Guan Yu is not a warrior that can survive easily without the blue buff. In lane, it's fine because of the Talu Assault, but in terms of team fights where he's constantly spamming Conviction, you need a lot of mana.
Deathwalker's staying in this fight a little bit longer than he really should without backup coming in. He's willing to box, knowing the cooldowns are down, but 2 Talu Assaults in a row could be a little bit too much. Luckily, Wolfie turns up finally to give him a bit more sustain back.
I was going to say, Dimmy is going to win this with adapting just because any damage that Deathwalker does to adapting, Dimmy can heal right up, but Wolfie was right there, ready to go, and say the same for Team Rival.
Meanwhile, though, because adapting is showing in the solo lane, you can see how deep Ice Baby is on the left, trying to make sure Energy don't get an advantage on the left-hand side of the map, especially with the Gold Fury now respawning. This next one is very important.
Yemen hasn't really made too much of an impact yet in this game. 1, 2, and 1 out of the mid laner, and despite Poseidon being the most picked mid laner all split long, he was in over 60% of the matches, yeah, the win percentage. I'm going to stop talking now, thank you.
That's good. Good job. Dimmy on the right side.
That's the best piece of analysis I've ever done, isn't it?
Still trying to clear. Well, to be fair, it's about what I'm expecting.
I tried to do the Tolly thing, you know? I tried to go for numbers, and I'm not smart enough for that.
Just lie.
That's true.
Gandhi used to lie all the time.
Known.
Gandhi lies all the time. He used to say, like, Zapman lands 92% of all his auto attacks that he throws. No one knows that because they don't have proof of the stats. You can just make it up. It's fine. Until you get proven wrong, and then it's awful. But right now, it's a bit of a lull as both teams are setting up and realizing how important this Gold Fury is. It's ward wars around this area right now. Rival control the exit of Energy's jungle near that red buff now towards mid, and Yamin was a little bit far forward there, and without support from Energy, they all kind of walked away from him for a minute, but Yamin played it well to get away.
Forced his Aegis, though, did Kalas, because he knew the snipe could have been coming from Wolfie. Wolfie has been proven, he's proven time and time again, he can hit that snipe off of any small CC, let alone a pretty solid one, like that knock-up and root combination from Xingchen.
I like the fact that Energy looked a little bit towards that portal demon for a moment there on the right-hand side as well. Just letting Rival know that if you go towards that Gold Fury and put pressure there, we're going to try and answer that pressure on the other side of the map.
But no objective quite yet. That Gold Fury vision not quite there anymore. Oracle's due to respawn in just a moment. This next Gold Fury is going to be critical because it could really catapult Rival's lead into a place where they can really bully Energy out throughout the rest of the game, or Energy could use this Gold Fury to even it up.
But we're getting to that point as well where last game Energy turned up the heat. It was pretty much even by the point when it went to that Rival have the lead right now, but can they continue it through? Very important for them not to allow the gas pedal from Energy to be hit and then have it stripped away from them once more.
Both of these teams have a lot less AoE than they did in game one. I'm looking specifically at the different hunters. Huyi much better at these team fights than Scotty is.
Adapting gets pulled there, but do you like the Berserker? I like the Berserker Barrage just to try and cancel out any potential follow-up available to the side of Rival there, but that is giving them a window for the Gold Fury. Let's have a listen into Rival right now.
Lock down.
Nice.
I'm dead.
Leave him. Oh shit, you ulted? That's not good. They will push mid, you'll push mid.
Can you yell that? You need to rotate.
Yeah, we need to defend mid lane, but
They're going to Porto.
They used all of our ults. We don't can defend us.
I think we can.
They're baiting. They're baiting behind the wall. Wanna fight it?
Yeah, go pause.
I'm on pause.
Go pause, no Aegis, no Aegis. Good job, good job.
So back.
Nice, catch.
Nice.
One TP.
Oh, what? Oh.
I only have that. I think we have
I have nothing.
I'm gonna
Away,
go
I'm away.
Got this. I think I know. What is low, by the way? They are healing
We're
up.
gonna
It's
heal
like
up.
1 HP. Just get out.
I'm
Just
coming, I'm
get out.
coming.
I double tap man, had Aegis. Didn't even see it.
Yeah, unfortunate, dude.
I'm
For just a second there, I thought Rival were just going to clean up the whole house, but the problem was they bit off more than they could chew again. The Portal Demon is low, though. Reset for the moment as the team of Rival want to fight. There's Adapting, forced to beat and jump away. Scourge did good damage to Deathwalker, the Mystical Mail ticking, but Adapting will be able to exit back towards the mid lane. Portal Demon still stands.
The problem here for Rival is that their Sustained God is dead and Dimmy is still alive. Ice Ice Baby was low health, and if Wolfie was there, that could have been an excellent opportunity for Rival to secure the objective.
Great pick onto Yamin early in that engagement. Yamin
Yeah.
didn't really get anything off, and the Impale follow-up from Vote MBK, looking for an additional pick, just baited him into Emelito there, and Emelito went, really? I'm just going to ult you now, and Vote falls down.
It was really about that double tap over the
He
wall.
mentioned it, yeah.
You heard it in the comms there. He never saw it coming. Just getting hit with 600 damage out of nowhere can really mess with how much you think you can take before you use your relics.
So Rival get the Gold Fury for relatively 3 there overall. They continue to extend their gold lead just a little bit more, and now the dance around the Portal Demon will begin, both recognizing how important that is. Dimmy taking a lot of damage over here.
Has to use that cavalry charge to get away. Deathwalker's still pretty safe though. He's full HP, level 15, and has that Eagles Rally available to
But
him.
an opportunity arises for the speed buff invade. Left-hand side, though, a trade between the Hunters. Caldeir's into play. He's going to be able to tank the tower for Emelitos to get some more autos in if he can connect them. But Emelito's got to respect the tower damage as Caldeir falls down. Right-hand side, speed buff has dropped, and now Daptin's in a dangerous spot right now.
Typhoon is going to get Aegis out, and Wolfie went for the ultimate as well. Both the mid and jungle looking to clean up Adapting, but that Aegis getting him out of danger.
And the speed buff is secured from Energy, given to Rafa now as the left-hand side Vote MBK is forced back to base, allowing Emelito to get a tier 1 tower in the left-hand lane.
Yemen is just getting poked out so heavily by Kalas, who picks up 2 with that Whirlwind of Radiant Steel, but the commit is onto Adapting. He has to use the Kraken defensively.
Yamin will get out, Adapting to the sky now, looking to reinitiate onto Wolfie. The Raw's the one in trouble, tries to dance in the heal as long as he can, but both times of that double tap connect, and Adapting will go onto a killing spree. Bad news is, though, Deathwalker is just ticking with that Mystical Mail, and will finally bring down Dimmy alongside the Jungle Thor.
Look at the player damage right now for Deathwalker. 14k. Emelito and Raph are here trying to defend this Portal Demon, but Rival popped the meditation and look to take the fight.
Portal Demon is so very, very low. It'll go the way of Rival. Rafa gets hit by that nice little pillar coming out from Vote to slow him down. Secures Ice Ice Baby, another kill. Rival are taking it to the world champions right now. They are in control of this game.
Over 5,000 gold in the lead, only up 4 kills, but the difference this time is that their objective control has been much better. 2 gold Furies, that Portal Demon as well. Only tower off the map is in Energy's favor in that dual lane side, but Rival has been taking these team fights, and it always seems to be close. Look at this, 3-1 in kills. The damage is pretty close there, but it's just about where that damage is onto. Focus fire from Rival has been phenomenal so far.
Well, we've hit mid-game right about now. Mid-game's going to go on for a while here, Aggro, as we look at Ice Ice Baby trading with Emelito. But Ice Ice Baby bit off more than he can chew because Dimmy's still chasing him down. The Horsey will bring him in, but a nice knock will get him out. Adapting still wants to secure the kill. Aegis used by Ice Ice Baby. He's not getting any support, however, as the rest of his team are looking towards Dimmy.
Adapting's in trouble now. He already used that hammer teleport. There's the Kraken onto the 2 in the jungle as Vote cleans up Adapting in between his towers. Deathwalker over the top secures the kill on the Dimmy.
It's all going Pete Tong for Energy right now as Team Rival continue the pressure. 2 kills now. Dimmy dead again. Adapting dead again. And they can look to siege the tier 1.
And Tom's analogy of Energy Jr. continues to look more and more true. Adapting there, looks like Ice Ice Baby going a little bit too aggressive, trying to chase a low health target, ends up falling because of it. Emelito is going to get some pressure on this left-hand side, but Ice is here, and Emel's low.
Has to be careful with no relics available. I don't know if Emelito really knows the state of that. Rival in the mid lane, however, with that Raw, have got great siege potential. They'll take 2 towers in the mid lane. As on the left, you can see Emelito pushing. Yamin's trying to do the same on the right, but he's got to respect the fact that there could be rotations coming. in.
ML still in a lot of trouble here. No Aegis this time around.
Good
Ice
ward.
lurking. Yeah, the ward just see exactly where Emelito is. And I don't mind this play at all from Ice Baby. Emelito is going to get out of danger here, it looks like, by backing right there. But it's just about letting Rival do that Gold Fury. There was no way for Emelito to come and pressure that gold whatsoever. Another Gold Fury goes down in Rival's favor. They're up almost 10,000 gold.
This could be, like Tom said, the second coming of energy once more. Like, I'm not being funny. This really could be. The way they're playing it reminds me of the old school energy that we saw climb the ranks. They had one split where they didn't do very well, and then the next split they turned up and started to really apply pressure to some of the best teams in the world. And Rival are trying to do that right now as Deathwalker's taking the whole team on a wild ride. He got 2 ultimates out of that for 1.
But he is dead now, and that's a level 18 Bologna that just fell. It's going to allow Energy to snag that tier 1 tower on the right without much issue, and now they have to defend 4v5.
4v5, and Adapting has the ultimate available to try and force Rival back away from the tower. Callus goes in here looking to keep them busy. Gets a couple of beads and takes Caldeir out, but Caldeir doesn't care because Emelito will clean up Callus now. It's a 3v5.
But the snipe from Wolfie's down. Ice Baby coming around the back. There's the Typhoon, gonna knock up every member of Energy on this right side, but it's just not enough damage. Kala sacrifices himself there, but they save the tier 2 tower, at least for now.
Rival are a little bit too far forward here. You can see how Ice really wanted to go in again, but I like the fact that they didn't commit and chase Energy out. They got what they wanted. They had pressure on them because they'd lost 2 members. Instead, Energy just get kills there. Don't find a tier 2, but they can look towards the tier 1 in mid.
Still 1,000 gold, closer to Energy, evening up this game if they're able to find this tier 1 between the 2 tier 1 towers in mid and right earlier on.
Now the tier 1 will fall in mid unless Ice can get here in time with the squad. Tier 1 does fall down eventually, and Energy will walk away, happy to try and cut the gold lead just a little bit that Rival holds.
Portal Demon is going to be due to respawn soon, and I imagine that's exactly where Rival is going to be heading. If they want to, they've got enough of a lead that they can just push down that tier 1 tower on right, give Energy less of a retreat route in case of the next Portal Demon or Fire Giant fight.
Right inside, Deathwalker still level 18, 2-level lead over Demi still in this lane. This build we've seen a couple of times before has added a Witchblade to this. A lot of people don't recognize that Witchblade this time and day, if you use the auto attacks, it does apply a healing debuff, which is fantastic against the likes of a Guan Yu.
Deathwalker has some weird builds, but it's always subject to change, and I think that's the most important part. He doesn't just stick to one build all the time, and that's so important to just build for what you're up against and what your team has.
Now, with the tier 1 tower down the right-hand side, Rival are grouped around the Fire Giant. Portal Demon due up soon as well. As you can see, it's about to respawn, and Rival recognize that this is one of the corridors that Order have an advantage on of trying to funnel them all the way through where Emelito is right now.
We've seen so many fights right there. Deathwalker in this exact spot as the enemy team retreated yesterday, hit a 4-man taunt with Erlong Shen. You know they're comfortable fighting here. Demi is in a lot of trouble. Immediately cancels out the ultimate to stun out Ice Baby. Really intelligent play there.
It was really well played by Demi, and at the same time Ice Baby too. The Portal Demon is relinquished and given over to Rival because of that. Not in a position where Energy right there, but they're still trying to fight.
Kala's gonna eat that Kraken, but still alive. Meditation, a huge ultimate coming out of Deathwalker as well.
Kala's alive?
He's still up. Adapting's gonna clean him up on the backside finally, but it's not before 2 fall from Energy.
So MBK's very low, and the double tap from Adapting will get him a 2nd kill. Rapper's running from Ice Baby, will clean that one up as Ice now has to join in and try and bring down Adapting. Adapting is the last man standing here, as you can see at the back. Demi's just trying to push waves and retreat as well. The sustain will come through for a minute, but Adapting's still in trouble.
Nice idea for the wall, but it's not quite there. Ice cleans up his 8th kill. 8-0 and 8 right now on this Susano.
Deathwalker's going to be happy to chase down Demi here and just keep him busy. There's nothing really up in the jungle right now that we can see. The Rival could look to take maybe the speed buff on the right-hand side, but Demi's just buying himself time to stay alive and making sure Rival can't get any objectives.
Wolfie
like
could
the
just
Fire Giant.
turn around here and kill Demi, I think, but the miscommunication there, Wolfie thought he was going the other way around those mid-heartbeats. Instead, Demi just still kind of running around, again, buying time to make sure Rival don't group up and push an objective.
I do like what Susano does on the left-hand side, though. Ice Baby recognizing it's not worth killing Demi here and chasing him around. He's going to go and get a tier 1 tower on the left-hand side. Deathwalker now is going to look for the speed buff of energies as well, which was available, but he may be in a bit of trouble here.
Just now getting his ultimate, not going to get the buff either. This is what we saw earlier on from Deathwalker, just up a little bit too far.
Yaman's going to get the Kraken up, but it didn't hit in the center, so Deathwalker can continue to run away. Callus there to help heal and make sure Energy can't continue the chase. Speed buff stayed alive there for Energy, but still, Energy are really not doing well this game. Rival is still in control.
Well, without that Kraken, that is a win for Deathwalker, so he escapes and makes us eat our words. Not too far forward at all. Look at that cursed Ankh picked up by Deathwalker, not only going for the anti-heal in terms of the Witchblade, but with the Relic as well. Remember, no slow on it anymore, but it's more potent in terms of the anti-heal and the duration. It lasts forever.
And now with this gold lead, you can see their final items starting to come through for Rival, and Energy are quite far behind to try and contest this. This is why Rival want to keep pushing this advantage and trying to bait Energy into this Fire Giant pit.
And again, the sustain from coming out of Wolfie is enough to keep Rival healthy if necessary. Still doesn't have that Rod of Asclepius yet. He seems to really favor going this 5th item instead of 3rd like most other Raws seem to like to do. Really values his Ethereal Staff for that HP, and of course the additional damage, just getting a little bit of a percent off of everyone that he hits with a beam.
And all Energy are trying to do right now is stall and make sure Rival do not get the Fire Giant. Rival recognizing this though, are going to try and apply some pressure to this right-hand side. Tier 2 tower is exposed, adapting in the jungle on the Thor can look to initiate here. They have to be very careful, and that's why those wards placed down there. There may be 2 of them, but it's double vision to make sure they can keep an eye on this rotation potentially coming in from the jungler.
I really like this positioning from Rival, not going to risk it at the Fire Giant. Instead, just allow Ice Ice Baby to harass Adapting and Raffer on this left-hand side and allow their team to get enough space to poke down this tower.
Not a lot of poke onto the tower just yet. The wave clear for Energy under that tower isn't too bad with Scardy, as long as they've got her there and the Whirlpools. The minion waves are going to be shredded even through the raw sustain that could come out for them.
That's true, but if Yemen's using his Whirlpool to clear the wave, that's a big control skill that
Scratch
they can't
that.
use.
There's a better minion on the front line. That's Deathwalker. He's tanky enough. Melito took a lot of damage, so did Adapting. Half health already in this fight as Deathwalker's going to get re-sustained back up. Team Rival fall back, but Energy are not having it.
The Kraken hits Kalas and Deathwalker there, and a huge jump coming out of Adapting. Desert's Fury tearing through the enemy team, but Rival's already lost both of their frontline members.
And that's what the world champions are looking to do there. They waited for Rival to group up to try and resustain and said, none of that, boys, we're going to fight now. 3 members left of Rival are running from Energy Esports as they tear down this right-hand side, looking for vote MBK first of all. Rival are trying to support him, but recognize they have to back away, otherwise they could fall down too.
3 dead now for Rival, and it all just goes wrong so quickly. Kalas went so deep underneath that tier 2 tower. Deathwalker tanked it up, yes, but immediately got put down to about 20% HP. The heal from Wolfie was just too far forward. It was an easy Kraken for Yemen.
And now Ice Ice Baby trying to contest the Fire Giant and look for a cheeky steal away. Will not find it. Instead, he'll find a quick trip back to the fountain. And Energy Esports have a chance to even up some of this gold now by using this Fire Giant to take down these tier 2 towers and the Gold Fury.
There's a lot of gold on the map right now. Over 5,000 available for Energy to take between the towers and the Gold Fury, like you mentioned. And if they take all that, that's a lot of momentum. In fact, they'd be in the lead, not necessarily in terms of gold, but in terms of who's closer to winning the game, because it would only be Phoenix's left standing for Rival, whereas Energy, they still have 2 tier 2 towers on the outside lanes.
Just one fight, that's all it was. One fight in Energy just managed to turn this game back from being almost out of it back to an even game as it stands right now.
And that's what's so difficult, man. It doesn't matter if you've got a 10K, 11K, 12K gold lead, you cannot mess up. You cannot mess up one fight, or else Energy is going to, you can give them an inch and they will take 10 miles every single time.
Realistically, what Rival did there was the correct call though. They poked Energy very, very heavily and immediately fell back to resustain themselves to try and get an advantage for themselves. The problem was they tried to resustain too close to Energy, and it allowed Adapting and Yamin to come in and force that fight a little bit harder when they were trying to continue the engage, the re-heal.
Yeah, that heal was far too far forward, way too close to that tower line. Yemen it was just an easy Kraken, and yes, it was only onto the tanky targets, but Deathwalker was already low enough, and he's been doing such a good job of zoning out Yemen, zoning out Melito. Really, Rival needs that frontline capability, and without it, Energy just got to chase them down. Vote tried to get away, and I liked his idea to turn and fight, you know, the last stand, trying to put out as much damage as he can before he falls, but it was only a matter of time. Now Energy still has this Fire Giant for about 2 minutes.
Well, 30 minutes into the game as well now, so full builds are starting to be completed. You can see Energy are still behind in gold, though not reached those 6 items they'd like. A little bit closer there for Rival to be getting to that point, but this will help Energy catch up just a little bit with this tier 2 tower on the left-hand side. The question is, do Energy defend here? Sorry, do Rival defend here?
Looks like they want to. Deathwalker's going to teleport in and immediately take a decent chunk of his health bar. Sustain from Wolfie this time not too far forward, as the tower does fall below 50% HP.
Yeah, Rafa was tanking for a second, but doesn't want to take too many shots because that damage will continue to stack up and get a little bit worse each time. New minion wave coming in. Both teams have sustain as well. Remember, enough frontline for Energy to take shots at beat tanking the tower like Dimmy is doing now. Try and keep those minions alive to help them with the backdoor protections.
Now that gold lead down to about 3,000 or 4,000 gold. Rival still is up, but again, this Fire Giant, there's a lot of time left on this buff. Energy's not worried about that tier 2 tower on the right. They want this far side Phoenix.
Ice Baby's in mid lane on that Susano, looking to flank around the side. Energy, I'm not sure if they've spotted him just yet. They need to keep an eye on him though. He is a real threat. 8-1 and 8 on the Susano so far. Rafa still tanking the tower shots. It's going to take a long time without minions though to bring down this Phoenix, and Rival are just patiently waiting.
Look at all the penetration that Emilito has in that build though. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage to this Phoenix right away. There's the engagement a little bit there. Snipe off the mark though from Wolfie.
Cracking different story. Say it up with the amazing Eagles ride from Deathwalker will avoid the damage. Energy are being pushed back, and a big ultimate from Callus allows Wolfie to pick up the damage dealer in Emilito, and the sustain from Dimmy's down too. Yamin has to beat and run for his life. Adapting's Aegis is down. He spins to try and avoid getting knocked up, and luckily his hammer comes up in time, but that was a Fire Giant team of Energy.
Beautiful engagement there by Rival, and the focus again is on to Emilito. Both relics can't save him. You were mentioning that the backline peel for Rival isn't great, but the same can really be said for Energy. Dimmy's got the heals, yes, but needs to use his ultimate to CC anybody off of his Hunter. It wasn't enough. The commit was good, even without that snipe from Wolfie hitting.
2 members of Energy are dead for another 20 seconds, and Rival have grouped in mid lane here, trying to heal up as the minion wave comes in. They really want this Phoenix. No ultimates available for Energy that are alive anyway, and 3 men have to defend against the onslaught of Team Rival.
Deathwalker again trying to tank it up. Ice is really focused on to getting down, adapting. He pokes him out pretty heavily as Vote and the rest of Rival knock down the mid Phoenix.
The Phoenix goes down, and Rival take control of the game once again. Fire Giant is off all the members of Energy Esports now. 30 seconds on the respawn of that, but Energy can't easily contest this Fire Giant now that Fire minions are pouring in through mid.
Yeah, Yemen still pushing forward, trying to find the slow onto Ice Baby. Can't quite find it, even with that increased attack speed, but the Kraken catches up to the jungler.
The Fatalis allows him to close the gap enough, and Ice just hung around a little bit too long there. No relics were available for Ice Baby. He was trying to cause a distraction, but the problem was he got picked.
That is the worst timing to get picked. Fire Giant just respawned right now, and he's still got 45 seconds to wait before he can come back. What has been a great game for Ice Baby. Really hurts Rival, though, getting picked in that scenario.
Rival can get here in time to contest it, but fight isn't going to be too bad because both their carries have their relics available. Adapting takes to the sky very early on just to make sure he can see people coming and make sure that does not happen. He's not after kills there, Aggro. Do you see that? He just watched them and went, what are you going to do now? I'm out.
Just stun him away because Wolfie with the snipe has great steal potential, especially without Yemen's Kraken there to secure the Fire Giant over top of that damage. Again, Energy have 5 members with the Fire Giant.
Is this even at this point then? Fire Giant for one team, the other team having the Phoenix?
Yes, especially with the fact that there's still 2 tier 2 towers remaining for Energy, so that Titan, even if Rival were to take a fight pretty handily, that Titan's going to be pretty tanky. It would be difficult for Rival to really get that Titan down.
Well, we've not had too many games so far that have extended past 30 minutes of the LAN so far this weekend. But one thing to note is this is one of the first competitive games at this time frame where we're not seeing rituals now. So builds will be focused on those power potions. The elixirs may come in once again as Energy take the Gold Fury and make sure it's closer to being exactly even in gold, even in experience.
The old 3K pot. We haven't seen one of those in quite some time. I don't think we're quite there yet. A lot
Close,
of...
but not yet. Not yet.
Exactly. A lot of power potions, I'm sure, but at this stage, I mean, the items should be basically complete across the board.
Is there a team that has an advantage just on comps in terms of late game compositions here?
Clearly, both teams are capable of winning these late game engagements, even with Wolfie missing his snipe, and the fact that he's gone for the Spectral Armor instead of the Rod of Tahuti does hurt Team Rival. And don't get me wrong, I like the Spectral Armor pickup for Wolfie, especially up against a character like Thor or Guan Yu that have channeled abilities that can proc it and you can fear them away and cancel out the majority of their damage. but a lot of what Ra can bring to the late game is just instantly one-shotting someone with the one ult combination. Without Rod of Tahuti, Wolfie doesn't really have that. Now that Yaman has his rod completed, I think Energy just have a little bit more damage across the board.
Well, the world champions are going down mid lane right now, looking their nose towards this middle Phoenix. There is a tier 2 on the right to take, but answering back the Phoenix that is down at their own in mid is very important to them now. I'm not sure if they really want to take this fight, however.
They could. I mean, again, it's just about knocking down those fire minions, like you said, and trying to get in there. The Phoenix does look like it's affected by that Emperor's armor coming out of Raffer. He's the one. No, it's Dimmy. Raffer usually the one to get it, but Dimmy had the gold.
Keep an eye on Ice Ice Baby. He's on the left-hand side, but he's going to step on a ward now, and they might try and collapse onto him as Ice Ice actually going to clear the ward out. Raffer will just keep him busy on the front side for a second now. They're waiting for the next minion wave to come in. We'll see if they can get this Phoenix.
Adapting knows where Ice Ice Baby is. He knows that that's where he's been coming into these fights every time, trying to flank from the side.
Dimmy fighting with Deathwalker on the front side. Emilito's just patiently waiting at the back here. Rafa gets the pluck onto Callis and into the whirlpool. The snipe comes out here in Emilito, and Rafa took a lot more damage than he would have liked there, as well Caldeir forced to run away on just 2 hits of health.
What a quick med coming out of Raffer there. As soon as that snipe hit Emilito, immediately meds him up, then the conviction heals coming out of Dimmy. That's exactly the whole point of this composition, is to just heal up that scenario.
Not just med though, but the Shelly's down, and now push out Rival, and Adapting's in the sky looking for an opportunity. They look for Vote at the moment. Vote's on his own, and he's going to get an Aegis. Good peel from Callis. The wall from Adapting did not help. On the backside though, Ice Ice Baby and Deathwalker and Wolfie are taking it to the other 3 of Energy. They get 1, they're going to not get 2 until the man Bellona falls.
Raffer's so low, but he got a lot of HP in that build. Ice plucked back into the enemy team of Energy. Adapting knocked up. There's the Furious Roar as well, but Adapting escapes with 1 HP. Ice Ice Baby trying to chase him down.
Jungler versus Jungler, the old and the new will take the life of the world champion. Jungler Adapting for Energy. Rafa, meanwhile, being chased down by Raw through the jungle back to his own half of the map. It's not long until he falls down, especially because Callis is going to join the fray.
There's the snipe to secure it as well. Only Dimmy left standing. 3 members here from Team Rival, and Wolfie is one of them, which is very, very important, because the fact that Ice Ice Baby is low is irrelevant with that raw sustain.
Ninja Dimmy has got a lot of hard work to do here. I don't think Rival can end the game with the 2 tier 2 towers still being up and these characters available. They ping towards the middle Phoenix though, and instead they're going to fall back towards the Portal Demon instead of looking to go for that Phoenix.
This is the safer call. Rafford has bought too much time, distracted Wolfie and Callis for too long for Rival to get that middle Phoenix. Emilito and Yaman both respawning right now. This would have been right as Rival was trying to get that middle Phoenix. Smart call here by Rival.
All 5 members of Rival are alive. A couple more seconds until Energy Esports will respawn fully. The Fire Giant Pit at the moment is keep an eye on the wards there. That's the main thing to do. You can see a lot of sentries on both teams. Vision, very important around this. 1 pick at this stage could spell disaster.
I mean, we saw what happened whenever Ice Ice Baby got picked and allow Energy to get a free Fire Giant, which clearly hasn't been too much of a problem for Rival, who've defended both from Energy so far.
Free tier 2 on the right-hand side coming up for Rival right now. Energy will not be in a position to defend that one, so continuing to extend the gold lead that Rival have once again in this game. It's been a bit of a seesaw battle between the two, as you can see the graphs.
It really has been. I mean, this is a game now we're pushing almost 40 minutes, and Rival has been in control for the majority of it. It's been little fights here and there that have allowed Energy to grab that Fire Giant, extending the game.
Let's see what Rival can do next. Dimmy on the forefront, looking to poke out Rival, who are just going to sustain back up.
But Wolfie uses Purification Beads, and not only that, that procs that Spectral Armor that's down for another 80 seconds. So not only is Wolfie relevant or exposed in terms of that Spectral Armor being down, but he can't use that Purification Beads if he gets dunked by Adapting.
You can see Yaman in mid lane just dropping the Whirlpool to make sure his wave will push. You've got to keep an eye on that mid lane at all times, because if one of the members of Rival are left alone, they'll take that Phoenix for free as this dance around the Fire Giant continues.
Don't forget, though, that Wolfie has upgraded that Purification Bead, so it's up 30 seconds earlier than it would be normally.
Nice little pillar from Vote there, allowing Rafa to get a little bit of poke damage, but with Guan Yu on the side of Energy, both teams having some sustain, You'll be able to heal back up before the next engagement. Callus being looked at by Rafa, plucked towards the enemy team, but it's not going to be anything to write home about until Adapting takes to the sky.
Might be looking at Wolfie, but the focus on Emilito. Nice crack and peels for the Hunter as Deathwalker is trying to handle multiple members of the carries. The snipe is good from Wolfie, but not enough to knock anybody down.
Not just yet, and Energy looking to retreat a little bit, but their front line of Rafa and Dimmy are doing pretty good work. Rival also healing up on the backside, and Dimmy went for a different route away from his team. He takes a little bit more punishment. He'll survive for now. Both teams still alive.
Nice juke there from Dimmy, gets him out of that jet stream coming from Ice Ice Baby, and then the Wind Siphon was just not off cooldown in time to pull the solo laner back in.
Couple of problems though for Energy. Look at their relic situation. Only Yamin has his relics up. Left-hand side though, look at Rival's composition. You've got Vote MBK with both relics up, and Wolfie still has his Aegis. This could be a good fight for Rival.
Ice getting very low off that pluck. Dimmy going right for him into that backline with the cavalry charge, but Ice able to dash away. That snipe from Wolfie is ready to go. That CDR that he has a little bit of his build, really, really strong right
Energy
now.
looking to push on, and Deathwalker was the last one through the little closed gap, and he's going to get picked off. The snipe from Wolfie here Adapting, but it wasn't enough to bring him down. 1-0. 60 seconds plus in a 4v5 for Rival now.
Deathwalker does have teleport, but 60 seconds away from being able to use it. Multiple members of Energy back here because they've got that ward coverage on the Fire Giant. Yamin and Emilito hung around just in case, but they knew the Rival was a little bit too weak to pull that objective.
It was also because of the fact that Dimmy was completely out of mana there as well, and they had no sustain left in them, so they have to trade that drip back, at least Dimmy does, to make sure he can continue to heal up his team.
And his meditation is almost up, and that's so important for the Guan Yu, not only for additional healing, but to keep that mana pool healthy.
A couple of Masamunes on both sides now. I can see 2 on the side of Rival and 1 for Energy. Adapting's going up here as they look at the Fire Giant. They were trying to bait in Rival. Ice Ice Baby could be the focus. Cancel that, it's Wolfie!
He's blocked back into the enemy team. Aegis is good, but not good enough. Emilito gonna pick up his 5th kill of the game, putting Energy at the even 20.
Just want to keep your eyes on Deathwalker. He's still not alive, but his teleport is coming. Is available, and he's about to respawn. Ice Ice can't get in here alone, though.
But at this stage, Rival's already defended 2 5-member Fire Giants at this stage. You may as well just give this one up. No sense in getting yourself at a bigger disadvantage. Try and buy time for Wolfie to respawn and take that fight once he does.
The problem for both these teams is how often have they been in these late game scenarios as of late? No rituals available for them this time round. The games go a little bit longer because everybody is on an even keel. No team really has an advantage in this other than Energy right now because of that Fire Giant.
No 3K pots on either side quite yet either. Looks like Wolfie's gone for that Breastplate of Valor now. Still hasn't sold that Dynasty Plate Helm. The 1700 gold tier 2 kind of transition item, not really helping him out as much at this stage in the game. If he gets enough gold to sell that for a Rod of Tahuti, that could be a big difference maker.
Well, Energy at the moment are falling back. Rafa went in alone there. The rest of Energy were around. Rafa gets impaled into the wall. He needs support from Emilito because of that. Rafa's really low. Deathwalker thinking about it. Ice Ice thinking about it. Pushing forward. Will the call be engaged? No. Rival are happy to just poke out Rafa enough and walk away.
That is a big cooldown though, because lurking in the waters is Raffer's only option to get out of that whirlwind of rage and steel from Kalas. And if Kalas can deliver Raffer on a silver platter to Vote, you can see just how much damage he was doing to Raffer. Even that small time he got some auto attacks off, that could be enough to really turn a fight in Rival's favor.
It was one of those things though where it's just a small miscommunication from Energy, and you don't get to say that too often, do you?
No, they've been around so long, they've been together for so long that you really don't expect to see that very often. In that scenario, yeah, it does kind of stink, but not a whole lot of danger in terms of that. Good CDR on that Mantle of Discord from Raffer, so that ultimate going to be off cooldown pretty soon.
Well, now the waiting game is here. The Fire Giant is still on all 5 members of Energy. Not too much longer though, and they're not really happy about trying to siege up Phoenixes, even though they've had the Fire Giant before. You've mentioned it. Rival have managed to hold on.
Every single time, Energy had a failed push on this left-hand side, and that looks to be the Phoenix that they're looking for. And this is smart because not only is it the farthest away from the Fire Giant, but it's also the only lane where they have a tower. So if Rival want to make that counter push and knock down the enemy Phoenix to even up the fire minions, it's going to take them even longer to do so.
Keep an eye on Ice Ice, who's sat in mid lane once again, looking to flank around the back if anyone on Rival can get members of Energy low on the front lines. Let's have a listen in to Energy here as they look to siege down this Phoenix.
Susanna from back.
I don't get poking yet. Poke junction.
Just fucking chase the Susano, like Thor and Scotty, just fucking chase him.
No.
Just focus on the siege for now. I've got a ward there again.
You want me to ult this?
sure.
No.
Problem is, Emil
I think
can't
they,
go
if they fight us afterwards, it's bad, right? Poke Bellona.
Susano behind us
Susano's
again.
fine. Susano's fine.
Okay. Just keep an eye
Do
on
we not
him.
have a sentry? Do we not have a sentry? Yeah, I'm looking for him.
Maybe put a normal bait to clear it and then we go on him.
Yeah.
Behind us now.
Behind us.
Susano's here.
Going
Susano's here.
David,
Susano's here.
We're really poked.
Yeah, look for them. Susano from behind. Susano from behind.
They're gonna me.
Tanner's down.
Oh, Malt's down.
Careful, heal up.
Careful.
Yeah.
Heal up now. Heal up now. Heal up now.
Good crack, good crack.
Get out. Get out.
Heal up, heal up.
Sustain.
Heal up. Same again. I have brawlers on me. So
Just
it's
relax.
fine.
We'll shot for Susano from behind again.
Push this now, push this now.
I need healer.
Yeah, Susano's ahead of us.
I'm out.
Well, Energy are calm under pressure there. They recognize how important Susano was, but they found that pick onto Callus, and they can't defend now. Rival of that Phoenix on the left-hand side. Immediately, Energy look to group in mid. The sustain is what they were after, but there goes Deathwalker!
Big Eagles rally, and then Ice pulls 2 into the Phoenix. Yamin, 1 HP. Vote's gonna be able to pick him up. Emil running for his life.
They can win this
Deathwalker
game!
cleans him. Vote finds 2. Dimmy forced to run and just able to survive.
And Ice Ice will chase them down to make sure they can't get away here. Dimmy's looking to try and find a way out of this. The rest of Rival are going to pile down the mid lane and get that Phoenix. Rafa, realizing this trouble, needs to base to try and defend the Titan. The respawns are so long here, Aggro.
Dimmy's gonna fall. It's only Raffer here to defend, and he's got to do it for 45 seconds. The only difference is, can Deathwalker stay healthy enough to tank up this Titan?
The old and the new, and the old are in trouble right now. Yes, they're at 1 game, but Rival are gonna make it a best of 1 if they can bring down this Titan. Rafa flips Deathwalker away. He's trying to body block the best he can. The surrender vote has started, and Rival have defeated Energy Esports in a 46-minute extended game.
So close all throughout, but really, Rival was in control all game long. It was just Energy battling back, taking small wins here and there. One fight here means a Fire Giant, another fight, another Fire Giant, and again, Rival defends against 5 members with Fire Giant on their Phoenix. The calm under pressure from Rival is just so impressive.
That was all composure for me from both teams. It was all about composure. Whoever could keep the composure the longest won that set. Energy had great composure in the comms, so at the same time did Rival. They were in a 4v5 then.
But Energy makes a rookie mistake in taking the aggressive way to the middle of Phoenix. If they just go through the jungle and loop around, Deathwalker doesn't find multiple with that Eagles rally. Really, really strong play. Deathwalker just waiting until the right time to engage. He had a great game on that Bellona.
Not many people believe Rival could get themselves to this point, yet alone make it a 1-1 against Energy and force it to be a full best of 3. Can they go to Masters as the actual victor of the gauntlet, or will it be Energy? The desk can break down that game.
Desk, how you feeling?
That was absolutely phenomenal. The patience, especially from Rival, that's exactly what I wanted to see the first time around in game number 1, but this time it came through, and that's, I mean, it speaks for itself. Deathwalker found his moment.
Listen, man, this was exactly what I expected out of Team Rival. Yes, they played risky, they played fast and loose, but that's what this team does. Ice Ice Baby leading the charge with that Susano jungle, just making sure that nobody really gets too far out of his grasp, able to pull them back into the team fight whenever Energy was looking to disengage, and of course, the hot first blood.
Yeah, Rival had like a lot of momentum going into that game. They were ahead throughout the entire game. I'm just after that last fight.
It was so funny. I'm sitting here watching it with Ducky, and I actually put it on Twitter. So Energy take the left Phoenix and they go to the right, and we both like start packing up our stuff and double checking our notes. Yeah, I guess that's Energy's. All of a sudden, before he finishes, Deathwalker jumps in, and it's that instantaneous burst, which is what Rival has won a lot of their team fights off of. And then, well, we just watched them walk up the mid lane and win the game.
The game went to a point where Ice Ice didn't even want boots anymore. There's just a certain point in every single game where you see it even with like any of the damage gods, really. Like Scotty, for instance, Emil had Breastplate of Valor on the Scotty. It's just, you hit the stent and you just want to build defense or not even use boots, just opt for a movement speed item with power in it.
Well, what we saw, it wasn't just the jungler, but it was also the solo laner going with the Masamune. They didn't need the boots.
Yeah, Deathwalker had Wingblade and Masamune, so he had enough movement speed to keep up with the enemies. and so did Ice Ice. He had the Stone Cutting, Masamune, and I think it was Wingblade?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they didn't really need the boots, more damage, and it worked out.
Yeah, I'll take that 50 damage anytime. And of course, if we take a look at the numbers, it all added up. Very, very close match. 27-21. Blackjack not enough for Energy to take this game. But look at the player damage in between. 156 to 135. That's, well, one, that's incredibly high. A lot of damage, a lot of team fights, a lot of action, but it's also incredibly close. Late game, what's 20,000 damage?
I'm also taking a look at that damage mitigated. NRG, nearly 40,000 almost.
Yeah.
And that's just incredible seeing how much they could have possibly been mitigating, considering that the healing factors are actually incredibly close. I mean, Raw only 5k above the opposition of Guan Yu.
Just a lot of fun, and we'll take a look at a deeper look at that damage mitigated. I think this is one of the more important stats here for game number 2, just because of it. So a lot of what we were saying, I saw Zapman say it on Twitter, and Ducky and I had a conversation about the fact that whoever was doing the initiation was going a little bit too deep. Raffer was going really deep on that Sobek, and Deathwalker was going really deep on that Bellona, but look at the amount of damage they were able to mitigate.
And Raffer alone, I mean, it's actually crazy to me how he's nearly twice as much as Callus, but if you look at the way that both of their playstyles came out in that last game, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think the draft overall for Team Rival wasn't the best on paper, but when you take into account who the players are, Wolfie on his Comfort Ra, you've got Deathwalker on his Comfort Bellona, and then Callus on the Comfort Xing Chen. He's an Ares player. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to make these aggressive plays, dive deep, and just hurt people. That's where the Xing Chen comes in. Not a huge fan of most of these characters in their spots, the way they were put together, but that's what it's about. Each team is different, and they made it work.
It's time and time again we see it with players. I mean, if you have your comfort pick, meta doesn't necessarily matter, and that's why we tend to see a lot of teams branching out past that standpoint, and you can see it over and over again. Aegir's like probably the best example. Those guys hate playing to the meta for the most part. Like, they do their own thing for a reason, and it works out because they trust themselves and they trust each other, and it's all coming back into that team chemistry. And that's probably the best display I could think of is that game with Rival.
I mean, even Lion Guard, you guys, Shadow Nightmare bringing out the Kukulkans and some of the odd picks. What is the value of a comfort pick or something that you just know the ins and outs of versus the strong meta?
I think comfort pick, I think it's a lot better to go with that over, like, say, the Kabrakan earlier that we were talking about, and why people aren't picking it. Because at LAN, you're going to be nervous, you're going to be, a little bit off your game. But if you have a comfort pick, you're much more ready to go, much more confident.
Yeah, and so even though Kabrakan might be one of the best characters out there, at least at level 1 and, well, maybe even at level 20, if you don't have it in your wheelhouse, you're better off doing something you know. So that's what we're seeing here. The final match, Game 3, picks and bans, P's and B's, pretty please. Let's get right to it. NRG versus Team Rival. They're the ones that have the second pick this time around. NRG will have the first, and we'll see where they go.
And I just don't expect Wolfie to get Raw again.
You can't.
It's too much. I mean, multiple points, just non-stop snipes.
It's like the Andenster. We saw Andy the other day, and teams don't want to ban a Ra. You don't want to ban Ra. He's not a top ban right now, but when you're in this position, that's why I think it's so valuable to take a comfort pick or something outside of the meta and bring it and make it devastating, because you take away one of the important bans and you make the enemy team sort of waste it. So Energy, it's their time. They've already banned out the Circuit. We'll see if they want to go with the Ra, but the Kepri already taken away.
And Ducky, as a solo laner, you got to see, or we all got to see the Guan Yu and how that played out for Dimmy. And I know that you've gotten a chance to face off against him multiple times, but how do you feel that worked out? Like, would you prefer to see Dimmy on a different kind of play style?
I think the Guan Yu worked out quite well, especially against the Ra. They needed more sustain to keep up the fights and continue going, but I think the Guan was fine. Maybe they needed a bit more initiation so that the Sobek didn't take so much damage during the fight to the Phoenix, but other than that, I thought it was okay.
Yeah, I gotta piggyback on that one, absolutely. I think without that Guan, I think that Team Rival wins that game a lot earlier than they wind up winning it, and Energy aren't as close to taking it as they were in game number 2, because Dimmy's ability to keep we saw it 30,000 to 25,000 healing. That 25,000 healing isn't there. Rival just takes it and runs with it. The Susano ban coming out from Energy. Do you think Ice Ice maybe played well enough to ban that one?
I think he played superb. Honestly, he was really confident. However, I'm surprised that they let the Hu Yi go through after the game 1 performance from Emil.
Yeah?
But instead decided to ban the Fafnir, and they went for 4 over the Skadi. I don't know.
Well, you know, we talked about comfort picks, and at the end of the day, adapting Thor is the definition, right? I mean, that is the ubiquitous jungle pick. Adapting on Thor. When you think Smite, I mean, all our hype videos have adapting Thor coming down and dunking on somebody for good reason. So not only does adapting Thor create dangerous situations, he can initiate, he can disengage, he can just surprise the enemy, he can control the pace of the game. And in a game 3, an elimination match, that's what you're looking for. You're looking to get control over the enemy.
And plus, with Circuit and Susanna being taken off the table already, that is probably the safest environment for a Thor to prosper. They're probably 2 of the best gods for canceling out any of his abilities. So it's for the best, really, that he just takes what he feels the best on.
I mean, the best anti-Thor is Thanatos. I mean, but we've already discussed. I really want to see a Thanatos.
I don't think we'll be seeing a Thanatos anytime soon. If it happens, I will call Caster's Curse 100%, but there's just, I can't imagine why they would offer a Thanatos.
On a realistic note, you don't ban Capri if you're going to pick the Thanatos. So not going to happen. What is going to happen is the Scotty and Bologna on the side of Team Rival. Already looking very scary, but finally, there he is. It's J-Man Janice. I've been waiting for this pick all weekend, and I guess I'm going to ask the player straight up. Giannis can literally walk through walls. He can 2-shot players. Why do we not see this mage more often?
Well, I'm not really sure. We banned it in our game against Elevate because we assumed they would just go straight past.
Yeah, Nulissa.
Yeah, straight past the front line, straight to the back line, destroy your carries. I guess people don't pick it because they want more follow-up for the CC. Like, say, Isis as well. She can set up for herself. She has a protection from the ultimate, etc.
Very true, very true. Either way, Giannis will finally be selected by the guys on Energy. The Isis coming out for Wolfie. Very different playstyle than what we've seen out of the Ra. The Ra he's using pretty much just as a big bang machine, just look to murder the other guy. Isis, more control-oriented.
I'm expecting a lot of aggression out of Rival already with these 3 gods. I mean, you've got the Scotty, Bologna, Isis. That is some early game dominance that you're trying to establish.
And right there, Ducky, you were asking about it. Team Rival said, all right, if we got lucky in the first round, we're banning out the Ho Yi. We don't want to see Emil rock that one. And the Scotty selected as well, so very interested to see where Energy goes with respect to their Hunter. Team Rival, however, option on their side of the coin. Scotty, Bologna, and Isis already selected, so likely looking for a jungle and a support.
For Rival, I would like to see Medusa, potentially. Not a Medusa. I say that for a little bit there on the Scotty pick, but as far as the support is concerned, Callus has had to really be the one flexing more so than anybody else on Rival. He hasn't had an opportunity yet to get away with the Fafnir pick. So with Terra being unavailable as well as Amir, Kepri, and Fafnir, he's really having to dive deep here. Whether or not he tries to run back the Xing 10, I don't see it very likely, but
I want an Ares.
I'm not certain about that.
So Ares would create a bad situation for Scotty. There's a Kali. All right, bringing out the peppers. We're getting spicy here. That is a late game carry. We haven't seen her in a while. Ducky, talk to me.
I don't know. I don't know why we haven't seen her. She's a really strong character. I guess you need the early game to make sure she transitions well. And you got the Isis, the Bologna, the Scad. They all win their lane. They all get pressure.
Yep.
So the Kali should be fine. Should be fine to get the speed buff. Maybe invade even.
I would love to see a mid-game hunter come out for mid-game pick here come out for Rival. This way you have the handoff. That's one of my favorite team compositions. Early game, you let Isis do the thing, then you give it to the mid-game, and then you let Kali do the nonsense late game. I like the Chronos selection a lot here from Energy. Since the removal of the Fatalis effect on Accelerate, we haven't seen much Chronos, but he's still extremely potent come the late game. Chronos and Giannis are going to be able to dance with Kali in that late game. I think that's a nice matchup. The Athena You were talking supports. How you feeling about Athena, Taco?
I love Athena here. It provides the global presence that can compensate for the Yanis on the side of NRG. Expecting a lot of engagements from Yemen on this Yanis, and also the disengaged is a concern. But with an Athena available, you always have an extra person at your side.
See, I really wanted to see the Ares. It would provide a lot of the damage, specifically in the mid game. But with the Kali selection, I just don't think you need the damage anymore. The Athena on Kalis is going to be a great selection. This is one of the gods that he leaned on a lot when he substituted for Paradigm out in DreamHack. This is going to be a really, really nice look for Team Rival. Game 3, this one's for all the chickens. Who do you think takes it?
I think Rival. They've got a lot of early game pressure and then the Kali to kick in late.
Can Rival topple the defending world champs?
I really like Rival's draft here. And it's fun.
Listen, man.
It's always fun to go against the expected.
I'm going for the purple. We'll see what Aggro and Hindu have on the call.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I will say is there's so many things in this picks and ban section that you could look over and go in detail about. There's not enough time, so we'll just let you guys at home do that as we look down the rosters. I went past Deathwalker, who just nipped to the bathroom between that set, and he said, "You ready for a 50-minute game?" Then there's Kali. So I'm like, okay.
Oh, he meant they were going to lose in 15 minutes with Kali.
50.
Right? 50.
Sorry,
my
bad.
Yeah. Your
50-minute
accent, man.
I know. On top of that, though, I also saw Emilito today. He went, "Hey, you know the Energy Chronos kid isn't in this client?" And I'm like, "What are you going to play Chronos for? No one plays Chronos." And he gave me a smile, and I was like, "No, you're not going to do it. Don't be silly." He pulls out Chronos as well, so...
In the game 3 as well. I honestly like the Chronos pick here. It doesn't do as bad as I think a lot of people think. Remember, yes, he lost that Fatalis effect on his Accelerate, but he also got a lot of extra damage on the 3rd and 4th quadrants of that Accelerate as well. So he's doing more damage than ever. Plus, if you build Fatalis on the Chronos, it feels a little awkward at times, but you do more damage with that build than the standard Winged Blade that we used to see on the Chronos, because you're adding penetration instead of just that health. So you lose a little bit of survivability, but you add damage in terms of the Fatalis adding pen.
Not personally know too much about the Chronos versus Scotty matchup, but I do know Chronos has some advantages that other normal hunters wouldn't, such as being able to stun Kaldare at the same time and still penetrate through for damage, and even catch the Scotty as well.
This is what you expect to see in the mid lane, is Isis winning out and push, even with a Kali on the team. And on the desk, they were talking about how Ducky specifically was saying, this is good for the Kali because every lane has pressure. And while that's true, Rival have to play this very, very tight to the vest, because if they lose pressure in a lane, then Energy and Adapting are going to be all over it and pressuring that lane, and by extension, Ice Baby.
But I like what Rival did at the start here. They didn't do anything crazy looking for invades. What they're doing is they're taking those neutral camps in the middle. That will give them a small lead that they can continue to snowball with these lane pressure that they do have for themselves. Trying to go deep into Energy's jungle early on can spell disaster if things go wrong.
Especially with a Kali. I mean, yeah, Isis is as good as it gets in terms of fighting early on in the mid, but you do not want to be fighting early with Kali. Really needs a multitude of items before Kali can fight effectively.
3 bombers yet again for Energy in this game, just making sure they really utilize the sustain from the jungle camps that they can get if they share them wisely. Energy are level 3 in the mid lane and in the duo lane as well, as Callus is on an Athena this time round. One of his old school gods to go to be fair, when he first started the scene, when he played for Paradigm back in the day, Athena was one of his go-to gods, and he's bringing it out here, which is great to synergize with Kali.
Exactly, and the Isis, I think, is the big synergistic there, is the taunts into the Spirit Ball, guaranteed long-range CC that can lock someone down for a long time. My only worry is there isn't a lot of burst off of that CC. Kali in the late game, sure, can shred anybody.
Adaptim was trying to get back towards mid lane, then got poked for a second. The Oracles end up trading out, which is pretty good overall for Rival, as they did pressure the mid lane at the same time there.
And that's one of those little interactions that you'll see throughout this game, is that Ice can use that incense in order to stun Adapting out of not only the Berserker's Barrage, but that Mjolnir's Attunement as well. Maybe catch Adapting sleeping. Though I don't think I've seen anybody get CC'd with their hammer in midair and beads and teleport to it in time more than Adapting does it. He's the best at that.
Well, he is a world champion for a reason. Seen with one of the best players in the world. He's going to start paying close attention now to the Bellona in the solo lane. Deathwalker has had a fantastic tournament. Level 5 above Dimmy already early on. Adapt is not going to be able to find the pressure he wants to try and continue allowing Dimmy to farm.
But I'm looking at Dimmy in this matchup quite a bit, because we've seen Energy in these do-or-die situations time and time again throughout the last 2 years that they've been world champions. And who always seems to have a great game 5 or a great game 3 when needed? Dimmy, and I love the fact that they put him on one of his most comfortable characters.
Say,
even when it's not in the meta necessarily, he's on a signature tier.
All you end up really seeing in those crunch games is Fearless Power Cleave comes out from Dimmy or the Lawbringer. Ice Baby, though, pulling out this Carly. We've not seen Carly in quite a while. Clearly, it's a pocket pick that they've wanted to look for this game. And we'll just see how relevant Carly can be. But that rotation was not the wisest. He got his beads, too.
Very late beads as well. Just, you know, I mean, it doesn't really end up mattering in terms of how much damage he takes, but wasn't sure if he wanted to, I suppose. Very surprised to see the Kali. I liked the idea from Energy to ban out Ice Baby. We saw Serket Susano, their first 2 bans. A Hunbats in that second ban phase as well. I was really hoping to see his Fenrir, though. That's one of his most signature gods.
This speed buff, though, is being looked at by Rival now as they go aggressive. Adapting takes to this guy early on. Speed buff reset, but Adapting's looking for the fight. 4 members group from Rival, and he'll hit 3.
There's the up and down from Deathwalker. There's the ultimate from Athena as well. But again, Rival force Energy off of this speed buff enough to try and secure it, but it goes Rival's way.
But Ice has no beats this time round. Took a bit of poke as the Lawbringer out from Dimmy. No Fearless this time. Rival are not going in, but a Baby is.
A 4-man stun coming out of Kali, but just not enough follow-up. The Spirit Ball was on cooldown there from Wolfie. Good damage over the wall. Nice Spirit Ball as well, but Raffer's going to be able to get out of danger.
Still a win for Rival, though. They get the speed. They're going to get the blue, and look at the left-hand side. Vote has stolen away the red buff, and now looking to the purple.
Emelito does not here in order to contest his own buffs all across the map. Rival exerting that pressure that they've drafted, and look at Ice Baby, just no nerves whatsoever, jumping into 4 players as a level 6 Kali.
And that's one thing I was a little bit concerned about, because we talked about composure at the end of the last set and how important it was to keep it. We'll go into an even game against the world champions. You might be having a bit of a nosebleed as Rival, because this would have been a dream you would have been thinking about in bed at night, going, get to the finals, try and beat Energy, and you've done it once, and you're in that deciding game. You've got to keep that composure just one more time. Right now, they look very, very composed.
And Rival's played a good number of games so far this weekend, and Ice has not played any Kali, and that is not a character that you can just kind of pick up and play. It's a lot of, you know, intricacies on when you want to hold that ultimate, who you want to go on. Yeah, obviously your target is who you usually want to go on. That's not always the right play. Kali is definitely one of the more rhythm characters, I feel like, in terms of getting in and out of team fights at the right timings. So Ice already looking pretty comfortable.
Deathwalker yet again has a 2-level lead over Dimmy. I think I've been saying that all day so far, and Dimmy's in a bit of trouble here. Lawbringer just came up, but the Eagles rally was waiting. Dimmy is soloed by Bologna.
So now, again, Dimmy usually comes up big in these games, but he also has a tendency to get soloed in these games as well. It's just that when it comes to team fights, he has a great time. So it's just about getting out of this laning phase. The problem is, if Deathwalker gets a massive lead, and he's already well on his way to doing just that, it'll be difficult for Energy to handle him. Deathwalker has just done it time and time again on this Bologna.
There's been a lot of solo laners over in Europe that have claimed the throne of being the potentially best solo laner to come out of Europe. Zalia, Game Hunter, Maniac, all those once upon a time. You've got Dimmy on that list, obviously, as well, who's still relevant right now, a little bit more so than the others. But then you've also now got Deathwalker, who's really making a play to be recognized as a real danger factor for teams to go against.
Deathwalker, and then you've got Variety, of course, for Dignitas. For me right now, I think Maniac is playing
mid lane bait onto Giannis. Yamin didn't see that one coming. Gonna cost him his beads early on.
And that's just the power of the Athena-Isis combination. There's enough damage between the two of them that you have to use Purification beads early on. If you do not, then that Circle of Protection is going to come down. You're locked in place for the shield wall, and that's a lot of burst damage.
But Emelito's hanging around mid lane right now. He's leaving pressure for Vote MBK to push on the left-hand side, looking to try and help out the mid lane of Energy at the cost of the duo side.
Speed buff due to respawn, and that's why we see this grouping from Energy. All 5 members here to try and defend the buff from Ice Baby, but he gets it anyways.
Ice Baby taking a different route out while stun adapting, but jumps over the wall away from the stuff from Emelito. Yamin giving chase, no portal available. Good damage out of Emelito. The wall going to cut the option off. Ice forced to ult, but adapting's gone to the sky.
Just waiting out that destruction ultimate, but the snipe's going to take care of him for him.
Callus gets dunked up by adapting. The double tap not used there, just a single as Deathwalker reinitiates again. Spirit Ball from Wolfie will follow up, and and Rafa gets taunted in, but the pull from Yamin just too good to answer.
Whoa.
Round the back comes Vote, though, as Dimmy does take out Callus.
It's just too late. Vote didn't come in time. He said he stole away the red buff when Rival really needed him there to fight.
And now Vote's going to take on Emelito. Emelito wisely rewinding straight away. Walks towards Wolfie and Deathwalker, but they're too low in either health or mana to really continue the pressure.
I liked the idea there from Rival. Wolfie dropping his ultimate to just try and give Ice Ice Baby a little bit of extra damage mitigation and, of course, that heal. But Yamin just hits Ice with that raw snipe, allowing Adapting to not have to dive underneath that tower. If Ice is able to dodge that through space and time, that fight might go Rival's way.
For Rival, there's two things to watch if you're supporting Rival and want the underdogs to win here. They are the underdogs after all. You're looking at that Carly. Keep an eye on that level. If you can keep pace with Adapting on that Thor, relevancy is the key. Carly getting to late game is so much more monumentally stronger than that of Thor. Same can be said, though, for the Scardy. Scardy's got to keep farming because Vote's going to have to come into this late game to be another distraction that Energy have to deal with.
Ice Ice Baby not leveling his 3 after the Lash. Usually that's what we see from Collies because of the fact that you get an extra power boost by leveling that 3. Instead, really relying on a little bit of extra damage from the jump, as well as some extra heal. Remember, you heal off of the targets that you land on with that jump. Maybe looking for that just outright burst damage from the 1-2 combination.
Oracle's contested by both there and will be split evenly, so that ward placed down by Energy, very useful for them to keep control of that pit. Rival really focused on just controlling their own jungle and only really agreeing to fight around Energy's speed buff every single time.
Look at all the wards placed by Emelito right now on this Chronos. He's a little bit behind, not only in his build, but in levels as well, due to all the aggression.
Adapting goes mid, space and time didn't hit Wolfie, and Wolfie will survive, and the potential to turn this around is here. Deathwalk around the back, but a great portal from Yamin will stop him. Rafa, however, is cleaned up as he was trying to escape and keep Rival busy.
Just too much CC coming out of Rival's composition for Rafa to be that deep into them. The taunt, even with the Spirit Ball missing due to some miscommunication, it doesn't matter. The CC chain is good enough, and Rafa falls.
One kill for Deathwalker so far, one kill for Wolfie on the side of Rival. Across the way, one of those kills went to Dimmy, the other towards Giannis, so it's an even game with where the kills have gone. Dual lane, rewind forced at the cost of Vote's ultimate there, 1 for 1.
Definitely worth it for Vote in that scenario. Emelito is definitely a little bit more susceptible to those ganks without the rewind compared to Scotty without Winter's Grasp.
But no rewind this time, and Ice Ice turns up. Athena on the way too. Stun gonna force the beats. Stunning response coming out from Emelito, but he's taking a lot of poke from Caldair too. The taunt follow-up gives Ice Ice Baby the first kill to get him on his way.
Love the idea to hold destruction there just in case, trying to get away from Rafa and Yamin. Yamin doesn't have that ultimate up anytime soon. Ice not only gets away with his ultimate, but gets the kill onto Emelito, giving him a little bit of extra farm.
And now the Gold Fury could be a potential threat here. Ward coverage is even between the two. They've both got wards down here. Not really sure that Rival want to go for this just yet, especially with Wolfie's ult being on cooldown.
I love this. Look at the wards placed right now on the left-hand side. It's 4-4-4 all across the board for Rival, except for Ice Ice Baby, and that's perfect because he needs to save that gold to get his late-game items going. Love the idea from Rival to pick up where Ice is dropping the ball in terms of wards.
They're just finding a small win, and the communication from Rival is very good. They're warning each other about what the situation is. Hey, rewinds down on the Chronos. We can go aggressive there. Ice goes, yes, I am ready. Let's take that pick.
Adapting, tried to get the combination with through space and time that time, but Yemen held it. No real good targets on that right side or in the mid lane, so mid Harpies get split there by both Energy and Rival.
And the three-man grouping of Energy we've seen so many times before. Space attempt to the left-hand side, though they want Vote MBK, who's taking a treat against Emelito, but Emelito's one more hit. Caldair is chasing the dogs, trying to do the work, and he will get it. Vote uses the Aegis to buy time. Vote's still alive for now. He may go down, but here's the rotation from Rival.
Ice finds 2 with the stun. The focus is onto Adapting, but the Spirit Ball is not quite in range. Taunt is big there from Kalas, but not enough to find a kill.
The pull, so important from Yamin there to disengage the 2 members of Energy that were in an awkward spot. Both hunters fall down there. Advantage in one way goes to Vote, though, because he did pick up the kill onto Emelito.
Very, very close there for Team Rival. Almost got a couple more kills, but again, like you mentioned, this portal accuracy from Yemen has been incredibly impressive so far.
But this time with the pressure they've got, Rival, they're setting up near the Gold Fury. Rafa's taunted in, stunned in place by the Spirit Ball. Nice silence to stop the dash. Teleport now coming through too as Rafa goes aggressive on Wolfie. Dimmy's come around the back. He's only going to get the Fearless onto Callus, though, and Callus is is a tanky little dude right now.
There's the stun. Doesn't quite hit, but the Unstable Vortex does. Deathwalker has it. It did not show up in that fight. Tried to teleport in, but the ward fell right as he tried to. Deathwalker, again, has gone for this Cursed Ankh as his second relic. Not nearly as much healing this time around on energy, though. Really looking to shut down the healing from Raffer and from Dimmy with the defensive stance power cleave.
There's really only 4 players in this game that I'm really looking towards right now, and that is Ice Baby versus Emelito in the real late game. Those two going at it, and it's Deathwalker versus Dimmy, because those two are the front line that are going to have to do so much work to protect or at least dissuade the enemy team from aggressing. If they can focus the opposite target here and keep them out of the fight, it's huge for their team.
And Deathwalker's already off to a great start, considering he didn't get any pressure onto him while building this expensive Mystical Mail. He's done this time and time again throughout this tournament, and no one seems to really be willing to put pressure on him while he's sitting on that gold, be able to finish that expensive item, and now he's got a ton of protection, some HP, and of course that ticking magical damage all around him.
Big swing for Ice Baby here as he does hit level 12 ahead of adapting in the jungle. With that second relic online now, he has picked up a blink. This is going to allow him to engage these fights from as an additional threat to get Carly into these engagements and not have her use her jump to initiate, which is also her escape.
And he's got that Fatalis, so upping that attack speed and getting some penetration online, as well as the ability to stick to whoever he's auto-attacking. Very, very important for Kali. Definitely one of her core items. Looks like it's going to be a Heartseeker potentially, though we've seen a lot of Mass Immunes so far this weekend.
A little bit risky at this Gold Fury. Space and Time is available for Yaman. His Adapting goes to the sky. Gold Fury goes down to Rival. Space and Time fired off. Doesn't hit anyone. Adapting goes straight for Wolfie, though. Ice is in trouble. Isis is dead. Athena ult was channeled, but he's going to fall back in place. No real damage coming off of that. Ice Baby, though, was trying to clean up the back, and the Lawbringer over the wall. We mentioned Dimmy, and Dimmy's doing what he needs to, keeping Ice Baby at bay and killing him as well.
Doesn't even get his ultimate off in time. Energy clean up 2 after Rival snagged the Gold Fury. Gold lead is still in Rival's favor at this point, but it's going to be another 500 gold if Energy can grab this tower.
Deathwalker in mid lane, however, though, is trying to answer that back, and Yaman's in a bit of pressure there against that Bellona. Round the back comes Adapt in this tier 1 as Kaz gets a 3-man taunt. Adapting gets sieged by Vote MBK, though. The ultimate used by the Scardy, forcing Adapting back. Tier 1 tower stands. Yaman, however, does not. He will fall down in mid against the Bellona.
Look at Deathwalker's HP, very, very low, but finds a solo kill onto Yemen. You want to talk about someone who's in the front running for MVP right now? Vote cleans up Raffer on the left side. Deathwalker and Vote have both played phenomenally, but for me, Deathwalker out of this solo lane, every time Rival is winning a game, so much of it has to do with their solo player.
11 kills on the board now between these two teams. 15 minutes in, go to the graph so you can see the team fight one there for Stars. Very close between the two. That wasn't just the fight in the left-hand side, though. That was also the fight Deathwalker and Yamin were having in the middle lane. The gold went the way of Rival there, and you can see the team, the advantages they've got now is a 2-level lead right now for Vote, 2-level lead for Deathwalker, 3,000 gold, 3,000 experience. Adapting's going to take to the sky. He'll get out. Is the dot damage enough? It is! Ice Baby will take out Thor!
And not only do they kill the Thor, but they get his purification beads. That's so important in this matchup because you've got to worry about taunt, you've got to worry about Spirit Ball, you've got to worry about the Kali stun, the Vote root, Deathwalker stun. Too much CC to not have purification.
And now 4 men of Rival in mid lane will siege down the tower. Blinking from Ice into a double taunt from Callus. Beats down from Emelito. He turns to box out. Yamin forced him exit stage left as 4 members of Team Rival try to back away, worried about the rotation from Dimmy.
Both ultimates down between Emelito and Yamin. Wolfie forced to use a circle of protection, but they just turn it right onto Raffer.
Dimmy over the wall with the Lawbringer, looks for the Fearless, taunted by Callus, can't get the damage off. Now they focus onto Dimmy with Caldir doing the work for them. Adapting and Yamin are back though, no ultimates available. Energy want to fight.
Ice Baby trying to run away from Emelito. No, Wolfie is the target, trying to create enough distance between the wall, and he does. Adapting without a speed buff, can't quite reach him.
So Energy just managed to defend their tier 2 tower in mid. Rival get the tier 1, and both teams will fall back to defending again. Energy considering though looking at this Pole Demon.
But the ward coverage is there from Rival. Deathwalker standing right in front and knows this is going on as well. Ice Baby still has his ultimate, but after that double tap, down to about 50% HP.
Deathwalker's a little bit far forward on his own here, but he's tanky enough to be able to at least eat the poke that Dimmy's going to do. Rival, however, though, focusing on the Portal Demon. They have ward coverage, remember. Adapting knows this is going on.
Has his ultimate, but there's the taunt. It catches the hammer. Adapting can't get out. Wolfie's going to be able to hit him with the Spirit Ball.
Straight back to the pole. Demon goes rival. Dimmy comes in. They're looking for the steal. Won't be able to find it though. In a bit of trouble himself. Has to Lawbringer away. The Eagles rally this time from Deathwalker wasn't the greatest. And Yamin, as per usual with those poles, will get his solo laner out. But Rival still win the engagement.
Kalas is playing out of his mind right now. The taunts have been setting up beautifully so far for Rival and peeling. Remember, he peels Dimmy off of Wolfie after the Lawbringer in the mid lane, and there catching, adapting with his hammer out. No purification beads, setting up the kill for Wolfie once more.
And Ice Ice Baby's build is really coming along now too. Fatalis online, the Heartseeker for even more movement speed on top of the Fatalis. A little bit of penetration in there. More than likely, Chins will be the next thing on the cards, which means even the Guardians like Rafa will not stand very long.
And this is scary because Akali has a lead like
this. Akali in mid, little bit out of position here, Ice Ice Baby. Beads are down, ultimate is down, the heal will come through, but how long can he survive? Not long enough. They'll pick him up as the rest of his team are looking at the tier 2.
But adapting lands down, tier 2 does fall, but there's a Terra's Blessing stun onto Wolfie, forces his purification beads, but Deathwalker is just handling energy right now.
The mystical male ticks are doing some good work too. Emelito's got her exit as Dimmy comes around the back. Wolfie's very low and Dimmy will clean that one up. Callus dashes away as Deathwalker can still tank up a storm on the front line. Got to be careful of Emelito though. That's where the real damage will come from onto him alongside Giannis, and that's why Deathwalker eventually falls.
Just so unfortunate again. Rival has a lead and then Ice Ice Baby is just out of position. That allows Energy to get a 5v4 in their favor. Just unfortunate positioning out of the jungler.
If he was on Susano there, he may have lived a little bit longer. Callus is trying to contest this just to stop Energy doing the fire giant. He did force them to reset, and that was good enough to make sure Energy won't go back to the fire, but they're going to get the blue buff and the tier 1 tower in right.
Wolfie still hasn't respawned, just about to do so now. That tier 1 tower falls, but only losing 500 gold in that scenario where you could have potentially lost fire, maybe a tier 2. Could have certainly been worse.
4k difference between the teams in terms of gold, and it's in Rival's favor right now. Experience, though, very, very close to even, but then again, when you look at the experience, it all comes to late game.
And again, this is a team that if this were any other team that's just kind of break out of that middle of the pack and take down Energy here at LAN, I'd be worried that they would get a little bit on tilt after that last engagement where they've got a big lead and they lose a lot off of one misplay. But Rival has been so composed all weekend long.
I agree.
That is not even in my mind right now.
The most surprising thing about Rival is every time we've listened to their comms, whatever the situation has been, the amount of calm, cool, and collected thoughts that have been going through their head, there's no screaming and shouting on the comms and arguing amongst themselves. Even Energy were doing that moments ago when we listened to them. Instead, it's all focused on what we can do right, what we can do better, and how we can try and get the victory. The Gold Fury started up on the left. This should go to Rival for free, as Ice Ice Baby's doing a good job baiting.
Great distraction. There's through space and time from Yemen. Dimmy blinks in. There's the Lawbringer looking for Wolfie. Ice Ice Baby forced into his ultimate, trying to run away from Emelito.
But he's not going to get away from the threshold. Slow over the wall. He will jump for the time being. The rest of Energy, though, want to continue the fight onto Rival at their tier 2. All the way in goes Adapting, looking for Vote, but Vote had the Aegis available, and Adapting's one hit from death now. Piercing Cold comes through, and Caldeir will claim the life. The alternate comes as well from Vote MBK, and now Rafa could go down too.
Ice is still alive on the right-hand side. Rafa has to use his meditation in the left, trying to get away from Deathwalker.
How is Ice alive?
Ice is out, I think. Yemen's still trying to chase him down, but he's gone.
So they get the Adapting pick, and Ice Ice Baby lives. This is beautiful for Rival yet again. They're just winning these little skirmishes that should be even trades, if not an advantage of Energy.
How is Ice Ice Baby getting away with this positioning in a lot of these cases, man? He's got to be careful.
Some of that is definitely down to the build, though, because he's got plenty of movement speed.
Oh, yeah.
With a speed buff as well that he can have available to him. If he's got the speed buff online aggro, plus the Fatalis, plus Heartseeker, you are moving really quick.
Without a doubt, and he's getting more movement speed from his next item as well, so he's just stacking it up. No chin size quite yet. That's usually the biggest power spike for Kali with that incredibly quick attack speed chain. You can really get a lot of those chin size procs off very, very quickly. Delayed pretty heavily now. We're 22 minutes in almost. Ice still hasn't even started that Light Blade, but with all that movement speed and all that extra damage on his abilities, certainly working out for him.
One level lead for Deathwalker right now as Callus taunts Rafa in the mid lane, and Rafa's in a bit of trouble as the Spirit Ball and the Silence comes through too. Rafa's jukes against the wall. The wing gusts are good from Wolfie. Credit for the kill will go to Vote MBK as Deathwalker was making sure Dimmy could not flank round.
And this is right before the Portal Demon spawns. Great timing for Rival to find a pick, another objective they should have the advantage for.
Yeah, looks like Rival want to try and barrel down towards the mid lane now. Callus is controlling the jungle area where Dimmy and Adapting can come from, and Ice also showing his face. Deathwalker happy to tank up this tier 2 tower. Dimmy comes in with a blink, but a great top from Callus yet again will stop Dimmy from doing anything. Meanwhile, Deathwalker is keeping the damage dealers honest at the backline with a fantastic Eagles rally.
Adapting can't go in right now. His team is too low. Rival's going to be able to secure another 1,500 gold.
And straight away, Rival disengaged, not wanting to fight anymore. They got 1,500 straight back towards the jungle, and the Portal Demon that is looming, waiting for itself to be taken.
Wolfie has that circle of protection ready to secure this if necessary. Yaman also has that through space and time. Terra's Blessings popped. Energy want to try and commit, but the Portal Demon's already dead.
Turn on them to Adapting, and Adapting's in trouble. He can't get away from the damage that comes out from Rival. Vote, however, is in a lot of trouble thanks to the Fearless from Dimmy, and Emilito combining beautifully. Rewind out of Emilito just to reset one more time. As fantastic Spirit Ball from Wolfie to help peel his team.
But Deathwalker's now in trouble. There's the Fearless coming out of Dimmy. Deathwalker right in the middle of everybody, but here comes the Athena ultimate to give him a little bit of extra damage mitigation.
And Energy can't find a single extra pick other than the one of Vote. They will find the speed buff, they will find the blue buff, but it's not an opportunity for them to look at the Fire Giant right now, especially when Rival have that portal available to come back through.
And Adapting has had a rough game thus far. Dimmy's still on this right-hand side. As all of Rival comes through the portal, I don't know, Callus knows he's there now, but the Fire Giant seems to be the focus.
Adapting has his ultimate available, but he's in base right now. Dimmy's around the back trying to keep him busy as Rafa once again is turned on, taunted, silenced, stunned, deleted off the map, and Baby gets the kill. Straight over the wall goes Ice Baby. He can chase this tier for days with the amount of movement speed he's got, and the rest of Rival are joining to collapse.
That stone cutting sword just tearing through Rafa and Dimmy. Callus dashes underneath the Lawbringer from Dimmy, but Adapting thinking about going in again. These ultimates just have not been very useful so far for Energy.
And he just can't find an answer to this composition. The way Rival are playing this so far, they're winning the team fights, they're getting out scot-free most of the time, and the objectives are still going at Rival, just like this Fire Giant is about to go.
Circle of protection secures it. Rival have the Fire Giant. Adapting needs to use his beats again. Every time they're up, immediately Rival baits them out.
Meanwhile, Energy in the mid lane looking to take a tier 1 tower. This is why the world champions are the world champions. When they are down, when you think they are out, they'll try a different strategy. One of their favorites to go to is split push, get some towers to catch up on gold wherever they can.
But they didn't even get that 500 gold. Gold Fury is due to respawn in about 15 seconds, but all Yaman and Emilito can do is run away as all 5 members of Rival have the Fire Giant buff, and they're waiting on this left-hand side.
Huge bonus for Rival just to have to siege down 2 towers on the left because all the others are down. Let's have a little listen to Rival, how their composure is right now as they're looking to try and get these towers.
Wait for me with the wave. Wait for me with the
Yeah,
wave.
get this. Yeah.
I have fucking 37.
We'll make them back,
Yeah. I have fucking 37.
We'll see.
Okay,
Okay,
go
go.
to gold.
Okay, go to golden. Yo, by the way, get the Magi's with like the Bellona tree first, and then we want to go on him. Okay. Let's group up. Like after the whole video, we should group up and like look for pushing.
Yeah, I can maybe don't.
Just get this first.
Terra, just go.
Yeah, we can kill those.
John, heavy's down.
They missed a lot of me. Sword hammer.
Can you go on Thor?
They're on me. I'm backing off a bit.
I'm medding.
Okay.
I got
Tier. Can we
Just
group mid? Group mid.
I already
No,
medded.
go right, look at the wave, look at the wave.
Push
Go right,
me.
go right,
Like,
look at the wave,
I'm
look at the wave.
coming. They will get the wave though. They will get the wave.
Janus
no Aegis.
Yo, we got the wave here.
Literally everything.
Yeah.
Here.
Push mid.
They got my piece, Aegis, by the way.
Well, we talked about how calm and composed they were, but I can understand being a little bit excited at this point. They're all trying to make calls about where to go, but they're all on the same page. We heard the mention of Medjai's 4 Ice Baby here on this Carly, just to make sure the Scourge from Bologna can't impact his damage output. They're sieging up this middle Phoenix, though.
Raffer dashing in. There's the Lawbringer over the top of the circle of protectors waiting for
caught.
him. Dimmy just gets blown up. Vote able to clean him up as well. The
Next
Spirit
is
Ball
Raffer.
hits Raffer, and Ice Baby cleans him.
The front line is down for Energy Esports. To the left, and Phoenix is now being looked at. Melito, the only one here right this second to defend. Round the corner comes Yamin, but they don't really care. They went for the objectives, and they got what they came for.
Now they're looking at maybe to end. They're posturing like they want to try and attack the Titan. That
This
right
is where
side
they've
Phoenix.
struggled a little bit by trying to end and not going for it. Melito's in trouble. Melito's dead. Into the sky goes Adapting. It's not much of a celebration for him, though, because they're going to win. Rival beat Energy.
Rivals going to Masters. They take down the world champions Energy and punch their ticket to come back here to Atlanta in just 2 weeks.
Fantastic performance. That's blank, that, right? Alpha, that's blank. That's as good as your notes were for that game, but you didn't need those notes. It was picks and bans, right?
Sure, yeah. Just pick Kali, I guess, because that'll work out in the end somehow.
Was it the Kali, though, Aggro? Was it really the Kali that came through?
I really think it was the Athena-Isis combination. Just the amount of raw CC that Rival had was too much for Energy to handle. You can have Purification Beads, maybe spend that 500 gold to get the Purification Beads upgrade, to get it up every 30 seconds a little bit faster, but I don't know. There was just too much CC there for Energy to handle.
But at the same time, I mean, Energy still have Second Chance Sunday to look forward to.
Yes.
We do have one more game still to go, which they'll face off against the losers of the NA final set as well. Whoever wins that one will then go on to Masters to join them. But it's not the Energy we expected. They played well in game 1.
No.
But Rival have just got that confidence now.
They really do. Rival has a chance to get a really good seed coming into Masters if they're able to take on the winner of the NA finals, which we're about to watch right now. The wildcard matchup I'm really looking forward to, though, because you know when Energy drops down there, this could be that angry Energy that just really starts to roll through in that best of 3. Whoever drops this NA finals game is going to have a tough task ahead to beat Energy in a best of 3.
And not just that, though, let's talk about Rival a little bit more. They will move on to the finals against the North American winner of the Gauntlet as well.
Yep.
Winner of that will get the seeding that's so important for both these two teams as well. Seeding will allow them to a better place at the Masters tournament, and Rival are the unlikely people that are going to be in the finals against whoever comes out of North America.
I mean, look, they've done a great job thus far, but by qualifying for Masters, you're just signing up for tougher and tougher competition. Energy is about as tough as it gets, but even they didn't qualify to Masters. Obey nearly went perfect this split. They look phenomenal. Dignitas, and then of course Eager, LG. There's plenty of great teams that Rivals gonna have to worry about, even with a good seed coming into Masters potentially.
Energy have been beaten at LAN. That is true. They have been beaten
Unreal.
at LAN for the first time. Two-time defending world champions defeated by Rival. An unlikely winner, but it's time to go to the desk and find out exactly how they break it down.
It's an American football phrase, but I think it's extremely fitting for our European matchup. Any given Sunday. Fantastic performance by Rival earned them this victory. Sometimes even best of 3s, people look at cheese or happenstance or luck. No. I mean, let's look at the numbers. This was just a fantastic, dominating performance by a team that not a lot of people believed in.
I mean, I completely agree, but they've stuck together throughout the splits. Been together for what, 1.5 years? About 1 year, maybe? And they've just been constantly improving. Like, they've won every scrim they've played. Almost every scrim. They're really strong players. They just, online, they're not as, I don't know, confident maybe? They just don't perform as well as they do in scrims.
I don't think anybody would have ever called this in the slightest, but it's an absolutely phenomenal performance by Rival, just surpassing everybody's expectations without any sort of doubt. And I think probably the most crucial part of it was the Athena pick. Combined with the Isis, just completely shut down any hopes that Dimmy and Adapting had for those teamfight scenarios. All their engagements just completely negated by the taunts, the spirit balls, the silences. It was beautiful, really, watching Callus and Wolfie come together so well.
So much control. You know, I was joking. I said maybe the Thanatos is a good option to shut down the Thor, because we had noted that 2 of the other selections that shut down Thor were already taken off the board. Will Athena taunts him out of a lot of the damage, just shuts him down. Very good stuff.
And I think one of the most fun points to really look at here was Giannis also had no impact whatsoever in that game. You imagine, and I never thought that I'd be saying this considering how skilled of a player that Yaman is, but Giannis had no chances. I mean, Ice Ice for one point in time spent like, what, a minute and a half completely juking and outrunning a Giannis. I never thought I'd be able to say that. He completely outran a Giannis.
I hope he was spamming VEL the entire time because homie earned it 100%. And 100%, these guys went on and played like nuts. You know, I said as we set the table for this match, I said, you know, Rival remind me of Energy a lot in the past. The story of Energy, if you're unfamiliar, Rafa grabbed 4 mechanically gifted players, brought them together, and kind of learned as a unit how to be gifted strategically. We watched that happen with them going through the Challenger Cup into the Pro League, and now, of course, 2-time world champions. Well, Cyclone GG, as they were once known, didn't start off in the Challenger circuit, but these guys certainly put together a unit of 5 gifted players, like Ducky said, and slowly but surely, we watched them climb the ladder, and here they are, beating Energy in a best of 3. I asked Deathwalker yesterday. I said, look, last year, you were what you were. This year, you are literally winning a series for your team. I asked him what happened, what the difference was, and he said, I played and I got better. Even he doesn't know. Ducky, you've scrimmed these guys. You've played with these guys. What do you think is the difference? Why is Rival so good right now?
I mean, just because they've been together so long, they're so confident with each other. They trust each other to hit their abilities and follow up. But with Giannis, like the Yaman was playing, he has to set up for himself using his escape, which is his portal. It's 1. That may be why it didn't work so well.
Yeah, he needed a little bit of help from the team. How many times are we going to sit here and say that comfort is king, synergy is so important, right? They're not just overused cliches. It's all very, very important to come together. A big part of it was Deathwalker, but I think Ice Ice Baby was also a lot of fun to watch. First of all, he's playing Kali. Who plays Kali?
I hate, I mean, I feel like it's funny enough to say, but one of the first Kali players that comes to mind for me is DJ Pernicus. In all actuality, Pern is probably one of the most notorious players I've seen. We haven't seen him pull it out in like a LAN environment, but over and over and over again, I have lost so many ranked games to DJ on the Kali, and I think most players in NA are also quite familiar with it. And this is really one of those pocket picks you don't expect, especially not in a best of 3 scenario where the final game is what really matters. But they more than earned their spot to Masters.
That's what I'm saying. Elimination match, time to bring out the Kali. Okay. At this point, Rival has played fast and loose with their objectives. They've played fast and loose with their style and their gameplay. You know what? Do it with the picks and bans. It all seems to work out for Rival. Right now, we've got Anatoly standing by with the members.
Thank you, Tom. I'm here with the jungler from Team Rival, Ice Ice Baby. Tell me, how are you feeling after beating the 2-time defending world champions?
Oh, I'm really happy. Like, my whole team is really happy. That's it.
Well, ecstatic words.
Like
ecstatic words. You know,
yeah.
Cool like a cucumber is Ice Ice Baby. But tell me, the preparations for you guys coming into not only Season 4, but into this LAN, you guys didn't change your roster at all. Tell me about your team synergy.
Well, we kind of suck at time, but like with time passes, we get better and better, and we're not as inconsistent as we used to be in Season 3, and that's like, I think, the major change. That's why we're beating teams like Energy and Yanix.
It definitely seems like your objectives is so much better ever since you switched from Cyclone GG into Team Rival. It seems like something is clicking. Tell me something about this Kali pick. After I was talking on the desk, who picks Kali?
Oh, it was kind of like a random pick. We had, for this
just random?
Oh, not completely random, but actually, yeah, completely random. We had Circuit really well prepared, Thor and Bats, and Susano. Pretty much, like those were the top 4 we were aiming for, and like Bats didn't really seem to work this LAN, so we just aimed to get some other junglers that we didn't really practice that much, but could have worked better.
So I got to ask you about game number 1, the Energy comeback off of Emelito's Ricochet bounce. Now in my notes, I have it listed just Emelito the God. Tell me your guys' reaction after that Ricochet bounce.
I was mind blown. I didn't expect that damage. Like I saw someone get double Ricochet and then the triple Ricochet came back to me, and I still had my 2S Chang'e. but like I just didn't expect it.
No one expects the ricochet damage. So now with Energy going into the wildcard matchup against North America, I know you don't know too much about E United versus SOAR, but do you think Energy still has a chance to reach Masters and join you guys?
Well, they have a pretty good shot after all this NA.
Wise words coming from the confident jungler from Team Arrival. Well, do you have any other last words before we throw it back to the desk? Any shoutouts?
Well, shoutouts to all Rival fans, shoutouts to the org, shoutouts to my team, and shoutouts to adapting, who's still been adapting after 3 seasons, and I've already adapted.
Well, congratulations, Ice Ice Baby, on a miraculous victory, well deserved. We're gonna throw it back to the desk for the next set. It's gonna be North America Finals.
It's a little bit sunny in here after that Rival win. Fantastic stuff coming out from Ice Ice Baby, my man, in the jungle. But seriously, we were talking about their confidence and their swagger, and that's certainly something that Ice Ice is bringing to the table. I love to see that confidence, not only after the fact, it's really easy to be high on yourself after you win. But that's the same style of conversation that they were having before everything happened, beforehand. Deathwalker, we asked him yesterday, I said, so how you feeling about Energy? It's going to be a little bit tough. He cut me off and said, we're going to win. And I think there were 6 people, one including their coach, that actually thought they would win.
Confidence like that is really just key. That's pretty much, honestly, I attribute a lot of our wins to that. We came into this land like, we can actually win this. We never counted ourselves out.
It's the most important thing. I'll introduce my friend in a moment, but let's take a look at the bracket and see how far Rival had to come in order to wind up as successful as they did. We see on the bottom side, that's our European Optimus gang, the challengers. Well, they beat up Sanguine pretty hard. Lion Guard, that's where Ducky came from. They go ahead and take the win, Elevate win. Honestly, Rival just wound up beating up Elevate and then find themselves in the finals, trouncing the defending world champions. They'll go on and play the winner of our next set, which is between E United and SOAR Gaming. That's why we bring our North American analyst on here. We've got the ringer, we've got the man himself. It's Skilladon. How are you doing? Introduce yourself to the fans at home.
I'm Skilladon of Oxygen Supremacy. I'm the jungle, and I guess shot caller as well.
There you go. He's been a long-time player around the SPL for a number of years, trying to find his way back into it. Put on a fantastic performance on Friday. Talking about the underdogs here, I think a lot of people expected Energy to go ahead and beat Rival very handedly. They obviously overcome that. You as a challenger team were also the underdog. What's it like playing as the not top card?
Honestly, I think I prefer it. It just feels so good. You have nothing to lose and everything to win.
That's exactly the way that we saw Rival play, taking Gold's Furies with the enemy right in their face, picking Kali, because why not? And like you said, with nothing to lose, that's kind of just what you want to go for. Moving away from the Europeans as we congratulate Rival on their unlikely but very fantastic victory. And we're looking towards North America, E United, formerly known as Enemy, that's Payne Devion and his crew, will be taking on SOAR Gaming. This one is very interesting. I think there's a little bit of bad blood between some of those players. Vedium and Benji come to mind, and we can play the WWE storyline all we want. But at the end of the day, I think it's actually kind of real.
I think another fun point to look at as well is yesterday when we have Venium on here, he actually stated out of the 2 EU teams, who would you rather play? He looked at Rival, yeah. But I'm not so certain he's feeling that same confidence in his response now. But before he can get to that point in time or even have to worry about it, he's got to take down your opposition, and E United's definitely looking like the team to beat right now.
As I said, a little bit of background if you didn't watch during the spring split, the solo laner for E United used to play on SOAR, Vedium and Benji longtime teammates, but midway through the split, Benji bounced and goes ahead and joins E United, moving away from SOAR Gaming, leaving SOAR without a solo laner for an entire week, forcing them to go ahead and forfeit said week. That, of course, didn't make anybody happy anywhere outside of E United, I guess. So I think SOAR want to get a little bit of revenge there. At the end of the day, I think it's just going to be about the gameplay. We'll take a look at the SOAR Gaming roster, all the purple across the board. Vedium, one of the stronger players in the long lane, coming out for them. And of course, the rest of the lineup, star-studded as always. Home Amphy in the jungle, making room for Answer in the mid.
And Anister's always been noted as one of the top mechanical players in the NA scene, and it's really shown just in the way that he was able to transition from that jungle role into the mid lane. And sure, he's really been making a name for himself on that Raw. I can't imagine Soar getting the Raw pick for Anister, unfortunately.
I agree.
But at the same time, Andy's still Andy, and he's definitely going to be able to pull out whatever.
Even though he's an insane Raw, like, we've played them as well, we know he has a god pull outside of that. It's not like his only god. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up on a few others.
And don't forget, it's not like he's the only player in this team. I mentioned Homie Efe. Jig's right there. Jig's right there. Jig's right there. Jig's right there. I mentioned this team is interesting. Jig's right there. Testing 1, 2, 3. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty at the moment. Is that just my headset, or?
I think that might just be your headset.
So I'm
at the
repeating
moment.
myself like a nincompoop. Okay. In any event, Jigs, one of the most fantastic support players in the game, really mechanically gifted, and can go ahead and lead his team to victory. This was supposed to be a super team. Basically, they struggled during the season. Have you played against them in scrims or whatnot?
Yeah, we have. We actually played him a couple times in the past 2 weeks.
And so Jig's right there, sitting right there, getting ready. He came up second in DreamHack, which I think is a big point because they were very confident going into DreamHack, and they weren't able to come up number 1. They're very confident coming into this one. Do you think that perhaps, we always talk about how important confidence is, do you think that perhaps that there's a possibility that they're overconfident?
I don't think there is. Even though Jigs like pretty much is the definition of like a confident player, he never feels overconfident. He always respects his opponents. Like, he never just is like, oh, for us, he would never be like, oh, they're just a CC team. He would be like, this is a game, we need to play this. This gets us to Spain. That's
interesting because Jigs has always really presented himself as kind of the opposite, whether it's truly him or he's playing into it the way Payne plays into the villain role. Jigs has kind of become the cocky heel of the North American scene. And so when you see Jigs come out and say XYZ, I always go back to that Vice documentary when you look at what Jigs was saying over there. That's kind of what Jigs has embodied for me. So it's a little bit different in reality.
I don't know. Just whenever I play him, I never get the thing of like he's trying to disrespect us. He's like, he always respects what we can do to him, and it's hard to play against him because of that.
He works well next to his hunter, Vedium, who's another very strong member of this team. Vedium, the hunter for Soar Gaming, has been playing a long time, and he's known as more of a passive player, honestly. He loves the characters like Neath, but I think in this meta, he's got to really step it up, and he has become a little bit more aggressive.
Vedium's actually the one I'm looking at for this game because you got star players like Homie, Andy, they're going to make the big things, but it really is going to like depend on how well he can support them. If he can actually like do it well, I honestly think this could be a 2-0.
Yeah, you really just need Vedium working alongside silently in the background, because that's what's really going to translate into the overall big picture for Soar Gaming, especially when you consider that Vedium and Jigs are going to be facing off against Pandacat and Payne the Beyond on the other side of the pond. And both of these guys are just incredible players. Pandacat, well, he's had a little bit of a slower start since the initial downfall of United, formerly Enemy Gaming, and now really I think is his time to step back into the limelight and show, hey guys, I'm still here, I'm still out of the cage, and I'm not ready to put back in anytime soon.
I completely agree. I mean, the story of Pandacat is a very simple one. Last year, Pandacat took a step away from the team for a number of reasons, and so other players on the team had to try and play hero ball, and it kind of just messed up the entire dynamic for a while. Pandacat comes back, and fans were a little surprised. Oh, it wasn't Pandacat's problem. They didn't things like that aren't fixed overnight. You need a split, you need some time. Now, Pandacat has had some time to really coalesce with the unit for a second time. Benji, one of the original players, coming back to the unit. This is a big deal for E United. And right there, Pandacat, one of the more aggressive hunters, ready to make his statement here in the Gauntlet.
I'm Pandacat, the ADC for E United Esports. I started out playing with Legion of Carrots and Payne 2-3 years ago. Then I took a little break, and then Payne picked me up with Enemy, and Enemy just united just under a different name. So we've been playing for 2 years, and I've been playing Smite for competitive Smite for 2.5 years. I want to regain our title. You know, we kind of fall off, but I want to get right back up to the top because I think we deserve the first place. I think if we get our mentalities straight and play like we're supposed to, I don't think any team will beat us. I don't think it's no teams are better than us in my opinion. It's just Sometimes we are our biggest enemy. School, gym, and scrims. That's my life. Literally, that's all I do.
That's all you do?
Yeah, I go to school, I come home, go to the gym with like 5 or 6 friends, get lunch or dinner, and come home and scrim and go to sleep. And rinse and repeat.
The cat still doing it, and whether he goes to the gym or not, absolutely looking fresh right now. I promise I won't glitch out again like I did last time.
I thought you were just trying. I was wondering if you were starting to hit that wall where you say a certain word so many times it doesn't sound like a real word anymore. And it was like entering that part of the matrix where you're just like, is this still reality?
Yeah. I mean, I do that from time to time for effect. I'll be like, panda cat, panda cat, panda cat right here. Like, that's totally my gimmick, but I think I said jigs over here like 8 times. You gotta call me out on that. Oh man, my apologies. But Panda Cat, he ain't gonna apologize for nothing. We saw some interesting selections like Kronos and like the Kali. I think that E United is a team that's also gonna bring us some interesting picks. For a long time, they've been known to have a wonky god pool, but it works.
I can definitely vouch for that. We played a ton against each other, and we pretty much know each other like, I would say, brothers at this point.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at Chaos is known for gods like Zhonghui and Agni, gods that aren't really totally meta at the moment. Benji, the man, is known for whatever the hell he really wants to play. And you take a look at Pain to Beyond and Panda Cat. You're talking Blink, Artemis, and just strange stuff. Artemis didn't work out earlier in the weekend, so I don't know if we're going to see that just yet here in our North American finals, but definitely something to keep in the back of your mind.
One thing that we have seen Panda Cat having some success on, though, with E United is the Hu Yi, much like what we just saw from a little bit of the EU picks messing around with him, Funballer and Emil. I think that we could very much expect that kind of playstyle because Panda Cat loves aggression. And when you're facing off against somebody who tends to not be as aggressive, you try to poke them out of it and force them to go toe-to-toe with you, and that's exactly what he would love to look for and try and establish. And I think we can see that all across the board from E United, especially in the solo lane matchup as well. You can't count out Fine OK and that Benji matchup.
That's a really big deal, and I want you specifically, Skeleton, to touch on Fine OK. This is a guy that I think a lot of people that follow the challenger scene are well aware of who Fine OK is. He has definitely made a name for himself in the world just beneath the pro level, and here, you know, it's interesting. Soar kind of had to scramble and find a solo laner, and they settled for Fine OK. And I use that word kind of ironically because he's fantastic.
Honestly, I'm surprised by how well Fine OK is playing. When I saw him in CC, I honestly am like, yeah, he's a good solo lane. He has potential. But when he showed up on Soar and he just blew me out of the water. I cannot believe how well he was playing. I believe right now he has the highest KDA in SPL. And I just couldn't believe that. I think I saw him yesterday when he played that Hercules, he was 13-0. I could not believe that. That was just, wow. This is LAN. That's against Gabe. We lost to him. That's just a testament even.
I think it really comes down to showing you the power of a full team, and that Smite's not an individual game. It's about the people surrounding you. I don't mean to say that the 4 players on Fine OK's team have carried him or done this, that, or third. It's just the different variables on the map can allow you to perform a lot better than what people have seen. This young man, confident as always, and there he is, the traitor. It's Benji. This guy has been playing for a long time, once upon a time known as Salt Machine. Now he's back to the name Benji. Playing for E United, as I mentioned, one of the inaugural players here for this unit, formerly known as Enemy. These guys came out as basically 4 nobodies in Pain to Beyond and found themselves second at Worlds. Then they went different directions. The only one that stuck around was going to be Chaos and Panda Cat. Benji comes right on back.
I actually find it funny because I think Benji leaving didn't only help EU United play better, but I also think it improved Soar even. I don't know why he didn't work well on Soar, but whatever he didn't do, Fine OK is.
Yeah, exactly. It comes down to comfort. Jigs said that, Jigs mentioned earlier that it's kind of obvious that Benji wasn't super happy on the Soar roster. And I always go back to Mask. Mask bounced around 2 or 3 teams before he found himself on that Luminosity, and now he's playing out of his mind. I think that's the same thing for Benji. This is a guy that, in my opinion, has struggled to really find himself deeply caring about the game, and that's really one of the things that holds him back. But when he's dialed in and when he really wants to do it, he's there, and he's one of the best of them. And I think on E United, with a person like Pain to Beyond, he's in that mindset.
Pain's really good at inspiring players to just make them play their best. I think that's his greatest attribute.
Yeah, and you know, it works well. That's just sort of the person Pain is. If you ever have the chance to come to LAN, come to Worlds, try to find him and shake his hand. He's just a very infectious player, very infectious person. And because of that, I think E United is a fantastic LAN team specifically. You know, even going back to when they were enemy, you look at how they perform online versus on LAN, there's something different there.
Not to mention that Benji knows he's got a target on his back from the entirety of the Sword roster, and knowing the kind of character that Benji is, that excites him. He loves that kind of knowledge.
Oh,
Scotty, the first pick here for E United. And going off of what you said,
that is not a character I want to see Panda Cat on if I was Soar.
He was playing Scotty before.
Scotty is a terrifying god, and then just Panda Cat being who he is, that is scary.
Yeah. You know, going back to Benji, one of my favorite NBA stats is that Kobe Bryant has a better shooting percentage in arenas that he's booed at. That's Benji. If there were fans here and they booed Benji, he would have a higher KDA in that situation. So this is kind of what he wants, is kind of what he plays into. He likes being that guy. Sora, on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if Sora grouped up his 5 and got him a first blood right at the beginning of the game. That's what we're looking for. This is one of the more exciting matchups. Sora, take Amaterasu away and also select Ram. Amaterasu is Benji's arguable best god. Taking that away is a very smart move.
Actually, I think the wrong pick's even smarter because Astro Arrows, when you activate his one, it actually hits the dog twice.
Yep.
So it's very efficient in killing it very fast.
Rom's certainly probably one of the best hunters that can buy the most time, if anything, for avoiding that immediate 1v1 boxing up opportunity from Scotty that you can provide with the dog. I mean, having immunity for so long in your ultimate, it makes it difficult for any hunter to get in there. But when you can go up in the sky, nothing else really matters.
Soar Gaming with their Amaterasu and Ram, as they said, taking the Amy, that's snatching it away from the solo lane player. But I don't necessarily think that means we're going to see Amaterasu in the solo lane for Soar. Provided that there's going to be enough crowd control across the way, I think that means that we see Amaterasu in the support role. This is Jigs, one of Jigs' favorite characters, as long as there's crowd control elsewhere. We already mentioned it, talking about the weird picks. That right there, that's Chaos's Jean Queasy.
That's an early Jean Kui, I think. If I was Soar, I would not even... Like, yeah, Chaos is known for it, but I would not ban that, I think.
So we already saw Jean Kui this tournament, and I think that Jean Kui is proven to be playable. And if he's playable, he's good.
But if you look at his stats right now, he's only 1 for 4. It's not like he has a high win rate.
He has only come away. He found his first victory yesterday, actually, and I think that was even an unexpected one because Jean Kui is he's just so difficult to make work in that mid lane, especially because when you pick him out in a top 3 phase of all things, you have to have the concern in the back of your mind of just how much focus an enemy roster can be put into you.
Zeus is selected for Sword. Now, Zeus is a fantastic pick. Nobody's going to tell you it's bad. But Jean Kui excels at dealing with the sort of thing that Zeus gives out. He's going to be tanky. He's going to be able to deal with that. He's going to be able to heal up the little bit of poke that Zeus does dish out. I'm not questioning the Zeus pick. I just think it's very interesting that Sword feel confident going into the Jean Kui.
I like the Zeus pick, honestly. And as much you said little, I don't think that's a little poke. That's a lot.
That's fair. We'll see how it works out. It's funny, you guys, we're looking at the players. I made a face when they selected Zeus. Skilda looked at me like I was crazy. Like, it's Zeus. There's no problem with it. We'll see how it works out in practice.
He always does damage.
Well, the Khepri ban's probably the most important part here after that Zeus selection came through, because now that takes away a huge possibility of survivability for Chaos on this Jean Kui in the middle lane. And plus, we've seen Pain's Khepri multiple times already. He has an excellent Khepri, and it's even better in a LAN environment. So it's just especially safe for Sword to just opt to take that away from them.
I would like E United to actually ban Thor right here, just because against Homie, first of all, he's known for being a good Thor, and second of all, You have Scotty, she can't get over the wall. You have Jean-Qui. We've seen what Raffer did with Ymir walls. You can definitely do that with Thor.
So the Nemesis will be the ban. Nemesis is one of the true hard counters in the game versus Jean-Qui. Bans are all said and done. Khepri, Osiris, Fafnir, Kabrakan banned out by Soar. Nemesis, as I mentioned, Susano, Sylvanas, and Terra will be the bans coming out from E United. Odin will be the warrior of choice for Soar Gaming. Very interesting. Still curious as to where those two are going to wind up.
Odin isn't necessarily the win-all factor for teams that don't have a skippability within the ring. We've seen it happen plenty of times where they're unable to secure the kills inside of the cage, but with the Zeus on your side, along with the Amaterasu, that is more than enough setup, and I think it's going to force E90 to pick up a Phantom.
Zeus and Odin have been paired together since the game came out. I mean, this is one of the oldest combinations that SMITE has really in their arsenal, and so going back to the big old circle within a circle, certainly not a bad look. You've got disruption on the side of E United, mainly. Hunbats and Jean-Qui are just going to try and stop every single team fight that Soar thinks about while Scotty cleans things up. What do you think 2 picks would complement this draft?
That's really hard. I really just something defensive, because if Scotty and Jean-Qui both get cage, it's going to be a rough time for one of them. Geb could even work here. I know he's not had any showing, I believe, this week. But, I mean, if you keep one of them alive through Zeus Burst, what do they really do?
Bacchus is not who I expected. I thought we were going to see an Athena, in all honesty.
That would have been a good pick as well.
I thought the Athena ult on top of whoever gets locked in the cage would be important. Instead, we're going to go offensive with Bacchus. Why do you like the Bologna?
Let's say that both of them get caged and neither there's a Phantom. She ults in. She gets protections to everyone. You also have Shell then activated. You just have a really tanky team comp along with Jean-Qui's protections. Bacchus is also actually a really good pick, because if he ever initiates and Odin does cage, the mitigation on his passive is at 1. It just, oh my.
And there he is.
The cruising bro. Here he is, the turtle god. We've got King Kuzenbo. Soar Gaming pick Kuzenbo. I mean...
You thought Jean-Qui was spicy.
Yeah.
That is not a pick I was expecting to show up.
Was not expecting that. Here, this is the harder game. I'm not going to ask you who wins. I'm going to ask you what positions everybody's playing on Soar.
I want to say Wait. Okay, that's Odin jungle, Kuzenbo solo, Alma support, and Rom ADC Zeus mid.
We'll take a look if that's going to be the way. King of the Kappa, here he is. We've got Hindu and Aggro on the call.
We've had some interesting picks this weekend. It just gets better and better. Kuzenbo now into the fray as well. Just like Skirdan said, though, more than likely going to see Kuzenbo in the solo lane.
I'd imagine.
Can technically jungle, can technically support.
Sure.
But I think it's Amma support here.
Now, Jigs has been telling me all weekend that Kuzenbo is really, really good. And I'm like, I know, I agree with you. He's a really good solo laner. He's like, no, he's really, really good. And I'm, Jigs, yes, I understand and agree with you. So really, Soar have been waiting on this pick, I think, ever since they knew their matchup was going to be up against E United. See if it works out.
Well, Kuzenbo as well will be in the solo lane for FineOK, who has had a fantastic split so far. Playing a lot of Hercules. You saw how dominant he was in that, but he's held this pick for right now. Benefits of Kuzenbo is that Spike Shell can be used through any form of CC. So if Pain Divion flops on him, he pops the Shell, and Chaos comes running in.
Exactly.
Chaos is going to have a bad time.
So the whole idea around playing around Kuzenbo is you don't hit him whenever he's got that Spike Shell and Thorns combination up, but Chaos doesn't really have a choice. If he's ulting in the middle of a team fight, he's going to be returning damage to himself, and a pretty high percentage of it at that. Really, really like this Kuzenbo pick, though I have to say, I was really surprised to not see Soar lock in Nemesis in that third slot before the bans.
Homie F8 on the Odin for this as well. Homie's in a bit of trouble in the mid lane after getting a bit of poke push up with the leap. He's going to get chipped down, but he should be able to resustain a little bit. And Insta and Homie F8 will have lane pressure, as you'd expect up against a Jean-Qui and a Bacchus.
But Jean-Qui does start to get his clear online a little bit earlier than he used to, thanks to the new Soulstone passive that can apply across multiple abilities. Whenever you've got 5 stacks, you use an ability, you get a little bit of mana back, and some extra power on that ability, and any abilities you use in the next 3 seconds afterwards.
Really funny, because when you actually look at these compositions, I could easily see E United drafting the exact same composition Soar has here. United of some of those sort of gods and those roles. That makes a lot of sense to me. But the only thing that gives away to that is that Zhonghui, this is always going to be chaos.
Every single time. I mean, I was talking to him about, what do you think about Zhonghui? And we were talking about the god, and he said, yeah, well, we'll see how well he does later on this week, because we did see some Zhonghui earlier on. Not to the same success that I think Chaos is hoping for here.
Well, Soul's going to invade on the left-hand side early on and be able to strip away the red buff, and now they're looking at the purple buff. Obviously, PandaCat was left 2v1 as Pain started in the mid lane, and at the same time as that, Virizio wanted to make sure the early game for Benji went swimmingly early on.
And Benji right now, just kind of hanging out over there on that right-hand side. He's going to have pressure up against Fine OK on this Kuzenbo. Kuzenbo is kind of like Sobek in the sense that he's going to clear the wave pretty well as a Guardian, but still not to the same rate as your typical warrior.
But he keeps them pinned in lane a little bit more because of how the Nene Kappa works. It does draw aggro from the minions, which means your minions are not attacking the enemy ones. They're attacking that Nene Kappa instead. Bit of trouble for Fine OK though, because he just dashed in with a sumo slam, and Virizio's come around the corner.
He's in a lot of trouble right now. Benji slowed him early on. Virizio's got that speed buff, needs one more auto attack to find it, and he will. Virizio picks up first blood.
Good dive in from United there, realizing that they could go under that tier 1 tower just enough to take the kill.
This is Fine OK's third or fourth game, and that's his first death so far. He didn't die in their earlier set. Yes.
Not one death?
Nope.
Well, he's
his
died
first
now.
death early on here.
Jigs on the left-hand side, though. Pressure and PandaCat. PandaCat's supposed to be. Meanwhile, mid lane, Homie facing trouble. Has to drop the ring. He's dead as well. PandaCat, though, manages to trade a 1-for-1 in the duo lane. Vetium's going to back straight away there, not hang around.
All action around the map, but the big one there is that PandaCat doesn't just fall down to that duo lane. He gets a kill of his own. Doesn't allow him to hit level 5 quite yet, and Vetium, he was level 5. That's why that ultimate did enough damage to finish him off. Either way, PandaCat gets at least a little bit of farm and the assist onto Jigs.
Well, EU United going for a very similar comp to what we've seen before in the past. Nothing too unusual from this composition, whereas Saw are at a bit of a deficit early on. Their composition is something that we're going to have to talk about as the game progresses, at what stage these gods come online and where their impact starts to falter.
Well, right now, Homie FA on this Odin, he's going to be having a big impact right away. That Bird Bomb combination, one of the highest in terms of just outright base damage that it can do to his enemies. And I like this pickup of Blink, but it does mean he has to be very, very careful around Virizio. When you don't have purification beads, as someone who isn't building particularly tanky up against Hunbats, you're in for a really, really tough time if you don't wait for that ultimate to go on cooldown before engaging.
As a Saw fan, however, you're not going to be too happy about the fact that all 3 members that are frontliners for Saw Gaming here have all taken a tumble early. If that trend continues, there's not much of a frontline available.
But there's the cage onto Chaos, the Lightning Storm coming on top, and Chaos knows he's absolutely toast. Annenster gets number 2 for Soar.
Good pickup for Saw there. Obviously, the ring comes into play early on. No Phantoms available just yet. Sprint was picked up by Pain Divion at the start here to try and help with duking out some of these abilities and ring around the rosies to an extent, but it's still not enough.
I suppose Jigs here getting met by Virizio and Benji. He's in trouble. There's the Bird Bomb, and the Fear No Evil goes down onto Jigs, but not enough damage to pick him up.
The Bird Bomb didn't really do anything there, and Virizio will be able to leap away to safety. Anis is still under pressure, but the good jukes out from OK's ultimate will keep him alive. Anis is nearly dead. Monkey Toss will seal the deal, and now he's going to take on Homie FA.
But Virizio's in trouble right now. He is a level up. He got that speed buff as well. The Aegis saves his life from that bomb.
Go, Kappa, go. No, not going to happen this time round. He will get away back to safety. 4-2. Back to all action, just like EU was.
Benji has been all over the place already on this Bellona, and you know Soar wants to really put Benji down after the way that he really hurt them in the middle of that split, being on the team early on, leaving very suddenly, forcing Soar basically into a surrender up against EU United. This team, we never got a chance to see them in that early in the early spring split.
Well, even though Anis did manage to get a kill in that little skirmish on the right-hand side, Fine OK fell further behind by losing minions in that wave by contesting in the jungle. That means that Kuzenbo is now a level down up against Benji.
And Benji, you saw how much damage that bludgeon did to Annenster. Great jukes coming out of Andy, almost saved his life, as well as a well-timed watery grave coming out of Fine OK, really disrupting. You can already see just how difficult it is to really handle that ultimate out of Kuzenbo.
On the left-hand side of things, PandaCat has managed to keep equal pace so far with Vetium, even though being in a 2v1 here and falling down for a tumble. Luckily, that trade was so important for him to keep things even keel.
Either way, this game is pretty much even. The 3v3 core of Soar a little bit ahead outside of Verizial, who's got that level lead, and there's the Fear No Evil onto Jigs, the knockup, and the Book of Demons comes out, but a 3-man cage coming out from Homie Efe sets up for Andy.
Insta does so much work there. 2 members fall, and Homie gets 2 kills. The extra mobility from the passive of Odin won't be enough to get him away from Verizial, though. But 3 stacks are on the Monkey that detonate through, but it's just not enough.
Only the pen boots there for Andy. Pandacats made the rotation, thought about sending Called here underneath that tower, but with Vedium right behind him, decides it's better to just let Andy escape to his tower.
On the right-hand side, you can see Kuzumbo returning to base one more time for Fine. Okay, has full boots, but a teleport available. See where his build ends up going to next. Are we expecting Breastplate of Valor for him here?
That's the likeliest option, I think, just giving him that CDR, physical protection, just trying to get that Nene Kappa up off cooldown as much as possible, the Spike Shell later in the game as well. Could go for something like a Winged Blade, try and get a little bit of extra health, and that would be great up against Pain and Chaos and Verizial, but I'd imagine physical protection is the likely outcome.
Padnakat was pretty smart there, just throwing out the Kaldir over the wall over and over again. Very similar to like what you can do with Mark of the Crow and Ho Yi, where you can just throw it over the wall and hope if it connects a target, it'll auto-lock for you. So you can just click your buttons away and get a free lock-on of Kaldir just to keep out an eye on where Vetian was coming from.
More pressure from E United as they steal away the speed buff of Homie Efe. Verizial 3-0-2 already has been all over the map.
Yeah, Verizial's done a lot of work as the blue buff is stolen away on the right-hand side. Homie Efe stunned in place and forced to leap away. Verizial will follow him with the Monkey though, but changes his mind about continuing to aggress when the rest of the team aren't really in position to follow up.
Verizial still has that Fear No Evil, looking for it, but with that jump being on cooldown, I'm almost surprised to see Homie Efe not look to try and find that cage in the middle lane, though with that blink being down for Homie Efe, doesn't really have a way to close that gap easily.
Bit of an issue with putting this Kuzumbo solo right now. With Benji now having this lead, Benji can just run this lane and Fine OK can all he really do is just farm and play safe, but very similar to what we've seen out of a lot of solo lanes when they're at a deficit. They will be making impact, hopefully, as the game continues.
But Fine OK forced to back, and that teleport was just used basically to get him back into lane. He's going to have a long walk back, probably going to miss most of that wave that Benji just pushed under tower.
Left-hand Harpy's going to go the way of E United here. Chaos at level 8 right now. Has got full boots online on that Zhongqi. Did start with a tiny trinket as well, so he will be looking for some lifesteal, more than likely that Bancroft's talent.
Look at this lead that Verizial's gotten for himself. It allows him to just walk into the enemy jungle anytime he wants, pressuring Anister on his own back camps. There was a little bit of farm available to Verizial right now on the map. Benji got to solo those back harpies instead of splitting them with Verizial, but that's okay because both of these players have a lead. It's just extending Benji's lead instead of spreading it out evenly between the two.
Left-hand side, Gold Fury is available right now. 2 members of Soul already there. They're really looking for the oracles, but recognizing, hang on a second, we don't see anyone. This is free.
This Gold Fury is absolutely toast. Bad timing between the backs of Pain Divion, Pandakat, and Chaos. All 3 coming out of base at the same time is an easy objective for Soar.
But just look how much of a lead E United still have. Even though the Gold Fury went the way of Soar there, that dip hurt E United, but E United still control the experience and gold.
At this point, yes, but as Homie Faye gets a couple other items online, just more levels as well, maxing out that Bird Bomb soon enough, he's going to be able to really make an impact in this game.
Really worried about Chaos as his game goes on, though. Playing the Zhongqi is going to be very difficult for him to really get into these engagements here, Aggro. When you look at the fact they've got an Amateur Ross that's going to give the whole team extra mobility, you've got an Odin to ring people in like this.
Vedium is right there with the snipes. Pandakat doesn't have a lot of area to juke, and Vedium hits all 3. An easy kill for Homie Efe.
Benji teleporting around the back for Rizil on the way as well. Homie Efe was too busy taunting to recognize it. Leaps, no Eagles rally from Benji, though. He may look for Vetium, who's out of mana.
There's the purification beads, but the bludgeon's gonna be enough. Benji answers back. Now Homie Efe in some trouble under the tower, and Pain intoxicates him in.
But did they overcommit? Because now Soul have 3 members here. The mobility from Jigs could help them close the gap, but with only 3 members strong, they think better of it and will just fall back towards the mid lane. I love the gank from Homie. I love the idea of trying to get into the head by taunting out E United, but by doing that, they just created even more of a window for E United to punish that rotation.
Homie Efe's already died 3 times in 10 minutes on this Odin. He had to go for the Mark of the Vanguard just to give himself a little bit of extra protection and survivability. It's also great up against the Zhongqi, taking 5 damage off every single piece of his tick damage, but he's very far behind in terms of where Verizial is. He's already level 12. He's got his 2nd relic ready to go as soon as he backs. Also completed that Hydra's Lament, which is, as we talk about all the time, is one of the biggest power spikes in terms of characters with specific items because it augments Hunbatz's passive, giving him a big crit after an ability if he rolls well.
But we don't expect the Odin jungle to be the impact, as in they're not going to be the hard carry. He's there for the setup and the front line to allow his team to initiate. With Homie FA falling behind at all against Virizial, that's not really something we have to worry too much about. It's more about who are the killers, who are the murderers on each team, and can they get to that point?
And on that end, Soar's a little bit ahead. Vedium is slightly ahead of Panda Cat. Annenster has had a better start than Chaos thus far. So on that side, you're right. Soar's definitely off to a good start. The thing that I'm looking at, though, is besides the jungle, is the support different builds. Pain, he's already got his aura item complete. He went right for that Heartward Amulet, whereas Jigs, as usual, likes to go for a little bit more survivability for himself and worry about the team after he knows he's safe.
And that Heartward Amulet first is all to do with Annenster. You can see he's not massive on the player damage just yet, but he's up in the top 4 side, the highest on Soar. Those Zeus ultimates and the Chain Lightnings plus the detonations can cause so much havoc. They have to respect that, and United are doing so.
But right now, this is still a time where Homie FA and Jigs are going to be doing significant damage to Chaos, being this warrior support and warrior jungle. And without that sovereignty or any real physical protection for Chaos outside of his passive, it will make life harder for him. He's gone for the Void Stone, and I love this pickup early on, giving him some penetration against these tanky targets, as well as some survivability against the Zeus damage.
Virizial and Pain to Beyond adding into Benji are all controlling this right-hand side of the map for now. War coverage is relatively good, and they see a window of opportunity to go for the Portal Demon. The Final K has made a call here, and Homie's on the way to make sure that is not going to go down for free.
Virizial doesn't lose too much HP, though, in that little encounter, and really only had his back camps to farm, so not a bad idea there by United's jungler to try and just get a little bit more global gold for the team.
A couple of issues there, because Benji's 14. You can see he's gone for Thorns as his secondary relic now to go with the Mystical Mail. That seems to be the story of the Bellona solo lanes this weekend. A lot more Mystical Mails coming into play. It's free damage overall aggro, but it's expensive.
There's the Blink, Fear No Evil, and Virizial gets Annenster's beads, and that's all he wanted. Chaos wasn't even close to following up on that ultimate. Virizial knows he just got away with murder a little bit there, blinking into 3 members by himself.
Makes it a bit more awkward now for Annenster to approach the wave, but luckily enough he is Zeus, so he's got a bit of additional range thanks to that shield. Panda Cat versus Vetium, both level 14, but meanwhile, United, they still look to contest the speed.
Benji still 3 levels up on Final K right now. That Chain Lightning going to do a little bit of damage, but really not much to Benji.
This is a bait because Vetium doesn't know Virizial's on this left-hand side. I expected Saw think he's at the speed buff. He's not. He's looking at Vetium, but no fear, no evil. Wasted opportunity there, but well played from Vetium to get away.
And now United's jig is up. They know that Sword knows that Virizial's on that left-hand side. No real chance for them to contest that speed buff
I
anymore.
do like that call, though, from United there.
Yeah.
Trying to make them think that the jungler's going to be waiting in the wings, and he's not. He's waiting elsewhere.
So something that I just realized is Nemi and Lion for Fine OK. Love this pickup because Panda Cat on this Scotty, most Scotties are not going for lifesteal in their build. It's all about the penetration and damage. That's going to augment even more of his spiked shell damage.
Surprised, though, that he's not gone for the Thorns as his secondary relic. He wants the meditation, which will allow him to stay in the fights a little bit longer. Blinking from Homie FA over the wall with the ring, but the ring gets reset thanks to the Gold Fury and it going through it. Big from over the wall on 2, and Chaos is 1 hit from death.
Vetium going to be able to clean him up with that snipe. Can't quite find the third there on the low health target that's running away. Fear No Evil comes up just in time to get Panda Cat the kill on a Jigs.
And Benji is going to chase down Vetium for days, and there's not a whole lot they can do to stop it. Final K's on peel duty as Virizial will clean up Annenster, and Benji can now peel away, knowing that Vetium won't be out. The bird bomb would have hit, but a somersault is better.
And the big crit coming out as well. Doesn't matter. Homie FA finds the kill onto the jungler. Final K right in Panda Cat's face, forces out his Aegis there towards the end of the engagement, but both Benji and Panda Cat far too low to contest this solo laner.
Back and forth. Final K happy to just stay in here as Benji will retreat back to base. No teleport available for Benji now as Panda Cat. A little bit risky to stay in the lane there, but he knows that Final K was on those oracles because of the ward placement.
This is really exciting because another thing that I just remembered, I was talking to Panda Cat, I believe it was yesterday with Barracuda, maybe Friday, and they were talking about Kuzenbo. And Barracuda, like most hunters, is like, yeah, Kuzenbo ruins my life and I hate playing against him.
Yep.
Panda Cat says Kuzenbo is trash. He dares anybody to play Kuzenbo against him.
Really?
Easy wins for him. So this is fine, okay. This is an opportunity for him to show exactly how terrible it can be to play up against Kuzenbo as a hunter.
Tell you what, the worst thing is for PandaCat though is if he pops that ultimate on Scardy at the same time as Kuzenbo has those spikes up, Calder is going to do free damage that's going to come back to haunt PandaCat.
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of ways that PandaCat's life can be made more difficult by Fine OK, but PandaCat is 3 levels up on Fine OK right now. He's just not had a good job farming on that right side, largely due to the pressure put onto the solo by both Verizial and Benji. Those right side buffs have been consistently stripped away.
United are the favorites coming into this just based off their seed placement, but the North American players here, I heard them talking before this set began, they feel Soar are the favorites coming into this one. Right now it's still a relatively even game, small advantages for the higher seed in the United.
And these two teams again did not play during the spring split. Soar had to forfeit up against E United due to not having the full team. Chaos gets blinked in by Homie Efe. Verizial immediately jumps onto Andy.
But Chaos is already dead and Andy's being kept busy by Verizial, but now Verizial's got a problem because Vetium's here too. Where you gonna juke to, boy? Nowhere. Back to the fountain you go. The taunts are real out of Soar right now, really trying to get in the head of E United.
I'll be honest, a lot of these taunts that you see are kind of good-natured fun. I don't feel that way about this matchup. Soar really wants to get in E United's head.
Gold Fury started up by Soar. Pain Divion trying to keep them busy. Bit of damage onto Homie Efe. Return of that damage onto Pain and Vetium snipes. That third one could have spelled disaster for Pain Divion, I should say. But it's turned around as Homie Efe bit off more than he can chew.
Now Andy's in a bad spot. There's the meditation coming out from Jigs, or from Fine OK rather. Benji in the middle of 4, but he's got that Thorns. No one can hit him.
Pain comes in with a flop though, hanging around. Doesn't get the stun to Andy, so as the Bludgeon will clean that one up. Next on the list is Jigs. There's a double kill for Benji. Pain's doing his best to bait. Vetium will clean that up as Fine OK ends up pushing Benji towards Vetium, and Vetium goes down, giving Benji a triple kill.
That's exactly what Soar don't want to see on multiple different levels. Not only Benji just tearing through them, but because of who it is, the solo laner that left their team, left them high and dry in the middle of the season, and now is continuing to punish them here at LAN.
Disaster in that engagement from Soar. Homie Efe overextended without his team just a little hair fraction too much. That cost him his life, and from there the blocks just started to tumble down, and E United extend to a decent 5k gold lead now based off that engagement after getting that Gold Fury.
Look at that teamfight recap. 3,000 experience there over top of Soar E United gained in that little engagement. That is massive. That pushes that experience difference up around 7,000. And look at it across the board. Benji is 4 levels up. Verizial 2 levels up. Chaos has a level. Pain has a level. PandaCat has a level. Everyone on E United is at least 1 level on their counterpart.
But Soar is still not out of this one just yet. E United starting up the Portal Demon here. Pain Divion on ward duty. He'll spot Fine OK as Fine OK will look to contest the pull. Not going to get there in time, and instead Verizial goes straight onto him. Fine OK still fighting because Homie Efe's here as well.
There's the blink cage, but a great Fear No Evil separates Aninster to allow him to not follow up on that cage. Jigs with the dazzling offense can't save the life of his mid.
PandaCat's in a lot of trouble here thanks to the damage from Vetium coming out as well. Big Eagles rally in place for the extra protections. Gives Benji another kill onto Vetium. Homie Efe has to leap over the wall back to safety. 2 for 1.
And again, just the AoE here from A United's composition is too strong for Soar to really handle. I liked the shell pickup early on here by Jigs to guarantee the fact that that Jonqui ultimate wouldn't be as effective. The Fear No Evil, the Intoxicate, all of these giant teamfight AoE ultimates, but there the shell just wasn't up for Jigs. The Eagles rally, the Intoxicate, the Book of Demon, just too much AoE for Soar to really deal with.
Homie Efe is doing a lot of work on this Odin so far in this game. His player damage isn't the highest. He's engaging well for the team. The problem is he's engaging just a little bit too early where his team can't get in range to follow it up all the time. And this is giving E United that window where Verizial keeps dropping the Fear No Evil to make sure Soar can't collapse to make it worthwhile.
Verizial's played this game really, really well. 4-2 and 7 really set up Benji to allow him to get this early lead that he's really ran away with. And Verizial's just map sense. Every time someone gets caged, he's always looking for Aninster to make sure that he can't get easy damage off.
Hey, game 1 of this between him and Soar, his first game at the LAN, and Verizial's performance here is already better than any of his games online so far this split. Not to talk down about him, but he's really playing well right now.
And that's what E United can bring. While a lot of people didn't really think highly of their online portion of the spring split, a lot of easy wins that kind of inflated their record, I think, especially with that forfeit against Soar. But you knew that this team really gets momentum at LAN. Panda Cat, one of the loudest players here consistently. Chaos may not look like it, but he gets really into these games and starts yelling at the other team. This is definitely a team that can really start to run with their lane momentum.
I almost want to look back at that taunt from Homie F in the duo lane after killing Panda Cat, because from that moment on is where United have just managed to turn things up a little bit more. Tier 1 tower on the left, Tier 1 tower in mid, Tier 1 tower in the right are now all down, which means Soar's base is a little bit deeper to defend from every single time, giving more control to United across the map.
There's the Fear to Weave on the left-hand side. Jigs the target once more. Shell comes out, and the Dazzling Offense, both a little bit too late to stop him from getting poked out. But that is a decent win for the moment. But with how much CDR Verizial has in that build, with the Hydras and that Shogun's Kasari, that's not going to be down for long.
Looking at the player cams, though, nobody seems too stressed from either team so far in this one. They recognize this could be a problem for both of them, but even though we're United ahead, there's no smiles there. It's all serious business. I'll tell a lie. Pain's smiling. Pain's smiling.
Pain's smiling because Benji just stole away Homie FA's speed buff and then taunted him, because that's just what you do in this matchup, I suppose.
It seems that's the case. The taunts are real between the two. The fight is there. Obviously, Benji left, saw at an awkward time. They brought in Fine OK, who's had a fantastic, he's been a fantastic replacement. Mid lane, Blake from Homie FA, but the permafrost comes into play. Homie's gonna run. Who you gonna call though, says Chaos. It's not enough damage, but it's enough to make Saw run away. Benji around the back.
Anitzer just doesn't do any damage right now. Benji is making Vetium's life hell in this jungle. Sprint popped, Eagles rally over the top. Meditation comes out, and Aegis saves Vetium's life from that bludgeon.
And Benji's so tanky that he can weather the storm under a tier 2 for a while. The rest of United just grouping up towards mid lane now with that damage done and forcing Vetium back. Fine OK joining him. This tier 2 in mid is going to go as well.
1,500 more gold for E United. Nothing Sora can do about it, but watch. There it goes in United's favor. Only 2 towers left standing now.
Homie FA just clearing the wave out there as well. Can't pick up Pain Beyond at the moment. Ultimate not available for that Odin. As now United start to collapse back towards the Gold Fury. It's up in 10 seconds time as of now. And a United, what a fight.
Fine, okay, and Jigs get caught out by that permafrost. There's a flop onto the Soul later, but he is tanky at this stage. Verizial jumps forward with that somersault, but Jigs finds a nice Dazzling Offense.
But Verizial finds a better Fear No Evil again. Vetium is here, goes straight to the sky, looking at Verizial. 2 shots are good, but the third one is pushed away by Fine OK. Fight still going on as Anitzer under pressure, needs some help from his team. Gets a little bit of peel, but still falls down to Panda Cat. Benji picks up Homie FA off the back of that, and United falls straight back after picking up 2 towards the Gold Fury.
And they are way too healthy to even think about giving up this Gold Fury. This is going to be another objective the way of E United. Their second Gold Fury of the game. It's going to push their lead up above that 10,000 gold mark.
And that 10k mark is always something that the players and everybody talks about. That's almost the moment where you're like, right, this team controls the game. We have to win a couple of team fights. A few things now have to go in our favor. Otherwise, it's difficult to get back in.
And this is a team composition that's even harder to get back into the game with, because it's just not a lot of damage across the board. You're really relying on Vetium and Anitzer to bring the bulk of that damage. But Andy doesn't have a whole lot of penetration. Only the Dynasty Plate Helm and those tank or penetration boots. You saw how little damage he did to Chaos with that ultimate in mid lane. Chaos has the Book of the Dead, 4th item here, and I love this pickup on Zhonghui. A lot of effective HP, not only from the shield, but it just gives you a ton of HP. A lot of power as well, 100 on that item.
Paul Demon started up looking for Fine OK to try and steal it away. Fine OK steals it! Don't know why he managed to get away. He will immediately dip out. Saw find a very, very small win, but it will slow E United down around the Fire Giant for a few moments.
That's one of the small wins, but the Sword's going to need a lot of those. Jigs dashes into the enemy, but the speed buff still goes United's way.
Jigs ults to avoid the flop, and Homie rings in Pain to Beyond. Not rid of the target he was after. He catches Chaos there, but Chaos is very tanky. You can see that Zeus hasn't really done any damage to him, and instead Andy's one hit from death. You know what? If Benji would have stayed there, Mystical Mail would have killed Anitzer at the back, but he'll get out, and Vetium is looking to turn it around on Benji.
But can't kill him still. Benji is just able to do whatever he wants in these team fights. No worries at all. 6-0 and 9, top of the player damage charts. That's gotta hurt Sore.
This weekend, there's been a lot of talk about what gods we may see, and the one that's really, really stood out for me is Bellona.
Yes.
Out of nowhere. Like, really out of nowhere. We've not seen it for most of the split. Most people not picking it up, and this weekend, it's having fantastic performances time and time again.
I mean, a lot of the counter picks that Bellona has trouble with, those warriors that interrupt her blood Bludgeon aren't being seen quite as often. A lot of Guardians, and she can really pressure those out even by leveling Scourge without much worry. I thought it was just the fact that Deathwalker is a really sick Bellona, but Benji showing us that it might be the character as well.
Especially with Cabrakan being the focus of bans just lately as well. And Cabrakan was one of those Guardians you would always want to put into a Bellona for lane control. Oh, Babe just disappeared!
No chance for him to get out of that one. Just trying to steal away the Fire Giant. Fine, okay. Now on the run. Virizio already used that Fear No Evil. Meditation comes out from the solo laner, but he's super slow here from Benji.
But meanwhile, the fight rages on in the background with the Odin Ring down, a couple of members in trouble. Pandacat specifically has to Aegis, but there comes Benji with the Eagles rally one more time. Unstoppable for the solo laner from E United. 5 members strong, 5 members with the Fire Giant, 5 members will take the tier 2 tower.
You know what this performance reminds me of from Benji? This is Omega-esque. It's on a character that Omega had a lot of success on, the Bellona. Benji is the bad guy in this matchup, and he is just reveling in it. He's absolutely loving this.
Not much Fine OK can do there to stop the Phoenix going down, but he's drawing the whole attention from the team right now. Investing a lot into him. E United really going to try and end this. In comes Homie F, and his health disappeared again. E United, they could take game 1 right now. The Titans getting low. The Fear No Evil will secure. E United 26 minutes. GG.
The 3rd seed in North America proved that they belong here in the finals of the North American Gauntlet, really dominating Soar for the most part of that game, and it's all centered around Benji and Virizio on that right-hand side.
Really good play from Virizio from minute 1. He was the real focal point that allowed them to get to the point of where there was no return for Soar in that set.
And sometimes when you were talking about Soar trying to get in E United's head, you could kind of get in your own head in some situations where every time you kill, you got to find the time to taunt, and like you saw on that left-hand side, Homie FA kind of gets caught out because he's standing there trying to get in E United's brain.
And that wasn't the winning moment of the game, but that one taunt from Homie FA on Pandacat after the kill, it bought enough time for a double kill to go down on that side of the map that actually allowed E United to start capitalizing more afterwards. Bit awkward.
Without a doubt. Really awkward whenever you really want to win a game that badly and you're just taunting everyone you kill, and then you just kind of get spanked by the player you want to beat more than anyone else.
Game 1 down. E United first blood. Will they face off against Rival? We'll find out. But right now it's time to go to the desk to look at some of the best moments of that game.
Out of all of the members that could have carried that game for E United, Benji is the one player that Soar didn't want to see do it. Like we said, we sort of set the table with some of the history between these guys and these teams, and Benji came out playing like, I don't know what. This guy was out of control. I brought up how some people sort of not only stare in the face of adversity, but feed off of it. This guy, out of control, 12-5 KDA.
And on top of that, Benji was just, how do you jump into 4 people time and time again, 0 punishment, 0 cares in the world, but shout out to that Deathwalker Bellona build.
So right here, I want to bring this up. We're watching Benji go nuts here. This is a Pain to Beyond highlight.
Pain right there pretty much sacrificed himself to pop the Zeus Aegis. It just allowed Benji to not worry about like, oh, I'm gonna have to dive, pop that Aegis, survive the rest of the team, and then kill him. It gave him a free thing, and after that, you actually watch Pain got so low, the rest of the team chased him out and changed targets, so Benji just got the free cast. Benji, I believe, got 3 kills right there. After that, with the lead he already had, I wasn't sure if he was actually killable.
Right here, I mean, it certainly didn't look like it. Benji just continued his reign of terror deep in the enemy jungle. Look at this, just 1v3, not a care in the world. They med, he still sticks to it, pops to Thorns just to punish even more so. This was the Benji show from virtually minute 1.
This was essentially Soar just getting out drafted. In my personal opinion, I don't think that Soar were playing to their strengths all across the board. Sure, you had an excellent duo lane with Venium and Jix running the Amaterasu Rom. That's a playstyle that's really suited to them. But I don't like seeing, and you even said it yourself, Homie FA on a non-carry jungle. It just completely goes against everything that he's built up for himself in the scene. This is a guy who's probably, he is considered one of the top junglers in the world right now, and I think that he should definitely just play something like a Thor or just anything that allows him to carry.
Give him the tools to carry the game.
Going back to the comp, though, I do want to say one thing. Me and FDOT were actually talking about this. It pretty much came down to Soar had one way to play their comp. It was Odin engage, Zeus drop ult. We don't get a kill, we back out. On top of that, E United had a very good counter engage, as I believe Riziel did it actually one time and it saved Jean-Qui. He jumped on the Zeus, ulted before he got the ult out, and Jean-Qui's just sitting in the cage doing nothing. And E United just had so many ways to engage. It's like you have, if Bacchus flops you, you got to beads Aegis out or you die. You got to beads Humbats ult or you die. And Scotty, like, you can't really die very as well. So if you didn't get caged both Jean-Qui and Scotty, Odin's just gonna die.
Chaos, he was even ahead Chaos, excuse me, he was behind for the starting portion of that game, but it didn't even seem like it mattered because of how far ahead Veriziel and Benji were as themselves. It just overall just led to the snowball.
Not a single touch.
One of the things that actually got KS back into the game, I believe it was around 5 minutes. There was a 4v2 around Speed/Blue. It was Benji and I believe Veriziel. And I think actually E United got a killing god out. On top of that, Soar missed an entire mid wave. That got Chaos actually back in the game.
And then he wound up being about 2 levels above Andy even then. So just really concentrated effort as a unit, which is the story of E United. Even though Benji was leading the charge, this was very much, we saw a number of Pain to Beyond plays. We saw a number of Veriziel plays, 2 Fear No Evils that I think absolutely broke the game open at certain points. That's what E United does. They play all of 5 members. 1 or 2 might really lead the game, but it's all about the unit. This is what they've done historically. This is why they've been successful, and this is why they're successful one more time. They take game 1 above Soar. We'll see what happens as we head into game number 2 with the picks and bans. I expect Soar to change some things up. Like I said, homie Efe, arguably the best jungler in the world. Give him a tool. It almost makes me angry to see it. I feel like his skill is wasted on a character like Odin.
Well, this time around, Soar having the first ban, they're just... I would like for them to elect and take away that bot's pick, or even the Bologna ban might be justified at this point in time. Benji has just had way too much of a showing on the Bologna already, just entirely too dominant, and on top of that, you just never want to really deal with the bots.
You ban the Bologna, he plays Osiris or Amaterasu or any other bully god, I think we're going to see the same stuff.
I actually want to go back to what F-Dot said on getting homie a carry jungle. I think I'd be more focused on that just because a lot of the carry jungles in the game right now, they're good at stopping solo lanes. If you get to stop Benji, it's like killing 2 birds with 1 rock. You get to stop Benji, you get homie on a carry.
That's exactly, that is what Soar need to do to stretch this one out to game 3. Panda was too nuts on the Scotty. I think that was every armchair coach at home was screaming at the computer, why are you gonna let Panda Cat play Scotty? Not only is she a great pick right now, obviously, but it's a character that just befits what Panda Cat wants to do all the time.
Yeah, we would never let that kid touch Scotty.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah,
He's terrifying.
It's so much disorientation with the permafrost, especially. Anytime that Vedian went up into the air with the Realm ultimate, there was a permafrost waiting for him right at the bottom. And when you're slipping and sliding all over the place, not to mention getting face tanked by a Bologna for any amount of damage you're trying to output and actually dying because of it, it's just not a whole lot of fun all around.
And Panda, I need to mention here on the death, E United is a different team in person. At LAN, we always talk about, teams being louder and whatnot. E United is one of the loudest, and it's not all about getting in the opponent's head, although that's certainly part of it. That's just who they are. Panda Cat is going to play Scotty and bark at you like a dog, because that's just who Panda does. He's gonna RP his way through the match, and it's all for him. When he used to play Jingwei, he used to say, I'm a bird, and fly back to lane, having a ball, and the other team like, what are you doing? And then he gets the triple kill, and he laughs his way to the bank. So this is a team that you have to be careful of on LAN. You can't let these players have what they want. Scotty, banned because of it. Next to him, Sylvanas Cabrakan, also going to be banned. Welcome back to North America. Cabrakan is worth a ban. And one last ban coming out for E United.
And for that, I'd imagine E United didn't really seem like they encountered any massive difficulties against Soar Gaming. They kind of, even when they fell behind, they still had a lot of control over the situation and over the pacing of the game. So much so that Soar just found it. I think that Sword just got too wrapped up in their own mind games of wanting to try and get into the head of United that it actually backfired onto themselves.
And that again goes back to I got to point to General Payne. I mentioned it with specifically talking about Benji, how Payne was able to really rope that player in. Verizil kind of falls into that same category where these are two great players that need that sort of leadership. But Payne is also going to, as across to the whole team, say like, look, you know what? You want to taunt? We can taunt him a couple of times, but let's get the W first. That's what they're looking for. We can mess around with them, but he knows when to sort of just shut it down and make it about the game itself. And that's what I think United really succeeded for, balancing those two things.
United kind of had an extra band there, and I actually really like the Fafnir for two reasons. First of all, Fafnir is just a really good god right now, but second of all, Jigs is one of his best gods is probably Fafnir.
Fafnir is very mechanically demanding with that, with the stun from the hammer axe, and that's what Jigs does. So absolutely want to take that away. Terra will be selected for Soar Gaming. Final K likes that character. We'll see if it works in the solo lane or the support. But Ho Yi will be the hunter of choice for Pandacat, and Verizil repeats himself playing Hunbats.
And if it's not broke, don't fix it. And that's exactly what he encountered with the bots. You might as well try and run it back if they're going to leave it open. I do really like the Cupid pick, though, on the side of Soar Gaming, because that cripple in the Fields of Love is going to be so crucial for trying to help Soar find the upper hand against United in team fights.
Andy Scylla. You were mentioning how Andy has a deeper god pool than most think. Ra is definitely, I think, the top of that mountain, but Scylla is also a very strong choice for Amster, and that's the character I was talking about. They didn't even ban it, just looking for a different flavor. When it comes down to what Benji did last game, it wasn't god specific. He can be that deep diving bully on Osiris, on Bellona, on Amaterasu. I can pull out 3-4 more gods that Benji's gonna do the same damn thing on. So he brings out the broken god. This might even be better than his Bellona in my eyes.
Benji actually does this very well. Is a lot of people actually use the tether for a stun. He somehow always manages to get 5-man tethers in the middle of a team fight and just be like, wait, why am I not doing any damage? He's like, oh, everyone's tethered.
His positioning and his ability to see the battlefield in a very unique way. He's able to sort of zoom out, you know, and like an out-of-body experience and really see the whole battlefield as everything is concerned. And Soar Gaming did their homework, banning out the Agni from Chaos.
Turns out Chaos likes Agni.
Yes, Chaos loves his Agni, just like he loves his Zhong Kui. But he played that last time. I don't,
The Herc ban's not too surprising either after the showing Final K had yesterday.
Yeah, 13-0. I don't want to see it.
It's pretty good.
I just don't want to see it.
It's completely reasonable, but that's still a very scary composition coming out for E United already, and it's just the comfortability on all three of those gods for each of those members as well. Pandacat on Hu Yi, he's had excellent displaying on that. Zhong Kui ban, though, that's really interesting that they would opt to take that away, considering I don't think that Zhong Kui was necessarily the problem for Soar. Maybe they just don't want to deal with what Zhong Kui can provide in a team aesthetic.
I pretty much agree with the same thing. It's like you have a Scylla, you want to let her free farm. You don't really want to give Zhong a free laning phase. It's just doesn't usually end well.
And, you know, not to mention the fact that with as many slows that Osiris has, that enables Zhong Kui to be a little bit more powerful than he is by his lonesome. But this is the power of being a guy with an eclectic god pool like Chaos. The second round of bans was used on an Agni and a Zhong Kui. Now you can pick whatever strong god you actually want to play. I mean, that's always a win when you can force the opponent to ban stuff that quote-unquote shouldn't be banned. I think that that's one of the powerful things that E United bring. Because of that, you're going to see the Amaterasu come out, and that'll likely be in the hands of Pain to Beyond.
I can't imagine that it would be Osiris support. So Pain on Amaterasu would be pretty fun. Okay, you're giving me that look, and I know you think that it'd be hilarious, and sure, I could see the general trying to whip it out, but
my thing is that Benji's best god is Amaterasu. He can play Amaterasu twice as well as he played below the last game. Osiris support is not something I'm taking to the bank, but I would love to see the young man on Amaterasu. Not likely to be the case. Nike will be across the lane from Amy. A Wheelish, the jungler of choice, and Vulcan will round things out for the mid lane on E United. I gotta say right now, Soar Gaming's draft is very strong. I think that Homie FA is going to be a very, very good Wheelish, and this one might go the way of Soar.
I actually like United's draft more, and it kind of reminds me of something I believe Best used to do against Raijin. When Raijin would ult, he would be really immobile, and Best would just snipe him. In this case, Sill's going to be ulted, pretty much be snared, and you're just going to toss a Vulcan out on top of her.
We'll see if that one is going to be the way that this one goes. Game number 2, E United up 1-0. It's Aggro and Hindu with the call.
Seoul have no more chances left to actually make it to be the victors if they lose a single game. Last chance, Saloon on Sunday.
Now the loser of this set does go on, but Energy is waiting for you, and they're going to be angry, and I don't know if you want to mess with that. Probably better to punch your ticket to Masters with this set here.
I don't know, I think so. Pretty angry after how that last performance went for him in the last game. E United's draft. We saw Skidon say that he feels it's that way. F thinks it's Soar's way. Wheelix comes to mind a little bit when you look at E United's comp. He's going to have trouble. Bats is going to have a bit of trouble there as well. And fantastic mobility around the jungle, as well as you add in a Nike and a Terra to that fact. Wheelix is an important pick for me.
Yeah, I like the Nike Willish synergy there, but the one thing I'm worried about is there's not a whole lot of guaranteed setup for Aninster on this Scylla.
True.
Terra has that root, but has to be right in the thick of things. It's not as easy as, say, an Athena taunt or something like that, where you can really get multiple members grouped up for Aninster on these AoE skills.
One thing I do like is that Benji's just gone to something that's very frontline once again. He can just do the same work he did on that Bellona a different way around. Didn't go for the Bellona this time. He could have gone for it, but he would preferred the Osiris here.
I mean, Osiris has been... What Bellona's done here at LAN, Osiris did online, and that was just bully you out, look unkillable, really, really strong pick either way. I was surprised that he didn't go for Bellona, but I don't mind this Osiris pick one bit.
I will say, Aggro, though, the teamfight ultimates here, they're huge AoE circles for both teams here that are going to really make an impact in these engagements. People are going to disappear if they all get connected at the same time.
I love this Cupid pick for Vedium in particular. Final K taking more damage than he is really given there to Benji until Homie Faye comes up.
Benji's really low. At the same time as Homie F, the minions come into play, though, so both have to back away. Final K eats a lot of archer damage there as well. Wouldn't have liked that, but the Vanguard plus the potions will keep him steady. Homie's the one that's going to be more careful, though, now, which has allowed a United to get pressure. Meanwhile, mid lane pressure went the way of a United. They're also going to swing on to the left, but Saw with following suit.
The difference here in the solo lane is while both Osiris and Nike have those cleave auto attacks, only Benji went for the Death Toll. Final K went for the more defensive mark of the Vanguard, so he's not going to get healed up just by auto attacking the wave like Benji will.
Right-hand side of United are going aggressive again. They steal the speed, and Homie FA still level 1. Beats Durley trying to avoid the slows. Still not going to stop Verizio getting first blood for a second game.
And this is the worst case scenario right now. A Willish from behind is difficult to really be effective on. When teams are running at you as a Willish, you're basically useless. You need to have their backs turned to really be effective.
3 buffs stolen by United now. Speed, blue, and the red from Saw's jungle. The mid lane composition of Aninster and Jigs have to weather the storm here and try and push out. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Final K was trying to contest those elementals. He's been pushed back as well. I don't even know how duo lane's going yet because the Hunters are still going at it. It should be a Cupid lane, if anything, due to the boxing potential.
Oh, Vedium dashes in, and there's still a lot of minions there, but Panda Cat doesn't have that mark of the Golden Crow yet to guarantee that stun. Looks like he put 2 points into the ricochet, so Vedium knew that, I'm supposing, because that was a risky play there.
It was risky, but it also did stop Panda Cat going in the jungle to steal away that purple buff, which would have been the entire jungle. It allows Homie FA to get a bit more farm that is so important for him still being only level 2.
Now, we're only seeing Homie FA for the first time here in the duo lane, but in my mind, it should not be the last. This is a great opportunity for Homie FA to pull Panda Cat back in off of that gravity surge and really get Vedium a lead.
Well, he's got to get 5 first of all. That's the main thing right now, and I think that's the only reason we really see him in this duo lane as it stands. And meanwhile, in mid lane, Saw still hold the pressure there for the moment, as we did see Chaos return back to base just to get a couple more potions. Sorry, he didn't return back to base. My bad, he went for back harpies.
And Chaos has a couple buffs to take on that left-hand side still. The red buff and the purple buff for E United still standing. So while their gold lead is right above 1,000 right now, it's going to only get bigger after these 2 buffs go down.
Oracles for E United are available now. Homie FA is going to swing around and find this out just a little bit too late. Not only level 3, there's not a whole lot he can do about that. E United United are now in a comfortable control of this game. Soar have to just sit back and farm for now.
Now there is some good late game potential on Sword. Terra in the late game becomes a monster. That Nike passive going to help augment the damage out of everyone on Soar. But Cupid really comes online in the mid game. The early game is where Walish is supposed to shine. And as you mentioned, Homie Fade down pretty significantly right now to Verizial.
And Insta level 4 right now on the Scylla. Should be hitting level 5 relatively soon, as you can see there with those back harpies going down. Love the fact that he waited for Homie FA just to help Homie catch up again. Homie's on the trail of Verizial, who has that Fear No Evil and was not scared to use it at all last game.
Luckily for Homie FA that his purification beads are almost up. Remember, he used those on the right-hand side right before he got first blooded, so that Fear No Evil isn't going to be an instant death.
Speaking of Verizial, Talaria boots picked up from him. He's going for the extra mobility with the speed buff, maybe trying to answer back some of the speed that Soar are going to have in this game with Nike, with Jigs and that Wrath of Terror. Got to be careful.
Could be, but it's also there to boost his gold gain in terms of whenever he hits everyone from his abilities. And it could have been that he just had enough gold to finish off Talaria and he wanted to be here for the speed buff invade. Sometimes it's better to adjust your build on the fly to just try and get on the right spot of the map.
Speed buff stolen away again by E United. Blue buff will be the next thing on the cards for them, but Soar have cleared out the minions from under the tower and are rotating round to help out FineOK in the blue, but they will meet Benji and Verizial, who are waiting here to contest.
FineOK still a little bit behind Benji in terms of health and XP. There's the bounce, monkey bounce onto Anister.
Watch out for
and Jigs.
Chaos's ult. Chaos on the Vulcan is on the back line here. He's going to look towards Anister. The backfire didn't hit. Still a use of the Sentinel was not very good there at all, but he will escape with the barest amount of health. Pulled back in under the tower of a monster. Anister connects. Pain Beyond is dead.
1 for 1 now. FineOK comes right back around the corner, trying to put some more pressure onto Benji and Verizial, but can't quite do so yet. Benji and Verizial both so healthy still.
Not looked at the Hunters yet, but both their ultimates are on cooldown right now as they've been trading out on this left-hand side, but Vetium with the sustain of those hearts will be able to weather the storm.
Not only that, but PandaCat had to use his purification beads in order to get out of the fields of love. Vetium did not, so that's a win for Vetium. You know that he's either going to ult PandaCat on cooldown or Homie FA is going to make it show his face over there.
Just so close to picking up Anister there. You saw Pendivion's ultimate coming out from the Amaterasu. Just one more hit of that. The first one connected, just the second or the third, and Anister would have been back in base.
Yeah, really unfortunate Sentinel placement as you called out, but using that movement speed from I'm a Monster and the CC immunity to just charge right through that Fear No Evil that Verizial had dropped. I can't believe it lasted that long. It was a beautiful knock-up and pull-in from Homie FA. Pain might have died anyways, but that I'm a Monster just guaranteeing it and getting Anister some much-needed farm.
Even though Anister did manage to pick up that kill, which is important for Soar, United did continue to pressure onto the buffs one more time of Soar. Granted, FineOK picked up the blue buff, but the speed was stripped away by United that time round.
It's still a little bit behind for Homie FA because of that, and FineOK. It's just Benji and Verizial continuing to put pressure on that right-hand side of the map. So this is a good opportunity for Soar to get something on the left. No invades on the left side buffs as the United secures their red. But you see Pain hanging out on this left side. That's because PandaCat's purification beads are still down for 25 seconds.
And Vetium's ultimate is available. Verizial in mid lane though looks for the damage onto Anister. Monkey Toss connects. Won't jump to the monkey just yet though. Fear No Evil was available if he wanted to use it, but beads were also up. As on left, we've got a fight.
Pressure onto Vetium, but there's the Fields of Love. PandaCat gonna get Mez down, take a lot of damage from Homie FA, but the Suns were good enough to keep Homie from chasing him down.
Helped him out enough. If Homie was a level ahead, further ahead, he may have had the damage to really bring down PandaCat there as well. But the timing of that rotation from Soar was incredibly important. Vetium got away with his life because the Suns had to be used defensively.
Very, very lucky there for PandaCat. Also the fact that he used his jump aggressively just before Homie FA was in range to pull him in with that gravity surge.
Speed buff respawns for Soar, and United are already in position to strip it away again. Getting Chaos to level 9 now on this Vulcan. Verizial takes a lot of damage there from Jigs as Anister joined the fray, but they will be able to fall back relatively safely here. But Homie FA is a little bit far forward, and now he's trapped.
Pain knows exactly where he is. The silence coming out of that dash is going to keep Homie FA in place. almost long enough for Chaos to follow up with the bomb there, but not quite in time.
You saw Benji and Fine OK both considering a rotation towards mid there, meeting each other and back to whacking away on each other as well. Fine OK working towards more than likely a breastplate of Valor again here to answer what Benji's going to be swinging at his face time and time again.
And this is problematic for Fine OK at this stage in the game, but as he gets a couple more levels, maxes out that Rend, which should be maxed by now, and starts putting some more points into plan of action, that's where Nike starts to get her real sustain just by getting a lot of HP 5 from that second ability.
And the Elemental's going to go to Benji as well. Just continuing to extend the small lead he's got over Fine OK right now. That doesn't take long, though, for those solo lanes to extend that to 2 levels if things continue in the same path.
And Homie Efe hasn't gotten a speed buff yet, so you know that Benji is going to continue to keep that up as long as Verizial and Chaos are there to help him invade on that right side.
It's also a bluff option for United on the next speed buff as well. It is the sort of time when you can start seeing Gold Furies come out from teams, and if Saw invests too much on looking to defend the next speed that respawns, United could quickly go for the Gold Fury.
Fear no evil onto Verizial. He beads and jumps away. Stun not going to hit there from Jigs, who's forced into that Terra's Blessing. Homie Efe jumping forward, but can't quite find the damage.
Not sure exactly what went down there. Overall, it was Verizial that engaged, Saw looked to disengage and maybe continue. At least that's what Jigs wanted with that Wrath of Terror. United don't realize that after the Fear no Evil was on cooldown, it wasn't the greatest fight to take. They'll just walk away.
No, but they do trade out just Jigs' ultimate for both Verizial and Pain Divion's ult. Anister had to use his beads, but Verizial did as well, so not horrible there for Soar.
9 minutes in, the first Laurel you heard in the background popping and available now for Soar as Nike hits the first part of her passive. This mobility will increase as time goes on. It's a small boon on the side of Soar fans.
And that's the amount of minions that the entire team has to kill. That one's all complete. Now Soar needs to get 10 kills as a team.
That's the easy one, right?
Yeah, the easy one, exactly. And have 2 members hit level 20.
Gold Fury started up. Sun's a drop. Full commit from United here. Looking to steal this one away is Soar. Soar will steal it away as Anderson picks up Verizial. The Iron Monster hit. Next on the list is Chaos. Boom!
Oh,
Goes to Dynamite. Panda Cat looked at. Pain looked at. Round the back comes Benji. The man who will not be named, maybe looking for Anister right now, won't find it. Andy zones him away. Panda Cat back to the tier 2. United make a mistake and Saw get a small win.
Knock up, pull back onto Pain. There's the Feather Step waiting for him, but the dazzling offense comes up just in time to give Pain that CC immunity. Homie Efe in some trouble, but that Fields of Love forces Panda's beads and jump.
Great beads from Panda Cat though, just to react to and do that immediately before he gets under pressure. 3-1 in favor of Saw in kills. Gold is even. Experience, though, is still a telling mark in this game. You can see how much gold and experience they got from that one fight. And it closes the gap, but it's still not enough.
Significantly closing the gap. And Anister just comes up huge there. Gold Fury stolen. I'm not sure who got that for Soar, but I know Andy got 2 resets on that I'm a Monster. We talk so much about his Raw, and deservedly so. It's out of this world. But his Scylla is on a similar level. Really, really strong play coming out of the new mid laner.
And at level 11 right now, he would like to get to level 12, and I think that's one of the reasons he's staying, just to get that secondary relic online. The Helm should be following that up for a little bit more protections to deal with Benji, to deal with Panda Cat, to deal with Verizial.
And not only that, but it's a cheap item that gives him some power, and of course that penetration that's so important. Easy, cheap penetration is exactly what you're looking for in the mid lane.
Betty and Panda Cat both equal level still in this lane. It is a reason Cupid's been drafted to specifically deal with Ho Yi in lane. The boxing potential from the two is fantastic, but the cripples is what's key, and that's why Cupid is here.
But Vedium's gone for a less power-oriented build, more looking towards the late game with these Devourer's gauntlets. Not gonna have that Transcendence power. Panda Cat jumps, and Homie Faye can't pull him because he's on Suku.
Couldn't get off Suku in time to get away there. The beads are still on cooldown from Panda Cat, remember that. With Gold Fury being down though, United are focusing their pressure towards the mid lane. Blue buff on the right-hand side being looked at by Benji to strip that away from Fine OK one more time.
And this is what you expect for this Osiris. Benji has not had as much of an impact quite yet in this game, but...
his damage says otherwise.
Exactly, he's still top damage, but it's really mostly been on Fine OK instead of making the rotations and putting it onto Andinster and Vedium and guys like that.
Sora really starting to invest a little bit more into this duo lane now. You asked for Homie Efe to be over here a little bit more often, and he is. The problem, however, is that he's level 9 right now, whereas Verizial has a 2-level lead at being 11.
Homie's had a tough time farming in both of these games thus far, and it's while it was bad on the Odin, so you don't get your damage off, but like you mentioned, he's still just there to be a facilitator. He really needs the damage to come through on this Awilix, and he's second in the game, first on his team, certainly doing that job. But as you mentioned earlier on in the gank on the left side, maybe if he had another level or two, he's got enough damage to bring down Panda Cat. Little unfortunate, but certainly he's making an impact in this game.
This game is supposed to be a frontline threat on this Awilix as well, because you've got Fine OK and Jigs, which are all the setup CC and body blocks and damage soaks that you want, whereas the actual melee damage dealer in Homie FA, he needs to get in there and do a lot of damage, but if he's behind in levels, he won't do much and he won't live long enough either.
Just so unfortunate that they didn't find that kill onto Panda Cat on that left side. That was a guaranteed death onto Panda, 10 times out of 10, as long as Homie FA can get in position in time. Just a little bit too early, I think, on the dash forward from Vetium, which really signaled to Panda Cat that he was in trouble.
I think it's even more so on Panda Cat's reaction time more than anything else to realize he was in danger, because Hoey's leap is not the fastest thing in the world. Talking about leaps, Verizio goes in on Jigs there, but no fair, no evil used. They're surrounding Jigs, though, as Fine OK now comes in, and Jigs is a bit awkward. Holds his dash well, though, to escape, and it's actually Fine OK who's in a bit more trouble.
Look at how much damage Fine OK took. Nice knock up there from Homie FA onto Verizio, forces his purification beats, but he jumps over and uses that Fear No Evil.
Speed buff goes down, Verizio picks that one up, and still the collapse is on. A lot of pressure onto Fine OK, who uses the shield and disengage, but round the back wrap Saw.
Chaos is in a ton of trouble right now. Andy trying to chase him down. I'm a monster over the wall! Cleans up Chaos! Looking for one more. Verizio 1 HP, but he jumps out.
He'll leap out of the way. Meanwhile on the backside, Panda Cat comes round, drops the Suns, looks to pick up the kill. Vetium will get credit for that. Well, sorry, Vetium will fall down to Benji as that happens. Homie FA picks up Pain as Benji surrounded by 4, looking to get back to the tier 1. Won't get away. No need for to get to escape that, and Panda Cat's on the run now from the rest of Saw.
Homie FA's right here. There's the Feather Step. No, he holds it actually. Both relics now down for Panda Cat. No jump, no way for him to escape. Panda Cat's gonna fall. A delayed deicide there for Soar as they take their 7th kill.
It's not the worst case scenario for E United to see Panda Cat takes so much time on dying there. Yes, he used both relics, but he bought enough time that Saw can't get too many objectives off the back of that amazing successful win.
Really, really strong team fight there from Soar, and it was about Homie FA baiting out that purification beads from Verizio early on through the wall with the knockup. Benji did a good job of cleaning up Vetium with Panda Cat's help on the rotation, but despite that, it was just about that reset from Andenster putting pressure onto E United. Chaos fell too low too quickly, and Fine OK started off that entire engagement with a beautiful Sentinel of Zeus that slowed everyone down and allowed Jigs to find a multi-man stun.
We've seen enough of Andenster on Raw to recognize how good he can be on Raw, and now I think is the time to add Scylla to that list now.
Yeah.
This game has been fantastic for him. One small mistake of that Sentinel was corrected earlier on that turned into a kill for him as he did escape that one. The boy who lived is real right now. 1,000 gold lead, however, for Saw.
He's been absolutely killing it on this Scylla without a doubt. He's right next to Homie FA in terms of damage, and this is not where you expect Scylla to be this early on.
Jigs in a bit of trouble on the front side here. Looking to keep going aggressive for the time being, keeping them busy. Jigs holding on to this is actually allowing Fine OK to make a good rotation. Verizio's dead. He used a Fear No Evil too. Fine OK will clean him up coming round the back.
Just that damage that's unmissable. That Sentinel of Zeus, if you're around Nike, you're going to get hit by it.
2 more kills, and we will see Saw get their second laurel as well, so extra movement speed for the whole team. One of the reasons Nike was so prioritized for such a long period of time with that extra mobility. Benji around the back, though, looks straight towards Andenster, and Benji's getting forced out by Fine OK and Vetium too. I'm a monster hits into the Order of the Afterlife, gets him away, but Fine OK's there with Homie FA to close the gap, and before you blink, Chaos has joined him in the fountain.
Everyone just went for Benji, and they found Chaos right next to him. The 2-man knock up there from Fine OK, and again, it's just Andenster doing so much damage on this Scylla. Benji does not have the lead that he did in game 1. Can't just face tank Andenster's damage all day.
So what exactly went wrong for E United? Because they had lane pressure, they had control of the right-hand jungle again, keeping Saw at bay. Homie FA was out of this game at one point, but now it's all Saw. Is this just all Andenster?
I mean, for the most part, yes. It was the Gold Fury steal and the double kill for Andenster that really got him in position to start to carry this game.
Homie FA trying to stop Panda campaign to be on with Fine OK coming around the back now, and sorry, Andenster chasing round, and he's looking for the Sikkim if he can find it. Pain pops the ult early, but this could be turned round now because Pain, Andy waited perfectly, pulled back in, Pain falls down as well. Verizio on the right will get a tier 1 tower, but Vetium's already there to defend the tier 2.
You're okay with losing 500 gold right now as Soar. You just want to continue to farm it up. Either way, Vedium is going to defend that tier 2, like you mentioned, and secure Homie FA's speed buff. And that's the other big thing that went wrong for E United is whenever losing the Gold Fury and the double kill to Andy was bad, but then that forced engagement on the speed buff that Soar took that delayed deicide all the way up that right-hand side, that's where their control really left the hands.
No jungle buffs available for anyone to really look at engaging and fighting over right now. Fire Giant is available at 17 minutes in. Saw are in a position where they could take the Fire Giant, but it's still too early with everybody available on the map for Reunited to even look at that, especially when Chaos has the ultimate. But Chaos is a bit far forward there.
Once again, he has both his relics here. There's the Aegis to immune out that Feather Step damage. I'm a Monster on the way, but Anister not going to be able to catch up to him. A wasted ultimate there out of Andy.
Those pings came out very, very quickly from both teams to the right-hand side where Benji was there, and they were Saw pings just saying, oh, never mind, he's on the right-hand side, we don't have to worry. I think they were a bit concerned that Benji was missing, and he wasn't, he was still in the wave. That's why we didn't see that further engage.
Chaos has had a tough time this game, 0-3-1. He also had a tough time in game 1, it was just that Benji and Verizial were so far ahead it didn't matter.
Verizial's trapped in the jungle there for a moment, but luckily enough, the pressure's relieved as a Unite turn up. Benji walks forward again, but with only Castellans, he can still take a lot of damage. Homie FA, though's caught out of position. Luckily, he's got mobility to get away.
And that heal coming off the Terra's Blessing, so important. Now healing up courtesy of Vedium's Hearts. FineOK and Anister continue to push forward into E United's jungle.
Pressure from Saw in the mid lane again, looking to potentially fall the tier 2 tower. Chaos has his ultimate, as does Benji for the defense, and Saw think better of trying to siege down the tier 2. Instead, they'll swing to the right, they'll find a blue buff that they'll have to take relatively quickly if a United recognizes this is going on.
But Pain Divion's in base, Panda Cat's still underneath the tier 2 tower in mid. Not too much pressure being exerted by E United. Can't say the same about Soar, who's continuing to use their ultimates aggressively. We saw Vedium throw that Fields of Love up over that mid-camp wall just to get the purification beads out from Verizial.
Not gonna lie though, E United are really showing a lot of experience here to be not that far behind in gold. For an 11-2 kill lead, that gold gap isn't that big.
Oh, Panda Cat in a lot of trouble. Andy chases him over the wall. There's a Sikkim crush, a little bit off the mark to zone Panda Cat back towards the team.
Yeah, you save Adams today. Yeah, it was a zoning crush just in case.
I throw those all the time. Zoning crushes are really underrated.
That works because they slow as well. A lot of
That's
people always
true.
forget
Yeah, how are you
going to
get past that? You can't.
Winged Blade. There you go.
But then you get your protection stripped.
That's also true. Paul Demon has spawned again for Saw. One member down is a United here, so they may not even look to contest. They're willing to surrender the Portal Demon over to Saw again. Gotta be careful though, because the Fire Giant could be next in the cards if nobody responds soon. That's why Jigs was like, hey guys, no one's here. Why don't we just start fire?
FineOK is gonna back though, but he'll have that portal to come right back through. Vedium's on the front side. Chaos is in a lot of trouble. The blanket from Homie Faye and Vedium cleans up Chaos, no problem.
And now it's just Benji here alone for the time being, because still Verizial is trying to rotate round, as is Panda Cat, sorry, not a Panda Cat, I should say Pain Divion, to try and support. They won't get the Fire Giant Saw, but they'll be happy with a Portal Demon and a free pick on Chaos yet again.
Chaos, and this is the problem with Vulcan, is that his early game is so weak, his late game damage can almost rival that of Scylla, but Anister is Scylla and has a lead. Really, really difficult for Vulcan to keep himself alive once he falls behind.
You mentioned rival there. Well, one of these two teams will have to face rival in the finals if they can get there today. The United need one more win to get there, but they're up against Saw right now. Pain Divion's forced out with the ultimate. Cupid Heart Bomb comes through, but it's not enough to kill him. Sun's rained down from Panda Cat, but this is all defensive work from a United.
Homie FA up over the wall, looking for Verizial. Lots of damage onto the jungler. The knockup is good, and Homie finds the solo kill on Verizial.
Meanwhile, Benji's still going to fall on the right. The Thorns won't save you now. 15-2. Saw back towards the Fire Giant, but they will take a cheeky speed buff on the way.
Homie FA has just had such a big turnaround of this game. Game 1, falls behind early, is not able to recover. Despite having a lot of kills in that game, just had a lot of deaths as well. Takes the early first blood, and since then, he's 5-0-7. Just unbelievable play out of him.
Just focus on farming more often than not. He did try to put some pressure onto the left-hand side, onto Panda Cat, to allow Vetium to continue to farm up. And Vetium now finds himself with 3-level advantage over his enemy Hunter.
I thought that United was going to do the Gold Fury while Sora cleaned up Fire Giant, but Homie FA also had that same thought and goes over to check it. E United not on the objective, which means that Sora is going to be able to push this gold lead even higher.
Just look at those heals coming out from Share the Love from Vetium. So many people underrate Cupid's healing coming out. I saw he needs to be a healer. I'm not joking. I am. Don't worry, because people get upset if that happened to them. It's rough. Gold Fury goes to Saw, though. The gold lead now up just under 10,000. And we mentioned that in game 1 when it hit 10k. It's the same story here.
And there's a lot of towers left standing, though, for E-United. So this just means that Soar has got a lot of gold waiting to be taken. No way E-United can contest on either of the tier 1s in the side lanes. They could potentially take a fight at a tier 2, but with how far ahead Soar is, it's going to be difficult to really defend it without your Phoenix helping you out.
Homie FA is top player damage. I mean, last game was all Verizial and Benji from E-United, and Homie FA fell behind at the start, but he still got to the top, and Aninster is definitely an insurmountable player in this one. Vetium looking at the red, though.
Trying to get it. There's the Fields of Love, forcing Pain's ultimate and getting the red buff. Smart play there out of Vetium. Pandacat was able to just walk out of that ultimate, luckily, but Pain decides to use his ultimate instead of the sprint in that scenario, and that's a smart play because Pain doesn't have a lot of CDR yet, but does have that ultimate is just on a low cooldown anyways.
Without even minions there, that tower won't take too long. With the Fire Giant buff giving you increased tower damage as well, the tier 1 is shredded. E-United, though, are in position to defend the tier 2. Fine OK's on the right-hand side of the map, though, and Soar might just wait here patiently and allow Fine OK to take a free tier 2.
There's no reason to take this 4v5 fight right now. Homie Faye actually uses his beads early on there, I think by accident, was looking for the blink, I do believe. Verizial in a lot of trouble. There's the pull back over the wall. Beads is way too late, and Vetium's able to kill him.
And now E-United trying to collapse, but Pain's already dead too. Homie gets him. Fine OK takes a tier 2 tower. Right-hand side, and still the pressure going on from Homie F as he looks towards Chaos. Aegis is down. Pandacat stood in place, knowing that he's going to get dropped as well. Vetium picks up that kill, and now on the backside, you can see Fine OK is going for a Phoenix.
Benji, the only one left alive. What was a 5v4 in E-United's favor is all of a sudden a 4v1. Benji's got to go back to base and heal up. As you mentioned, Fine OK spent this entire time on the right-hand side. Soar just played that so well. It really, actually, E-United played that poorly in my mind because they have the man advantage and they don't play around it. They instead try to take a 1v1 fight in the jungle with Verizial and Homie FA, and Homie FA, with the help of Vetium, just destroys Verizial before Fear No Evil even goes off.
Put a fork in it. This game is done. We are going to a game 3. Just like the last set that we saw in Europe, Soar and E-United are unstoppable at the moment. Neither team really has an advantage going to the last one. The only small window that we will see going to this last game is that Soar have momentum from winning this one.
And the picks and bans definitely are going to favor Soar in my mind because you have to try and ban out Aninster on the Scylla. That opens up a potential pick for them early on in the draft. Maybe Cabrakan could stay open for someone like Homie FA. And we haven't even seen Andy on the Raw that he's become so famous for early on in his mid-career.
This was just so well played from Soar from the get-go. Realistically, E-United had the better early game. They had the wave pressure. They managed to secure a lot of buffs in the jungle and continue what they did in game 1. The difference is Soar's composition and their play worked around that issue and turned it on its head, and now have E-United on their last chance of defense.
Really, really impressive. Ever since that first blood, Soar has died one time, and it was in a delayed deicide where they wiped 4 or 5 members of the United in exchange for Vetium alone. Really, really strong play out of them. Jigs has had a really solid game on this Terra. The Terra's blessing timing has been solid. The CC and setup and peel has been really good as well. And we've already talked up a storm about Homie FA and Aninster.
Just want to remind everyone watching at home right now, do not forget that the top 2 teams out of EU and NA, who are the winners of the spring split and already going to Masters, are not even involved in this tournament. Yet all these teams are playing at such a high level now. The competition is so fierce in Season 4.
I can't wait for Masters. If those games are anything like what we've seen here so far this weekend, we are in for another great event.
And who knows what the future holds in terms of picks and bans in that meta as well, as Patchy has always come out, and as he continues going on, things change every single week.
All 3 Phoenixes down now. Soar just making sure fire minions are going to flood into this Titan room. Look at that crush out of Aninster.
It's just waiting for fire minions poking over the top with the fact of Aninster and that crush just allowing to do damage to not only the Titan, but the defense from E-United that is on its last legs.
There's the blink, Fear No Evil, but the Titan already falling below 75% HP. The Vulcan ultimate out of Chaos doesn't really hit anybody. That's a lot of ultimates. 4, in fact, out of E-United, and Soar is still healthy.
Well, Benji's not. He's already dead. Vetium's Heart Bomb will pick up that kill for them. More than anything, Soar just waited for E-United to invest everything on defense, and then with the fire minions coming through, Andy can get a kill onto Chaos. Dunk into the fountain. The Titan will fall. Soar will take us to a game 3.
21-2 in 27 minutes. Really dominant performance from all of SOAR. And I think that's the big thing, because in game 1 for E United, it was a dominant performance from Benji. Varizio was there as well, but Benji was the real carry in game 1. That time around for SOAR, it was a team effort. Vedium not near the top of the player damage charts, but he was there as a control hunter, using that Fields of Love to force out purification beads. He was in the right spot, healing his team up as well, and then everyone has played so well on SOAR.
Just like the European finals, the North American finals are the same way now. Best of 3, one game, and it's all just one game.
All the way. Really, really impressive play from both sides thus far. Really excited to see who's going to go on to face Team Rival in that final, because both these teams are playing at a very high level. It's just about at what time, because E United basically stomped game 1. SOAR definitely stomped game 2. Is it going to be a back and forth affair in game 3, or will one team just get the better end?
Well, let's see what the desk has to say after he's standing by with 2 fantastic analysts.
Well, I'm sitting by, not quite standing. That's your job. Either way, we've got ourselves for game number 2. You know, a lot of times we come down here at the analyst desk and we like to look at all of the numbers, and we like to go very deep, and we like to get very analytical. These are my notes for game number 2. It says, Andenster. Sometimes you just got to stick with the classics. He's the absolute classic hard carry. You stick him on something that can control a game, and that's exactly what he does.
Andy had a beautiful performance on this Scylla, especially just the behind 180 degree turning, and it was insane. Like, no time at all. It just looks, and then he's like, maybe, no, it's happening 100% every time.
This play right here, I honestly thought, like, I don't know what E United can do anymore. Andy's fed on the God. You really don't want to be fed on. Like, he's a good Raw, don't get me wrong, but when I see Andy, I'm like, okay, if he has a Raw, I'm just worried about the snipe. When I see Scylla, I'm worried about everything.
Look at the way he did that. Now, yeah, he hits the I'm a monster, hooray, congratulations. But the way that he pulls it out while the meatball's in the air to not only avoid the knockup and get crowd controlled himself, but set himself up for the kill over the wall. That's what makes Annister. Whether he's in the jungle on the Thor, or he's in the mid lane on the Ra or the Scylla, this guy, you give him a little bit of time and he's just going to be the hard carry. The damage numbers speak for themselves. He just looked absolutely insane. Andy, I don't know. I really honestly don't know what to say about this match besides the fact that Andy went off. Look at the kills. 21-2.
But of course, to go off, you need your team backing you, and I think that's exactly what SOAR Gaming did, which is excellent in the sense that, considering how badly they were losing and getting controlled in the previous game, to bounce back like this has got to be such a massive momentum swing, especially since that game probably should have gone the way of E United up until that Gold Fury engagement.
Yeah, at around 1:30, Homie gave first blood, and it's really bad, first of all, to have your only early game God behind, but what made it even worse is Homie had to soak solo or duo because E United stole their entire jungle. So not only did he set the jungle behind, but they set the duo lane behind as well.
At 1 minute and 13 seconds, I quoted you as saying game over. And that was because the Awelish died. And honestly, when the Awelish dies early, she's not really able to do what she wants to do.
Yeah, it's pretty much, she's just an early game God. A lot of her damage comes off being to engage and just 2-3, knock someone up, pull them, ult, and if you really can't one-shot by then, you're not too threatening, and giving first blood pretty much always guarantees that happening.
But for some reason, E United weren't able to hang on to that and continue on. It went the other way.
I believe Homie's jump actually is the reason the Gold Fury got stolen, which is like 60 damage plus Bluestone.
Well, either way, the damage that the players dealt out was a significant on, honestly, both sides. But if you take a look, there it is. SOAR Gaming, Homie FA, and Andenster significantly above the rest of the crew. I do got to give credit to Vedium. Aggro did shout him out before, saying that he was a big part of what was going on for SOAR Gaming. And right there, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. Andy does 5,000 more damage than his counterpart, Chaos.
I cannot believe the amount of damage Homie actually did right there. I thought Andy was going to be top of the charts, like, by far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I did too. That's just showing that Homie's on the back line, really setting things up. One of the favorite plays, we showed it during the replay, one of my favorite plays was the max range Awelish pull into the tower, which set up Andy into the ultimate, which Andy was using the I'm a Monster defensively for the movement speed to get out, but all of a sudden, here's the call. Homie pulls the guy into the tower, slam down comes the ultimate. That was hot, and that was what we saw a number of times. I think that's where a lot of Homie FA's damage comes from.
I'm pretty sure that play only happened as well because Andy got out with a sliver of health, and it actually caused pain. I think it was a little greedy. He walked up, he's like, oh, I can't get this. He threw it away. He turned around, Homie's like, oh, I can get this. Pulls him in, and he launches an ult.
And once the composition got rolling, when you combine that with the movement speed, thanks to Terra ultimate, thanks to Nike passive, everything just came together perfectly for Soar in these engagements, and there was just nothing that Unite could do about it. So drafting was pretty much on point, and I think that Soar executed their composition incredibly well.
That was the biggest. That was one of the biggest differences for me in Game 2 versus Game 1 was multiple win cons. We talked about it before. How last game it was pretty much just all right. If we get the Zeus and the Odin, we win, and if we don't, well, that kind of sucks. There's nothing else to really fall back on. Here in Game number 2, multiple options. You have the I'm a Monster. Homie Effie can do what he wants by himself, and then you have Fine OK providing some help out of the solo lane. A lot of different options for the team to go to. This time, they only really needed the Homie and the Annister, but just in case, the composition did provide them a lot of the stuff to fall back on.
It also limited United's comp actually as well. The reason is because pre-level 12, you don't have Blink as a Hoonbot, so all you can actually do is pretty much jump in ult, and the Willix just completely stops that. So you're having Hoonbots either 3 teleport, very predictable, or you're going to just have him running at you and you're just going to run away, I guess.
You never really want to run in Wheelish as a bot either. It's not exactly the most ideal scenario.
I would not think so. At the end of the day, E United, they lose game number 2, so we're heading to a game 3. Do you think it was a pick ban thing or just execution?
I think it was execution.
I think that it's a combination of both for game number 2. First game, I would definitely give it to drafting. This game was execution and the drafts.
So what do you want to see different? What do you need to see different, Taco, in order for this one to go the way of E United?
The drafts have to be close yet again. I think that if Soar want to maintain their composition lead over E United, then what they really need to do is keep playing to their strengths, ensure that Homofe gets the jungler that he can hard carry on, ensure that you don't put your soul laner on something that he can't really go toe-to-toe with in Benji, because you know that Benji's going to play that aggressively. He's going to make those early rotations, and as long as they stay true to themselves, I think that they can find another victory here.
I think that's what it's going to come down to. Teams need to identify their identity. That's what gave E United the win in game number 1. That's what gave Soar the win in game number 2. That's what gave Rival the victory over Energy in the European finals. This whole weekend has been about what does your team do better than the other? What is your team good at? And right now, Soar identified that in game number 2. Homie FA is a hard carry. Andy is a hard carry. Give them the tools they can. Give them the tools they need in order to provide that for the team. On the other side, when you're looking at E United, you got to let everybody pick whatever eclectic god they want, whatever comes deep out of the pocket. This team is all about unique composition and unique synergy. E United needs to pull that one out. Soar needs to empower their powerful players. We'll head to picks and bans for the final matchup here of our North American winners and see who winds up number 1. E United has the first pick and, of course, the first ban.
And this, I'd imagine, would probably just be the same sort of thing where you can expect the Kabrakan ban to come through, potentially even a Terra ban. And I know that we haven't been seeing too much of Terra bans recently, but I just feel as though the global presence that she can provide with her ultimate is just too annoying to handle. But I do like the option, the respect ban of Scylla from Annister. It's on point.
Immediate. Like I said, I mean, yeah, you can show me the graphs and you can be as political as you want. Andy won that game.
There's just too many kill things she can do. It's like with Ra, as I said earlier, it's really like the thing you're scared about is the snipe. With Scylla, it's like 1 poly, her 2 chunks, her ult can one-shot you. If that keeps going, it's more than 1 ult.
Yeah, you're able to just destroy the competition. First pick from E United. Chaos can play Ra. Well, actually, Soar has a ban first, but Chaos can play Ra. Do you think that that's the choice? Do you pick Ra for your mid lane to take it away from Andy?
I would say no, just because when I think of Ra, it's like I don't really think of Chaos. I'm not saying he's a bad Ra, but he won't have the high impact of Andy, and I'd rather just get Chaos someone who's more comfortable gods, because when that happens, he's less equal or more impact than Andy, or can be at least.
And we've seen it time and time again where meta isn't necessarily the go-to for a LAN environment especially. And on the opposite spectrum, you've got Soar with the same respect ban for the Zhang Kui. Chaos, no can do.
Yeah, it's just too disruptive, just going to mess up all of what you want to do in the team fight.
You take a shot at me, I'll take a shot at you. That's pretty much what Soar's thinking right now.
General Payne right now talking a mile a minute. That, of course, is your captain and your support for E United, notoriously known for his ability to lead this team to victory. Can he win can he find a game 3 is the question.
One guy that is currently on the table, however, is the Susanoo. And I know that it's a strong pick, and I was about to mention the Scotty as well.
Yeah.
Panda Cat, he's ready to go again.
Listen, man, I respect, in fact, I love Chaos's Zhang Kui. I'm more afraid of Panda Scotty.
What do you guys think right here? Would you rather take Susanoo or Hunbats for United?
If I'm E United, I think I want to take Susanoo over Hunbats, knowing that Verizial is not only a strong Susanoo in his own right as an assassin, but with a character like Scotty, you're literally never escaping Panda if he has the pull available as well as the knockup.
Plus, it's the most annoying thing in the world when you're trying to deal with the setup from Susanoo, and your escape is only leading you into the slip and slide of death from the Scotty permafrost.
There's very few worse feelings than being pulled onto a Scotty as to be like, I didn't even want to run this way.
Exactly. I positioned far away from this. Why am I locked down all of a sudden? So if I'm E United, I think I definitely want to lean towards that Susanoo. But there's, of course, 4 other positions that need to be filled as well. So we'll see if that comes before or after the second ban phase.
With Fafnir and Terra already being picked up by Soar, I wouldn't be surprised to see Benji elect for a solo lane pick pretty early on in the top 3 banning phase. Typically, it's more convenient for your solo laner to have a 4th, 5th picked kind of area. But if he just goes ahead and picks up something right now, he might have the possibility to get the Bellona that we saw him have a lot of success on early on. He could potentially look to try and make an Amaterasu happen even.
A lot of discussion from E United using a lot of that bank time. That's why you see the timer on 0. Teams do have extra time in the back to spread across their picks and bans. Thor and Agni will be the selections here coming out for E United. I like this. The Thor is twofold. Verizial is not a bad Thor by any stretch of the imagination, and of course Homie FA, one of the best. And the Agni also going to provide a lot of control. Between Thor and Agni, long-range stuns abound.
A lot of poke, but the big thing is when I think these two players, these are the exact gods I think of. It's just, they're just nuts on them. That's the only way to put it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think Agni right now is not out of the meta, but on the outskirts per se.
He's always hovering on like being really good.
He's a mage with a dash. I mean, like at the end of the day, that's always going to be valuable. And a long-range stun is something that I personally value very, very highly. Agni on Chaos, however, shifts even closer to the middle, I think, of being a valuable pick.
You just need the discipline as a mid laner in order to proficiently utilize all of Agni's kit. If you play it too aggressively early on, then you end up dying from mid lane creeps or just the enemy team deciding to fully commit to you. But on the other hand, if you play it too far back, then you still get taken advantage of, except it's your whole team going down with you.
One thing that I really do love about Agni is the itemization around him. One, Bancroft has changed and you get a lot more lifesteal. I think Agni works off of that very well. And 2, perhaps more importantly, actually definitely more importantly, is the change to Spear of the Magus. Between Agni's first ability, Noxious Fumes, being a dot, and his passive being a dot, boom, boom, you're stacking up that spear to 5 ASAP, especially when you are so adept at using the passive like a player like Chaos. That spear is free penetration. Love the way that interacts.
And Agni Thor are also a really good combo for really 2 reasons. Both of them have a stun, so if Thor tosses out a stun, he wands, that gets Agni 1 bomb, then he just tosses another bomb, that's another stun on that second bomb, that's a 3rd bomb. Very few characters can actually set up Agni to stun 3 bombs, and you can't really be, I don't believe you can be DR'd past 0.5 seconds, and that's Agni stun, so if you toss it out at the end, don't worry about DRs.
Incredible stuff, so that's what we're going to be looking for. Big, heavy focus on E United's mid lane jungle synergy and how that walks away. Soar Gaming, they're going to ban out Bellona out of the solo lane. No choice there for E United's Benji. And the Hunbats, I think that's a very important ban to come out of E United.
I like the Bellona ban a lot, not only because Benji did very well on it, because when we're on 2s, Bellona just disarms it. You lose a lot of your steroid, and that's the entire ability.
Exactly. So Bellona, one of the stronger characters with that in mind. Last ban coming out for Soar Gaming. Discussing it just a little bit. Homie FA on the screen, trying to figure out what god he wants to play in the jungle. and so making sure they don't ban it.
I'd imagine it'd be another jungle shot by E United to ensure that Homefae is as uncomfortable as possible.
Homie asked his team to ban Odin so he wouldn't have to play it.
Yeah, I was really thinking Soar would be banning, even though Benji didn't have a strong showing on Osiris last game, he's just a good god, and I really was thinking they were going to pick him.
Really? So Osiris is a very controversial god. Some people think that he's fantastic. Other people think that he literally does nothing. Why do you like Osiris so much?
I'll just say this. There was a point in time where me and Kiki got 1v2 by Cyclone in lane when he was Osiris. It was not a pleasant thing.
And since that moment, you've hated Osiris.
I'm
scarred for life.
Pretty much.
Well, Ra will be the choice for Andenster.
That explains the Odin ban all the way, and Andy on Raw. This is a great matchup and definitely one to look out for, because not only are both of these mid laners getting gods that they feel incredibly comfortable on, but both of these gods also have such team distinguishing capabilities, because Andy could do the sustain factor, but we know that he likes to go for damage, and we've seen him plenty of times pick up those picks, and as long as he's utilizing his snipe efficiently, I think that's very scary for United.
That's what it is for me. Very rarely do you see this team go for the sustain when it comes to Ra. It's really all about the straight damage. That's what you got to be afraid of from Andy's Ra, and the numbers are just so scary. I got audibly mad the other day when they let Ra through for Andenster. I'm looking at the Susanoo ban. I respect that. I think Hunbats is a character that E United would be able to play around, and I would have much rather saw the Ra ban instead of the Hunbats.
I don't know if I agree with that, because if you look at Soar's comp right now, they have Faf Terra. They have pretty far-range stuns. If you ever get your beads blown just out of fear of like, oh, I get Fafnir hammered, and I get Raw sniped, what are you going to do in that Hunbats and that Raw snipe actually does come out?
You know what? When you're right, you're right. I think you've got a point right there. Still, Ra going to be very scary. Need to touch on the Hercules here. Benji, when he first came on the scene, now we know him for a number of gods, Amaterasu, Bellona, Osiris. Benji, when he first came on the scene, Hercules was the guy. That's what Benji played. He's kicking it old school and bringing it back. Thanatos is the selection for Homie Effie in the jungle. This is one of his favorite pocket picks.
You finally got your Thanatos pick, and my guy, I mean, that is a pretty intimidating pick, considering that it's Homefae who's piloting it.
I love the Thanatos pick here. It's the anti-Thor, chases him down with the semi-global, shuts down the spin to win, also gets to be able to heal himself up. Hercules, well, he's unkillable. Guess what? You got to bring him down to 40% HP to find the execute. Soar Gaming, E United. It's the rubber match. The winner takes it all. Let's bring it to Hindu and Aggro.
The winner indeed does take it all. The big issue for me here is that United have invested a lot into Homie Effie in the counterban phase here, focusing on the Hunbats and the Susanoo. But by doing that, it's Andenster gets his Raw. They think it's all Homie Effie. Everyone at home may be thinking that Andenster Raw could be an issue.
I don't know, man. I mean, I get the Susanoo ban. He's been unbelievable all weekend long. I like that idea. But yeah, this Raw, I don't know. Like the Hunbats, you're going to give Homie Effie something. The Thanatos, I'm not super pleased with if you're a Soar fan, because we've only seen Homie Effie play it once so far here this weekend, and he didn't look good on it at all. And so you are probably a little nervous at home if you're rooting for Soar, but overall, I'm happy because Andenster got on Raw. You've got excellent frontline and excellent peel. Rom there for Vedium as well that he's very, very comfortable on. I like this draft quite a bit from Soar.
Take Rama out of the equation then. Every other god that Soar have picked up here has sustain. Coerce sustains the Jigs and the Fafnir. You've also got Homie Effie with the Scythes. He's also going to be able to sustain back up. Then you've got Terra. Well, Wrath of Terra as well as the Monolith. And don't forget, there's still a Ra to talk about as well. So anti-heal is going to be so important for E United in this game unless they get off to a really good start.
But that's a good thing for E United that anti-heal is going to be important because they've got a lot of gods that can build into anti-heal very, very effectively. Pain Divion has anti-heal on that Belch already. Chaos on Agni. Agni, one of the best gods to build Divine Ruin on because you can easily apply it to multiple members from a distance.
Panda
and then,
Cat.
of course, Panda Cat can build. He's always building brawlers on Scotty. Variziel's always building brawlers basically on Thor. A lot of easy options for that anti-heal.
Dashing from Chaos there, looking to clear the wave. Gets a bit of aggro from Homie Effie and those minions there, so gets chunked a little bit, but he'll sustain back back up. On the left-hand side, though, Saw wanted to do the red buff at the start of this game. Pain Divion hung around there a little bit to slow them down, which means this whole wave will get into the tower before Saw reach it. The question is, how many minions do they lose? They're going to lose the purple buff, that's for sure, giving E United an edge in this duo lane.
They only lost 1 minion in terms of experience, but a lot in terms of gold. On the right, it looks like E United going to be able to strip away the enemy blue buff from Final K, who's gone for the mana chalice. He understands that he's not getting a whole lot of mana buffs this weekend.
And E United's the game they won in game 1 was all focused on the right-hand side of this jungle, controlling both the speed buffs, both the blue buffs over and over again, gave them an insurmountable lead that Saw couldn't get back from.
Homie FA and Anitz are going to respond with an invade of their own, this time on the red. Homie in a bad spot here, I think, but Chaos, only level 2, not going to be able to stun him out.
More than likely, he won't have the stun available for him here. Would have gone for the flame wave, I expect, so Homie FA needs some support from his duo lane there. Flop in from Pain Divion, though, and Jigs is going to get caught too. Luckily enough, Pain Divion did not have the chug available to provide the stun required.
But it doesn't matter, because Homie beads anyways. Didn't know that he wasn't going to get stunned in that scenario. The Death Scythe was way off the mark there from Homie, and then the silence way too early. He could have just silenced out that Belch if he would have been more patient.
Well, Saw will get the purple buff on the left-hand side here, especially with Homie FA still around on this Thanatos, which in the grand scheme of things tells you that E United is still winning in terms of buff control, but Homie is still here, and Pain does not know.
Does have that leap available whenever it's time to go. There it is. The Death Scythe actually going to hit Panda Cat. Love the change of pace there from Homie. Everyone's thinking that Death Scythe's heading for Pain, but instead hits the Hunter, who's just standing there watching.
Didn't find the win they were looking for there. E United still have their own speed and blue to take at the moment. Benji's going to get his own blue buff after also absorbing Final K's Terra's blue buff earlier on. And Verizio making good use of the speed that he stole away by not taking his own, so he can continue having his speed. But Homie is back to the duel lane again.
And Panda's trying to back. There is a full wave here, but Homie's just here to farm it up. Homie really spends more time in this dual lane in the early game than any other North American hunter, I would say. Maybe DJ Pernicus at times, where he will end up dual laning with Zapman, but we've seen Homie FA and Vedium really spend a lot of time together early on, just trying to get Homie enough guaranteed farm to carry him into the mid game.
Chaos doing the back harpies with Verizio. Now Chaos starting off with a Vampiric Shroud. It's been a long time since I got to say that word for a while. Did get some love over time, so it's a little bit more sustained from this item.
Exactly, that's what it's all about. Extra HP and that magical lifesteal, and Agni definitely can make use of this passive. You can get a lot of big damage off in terms of AoE by hitting multiple members with your bombs. You can see the Tiny Trinket also contributing that lifesteal there for Chaos, giving him a little bit more survivability in the matchup, and a lot of times you'll see him go into Bancroft's Talon with this Tiny Trinket, which synergizes very, very well with Agni, where you can aggressively dash in, lose a lot of your health bar in the process, but then your Flame Wave, your bombs, they're all doing more damage because of the Bancroft's passive.
Well, not a big lead for E United now in terms of gold experience. You can see the level difference between these teams now. It's a small lead for E United as they have pressured the right-hand side. Their players, Benji, Verizil, and Chaos, are ever so slightly ahead of that of the Saw trio that we talk about that they're up against, but the duo lane is actually even right now.
Surprisingly enough, Vedium and Jigs have been able to hang on, this time securing their own red buff and likely their purple buff as well. Benji just using the ultimate there and try and clear the wave and also return a little bit of extra damage.
It also keeps them both busy in this lane too, wondering if there's a gank coming in. At the same time as the speed and blue have spawned from E United, sorry, from Saw I should say, United are now in position to try and invade, knowing that Homie F and Final OK both took a lot of damage there.
Verizio just going to land on the speed to guarantee it goes the way of E United. Speed is up and ready to go, and Andy does have that Searing Pain potentially to steal it away.
Hammer from Jigs, no follow-up really as Anister throws out the line. Nuke doesn't find any follow-up. Has the snipe available to try and steal this way if he wants to, but just the tip catches and it's not enough to bring down the buff. Verizil steals the speed again.
Too early there out of Annenstern. This pressure put onto the right side jungle of E United working thus far.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, the wave has already been pushed out by Saw, so there's not a whole lot for them to do as E United come back to find a whole minion wave waiting for them. Can pick that one up as on the left-hand side, Panda Cat will secure the red buff.
So once upon a time, if Thanatos was this far behind in terms of experience or damage, we'd all be saying, oh, this game's over because Thanatos doesn't do anything in the mid to late game, but think we've all matured a little bit and understand the game, and we can really, Thanatos can bring stuff into the mid to late game very, very easily. Percent damage on his Death Scythe as well as just the base damage on top of it, and then that execute scaling up as the game goes on to execute players at a higher and higher threshold. Homie has not gotten off to a great start, but that's not the end of the world right now.
I was a little bit concerned for Sora about how they were going to bring down that Hercules as this game went on, but luckily enough they drafted the Thanatos towards the end, which is enough of a window for them to try and bring him down when they get low. Yes, they've got a bit of burst damage on their squad with Anister, but there's not more than that, unless you look, I guess, towards Vetium.
Especially when you consider that there isn't a meditation right now on E United. Benji could pick it up, but he's gone for Thorns the last 2 games, I believe, as that second relic. Pain really seems to like this sprint early on. Basically the only support we've seen consistently not go meditation.
That mobility really comes into play, but it does answer back what Terra brings as well, with that Wrath of Terror available to her for the global ability for her team. The problem is that Pain's pretty much going to hold that until he hears the sirens of Wrath of Terror going off.
But either way, it doesn't cleanse slows or it cleanses slows, but it doesn't prevent slows anymore. So if Anister can use his slow, Vetium, if someone gets hit by Jiggs' hammer and spreads out that slow, you're still going to be slowed through that sprint.
Oh, that double tap did so much, and Virreal's going to have a little giggle at Homie FA's expense there. But Homie will be able to heal back up with Raw, as well as one Scythe on these minions will allow him to heal up, unless, you know, they kill all the minions as quick as they did.
Everyone just is having a grand old time here, laughing, taunting, all this kind of stuff. Really fun to see a couple of teams who just really want to beat one another. Not only because it's, you know, normal to want to beat your opponent, but on a really personal level.
I just want to see the handshakes and the hugs at the end of the game and see if Benji gets any. That's what I'm after seeing. Whoever wins here, that's the question. I'm pretty sure, though, if Saul win, they will hug Benji and be like, congratulations on joining a losing team.
That sounds like something Jiggs would say.
I could see that happening.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, if Saw do lose this one, I don't think Benji's going to get any love for a while.
I doubt it. And you know what? There's some good times for that. It doesn't have to all be fun and games here. I think that it's good for the scene to have these rivalries start to develop.
Yeah, we had rivalries for a while, but then EU won everything. So it's nice to get some new rivalries on the cards again. And talk about EU winning everything. Well, Energy didn't win everything today, as we normally would have expected to see after winning the World Championships twice. They fell down to Rival right now, who are the new name on the block to talk about from Europe.
Actually ending the winning streak of Energy at LAN. Verizial up into the sky looking for Homie FA, but he's also up in the sky. Anister's going to be the target.
Anister is the target, but Homie has already picked up Pain to Beyond. Anister's still alive at the backside. The sustain comes through to keep him topped up. Benji's boulder will not hit him, and Verizial's running for his life now. Needs a hammer to get away. The wall will buy him a moment. Fine, okay, still giving chase with the Wrath of Terror, and 2 more members in tow.
Verizial knows that he's in a lot of trouble. There's the stun and the Death Scythe, that Homie gets his own chance to laugh there as Verizial falls despite getting the speed buff.
And Homie F, if you remember, was behind in this game early on against Verizial. He's caught up a little bit, getting 2 kills to a Thanatos in the early game. It is still early game, and he might even be looking for number 3.
Benji here. There's a nice driving strike on to Homie Faye. No real CC to set up for Homie with the Death Scythe, but he hits it anyways. Plucked back in. Benji almost finds the kill onto Homie.
The Archers don't want to play, but Benji's got driving strike any moment now. Picks up the regurgitate just so we continue on. Sorry, the actual mitigate wounds. I don't know why I said regurgitate there, but Pain cleans up the kill.
Either way, with that
it made me
belly
feel sick.
flop,
I couldn't help
Benji,
it.
man, taking the 3v1 and turning it around onto Homie FA. Really impressive play once more. And as F.Dot said on the desk, this is the god that he really started to make his name on early in his career.
But outside of the execute and outside of a snipe from Anister, that's the issue you're going to have against this Hercules. Where is the burst going to come down to bring him down? Because you can't whittle down the health of the Hercules.
I think the big thing is that Benji could get rooted by Fine OK, and then once Vetium gets some items online, Rom is one of the best tank shredders there is, especially whenever a tank like that is locked in place. Something I just noticed, by the way, is Verizial's gone for Death's Toll on Thor. You just assume that Thor is going for Bluestone Pendant every single game.
Sure.
But this gives him a little bit more sustain, a little bit more power, and some health as well, but not giving him that extra damage on the abilities.
It might be the health just to deal with eating the potential Scythe or 2 coming out from Homie FA, I think, more often than not. But it does reduce the damage by a little bit, especially because of those double taps are just so impactful with the addition of a Bluestone.
Once the Hydra's Lament comes online, it's gonna help without the damage there a little bit, give you a little bit of a very slight amount of sustain whenever you get those Hydra's procs off on the enemy gods. But I think you're right. It really comes down to the extra health the Death Toll gives you in the matchup up against Thanatos.
Keep an eye on the gold lead, though, that EU United still hold after invading early on. The experience is also in their favor, too. Yes, Sword did pick up a couple of kills for themselves at the start of this onto Homie FA, but it's still not enough to give them a lead right now. Both teams playing this very tentatively at the 10-minute mark. We had a lot more kills in the last 2 games, both realizing how important this game is.
Yeah, game 1 at 10 minutes, what was it, 6-4 in kills? There was a kill a minute. Right now we've got 3 on the board, but plenty of action, at least in terms of buff invades and things of that nature.
Benji just continues to farm away in this lane. He's not gone for his second relic just yet after hitting level 12, but Verizio's up again, looking towards Soul Speed.
Homie FA, no beads right now. Verizio's looking for it, but just too far away. That silence almost catches him, but the hammer does. The snipe is good as well, and Verizio does not get executed. The meditation there was good.
Final Clay cleans it up with the pickup of the monolith as well, and the dot damage there. 1 kill down as once again Jigs jumps in as Chaos dashes away. United of the aggressors, United pay the price.
Actually, I don't know what healed Verizio up there. There is no meditation on the side of United.
He wasn't in execute range just yet.
He jumped up out of execute range. I thought I saw it over top of the Aegis. Either way, he falls in the end. Doesn't really matter.
Meanwhile, PandaCat has trapped Vetium into a very awkward spot. This roll's going to be perfect. The pay to be on flop wasn't, but Chaos will take the kill away from the Hunt. It's not all doom and gloom as long as he goes down. That's the main thing. But would you rather have seen that on PandaCat?
Not really. Panda has a lead already in that lane. He's got to level up on Vetium right now. Let's get Chaos back into this game a little bit closer to that of Ananster. Plus, in the mid, it's all about hitting that level 12 mark as fast as possible, specifically in the mid lane. PandaCat already has the second relic ready to go as soon as he backs. Chaos needs a little bit more farm to get there.
Well, after the 10-minute mark, the Gold Fury becomes more and more tempting for these two teams, so keep an eye around those oracles there that are always hotly contested, specifically in Europe, but as well, North America recognize how much a free ward and free experience is worth.
Especially with these semi-global ultimates between Thanatos and Thor, where they really want to take up from the Gold Fury pit and dunk you down from there. Just having that free vision that can't be countered, really, really easy to make sure that you're safe in that lane.
Chaos just took a trip back to base on the Agony, has the Bancroft's talent now online, so some extra sustain for him, as well as damage output for the Agony. One of the classic go-to items for Agony on years gone past, but recently we've not seen too much of Bancroft until the buffs came through.
Exactly, just a little bit more lifesteal, a little bit more on that passive, so you know Chaos, like I mentioned earlier on, you can dash in, play aggressively, lose some of your HP, and then really start to turn that damage back on its head.
But look at Soul's items at the moment. Look at the consumables there. 3 sentries and plenty of normal wards as well. Verizio's caught out in an awkward spot there. Didn't actually have to beads away because he didn't have them available either as he went Aegis. So he manages to get out of danger just in time.
Chaos saves the life of his jungler there with the bomb stun onto Homie FA. Couldn't quite get around the corner in time to silence out Verizio, hit him with the Death Scythe, and get him down into that execute range. Aegis still not off cooldown from that engagement by the enemy speed buff, so the Chaos there saves the life of his jungler.
Both teams have a very decent late game as well. Like, both sides have advantages and disadvantages here in this one. So there's nothing clear-cut that you have to think of a clock for either team to be like, hey, hang on a second, be careful because the enemy could hit late game.
Usually when you've got 2 Guardians, it makes your late game pretty difficult to deal with just because of the amount of disruption and tankiness that they can both bring to the table, especially 2 Guardians that are as good in the late game as Terra and Fafnir. You just get so much HP from Terra's ultimate in the late game, that movement speed, of course, and having to not use any mana for your ability cast.
Sure.
And then that Coerce buff just gets better and better as the game goes on. Once Jigs goes up into that dragon form, he's going to be able to apply that Coerce to everyone on the team.
That's true.
And the higher level you are, the more damage you're doing with that increased attack speed.
The benefit of United, though, is the amount of control they have with these gods as the game goes on. Every single one of them has forms of crowd control that will be very impactful in the fights. Saw, on the other hand, have the Raw, have the Rama, not going to be the real ones to peel for themselves too well, other than that of Calder. Right inside, though, speed buff has spawned, and Saw are looking to get that for themselves before the aggression from United, which is invested on Fine OK.
But there's his ultimate. Verizio has the purification beads and gets out of that Raw snipe from Ananster up into the sky, and he's not going to fall down to the damage out of Homie.
Verizio will indeed leave this fight. Vetium, however, is rotated all the way to the right-hand side there, leaving PandaCat for a bit of free farm here and some free tower push onto the tier 1 tower. United recognizing this are just looking to fall back and not give up too much. Tier 1 will fall for free.
Vetium also uses ultimate, so PandaCat's going to know that he's got a pretty good opportunity to solo the enemy hunter. We saw Vetium use that Astral Barrage earlier on to try and save his own life.
Bit of pressure onto Pain to be on Chaos there, but Pain recognized it and leapt away as Jigs leapt over the wall there, looking for some additional damage. Gold Fury available, Oracle's due to come up. Soar will not be happy about losing a tier 1 for free, that's for sure.
500 gold, not the end-all be-all, but you're right, probably not going to like it too much. It's going to push E United's lead to about 1,500. That experience difference above 3,000, a little bit scarier than that slight gold lead.
Oracle started by Soar here, Pain on Zone G, trying to get involved, but already the Oracles are dead, and immediately E United have to disengage, as do Soar, happy with the victory they got there.
But look at where the experience difference really is. The solo lane is the biggest one, and they're not really worried about that, Soar, because you put Terra for fine, okay, he knows he's going to lose the laning phase, he knows he's going to fall behind. It's about how much he can impact the mid to late.
Gold Fury started up by Soul Gaming here, down to half health, and nobody on the side of the United seems to recognize this. PandaCat has an inkling, but he's just going to be there too late as the snipe rains through from Aninster. That's good enough to pick up the kill, and Benji's teleport is just too late.
Jigs is stunned out by that driving strike, but Chaos going to eat that Death Scythe right there, taking him down to 2/3 HP.
And now United with Thor in the jungle on the left-hand side. Viriziel's thinking about going in here, but with no minions, a quick clear from Aninster relieves the pressure immediately. However, in the jungle, fine, okay. Believe he just teleported in to try and support mid lane there. And instead, he had to be very careful about getting away.
Stun onto Jigs, does have his ultimate available, but might not be able to get it off. There's a Terra's Blessing, but the jump down from Viriziel is good.
The boulder was better too to force Homie Epic to the sky, and Vetium as well. And he picks up Viriziel off the back of that, which is important as Homie goes in on PandaCat. The problem is Homie Epic surrounded by 3, and the damage from Chaos joins PandaCat to pick it up. And he gets some damage off into Chaos, but he'll age his way back to safety, and Vetium will live as well.
Benji level 16, stunned underneath the tower. The heal is good though. Snipe onto PandaCat hits, but not quite enough damage.
Panda will limp away 4-4 now. Gold is very, very close between the two after this game. And only 17 minutes in, still anyone's ball game here.
Without a doubt. Homie FA just a little bit too aggressive, lands down with that hovering death onto a full health PandaCat who just drops the ice right on his feet, and Homie goes sliding around, doesn't get a chance to use purification beads. Either way, E United come out on top ever so slightly in that
There's
fight.
a big difference in mid lane though, aggro, in terms of net worth. You can see that on the left-hand side of your screen here. Look at where Ra is compared to that of Agni. There is a decent amount of lead. It's not enough for a full item just yet, but he's continuing to grow.
About 500 gold at this stage, and it allows Aninster to get that ever-important ethereal staff online a little bit earlier than Chaos can get any defense. But Chaos more worried about the offense. Went for the Spear of the Magus.
Yeah, that Spear is going to do a lot of work this game as well. Spear did recently get buffed in this patch, so a lot more options available for those mages in mid lane in terms of being able to get consistent penetration online.
And it also helps out Pain de Vion because it's stripping away some of that innate magical protection.
Sure.
That from the aura of Gauntlet of Thieves as well. Pain on this Bacchus can certainly do a lot of damage if the enemy doesn't have any magical protection.
That last little skirmish we saw between the two as well, I was so surprised how much of an investment E United put into Jigs. Jigs didn't even ult there as well. He was trying his best to hold on to it, and that seemed to be what E United were really after.
There's the flop onto Homie, forces out his ultimate. Viriziel gonna follow him up into the sky. Jigs this time gets a chance to use his ultimate, but Viriziel still haven't found a target.
Well, he's looking to come down and was Viriziel, but Jigs manages to juke that one out for the time being. Wall doesn't find Vetium either, and so E United have to go away, but Jigs wants to dive in and go onto Benji. Benji's not scared of a good old tussle though in that fight. Homie F is very low there. The snipes from Bateman were trying to keep PandaCat at bay, and it did work enough. The bomb over the wall will lower Jigs even more, but Jigs is still alive.
And Benji finally finds the first kill. Benji leading the charge under the tower. Viriziel teleports forward and finds Vetium.
And Benji is still full health, with the thorns will reflect the damage back. Aninster can't find the damage over the wall. Pressure for E United on the mid lane now, allowing Chaos and PandaCat to chip away at the tier 1 tower.
Just 2 grouped up there for Soar in that jungle, and not enough focus fire. The snipe from Aninster didn't hit home onto Chaos, and they're attacking the most mobile character on E United at that stage, on the Agni, because Benji was just so far in front, level 18. Soar knows they can't really kill him effectively unless he's like the last one alive.
And teams with Raws do want to try and group up on the defense to heal back up again. The problem is that heal is actually a beacon for Chaos to drop a bomb on, followed by a stun to set up multiple people in an awkward position. Same for Pain de Vion to just flop in as well. And that man on your screen right there, Benji, he could just hit that Earthbreaker, and then there's real trouble.
The boulder also tore right through that narrow little corridor. You're right. I mean, you want to group group up a little bit when you're playing with a Raw on your team, but not at that stage. Variziel was looking for something in the mid lane, but no one home.
A little bit too early on that one, especially with the tier 1 tower being down as well. They were hoping to see one approaching the wave at the same time. I saw 6-4 at 20 minutes in. Gold lead is in the United's favor. The second Gold Fury is definitely important here with the Portal Demon being down as well. This Gold Fury, if it goes to be United, this lead could start to get out of control.
Without a doubt, and again, but this experience difference is mostly on to Benji, right around 4,000. Benji was at level 18 in that last engagement, while FinoK was only level 17. Benji still only level 18 at this stage, so
19.
Only
19.
Only 19 at 20 minutes, no big deal. And look at the damage dealers. Like Homie 8 Faye is 14 compared to Benji's 19. How do you do damage to a Hercules that's 5 levels above you?
And the problem, like I always saw with the Hercules pick, was where were they going to be able to kill him with? Yes, Homie FA can execute, but you've got to get him that low in the first place and hope to high heaven that the heal doesn't come through before he lands.
And not only that, but the 40% execute threshold we always mentioned is only at level 20. That's only when Hovering Death is maxed out. That threshold goes up as you level it. So right now, Homie's not going to be able to execute Benji until he's very, very low.
Probably like another 6 minutes, I'll say, till he is level 20, if things work out in Soar's favor for Homie FA to get to that level as well. Keep an eye on that as time goes on, though, because it does make Benji a little bit more easy to deal with. We're talking about Hercules here, who hasn't actually gone this time round for the Shield of Regrowth.
Not yet, but that could be the final item there after he completes what's likely to be either a Spirit's Robe or a Mantle of Discord.
That's
He's
true.
far enough ahead right now that could work out, and there's quite a bit of CC between the Terra and the Fafnir.
Well, talking about being ahead, E-Unite are in the lead right now. They're going to start up the Gold Fury. Sora on the way in. Gold Fury's already getting low. Vetium here. Jigs on the forefront first of all. Vetium has to roll away, worried about Benji going in. The engagement is onto Jigs right now, but round the back comes FinoK.
Stun on the Variziel right there, and Chaos has to turn tail and run. Jigs up into that dragon form, but Variziel goes up into the envelope on himself.
Love the positioning from Anis around the back. Benji's dead. Vetium gets credit for the kill. Homie FA goes straight to Variziel as he tried to collapse on the Aninster. Now Variziel's going to run from the snipes from Vetium, and that's a double for the Hunter and a Soar.
What a turnaround there for Soar. Benji apparently is able to die in the middle of 5 members. Vetium with the pinpoint accuracy in the mid lane as well. Big double kill, but a bigger Gold Fury goes the way of Soar. Gold lead now in their favor.
Only just though, and this keeps the game even. We mentioned how important killing Benji would be, and they managed to do that. Not only did they get the goal, but saw half pressure on this tier 1 as well.
And again, it's just too much focus onto Jigs from E-United. Every ability in the beginning of these fights is going into the Guardian, and that's bad enough usually by the 22, 23 minute mark, but it's Fafnir. He can just go into that E-Immune during his ultimate transformation and then turn the fight around.
Portal Demon also going to go the way of Soar, so not only tier 1, not only Gold Fury, but the Portal Demon gives him an even bigger swing as well. This is what happens in the team fights. If it doesn't go your way and you have to go back to base, without the sustain on the United side, they had no other option.
Vetium, top of his team in the player damage. He's got the chin size, and it's no surprise that Soar start to win these team fights whenever he's got the ability to shred through Benji. That Executioner was done in that last team fight. Now he's got some extra penetration coming as well.
There is so much you could talk about from that Gold Fury fight though, but for me the big standout was Aninster's positioning over the wall, not grouped with his team, miles away in terms of distance to make sure they couldn't initiate on him and his team at the same time, but close enough to allow Homie F and his team to reinforce when Variziel came down, provided sustain. Don't forget those protections do come into play from the healing.
Without a doubt, and he's got a lot of health right now anyways with that Ethereal Staff, and he's got that Dynasty Plate Helm to give him some extra protection whenever he's standing in that Solar Blessing. So really, really strong build coming out of Aninster, and you're right. The timing for Homie Faye to come down and peel for Aninster with that Hovering Death, forcing Variziel out, was really, really well timed. Fire
Giant on the right-hand side was looked at for a second. There was a cheeky play, I think, coming out from Benji and PandaCat, looking to just two-man that Fire Giant for a moment. But FinoK, so he sniffed that out just in time.
Luckily, because this is what E-United got really their role going with way back when on Enemy was
cheeky steals,
cheeky objectives, Gold Furies, Fire Giant, things of that nature. And now that we're at Season 4, I think a lot of teams just look across the way and say, oh, Pain's on the other team. Let's check objectives more often than usual.
A bit of patience on the map from both teams right now because there's not too much for them to contest over. The Oracles, sorry, the left-hand Harpies, I should say, go in the way of Vetium right now. So he's just continued to farm up level 19 for both the Hunters, and that's when we can start to look towards the Hunters to be the real carries of this game.
PandaCat's got a lot of damage so so far, right around 12,000. Vedium not quite there in terms of his damage numbers, but it's just how big that double kill was for Vedium to set up all these objectives. Vedium has done a much better job in terms of doing effective damage, at least in the last team fight.
Right hand side, Vetium's now swung over to this side just to continue farming up. The pressure on the map has been relieved in the duo lane now, so attention will be more focused towards the Fire Giant side, and that's one of the reasons why I think we saw Benji and PandaCat looking for it a little bit earlier, because they realized that as well.
And look at this swap. FineOK is now in the left side because, like you mentioned, the pressure is going to be on the right. Just allow him to continue to farm, hit level 20, get these items going, and put pressure and make E United make a decision. He's got his teleport ready to go in case a fight breaks out.
And the best news is because you are Terra, even though you're not at the fight immediately, the Wrath of Terror will be when you pop that, so it gives you an extra window of an extra help. Jigs under pressure again from E United, being focused, but tension switch to Homie FA. He's chipped down as Veriziel goes up relatively early in this engagement, looking to continue it.
But the teleport in from FineOK dissuades from Veriziel from any further aggression. A couple ultimates used there by Soar, but they also used the purification beads out of Homie Faye.
The big key there was getting FineOK's teleport and the Wrath of Terror down on cooldown, making sure that they couldn't continue the split push opportunity. That engage from E United wasn't really looking for the all-in, it was trying to force it.
Either way, Soar going to be able to back up after that one. Like I mentioned, though, that beads from Homie Faye is going to be a big talking point. Doesn't have any other way to get out of these stuns from Chaos, for Riziel, Benji, Pain, PandaCat. Like you mentioned, every member of E United has some CC in their kit, and that's going to make Homie Faye's job that much harder.
E United in position around the Fire Giant, now clearing out wards, looking to set up a decent defense and trying to channel them through the gap where Pain is as per usual. Speedbuff is about to spawn, and with Benji on the front side for E United here, it's created a window for E United to swing to the right-hand side to look at this tier 1.
Pain looking for the stun on the FineOK, but can't quite close the gap in time. Jigs, again, was the focus in that last team fight and was forced to transform pretty early. Now that Jigs' ultimate is on cooldown, this is a decent opportunity for E United to invest in the support.
Well, they're going to get the tier 1 on the right-hand side. Veriziel was there quick enough and on his own just to be able to pick that one up. And if he gets in trouble, he can do this. Oh, no, I thought he was going to the sky then for a second. Tell a lie. He gets away.
He doesn't have it there. He does have the Magi's Blessing, which was popped, but saved his purification beads. FineOK does force him back to base, though, with how low he is. While Benji has a lot of sustain in his kit, Veriziel really needs to rely on a meditation, but there's none available for E United. 2 meditations for Soar, none thus far for E United.
Fire Giant dance now in favor of Soar as they have the war control here. They don't want to try and start it up because you can see Pain and Benji just sat there waiting. It's one of these standoffs now between the two teams because they both realize this Fire Giant is so important.
Pushed up pretty far, FineOK, but again, he's level 20, has that Spirit's Robe online now as well. Definitely a strong pickup, and I love this Rod of Asclepius onto FineOK in this situation.
Into the sky goes for Riziel early on because on the Gold Fury was Vetium right there with Homie FA, and Homie's one hit from death. He got knocked into the air, but the heal comes through. When he gets to the top, no, the boulder from downtown.
Squishes him down. Now Pain in a little bit of trouble. No dash. The snipes coming in from Vetium. Only hits 2 out of 3. Jigs pretty far forward still, but plucked back by Benji.
And the body box from Caldera and Benji are good, and the Permafrost pulled him back as well. Still, Jigs will get away with the lead. Pain, a little bit low, a little bit too far forward there. United not wanting to commit to the Gold Fury. They're heading down towards the right-hand side.
Again, it goes down. Purification not up for Homie FA. He's the one standing right on top of the Gold Fury. Great dunk there by Veriziel.
Big play for them. Now they're going to look at the Portal Demon here is the big key for them. It can start to siege up the Fire Giant based off that if they do manage to get this. But Sora here to contest.
Oh, almost. There's snipe coming through. Almost hits PandaCat. Almost kills him. It does hit him, but Sora get the Portal Demon.
Big win for Sora there, especially with Homie FA being dead in that little skirmish, and now they're going to have an advantage. They wanted the gold, they get Portal, and they may even manage to pick up Benji in mid.
Homie FA's teleported in using that Portal and allows him to find the execute onto Benji. That objective steal comes up huge right away for Sora.
And now it's a lot of pressure on Pain Beyond, on Chaos to help defend the Fire Giant. If Sora start this up, they're going to take a quick trip back to base, buy some items, more wards, and use that Portal before it disappears.
Really smart plays coming out from Sora right now. Benji just a little bit too far forward, and again, once Rom gets these items online, he can shred through Hercules.
Fire Giant started, FineOK on zone duty, gonna root out Pain Beyond to begin with. Pain's still gonna be able to get in range though, has flop available. Veriziel to the sky, gonna force Saw to drop the Fire Giant.
He's looking at Vetium, but Vetium's up in the sky himself, up in Astral Barrage. Snipes going down. down onto Verizio for the moment. Pain locked in place right now by Final K. Great wall coming out of Verizio, blocks off Soar's advance.
Pandacat coming around the back here looking to pressure, but realizing that nobody's really here to support him, he has to back away too. Talk about backing away, Verizio's on the run in the jungle at the same time. Homie FA can smell him in the jungle with that scent of death.
So low, Verizio gonna try and get out, but Vedium won't let him. Homie FA with the hovering death. It wasn't even needed. E-United lose Verizio early on again. That's his 5th death.
But it does allow Benji to get back online and start to be a frontliner again against this Fire Giant. Soar have started it up, and Benji just showing presence here is making it awkward for Soar to take this for free.
No stun on a Jigs. That bomb stun misses. Vedium pulls off the Fire Giant and turns his attention towards Vedium.
Vedium's in a lot of trouble there. Has to Aegis away from the storm coming out from Pandacat. Into the sky goes Vedium looking to clean up Chaos, but Chaos gets away in time. Instead, they have to invest into Benji, who's still alive. Boulders, though, and he's still in trouble.
Final K cleans up Chaos. Anitser's gonna find Benji as well. Vedium cleaned up, though, by Pandacat on the backside, who comes around with a nice flank there. That's a big kill for E-United, because that really hurts their objective damage in terms of trying to secure this Fire Giant.
Especially with Pandacat still being healthy on the map, too. If he comes in there, he can wail away on them as well. The sustain will come in, so I'll going to stop the Fire Giant still here. Have Coerce to try and increase some of the damage output they can do. They do have Homie FA there as well, so they're not all doom and gloom when it comes to physical damage.
Terra's Blessing popped by Final K as all of Soar starts screaming down this jungle. There's the dunk down onto Pandacat. Anitser's going to be able to find him.
Verizio came in trying to support Panda, but he's too little too late. Panda's already off the map. Verizio has to delete himself back to the fountain one more time, as does Pain. And on top of that, it's not going to be a Fire Giant for Soar now. They're just going to be able to get the blue buff for now and have to rethink what they do next.
I don't know. I feel like if they would have just immediately gone towards the Fire Giant, they might have been able to take it there. Without knowing that Verizio and Pain had backed, however, they did not feel comfortable trying to grab the objective. Instead, it's going to be the Gold Fury for Soar, trying to get a couple more of those late game items. But Vedium's already finished his build. He completed it with a Rage. Anitser has that Rod of Tahuti online. Really, Omi Efe is the only one who needs to finish off his last item along with Final K.
And with that Gold Fury going down, it's the first time I believe we've seen 5k gold lead in this game so far. Both these teams, winner of this one game that's remaining, will go to Masters to face off international play and represent North America.
But they're not done yet. Whoever wins this one still has to play Team Rival for seeding. Rival already punching their ticket to the Masters LAN by ending Energy's LAN winning streak. Loser of this game, their spring split isn't done quite yet. They've still got a best of 3, but it's against the defending world champs.
Which is Energy, surprisingly enough, in the losers finals here today. Fire Giant's still available, we keep talking about it, but the Gold Fury going down means that all pressure is really on this right-hand side again. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Final K drift back towards that duo lane to once again provide the pressure he started off doing.
The teleport is up, as is his ultimate. It wouldn't be a bad plan. Certainly worked out the first time around.
Looking at the level leads between the two, is not much to really talk about now. Most people are starting to approach level 20. Chaos still hasn't hit there, and Ra's been there for a little while.
Anitser's really had a strong game. The snipes haven't been quite as highlight worthy as they usually are for his Ra, but his positioning has been beautiful thus far. 3-0 and 5, and I like this idea, but go for a Magi.
Verizio straight to the sky. Fire Giant reset for a second by Soul. They have aggro for a second, but they're not continuing to wail damage onto it.
He's going to find Vedium with the dunk and immediately pop the Aegis and turn and try to run away. Benji trying to handle Final K on the front side, but Vedium pumping out damage from the back.
And now Vedium's going to stay very far back with that ultimate being down now, investing that early on, thinking that his team had people at a lower health bar, would have allowed Homie Efe to look for an execute. This time around, not available.
This double sustain, though, between the Terra and the Ra, difficult for E-United to punch through. Portal Demon respawns with only Benji up a little bit without the Boulder too. Impossible for him to get in there.
Also a little bit surprised by the fact we don't have a single meditation on E-United against the likes of a Thanatos is very surprising to me.
Without a doubt, I was very surprised by that as well.
Let's have a listen to Soar as they look for this Fire Giant. A apologies for that. Still not going to go to the comms. Just able to snipe out from Anderson to hit Panda Cat, and he's on the run. Homie FA will clean him up as well. And now with that, it's going to allow Homie FA to disengage on the right hand side, but Pain Beyond's in trouble as well.
Stunned out by Jigs, up into the sky. Vedium's going to need all three here, I think, but only hits one. Homie FA very low, but is going to have some sustain available to him once he comes back to the team.
So going to head back towards the Fire Giant again. Fine okay on peel duty, but Benji's on the front lines once more. Homie's quite low here, has to be careful of the boulder which comes out there, but Benji's getting invested a lot into. He's CC'd in place, he's trying to run. The Thorns will not buy him enough time to get away from the amount of damage coming through. No sustain available.
Fine okay is able to find that last hit. Verizio was looking for a target, but can't quite find a good one, despite Vedium being somewhat low in mana.
And now Saw can just go back towards the Fire Giant one more time. Pain is here, as is Verizon and Chaos, so they have the damage to steal this away. But can they get in range?
So close, but the snipe secures it from Anderson. Pain in a bad spot now. He's going to fall to Vedium, who picks up his 4th kill.
And Homie Eve hovered in the air, waited for Chaos to use their dash, and then immediately dunked onto him. The follow-up stun is there from the crushing walls from Terra. And with that, the tier 2 tower will fall as well. Saw are in control of this final game.
And that looks like the right side Phoenix might as well. All 5 members still completely healthy. No ultimates available to Soar, but you can say the same thing for E United. No way to defend their Phoenix.
Phoenix will fall on the right-hand side, and Soar are going to go straight in here. Are they going to actually try and end? No, they fought better of it all of a sudden. I thought that was a little bit too much for a second.
It's just Benji's respawn timer coming up is the main thing that dissuades them from trying to end in that situation. Pain still at about 15 seconds, and Chaos over 30 at that stage, but with 3 members up, and look at all the towers that are up on the map as well. They've got, E United still has 2 dual lane towers and a tier 2 in the mid lane. That Titan would have been simply too tanky.
Can we take a little look at healing done here? I can see there's a lot of anti-heal on the side of E United, but just look at the amount of sustain that Saw has compared to that of E United, with not even a single meditation, which I do want to point out again. Look at how many heals they've got.
Between all 3 of those members, the meditations and the Terra heal and the Solar Blessing, that's over 3,500 healing. And look at the player damage. The top one in the game, that's Panda Cat, only 24,000. That's a lot of damage that is just erased that E United's been doing. And again, I'm so surprised because Pain has been the only support that has really been refusing to pick up this meditation early on. Basically every support, unless there is some sort of extraneous circumstances. We saw Jigs pick up Shell at level 1, but that's because of Jean Kui. I mean, meditation has been the pick for basically every support all split long at level 1, except for Pain.
And I'm not too worried about him not getting at level 1. I look at the fact that they do have a Thanatos they're against, and one thing that Thanatos loves is when you get in threshold range, he's going to kill you. Unless you've got Aegis up, you need a meditation to try and bring you back out of it and potentially turn it around.
And the Shell here that Pain picked up after the sprint, I just don't think it's that impactful in this particular matchup.
There's not much burst, is there?
Burst is decent out of the raw snipe and the Venium snipes. It really helps in that situation, but not a lot of AoE, which is what Shell really excels at defending.
Sora looking for their second Phoenix now. Fine okay on the front lines, will get aggro originally. Verizio gets a good double tap off onto Homie FA, forcing him back, and the ultimate will do even more.
There's the dunk down from Verizio, but Terra's Blessing was already up from Fine OK. Jigs pops that Magi's Blessing off of Verizio, but Benji almost pushes Vedium under tower.
The root is good onto Benji though, and he's stuck in place for a moment or two, forced to boulder to try and peel himself back out, and will do so. Fine OK is getting very, very low.
Oh, this snipe doesn't quite hit Panda Cat, but Homie's going to be able to find him anyways. Number 5 for the jungler for Soar has to back up out of this Phoenix. Jigs tanking it up, but both Verizio and Chaos have to use their Aegis.
Pain's dead, so is Chaos. Verizio's back in the fountain. The Phoenix falls now, and the game could be done. Soar Gaming are going to be the team that meets Rival in the final set of the day after defeating E United.
It wasn't easy. Game 1, E United really took it to Soar, but Game 2 was really clean. Game 3, much more back and forth, but well played out of Soar. Like you mentioned at the beginning of this set, this is a team that I think a lot of people really expected to come out of the top of North American Gauntlet, and they got what they were looking for.
I never really felt in that set that E United pressured them in the final game anyway. In the final game, I never felt E United really had any sort of pressure in that game whatsoever. Yeah, they controlled the right-hand side at the start, but since then, that's all it was.
That's true. I mean, Panda Cat did a lot of damage, but it never seemed to really burst anybody down outside of Vedium whenever Vedium was by his blue buff. I don't know. I agree with you. They had a lot of pressure on the right-hand side. Chaos on the Agni never really seemed to get the ball ball rolling. It was a difficult set there, at least the last 2 games for E United.
Well, E United still have one more opportunity left. They're going to have to play again right now against Energy.
Good luck, man. That's tough.
Throwback to some of the fantastic performances we've seen from those 2 teams going at it. So we get to see that again, which is kind of cool.
Season 2 Worlds, I mean, Pain and Chaos up against those guys. They definitely, this is a great opportunity for them to get some revenge.
But anyway, let's head over to the desk to break down that entire set and specifically the final game we saw.
SOAR are your North American champions here for at least the Gauntlet. And they're going to go ahead and find their way at the Masters. Congratulations to them and all the effort that they put forward. E United didn't make it easy, though. I think the casters did a good job of saying how Game 1 was easily in one direction, Game 2 was easily in the other direction, and then Game 3, a little bit more in the middle. Nice back and forth we had there.
The E United and SOAR game were both shaking it up quite a lot in that last matchup, where you could tell that SOAR wanted to try and find the upper hand early on, but Homefe actually ended up falling a couple levels behind to Verizial, only then to have the rest of the team play pick me up, and that's exactly what SOAR did. They came together and just kept contesting, and I think that was probably the most important aspect, was they made sure to maintain their confidence and composure.
Yeah, SOAR did a really good job stalling that game. I honestly thought there was a point where United, like, it wasn't like a big lead, but I'm just like, there's a 2-level lead here, even though Homie has kills, and I think it was Verizial was 0-2. And I'm just like, if they're just out farming this hard, if they can just do it, if they get every kill, it's just going to snowball out of control. SOAR really did a good job preventing any of that ever happening.
That's a really tough thing to do. You just create that stop, and you don't let the momentum go the other direction. And you know what was interesting to me was that Thanatos pick that I was not as excited about it as I might have seemed towards the beginning, but at the end of the day, it wasn't a bad pick. It didn't really do what it needed to do in the beginning, but come the mid and the late game, we really saw the Thanatos.
Especially around the level 7 mark, and here's a perfect example, just immediately waiting for and trusting that the damage would come from the rest of his team to put United into the execute threshold just for the easy cleanups for Homefe.
Yeah,
I think Homefe actually immune like 2 to 3 Bacchus flops this game. You actually saw it in the previous clip where he actually just pretty much stopped all initiation in it because one of their few engages were Thoro and Bacchus flop, and I believe Thoro got baited that fight earlier.
Yeah, it's one of the big things about the Thanatos. You can look towards the Wheelers to sort of shut down the Bacchus, but Thanatos can, like you said, sort of do a similar scenario. And also, you're shutting down the Burp. You're shutting down some of what Thor does as well. So a win for SOAR is a win for the team going to Masters. They doubled the amount of kills that E United wound up with. And of course, if you look across the way, a lot of damage mitigated as well.
And we touched on it right as the game was starting, where we were all just talking about a large reason why this game was as close as it was is because everybody was on a comfort pick except for maybe Pain the Beyond, who he's still comfortable on the Bacchus. By no means is it like foreign to him, but it's not, you know, an Athena or even the Kepri, but every single player was on a pick that they felt very confident on, and it was obvious.
I really thought this one was going to go the way of E United because of that, but across the way, Annister, one more time, hard carry for his team. I mean, this series is playing on the raw again, and this is just what the man does.
The stat you saw earlier, actually, and I think SOAR had 32k healing, and E United only had 90k player damage. I'm actually curious to how much healing Andy did in that 32k, because that's a third of the damage just completely gone.
Right down the middle. There it is. There's the ultimate. Love those plays. That one I actually got right. Last time I said boom and nobody. So this time I got it one. There it is.
Oh, wow. That
Andy with the
is
healing.
Insane.
Yeah. That's probably a player or two on E United.
Even Jigs's healing is like pretty nutty.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, you're averaging about 2,000 HP, right? So, yeah, he saved like a whole bunch of players there. And they're just keeping the team alive. And what's exciting is that not only is he doing that, but he's also one of the more offensive characters on the team. Like, where does the man stop?
Yeah,
he just doesn't.
He set up a lot of homie phase executes. It was pretty much Bacchus jump, or not Bacchus jump, Fafnir would jump stun or Fafnir hammer. Would snipe, homie would then realize his execute range and would just land.
and that was probably what ended up favoring SOAR in the long run, was just how much more set up that they had for their mid laner to be able to secure, for Home and Faye to be able to secure, and ultimately, just congratulations to SOAR. That was an excellent performance.
I'm glad you mentioned the setup, because that's who we have standing by. The setup man himself, Jigs, the support for SOAR, next to Toli.
Thank you, Tom. I'm here with the captain from SOAR Gaming, Connor Eccles, Jigs. I gotta ask you first off, how good does it feel beating your former teammate, Benji, especially after he left you guys high and dry?
Feels good, man.
Feels really good, man, for Jigs and the rest of SOAR. Winning that match now puts you in the Masters. How do you guys feel now?
We're feeling really confident. We, since LG and Eager didn't go to this LAN, we've spent a lot of our time practicing against them, so a lot of the stuff we've put together was stuff we practiced and had success with against us.
It seems like you guys struggled a little bit in the beginning of the split because you guys were against Eager, against Luminosity, then that unfortunate week 3, obviously. But now, after that bye week, it seems like you guys definitely turned it on.
Yeah. I mean, we picked up Final K. He's a great guy. He's a great player. Has all the talent in the world, and it just all meshed.
It seems like you guys have some great absolute synergy there. Yeah. And how do you guys think, though, after this set that we're going to see E United versus Energy next in the wild card? Do you think there's any hope for E United in that one?
Yeah, I do. I think they're a really strong team, and I don't know, Energy just seems a little off right now, so I think they could definitely take it.
Well, a little off was actually your Game 1 draft, and you know I got to ask you about that one. You had no peels. You had the Odin frontline with Kuzenbo and Amaterasu. I feel like you kind of left Vedium and Anister high and dry.
Yeah, well, we hate winning Game 1s. We like to get stomped as hard as possible and then, like, you know, make it hard.
That seems to be the reoccurring theme as the final bosses. They win the first game in the Gauntlet, but then they lose the next 2. So SOAR Gaming is going to be your basically North America in the Masters. Congratulations, Jigs. How do you guys feel that you're going to do against a rival, though, in your set?
I don't know. I mean, when you think about prepping against like the European team at LAN like this, you think, oh, of course, we're playing Energy if we go all the way, right? So we've actually spent almost no time looking at rivals, so I don't know, we'll just have to see.
Well, now you guys have some time to look over the tapes from a rival, and we're going to be looking at the wild card matchup next. But before we go ahead and throw it to the desk, is there any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout-outs to our sponsor for sticking with us when the first few weeks were rough. They were super supportive. They're actually here, and huge shout-outs to Final K for coming from the Challenger Cup and then carrying us at LANs.
Great play by Jigs, the captain from SOAR Gaming, and the rest of his teammates. We're going to have the wildcard match, and we're going to throw it to the desk right now.
Thank you very much, Toli and Jigs. Welcome back to the desk. I'm now joined by Chapo.
Yo.
What's going on, man? Taco, how you doing so far?
I'm still hanging around, having a good time.
Still on a desk. This
That's
is big
the important
for you.
part.
You might be on the desk all day today with the way you're doing. Keep it up. Anyways, we're now through our own little regional matchups. The NA finals, the EU finals. We're all done with that. It's almost time for this cross-play stuff. But before I get to that, we're talking about international games here, and it's time to take a look at exactly what we've going on over in the Oceania League. We got an awesome thing coming up over there. You got 4 teams going to the Intel Extreme Masters. You can call it IEM. That's what everyone cool calls it. You got 4 teams: Avant-Garde, Dark-Sided, Legacy, and of course, the LG Direwolves. It's going to be next month in Sydney, Australia. A lot of good stuff. You might go there, and I'm assuming Husey will be there, right, Taco?
Husey will definitely be there, and the only unfortunate part about Australia is they don't have onions.
I heard that.
Yeah, Husey told me himself at Worlds, and
Did you know
I thought
that
it was the
Australia
most unfortunate part.
They don't import onions to Australia.
That's
like
the thing.
You get a burger and there's no onions.
There's no onions.
Can I get onion rings? No, we don't have those here.
No, that's not right. Onions are the best thing in this world, especially when they're cooked.
I know. Caramelized onions, too good. Speaking of too good, again, we got our teams ready to go in our cross-region matchup. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick if we can do that. We are ready to go. The wild card is going to be the first one here, and it's going to be Energy. We didn't really expect to see them here, I'm guessing.
I don't think anybody was really expecting to see NRG. And I mean, Chapo, you're part of the pro scene. Would you have ever thought that Energy would be falling to Rival today?
No, not Rival at least. I mean, probably Enix. I mean, I don't even know how to pronounce her name. But yeah, like it's nice to see this season 2 Worlds again. See if E United could bring it back.
Well, E United had a really strong set, at least at the beginning, up against SOAR, but it just seemed to fall apart. Do you think that they can really keep their momentum together? Because when you win a game in dominant fashion like that in Game 1, and then you come back and kind of get stomped in back-to-back games, that can really hurt your momentum.
Oh, for sure. Momentum is like one of the biggest things, but if you think on the other end, Energy's not feeling too good. So we're gonna see how who brings the ball game.
I think probably E United would have a bigger advantage than Energy at this point in time because Energy, they've been sitting off for a set. They aren't as warmed up, so to say, and then on top of that, they've just had time to marinate on it. But for E United, it's just like, okay, we lost, that set happened, but let's go ahead, focus up, and this is still our chance to get back to the Masters.
That's right. This is a best of 3 to determine who's going to go as that third team to the Masters LAN. E United up against Energy. Later on today, after this set, we'll have the winners finals, and that'll determine seeding between SOAR and Team Rival. We got to get through this wild card one first. Looking down the matchups here, you mentioned it there, Chapo, the Season 2 Worlds rematch between Chaos and Pain and this Energy lineup. How do you think Chaos is going to fare up against Yemen in the mid lane?
I think they're about even, but they just play different gods. But I think Yemen has a bigger god pool. I think Chaos sticks to his guns, which is the Agni, the Zhang, the Janus. Even though we haven't seen the Janus in a while, but
True.
I would like to see it.
Yeah, we saw Yemen play the Janus. It didn't end up working out for them, but there's certainly some potential there between both of these players to play that god.
And Janus, of course, is always just one of those guys that can be so annoying to deal with. And considering that EU-NA playstyle is already 2 different worlds, it'll be really interesting to see whether or not they opt to try and run that back again. But this time with a slightly different draft, a little bit more oriented towards engagement. That way, Janus doesn't have to worry so much about using his portal for the initiation rather than the escape.
That's a great point. We've seen a lot of differences in terms of what the meta seems to be like right now between Europe and North America. NA, they seem to be favoring more of the Thors, though there has been a good amount on EU. Susano's been the big pick for European players. Hu Yi also very, very popular among these. Do you expect to see Verizial try to take that Susano away from adapting?
I would like to see that. I mean, Verizial's playing really well. I mean, out of game 3, he didn't play too good, but the first 2 games he played really well. I think he was carrying the game with Benji.
Sure.
But they're really focusing, putting Benji really ahead, which I think is not going to favor them because Dimmy is used to this. He likes playing the Guan. He likes playing this kind of supportive, team fight solos. So
Sure.
I want to see how this works out.
Either way, we're almost ready to get into picks and bans. There are your defending world champions, Energy. They're in the wild card, do or die. Can you believe we could see a spring finals LAN without this team if they don't win this best of 3?
That would be absolutely insane, and I don't think that anybody at home would have ever expected it, should that be the outcome. But of course, you can never count these guys out because they always have a trick up their sleeve.
Always, though, I just cannot believe that Rival was the one to end their LAN winning streak.
No, I couldn't believe it either. But one game, anything could happen. So that's what I want to see. Like if they just pull out some cheese, that's something that Pain could do.
That's true. They're E United always ready to go with some interesting strategies, but this is a best of 3 here in the wild card game. So both teams going to need to win at least, if you want to move on to Masters, you got to win 2 games here. There you can see Adapting and Dimmy on your screen. On the other side of the coin, that's going to be Verizial and Benji. And these 2 are really the focal point, I think, for E United's strategy in their setup against SOAR.
And I think Verizial especially, we touched on it before, with the Thor pick especially, I would personally like to see Verizial try and take the Thor away from Adapting. I don't think Thor has really been an issue for him. I think he had a couple of unfortunate ultimates against SOAR that just weren't able to find the mark, but if he is able to have an excellent showing on Adapting's own god, that's a tilt factor coming into play.
That's true, but Adapting's god pool is as wide as the ocean at this point. My mans can play anything. We're about ready to go here for Game 1 between E United and Energy. Best of 3 series. First 1 to 2 wins moves on to the SMITE Masters.
And the fun part here is the picks and bans phase especially, because everybody knows EU is not exactly common for the Scotty Cabrakins, and Susano is actually the flavor of the year for EU. So I kind of expect some of those bans to come into play, both regions trying to take away comfort picks from the other.
Scotty's been prioritized across both regions so far, but there's a definite difference in style, it seems, between the way EU Hunter players play the Scotty and the NA. And PandaCat, despite losing in that last game, Chapo, really showed that he's very comfortable on that god.
Yeah, I mean, when he plays Scotty, he knows how to position himself really well. I mean, he almost plays like an assassin. I don't know if you were seeing in that one of the last team fights, he was coming from the side, picking people off. But, Terraban?
early on. I mean, Terra was a big deal for E United. They had a lot of trouble up against it for Soar. No surprise there. Energy is going to be the one to ban away Susano. Verizio, while not being an EU player, has shown time and time again that he's very, very comfortable on the Susano.
And Susano is definitely a god that you can just get so much snowball potential going with. And in a best-of-3 scenario like this, where both of these teams have already suffered losses today, you usually want to try and start out on the best footing. So preventing as much snowball opportunity as you can is definitely the way to go.
Scotty is going to be the ban. E United don't want to give that up or first pick it at this stage. Energy has a couple options here, but Kabrakan seems to be the most obvious one, Chapo.
Could be, it could be. I'm not sure if Energy is even thinking about Chang'e. You haven't seen it in a while. Could they bring it out the Circuit? So it seems like they're targeting Verizio. They saw the last 2 games. They performed really well. So I don't mind the 2 bans against the jungler.
But Kabrakan is open. Verizio does. I don't know if he's played it during the regular season, but at this point, you have to have Kabrakan in your god pool as a jungler, as a solo laner, or as a support. He's been the top pick, top ban all weekend long. E United does have that Chang'e available to them as well. Also saw a couple Zhang Kui bans up against Soar. A lot of different options here for the NA team.
Fafnir is always an option as well. Fafnir is a highly regarded pick in NRG. I mean, they have Raffer, and Raffer can definitely play a pretty mean Fafnir.
Without a doubt, but it is going to be the Kabrakan here for E United. And again, this just goes back to the fact that this is a flex pick, Chapo. It doesn't necessarily show E United's hand quite yet.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I would like to see, I call him Salt Machine. Benji. I would like to see him on Kabrakan because he's been playing these bullies, but I would like Verizio to start focusing Panda. Panda can carry a game too. Throw him on a Guardian that you can't kill in the solo lane. He does come out in the mid game and does the same thing Benji was doing regardless.
Exactly. It's still a pressure Guardian, but you also have that unkillable feel of a Guardian like a Terra or a Sobek or even a Kuzenbo, though we only saw one Kuzenbo so far this weekend, and it didn't work out too well. Remaining 2 picks here, the returning 2 picks, I should say, for Energy, Adapting, and Team, looking to see what they want. Bologna early on here, which is surprising to me in one way. The Fafnir does not surprise me whatsoever. As you mentioned, Taco, very, very comfortable there for Raffer. Bologna has dominated so far this weekend, no doubt about that. Shout outs to Deathwalker for bringing it out. But if that is Kabrakan in the solo lane, that is a horrible matchup for Bologna.
It really is. You just honestly won her bludgeon, and then you instantly group the wave and clear. And now a Guardian that's supposed to be pressured out is keeping the same pressure as a Bologna.
But this is standard for Energy, I suppose. Just say, Dimmy, play this thing that gets destroyed in lane, and we'll see it 15 minutes when you're 0-2, but we'll be winning the game by then on the left side of the map.
And it's the fact that Dimmy is still able to maintain a pretty solid laning experience considering the position that he's usually put into, where it's like, hey, we know you're going to be behind. Adapting, yeah, we might gank your lane a couple of times, but having to play knowing that the aggression is going to be placed onto you 99% of the time for the first 10 minutes of a game, that can be pretty rough.
Hunbats and Zhang Kui, very similar draft to what we saw early on from E United. 2 comfort picks for the mid and jungle of E United. Hu Yi going to be the last pick there before the ban phase for Emilito, who basically single-handedly won the game earlier on in game 1 up against Team Rival. A couple Hunter bans coming out from Energy, focusing out Panda Cat on her and Rom. United looking at Adapting with that Thor ban and Yemen with that Isis ban. Are you surprised that Cupid didn't get banned here, Chapo? Because it does excellently up against Hu Yi, and Panda Cat can play it perfectly.
Yeah, I'm actually, that might be the lack of experience of watching E United. I mean, he does have a great honor, but I really would have liked to see Cupid instead of Honor. I haven't seen him play Honor in a very long time.
Plus, Cupid has a lot more fun as far as the laning phase is concerned with Hu Yi, due to the fact that his Heart Bomb can actually cancel out the jump animation from Hu Yi, as well as just the fact that he doesn't have CC immunity. That can be incredibly problematic when trying to deal with the Cupid in the Fields of Love with the Heart Bomb combination.
I really think the Cupid would be a very strong pick here for E United, with Scylla locked in for Yemen in the mid lane, shutting down that Sentinel mobility. And just look at the AoE that E United already has available to them. Fear No Evil, the Zhang Kui ultimate, Kabrakan can lock down a large area with those tremors as well. A lot of good synergy there between the Hunter if they want to go for him.
I think Cupid would fit this perfect. It's so much beads blowers. Like they're never gonna have beads for the Hun bots, and it's healing. You gotta never forget Cupid also brings healing, and they have no healing on the other side. And maybe they'll grab some meds sometime.
And especially, yeah, with the United not wanting to grab meditations, they could use some of that sustain to try and keep them healthy. You know, Energy likes to go for that meditation, as do most teams right now.
I'm just waiting for the AMC to happen or something crazy, but
there it is.
There it is. The Cupid that I think we can safely say we're all expecting. It's just you never know, man. You never know when these players want to pull out something spicy.
That's true. The Amaterasu is going to be the last selection for E United, along with Cupid in that long lane for Pain Divion. Though it could be Kabrak in support, Amaterasu in the solo lane. But with how good the matchup is against Bologna, I'd imagine that Kabrakin is going to Benji. Last pick almost in here for Energy. They're missing their jungler. Chapo, you're a jungler. What would you pick in this scenario?
I would pick something with high CC. Oh,
or not.
Or not. I'm sorry.
Take that. That's why. That's why you're here.
That's why I'm
and
sitting
adapting's
there.
there. Exactly. Nemesis gonna lock it down, and it's great up against that John Kui. It's what we always talk about. When John Kui's locked in, where's the Nemesis ban? There wasn't one this time around. The comps are complete. Chapo, who do you like?
I like E United. It's a more simple comp to just come at them with AoE.
Taco?
I actually really like E United's draft as well, especially considering the comfort factor.
Well, here you go. We're almost ready to get into game one. Let's throw it over the casters. TNT, Tom and Tolly.
Thanks a lot, guys. Looking at this draft right here, I mean, Bracken, broken. Hunbats, Zhonghui, Amaterasu, Cupid. These are perhaps the best options for these players on the side of E United.
It just seems like it's more of an all-in composition out of this squad. You're looking at Zhonghui trying to run all-in, face forward, and something that Pain Divion has been doing today thus far is getting the sprint at level 1, trying to synergize with that because it takes a while for that Guardian to get level 12. But Energy, on the other hand, their composition is a little bit more straightforward. The Nemesis hasn't been really played too much this weekend, only seeing one pick and that one victory. And it's also going to be adapting on this aggressive Nemesis.
Yeah, adapting really likes to play the Nemesis. Look out for crit. I'm not sure if that's the direction we're going to go, but adapting's notorious for playing her extremely aggressive. And like I said, she's the rock to Zhonghui's scissor. It's just a straight up hard counter to the character. That's certainly something that Energy was thinking the entire time. Gonna go back to it though. Hunbats on Verizial, Zhonghui on Chaos, Amaterasu, that's Benji. I think we're seeing a support Kabrakin and Cupid on Panda Cat. Let's jump into game. These guys are comfortable as all hell, and actually it will be Benji on the Bracken, so we'll change that one up a bit. But E United still very comfortable. Slow's already starting. Adapting's going to take some damage, and it's going to be dished back onto Verizial.
Interesting idea to get the jump at level 1. This is going to hurt E United's lane clear completely now. Verizial, if he decides to commit and jump into this wave, the rest of Adapting and Yaman will certainly make him get punished for it.
A little bit. You're going to lose a little bit of the damage, but that slow is very important. That's what he was looking for. It's a large slow. And hey, look, it chases out the beads out of Yaman nice and early. Not just Yaman, but Adapting as well have already used their beads. So you know what? I think Verizial pays off.
Chaos doing a good job clearing the wave before the opposition because of his build, going for the Soul Stone and Tiny Trinket. Whatever damage Verizial is lacking, Chaos makes up for it, so this is why we're seeing E United synergize so well and out-clear the combination out of Energy.
So the damage, you're losing about 30 to 40 damage versus the jump versus the overhand smash, but it's a 30% slow when Hunbats jumps on top of you. So whatever damage you lose off of the initial application of the ability, you're going to gain in the basic attack. Don't forget the not so guaranteed, but hopefully crit in the passive, and then of course, like you said, the assistance from the mid lane Chaos on the Zhonghui. So certainly something to you gotta see the whole equation instead of just how much damage that one thing deals. And look at this right away. E United staying aggressive, pushing Yaman under the tower.
You can tell E United was doing their homework in the earlier set rival against Energy because in all 3 games, Yaman was really struggling early on, getting focused primarily, and that was the result of the downfall of Energy. And because of this downfall, E United is able to invade the speed buff, but this doesn't deter Adapting though. That he recognizes he's going to lose the speed buff, he's just going to invade on the left-hand side instead.
I like how Pain Divion helping out Benji here on the right side, leaving Panda Cat by his lonesome. No reason to really help that player out. And Adapting, making sure to stay on his own side of the jungle. Energy playing it safe. The Nemesis Certainly not an early game god by any means.
No, not at all. Going for the Death's Toll, trying to really start boxing out people and get the sustain options, at least in the jungle with that Bumba's Mask. It's going to be very difficult to really lock down adapting, playing this very mobile jungler.
So Chaos here on the Zhang Kui. We know that he likes the Bancroft, and that's likely where he's going to go for the power. But I'm very curious to see where he goes after that. Zhang Kui is a unique character. He can be played utility. You can buy a gem of ISO and slow everybody down, but I really think it comes down to that melee range burst that Chaos is looking for. So expect a lot of damage and a lot of pen.
And the problem is, though, regardless of what he does with the protections or the health, adapting is going to be able to just melt that with the ultimate. So we could see adapting try to go for some cooldown reduction just to be an ult bot and making Chaos's life a little bit more difficult. So going for the damage style, predicting that, going for the all-in style, wouldn't be a bad idea for this mid player.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why the Nemesis is selected here, just to shut down the Chaos Zhang Kui selection. So as the game gets a little bit more mature and Chaos not only hits level 5 as he just has, but continues on building up those protections, that's when we're going to see adapting a little bit more active.
Interesting thing that Emilito is doing here is his build, going for the Bluestone into the Light Blade. Similar story against Rival on the Huyi, because it gives him this nice little power spike early on where he gets the attack speed from the Light Blade, which only costs 600 gold, similar to Shortbow back in Season 3. And the Bluestone helps him clear those back Harpies and the purple buffs whenever he has time to go rotate in the jungle.
But at the same time, by going with the Light Blade, that means he's not going to be starting out with the Transcendence or even the Devo gloves, as we saw some hunters building earlier, which means Emilito likely not going to be going into one of those stacking builds. And look at the poke Panda's able to dish out.
Because Emilito is level 5, he's trying to be aggressive against Panda Cat's Cupid. Now hitting level 5, Panda Cat dashing in, forcing the jump out of Emilito. Trading ultimates would certainly favor out Panda Cat with the rotation from Verizial.
Pain to be on the right, Verizial on the left. E-United looking to make the pincer move, but Energy don't take the bait. E-United was looking for the 3-on-1 with Chaos being the 1, and then surprise jump over the wall, and well, Fear No Evil makes everybody run in different directions, but Energy not so easily fooled.
The problem is, even if they commit a 3-on-1 to Chaos, because of all the passive stacks that he has, all the souls in the Zhang Kui's bag, that gives him a lot of protections, even in this early stages. So it would take quite a long time for Energy to commit to the kill, which would allow the rest of E-United to really take advantage.
Nice little combo there coming out from Raffer and Yaman. The stun out of the support into the Root Crush combo from Yaman brings Riziel down to about half HP, but luckily for the jungler, he has that mask, so he'll be able to heal up off these Harpies, along with Chaos and his friend Pain to Beyond. So 5 minutes in, no action just yet, no kills on the board. Yeah, we are right here in our losers finals. Energy Esports representing Europe and E-United representing North America.
A little bit of a goal lead currently for E-United because of those invades from earlier on, able to control some of these neutral camps along the mid side, allowing them to slowly surmount themselves with a comfortable lead. Now the question is, are they going to start looking for any further invades after the last? We do see adapting with his own speed, and it seems that Energy got all the buffs that they needed.
I think we will see a little bit more of an active game coming out from Energy. Panda Cat clearing up his own jungle, so adapting won't be able to sit over there, and Panda Cat makes sure that adapting knows he's local.
A lot of love there between Panda Cat and adapting as the VET comes out of the keyboard from the young Ukrainian player. But either way, adapting still figuring out what he wants to do in terms of his first target. Now going back to base and finishing off the Warrior Tabby. And with this item, you never really know what the direction is from this aggressive jungler.
So Benji on the Cabrakan versus Dimmy on the Bologna. A lot of times we look at Cabrakan, he is one of, if not the best level 1 character in the game, and yet this is the first time we're really seeing him do a lot of work. Is it a problem that Cabrakan hasn't been active just yet?
No, I wouldn't say that it's a problem necessarily. This is an old school matchup that we saw back in Season 2. Zalia was the one to really bring this character out in the soul lane. This was when purple potions were being able to be picked up during the 450 gold streak, and you would go Cabrakan, go Mark of the Vanguard, use that purple pot to your advantage just to be able to get a sneaky level 2 or 3 kill.
That's when he was Fat Loki. He was the burst character, you saw the Polynomicons, you saw the Soul Reavers as well. Now, Cabrakan occupies a very different part of the game. Pain of Ion and Verizial getting aggressive. There's the ultimate out of the Monkey. Not enough to kill until Bluestone comes through. First blood for E United.
Verizial with the better end of that one, but Adapting's not done yet. He wants to find a chase target. Chaos caught in a world of her getting stunned out by Dimmy's rotation.
But it's enough. He's tanky, and he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Adapting with the double dash, gets him with the basic. That'll tie the game up for Energy.
Even expecting the stun, instantly using that purification beads. The mechanics coming out of this European jungler are still always so surprising.
Adapting made a name for himself on hitting his buttons correctly, and he's not stopping any time soon. Cheeky play by Verizial, going really deep for Yaman on the tier 2 tower, but when you want to start the game, you want to start the game. First blood amplifies the already 500 gold lead that E United amassed thanks to their jungle presence. So 1,000 gold, nice and early at 7.5.
Adapting, getting able to get those Fire Giant Elementals until Verizial shows his face. Level 9 Adapting, though, Pain Divion right around the corner, but Raffer and Yaman are here as well.
Yeah, Verizial wanted to go deep, but as soon as he saw the mid and the support show up, opted to walk in the other direction. I love the way Verizial is using his jump, utilizing that slow so much, making sure that the characters that don't have too many escapes stay nice and close to him.
And because of the slow percentage coming out of that ability, it secures 1 to 2 in-hands off of the Hunbat, synergizing very well with his passive, augmenting some extra critical strike chance, and then following up with further abilities, making sure to strike in some more in-hands. There's a lot of burst potential even at this early phase before the Hunbats gets any sort of items online.
Yeah, he's building into that Hydra's Lament, most likely. I don't think we're going to see a Transcendence on the Monkey just yet. But that Hydra's Lament, this is one of the items that has really brought Hunbats. He's always been in the meta. There's never a situation where Pheno Weevil is bad, but he's just risen up the ranks because of the fact that Hydra's Lament just synergizes so well with that passive.
You know, giving you that extra cooldown reduction doesn't hurt you, considering the fact that you're always looking to trade out your ultimate just for the purification beads, which gives you a slightly bigger window to look for that secondary play.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for the damage coming out from the Jungle Monkey. Right now has boots online, just like his counterpart in the jungle, Adapting on the Nemesis. Nemesis, we've talked about how she is the counter to Zhang Kui, and she's a later game character. Well, just how late are we talking?
Well, not too late right now, though. Still the 9-minute mark. Raffer almost jumped on there by Verizial, trying to make sure there's no shenanigans going on. If there's any picks at this point, Gold Fury will be exposed, a little bit vulnerable, but there's not that much burst potential.
Oh, around the corner, Emilito just showing what he can do. He knows Panda Cat's going to clean that one up with his hearts, but sometimes it's about sending a message.
It seems that Emilito is definitely feeling himself after the second game against Team Rival, whenever he found that triple ricochet bounce, showing what he's capable of. Even confident enough to just try to go for the stun, the ultimate to slow down, doesn't connect on the stun, but still forces the beads out of Panda Cat.
Yeah, I don't think the beads were necessary there out of Panda Cat, but I think, just felt like maybe there was somebody else lurking in the wings, so uses the beads to be extra careful. Benji clears the wave, misses the stun on Adapting, so that won't be the case there.
2-on-2 in the mid lane. Chaos level 10 with Pain Divion right around the corner. A very aggressive support, and that's not something that's too uncommon whenever you mention Pain Divion's name. Formerly playing a lot of warriors, the Guan Yus and the Odins back in Season 2 and 3 when they were formerly known as enemy.
So right now, everybody on Energy's side of the map looking for the speed buff. Ultimate out of Verizial, but he's turned on by Adapting. Silence coming out from Pain Divion, but he's going to be disarmed, unable to stack up that passive. Yaman just barely misses the root, but gets the crush. Looking for the ultimate, dodges away as Verizial, but he gets hit by the solo, and the jungle finds the last hit. Adapting with his second of the game. Dealing and dueling back with Pain Divion. The shield is popped, and Adapting realizes it's not worth the trouble. The level 11 Nemesis backs off and takes what he can get.
The sprint was used to stop the slow from the crush coming out of Yaman, but it doesn't make you immune to slow, so it was reapplied by Adapting Slice and Dice, able to chase down that kill. Was very important for Energy to get some sort of momentum for their jungler.
Benji trying to go ahead and secure that blue buff for himself, unable to do so, drops the ultimate, so Benji will be without that for a number of seconds.
Gold Fury still hasn't been looked at by either team, playing very carefully. Nice little steal by Pain Divion, still throwing out that mirror despite being stunned out.
And a very important one as well. You can see that that's going to go ahead and make sure that Energy doesn't have vision, or at least free vision, the Gold Fury. If Energy want vision, they're going to have to pay for it by way of wards. You can see they already have one ward down here on the aggressive side, right underneath that passageway into the jungle by the Gold Fury.
Looking at some of the item choices that's starting to be complete. We're seeing that Hydra's Lament finished for Verizial. Bancrofts has been completed for Chaos. He loves these lifesteal items with the damage, and that synergizes very well with Zhang Kui because you use the ultimate, you run at the enemy, they're going to damage you, you're going to be in a lower health percentage, which will amplify your magic damage anyway, and all those spooky ghosts flying around is going to just hurt a little bit more.
Panda Cat doing his best to strip experience and gold away from Energy's Hunter, making sure to just look for the last hits. Right now he's about half a level above Emilito here on the Hou Yi, and Verizial looking to start a party of his own.
A little bit of a different style between these two hunters in their item choices. Finishing off that Transcendence for Panda Cat is going to make sure that his Heart Bombs and the Fields of Love is going to do a lot of damage. Doesn't need to go for the lifesteal considering he has those hearts, whereas Emilito going for the Ichaival, getting more attack speed, and this is something that he's been doing earlier against Rival where he gets a tier 1 life blade to start, but after the Ichaival gets finished, that's when he goes for the Chin size just to get that increased attack speed, and in the mid game, that's when the Gold Fury is going to get looked at by Energy.
Yeah, I mean, that also is a nice little curve there as well. I think that's really what he's trying to accomplish. So you start out with the Light Blade, which, as you mentioned, very inexpensive, and then the Tier 2 also fits into that. You finish your boots because you need the movement speed, and there goes the Ichaival. And then that big, it's over 1,000 gold between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2, or the Tier 3, excuse me, the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 for Chin Sai. And so that just creates a big space where you're not getting stronger. So by mixing it up with other items, you kind of cancel that out. Emilito gets stunned out thanks to the ultimate at Panda Cat. I think this is just going to be a straight up trade, but Emilito wants to stay aggressive. Misses one, lands two, forces out the Aegis, boxing back and forth. Heartbond's going to do it, and Panda Cat takes out Emilito right to the face. That's a duel. He's on top.
And right after winning that duel, he raises his hand saying, "What's up?" But what's up in the mid lane? The Cabrakan ultimate, cutting off the escape path for the rest of Energy. The Alma Monster connects, but not doing enough to find a kill. Adapting, escaping stage right.
Adapting had about 4 HP right there. Just barely got out of dodge, to use a quote from my old buddy Dry Bear. And just like Dry Bear, he's going to stick around and stay relevant no matter what.
Or get out of dodge.
I just wanted to mention Dry Bear, okay? That's my homie.
Also got to give it up to the item selection for Adapting, going for the Stone Cutting Sword, giving him increased movement speed. It's kind of an expensive item. Normally you'll see different item choices coming out of your junglers. You know, you got your Hydra's Lament as well. Benji, though, getting Nemesis ultimate, he's stuck in a 1v2 spot. He doesn't have the ultimate to trap in the opposition. He's going to get slowed indefinitely.
Yeah, the slow is really rough. Benji kind of knows that he's toasted here, so turns around and tries to do the best that he can. Has help from the jungle, just enough time, and Benji, he might be toasted, but he certainly ain't burnt. He'll walk away clean and clear with just a little bit of HP.
That's one tanky Cabrakan. That's why you don't really want to invest too many cooldowns onto this solo laner, but that's going to alleviate a little bit of pressure for Dimmy to be able to push this wave under tower, and without the teleport onto Benji, there could be a lot of damage dealt by this Bellona.
A lot of Energy jerseys near the Gold Fury. Teams don't look like they want to commit to that just yet.
Still looking for something around the Gold Fury. Both teams didn't really want to aggress heading into the 15.5 minute mark. Still looking for some sort of option. Looking for their second big items completed. Already has quite a few online. Just now finishing off that Hardware Amulet is Pain to Beyond. Has the physical and magical defense auras online.
So again, going back to this Nemesis, I think it's very interesting that we're seeing the Stone Cutting Sword. You mentioned the price. It is relatively expensive, but I expected to see at least some sort of CDR, whether it was the Hydras with 10%, the Jotuns with 20%. This is a character that wants to use his ultimate on cooldown, specifically looking at Chaos, but of course across the board. This time going to use it on Benji. Rally over there, not going to find the stun, but all of the other damage combines, and Dimmy gets the kill off of the assist from Adapting.
The timing of Adapting's gank couldn't be any perfect, because after Benji already uses one steroid, that's when the Nemesis ultimate comes out. Had he waited a little bit longer, had Benji waited a little bit longer, he would have had that steroid just to use to escape, giving himself that slow immunity.
So just making sure to sequencing, very important.
And if he's going to be using the one to poke in the lane, he might as well be going for this Wing Blade to get that slow immunity instead of going for the Void Stone, which he just now completes, which leads me to believe his idea and mindset is not necessarily to survive against the ganks against adapting, but it's to be able to dive the backline and stick onto Yaman.
Listen, I love the pickup of the Void Stone here from Benji. Cabrakan is absolutely a character that does more than one thing, and often you see these characters just built tanky, but he does deal some damage, just like Pain Deviant. Getting damage dealt onto him, brought down to about 45% HP is the support. But as I was saying about the Cabrakan, he deals damage. He's also very tanky. You can't really go all damage, then you kind of get blown up. But at the same time, you can build a little bit of hybrid. That's exactly what the Void Stone does. And right now, this item's really strong.
It's a very aggressive build also by Benji, going for this blink in the second relic slot. Not really having too much health in his build whatsoever.
Right.
Instead electing for the pure defenses. We'll see how that's going to favor him later on. But looking at the rest of the relic choices, really aggressive.
And there's going to be a Heart Bomb as Adapting ganks out the Haunted Panda Cat. Beautiful play coming out of Emilito. Not enough to kill, however. And the Panda will dash away, stage down.
Benji making his presence known around this Gold Fury. He actually chases Adapting out on the left-hand side. Red buff being secured by Energy. This is the point where we could see the Gold Fury attempt, and meanwhile, Dimmy's securing his own the speed buff out of E United.
Yeah, he realizes that there's nobody in the world close to where he is, Dimmy that is, so he's going to be able to pick up that speed buff, and the Oracles go on the left side to E United. Nice and clean.
Level 17 Bologna. This is the farm that Dimmy has been known to get for himself. Very surprising to see out of the solo laner, but on the flip side, you have a level 17 Panda Cat for E United. So where there's strength on one side, there's still a weakness in another.
So before you were talking about the build out of Benji's Cabrakan and lamenting the lack of HP, I think the next item that we're going to see is going to be in the health tree for sure. I'm thinking probably a Pestilence. A lot of these players like to go Pestilence. I see a Meditation already. What are you feeling? You're not in love with the idea of that one.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for Margardian Male, trying to limit the attack speed from Adapting, as well as Emilito giving him that health. That would probably be the best bet to give him the health, give him the physical protections to survive against this late game Hunter in Emilito.
I want to see a Witchblade or a Runic Shield at least on E United. Bologna, Nemesis, and the Hunter, 3 basic attack-oriented characters. Emilito, on his business, finds the bounce onto Panda Cat one more time, blinded out. Halfway dead is the Gold Fury. United have it. They'll leash it, and they'll get aggressive.
First attempt by either team around the 19.5-minute mark. This actually forced the canceling of the back from Yaman, wanting to really finish off what looks to be probably the Ethereal Staff. It is going to be that Ethereal Staff. Going to give him that 5% extra magical damage every 10 seconds, and that's not a bad idea here, as it's a great idea to go for Pain Deviant constantly. If you can find that Root Cripple, Pain Deviant is going to be taking a lot of damage, and he might have to invest into using his ultimate just to escape.
Right now he's got 2 aura items, so he'll be able to at least be a little tanky, but you're right. Once you're able to chase out that Amaterasu ultimate in the way of being defensive, well, a lot of for what she offers or brings to the team is null and void. Big point, of course, is going to be the fact that those auras will help out the team throughout a majority of the team fights. Pigs coming out in the mid lane, Jean-Qui not there. So Energy trying to tell the teams that E United's mid is missing.
Despite all the auras coming out of Pain Deviant, looking at the relics from Adapting, going for the Sunder in that second slot. Very aggressive option for Rizio, though, hiding around the corner, trying to catch out Emilito, forcing the Aegis.
And the Gold Fury going to be attacked. Everybody going to be near it. Pain Deviant is still in control. Raffer uses the transformation. Left side of fight going on with the Hunters. Emilito takes down Verizio despite his best effort. Raffer's in trouble, but he's able to dance away. Trying to catch up is Pain Deviant, offers to change targets, looking at Emilito. Here comes the Ghost out of Chaos. Raffer can't get too close, he might die, but Dimmy gets one, Chaos answers back.
But now it's going to be Chaos running away from the action. Dimmy is here, Yaman trying to survive, he gets hit by the card. Raffer getting taken out as well. Panda Cat trying to dash through to get the hearts. Has been a 3 for 2 thus far. Make that a 3 for 3, but Energy aren't done chasing yet. Benji doesn't have any mana.
Chaos half HP, heals up all for the minions. Nice little secret play coming out from the Jean-Qui pilot. Dimmy and Adapting still giving chase. They realize they can kill the Ghost Man. He's going to turn around trying to dodge and weave, but it just won't happen. 3 in a row for Dimmy. He's 3-0-3.
Energy with the perfect timing of these staggered deaths. Now Chaos and Panic Cat are going to be dead for so long that Energy, they have time to invade the speed, and if they wanted to, they could have looked for the blue buff, but there's a big wave in the solo lane. Gold Fury is going to be up and available for any team here. Chaos dead for 25 seconds. This is going to be a nice little 5-on-4 for Energy.
This has been a fun one to watch so far, folks. 22 on the clock, 7-5 read the kills, and teams are all but tied. 1,000 gold separate everybody else. E United in the lead. But when it comes to 1,000 gold, Anatoly, we're looking at much more of a tie than an actual lead.
Considering it's a 22-minute mark, I would definitely agree with you in that regard, F. Gotta see some Gold Furies relatively soon out of these teams if they really want to snowball, but this is a very important match here. This is the wild card, the last slot remaining to get into Masters.
Yeah, we brought 14 teams here, folks, and only 3 will be coming out. Energy and E United, only one of these teams get to go and make it to the Masters LAN in a couple of weeks. Emilito gets jumped on by the monkey, forces out the ultimate. Here comes the help from the support. But that's going to be enough for Emilito as he tells everybody that the cavalry on their way, and Energy, their presence alone, enough to chase E United. Half HP on the Gold Fury one more time, looking like they want to leash it and take the fight. 25%, they have to commit at this point. Everybody's around here. Rafford's going to go ahead and turn things around. Fear no Evil comes out. Gold Fury goes away with Energy, snatched out of the hand of the North Americans.
Yeah, man, with the I'm a Monster, finding the Gold Fury and Adapting, finding Chaos in the backline. Crush, going to slow up Pain to Beyond as well. This is going very well for Energy.
And there's the jump out of Emilito to get over the ultimate from the Kraken. Turning his sights onto Yaman as Benji. Nice read from the mid laner. Nice read from the mid laner again. Virizial can't find Yaman for the life of him. Meanwhile, Adapting on the backside takes out the Hunter.
Benji doing so much damage, gets rooted in place. The damage is there from the Kraken. Nice stun, preventing the bludgeon damage. The tremors pounding and grounding, but it doesn't matter. Energy, they find the Gold Fury and they find 3. Make that 4 onto Pain. There we go.
Yeah, Adapter's going to pick that one up clean and clear. 6-0-5 for the Swedish jungler, looking absolutely fantastic. Adapting on what is lauded as a counter pick, but Adapting doing work in his own right.
Oh no, just unfortunate for Adapting. Couldn't find the range to the slice and dice just to be able to cancel the back out of Virizial. But either way, like you mentioned, a great performance out of this jungler, having 100% kill participation. What looked like to be a slow start for him, considering they were getting out pressured at level 1, losing his speed buff to start things off, which is something that we know kind of tilts Adapting. If you ever watched his stream, he has highlights of himself actually wanting to defend his speed buff at any given cost, even if you have to sacrifice yourself. But either way, he managed to come back into the game and still stay relevant despite not getting his first speed buff.
Listen, it's a pride thing, my man. That's my jungle. That's my jungle buff. How dare you take it away from me? Adapting, a very prideful person, and Energy, a very prideful team, which is why I was a little bit curious to see how they'd perform being in the losers side of the bracket.
With this kind of lead here for Adapting, he's invested into a lot of mobility with the Stone Cutting Sword, the Wing Blade, also a lot of attack speed on this Executioner, which is also going to lower the physical protections of whatever target he's hitting, allowing Dimmy to dive that backline alongside.
Benji looking for a little bit of poke on his opposition. Whereas Pain to Beyond trying to make sure that nobody looks for the Portal Demon just yet. Chaos makes the rotation, and the Hunter on the side of E United lagging a bit behind. He's just mid lane so far. Pink's coming out towards the top. Looks like E United thinking about getting aggressive here.
Benji doing a good job zoning. Emilito trying to find the jump. Gets hit by the stun. Jumping behind the Fire Giant. 5-on-5 around this Fire Giant, but not wanting to be committed is either team. Instead, looking for the poke, and on E United's case, it's way better considering they have those hearts that are maxed out from Panic Hat.
Portal Demon started and leashed about half HP. Looking for the zone is going to be E United. Still half HP on the Portal Demon. Raffer showing up. There's a blink forward. Emilito jumps away from the ultimate out of the Cupid. Raffer can't do the same. Half HP for him. Portal Demon is still alive, not part of the conversation. Dimmy and Emilito get one each. Chaos goes down. Benji answers back. Yaman's ultimate down for the count, but adapting finds a kill onto Benji. Dimmy gets another one. Panda Cat the only one alive, and he's nowhere near that. Portal goes to Energy, and they're looking for the big guy.
This game has been relatively close ever since about the 20-minute mark or so. We haven't seen too much action out of these two teams, but just like that, once the first Gold Fury was started, boom, you have a 4-for-2 from Energy, and just like that, around the Fire Giant, Energy group up really well, kiting out E United to the point where everybody's getting grouped up from E United. The crushes are hurting a lot. The Fields of Love was just non-existent on Panda Cat, whereas the Suns from Emilito was worth his life.
After 27 minutes of play, Energy lead E United 15 kills to 8. And the gold also in the positive for NRG, leading by about 4,000. And that's before we see the siege. Fire Giant's taken down, and it's tier 1. That'll be 500 gold. But really, we're going to see both of these towers. Oh, not quite.
Not quite yet. They still have Fire Giant for 3.5 minutes. If they're sitting on a lot of gold in hand, they might as well spend it at this point. There's about 5,000 gold remaining in towers that Energy could strip away from E United, adapting with about 2,000 gold in hand that we saw. They're sitting at level 20, going for a very aggressive build, what looks to be like the Wind Demon.
We'll see if that's going to be the choice. You think it's going to be the choice?
Probably. He has a lot of movement speed already. If he goes for the crit, he might 2 to 3 shot the Jean Kui once he finishes the Wind Demon into the Deathbringer after the Nemesis ult.
We'll see how that one works. As we said, look out for the crit on Adapting's Nemesis. He's very aggressive on this character. Not just looking to shut down Chaos, but looking to shut down, well, everybody. 100% kill participation. Virgil could be added to the kill column. Instead, use the ultimate, goes right back into it. There's the crit out of Adapting. Brizio very low. The ultimate out of the Hunter, just not gonna work.
Wing Blade getting him out of the Fields of Love. Easy peasy. Yaman using the ult for the CC. Immunity caught in a really awkward position with Benji and Pain to be on. Rizzo having to jump away from Dimmy though. Rizzo very low without an ultimate.
Adapting has to show up and take down the monkey. Chaos in trouble as well. That kill's gonna go the way of Benji. Gets Emilito before Chaos falls. That kill goes the way of Dimmy. 2 dead on the side of E United. Only Emilito falling for Energy. And they're going to push forward towards the tower. Nice ultimate out of Benji, but Yaman just doesn't mind. Raffer taking the tower, which is still barely alive. Yaman cleans it up on the back end. Down goes the structure. Down goes Pain to Beyond. The Phoenix is next. But first comes Panda Cat.
Energy have enough time to get the tier 2 tower, look for the body blocks, and get the Phoenix. Not going to go for the victory quite yet, despite having Fire Giant for still another minute and a half.
Why?
The respawn timers are not the shortest. They had a little bit of time to poke out that Titan. However, you still have to deal with Benji on this bracket. It's going to be very difficult to find the kill onto him, as is using the Tremors, making it very difficult to align yourself to hit the Titan. Not only that, with these 3 towers remaining for E United with the Phoenixes, it helps the defenses and the strength of the Titan.
And that's going to be a Gold Fury for the guy on Energy Esports. Just about a half hour into this one, folks, and Energy find themselves with a commanding 10,000 gold lead. The defending world champions find themselves in the gauntlet. They find themselves in the losers bracket of the gauntlet. And yet here we are. They look pretty strong against E United.
It's really surprising to see Energy lose against Team Rival because they were on such a big winning streak in every single LAN that they've been attending. They haven't, I think, lost a set in a LAN ever since they faced off against Paradigm in the 2015 Super Regionals, if I'm not mistaken. And on top of that, they won about 6 LANs in a row. So for them to still have to fight for their spot at Masters, it's just going to show that the transition between Season 3 and Season 4 hasn't been the easiest for the squad of Energy, but they've been adapting.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the players earlier on say that they might have taken a break. They took it a little bit easy in an effort to not burn themselves out. And then we had Ducky on the desk, and he said, look, I don't know about that one. I think they just didn't catch up to the meta as soon. Whatever the case may be, Energy came into the season a little bit lukewarm, but they've certainly dialed it up here. as we get a little bit later into things, heading now in the postseason of our spring split, looking at the shot for Masters.
It's interesting to see or to hear Ducky say about the meta picks, because Energy is not a team that's afraid to experiment around. In the first week of the SPL Season 4 Spring Split, Adapting actually ran the Mercury two times in a row without great success, regardless of that fact. And today here, running the Nemesis, we've only seen this, I believe this is the second game thus far that we're seeing this jungler.
Well, Nemesis is certainly a niche pick. Whenever there's going to be a Zhang Kui, Nemesis is always an option. Just what does Nemesis do? Cut your protections in half. What does Zhang Kui do? Stack a lot of protections by default. So it's just going to be a hard counter. Anytime Zhang Kui is picked up, Nemesis is not only in the conversation, but perhaps the subject of the conversation. Adapting finds the ultimate on a Panda, deals some damage, forces out the ult, forces out the Aegis. There's an ultimate from Panda, and Adapting earns number 10, takes him down.
10-0 and 10, 100% kill participation, still at the 32-minute mark. Benji just kind of sitting there. Raptor's like, sup, bruh? Take that.
Yep. That's those guys. Having fun with it.
We all know those guys in ranked or in casual queues that will just look each other with their hands in their pockets, reaching for their guns like, you gonna draw?
Yep. And it's 2 Guardians, so, oh well. Really, though, Raffer was technically zoning, and that allows his team to pick up the Fire Giant. Ultimate out of Raffer forces an ultimate out of Pain to Beyond. Jumping forward is going to be Will Everybody, and Pain falls to the hand of Yaman off of the assist from Emelito's Sons. Tier 2 tower on the right-hand side going down. 1,000 gold in the pocket. And we'll see them push forward towards the Phoenix.
Pain is dead for 40 seconds. Panda's reviving in about 5 seconds. This right side Phoenix, no possible way E United can defend this. 3-on-5 with Fire Giant on all 5 members from Energy. Mid Phoenix still respawning in about 20 seconds or less. Could look to wait for that one. Now Benji taking so much damage from one hammer and a crush.
Energy's going to wait here and camp this Phoenix. As soon as it shows up, 1 or 2 basics should bring it right back down. And there she goes. As soon as the Phoenix respawns, it goes down for the count one more time. Left side, this tower remains and will be taken.
This is the kind of energy that we're used to seeing just dominate games completely. Struggled against Rival earlier on today, but at the same time, this could have sparked a fire under them in terms of like proving not only to everybody around them, but to themselves that, hey, we're not out of this one. We're making Masters.
These guys don't like to lose.
No, not at all.
Plain and simple. These guys don't like to lose. And if you make Energy mad, well, you're not in for a good time. And that's what we're seeing right here. United trailing by almost 20 grand, and Energy show no signs of stopping.
That's exactly what I was thinking when I saw the Rival was beating out of Energy. I'm like, Energy is going to make whoever loses the North America Finals pay the ultimate price.
And United, unfortunately, for them and their fans, wind up here. They did stretch it to a 3-game series, United taking game 1 of their matchup against SOAR, but ultimately the purple guys came up on top.
Still a 3-game set, despite E United struggling right now in the first game. So far in both North America and Europe, the final bosses have won the first game and lost the next 2. If Energy aren't careful, they could basically have the same fate where they win the first game, start slipping, and E United can't catch up. So despite closing out this game, Energy are going to have to be on the ball in games 2.
Well, that's certainly what they're looking for. Left side, 4 players in Energy jerseys deep, and Timmy by himself in the mid lane. E United get to spread out to protect their Phoenixes. Here comes the push, getting ready for Energy to get excited. Looking for it, waiting, and being cautious. Making sure that they don't dive too deep as Energy too soon, and still just biding their time.
That root just not on the mark onto Panicat, able to dash away in the backline. Gonna clear out the wave as Yaman in the backline though, adapting, trying to find the kill onto Pandacat, able to safely retreat.
And here's a very deep Verizial trying to defend his own Phoenix, has to jump backwards. Here comes trouble for Chaos, unleashes the ultimate, and Raffer unleashes him. Yaman gets number 2. They're gonna sit down for 60 plus seconds. Benji, very low, even lower thanks to the mid laner, and adapting puts him down for number 11.
Energy doing a great job finding these picks after the left side Phoenix Siege, able to secure the Titan, able to secure game number 1 in this best of 3 spot for their chance to reach the Masters LAN.
So I think a lot of people were talking about Energy falling to Rival. And Rival looked very, very strong, and that's my opinion that Rival outplayed Energy thanks to their own individual strength, not because Energy was lacking one thing or another. But for the people out there that were saying that, I think this is the I told you so moment. Energy dial it back up and play like the defending world champions they are, Anatoly. And they kind of made mincemeat out of E United.
Definitely have to refigure out their strategies for picks and bans in games number 2. A very aggressive front line between this Cabrakan and the Amaterasu out of Pain de Beyond. So not really having too much peels for PandaCat and Chaos.
Yeah, really what it comes down to is the fact that adapting just went off. Smite is a game that is all about teamwork, but sometimes the hot hand serves everybody up. And the aggressive Nemesis, sure, it was picked because of the Zhang Kui, but at the end of the day, everybody got a taste of that slice and dice. So big stuff coming out of adapting. We'll see how deep we can dive into this one. Take it away, analysts.
I think you're right, F. I mean, it comes down to that Nemesis pick, last pick, and as he mentioned, it was picked to really counter that Zhang Kui. There wasn't a whole lot of lockdown available for United to shut down this Nemesis.
No, there really wasn't. He was able just to be really patient, let Humbots ult, and then let Zhang Kui ult, get to the back line, and just shred PandaCat over and over and over.
There was actually a point in time yesterday when we had Chaos on the analyst desk where he specifically stated, I don't want to ever play against a Nemesis if I'm Zhang Kui. It's my worst nightmare. I just can't deal with it. And I think that adapting was probably the last person of all people that you would ever want to see on a god like Nemesis.
Of course not. I mean, all of United just couldn't deal with it. Like Chaos said, adapting ends up going 11-0-12 on that Nemesis. Really strong play from him, but it wasn't just him. It was also Dimmy in that solo lane. And this was a matchup that we were talking a lot about during picks and bans. The Cabrakan versus Bologna matchup. Horrible for Bologna on paper, but whenever adapting is spending that much time over there, it makes your solo lane job a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, they honestly just took, not the strat, but they took the way they looked at the game away from E United. They camp solo lane 3 games back to back, and then do the same thing, get Dimmy ahead, which hasn't been ahead almost the whole time he's played here, and he just dominates, invades blue, speed over and over, and they just play off each other and get ahead.
17.0 KDA for adapting. That's gross. There's no other word for it, really. And of course, it's him combining with Dimmy. And I think the other thing that we didn't really touch on, Taco, was this third item, Winged Blade, for adapting, made that Fields of Love from PandaCat basically worthless against him.
He had his damage online already from the second item, Stone Cutting Sword. And sure, it's a little bit pricey, but when you're picking up a Winged Blade shortly after, that's not the same kind of tag that you're paying, and it's so essential against a Cupid.
How did you feel about this Sunder pickup as a second relic, kind of acting as a mini Nemalt after his Nemalt's already down, Chapo?
I mean, you really pick it for Zhang Kui, right? Or the Cabrakan. You're ganking solo lane, so you need that extra diminish. And then on top of that, he's going into an auto attack build.
Yep.
So it's not just a one-time burst with a slice and dice and a couple autos. He's shredding you over and over and over.
Well, that's absolutely what happened. Really at the top of the player damage charts there for adapting. And again, while he was the pig score line, Dimmy as well, 8-0-14, and quite a bit of player damage on his end. Despite the focus onto Benji from Energy, take a look at that damage, man. Wow, 53,000. That's just in terms of damage mitigated, though. He was definitely getting focused down a lot.
Both Dimmy and Benji mitigating an impressive amount of damage. And I think that it's really important to note just how much Benji was having to tank. It shows how he was trying to provide that frontline essence for his team. But unlike Dimmy, just wasn't really able to maintain it for as long of a point in time. The Coerce Burf on the Fafnir, just too much for E United to handle.
So I think we can safely say that Bologna is the most successful solo laner here this weekend. First it was Deathwalker, then Benji did it, now Dimmy. What is it about Bologna right now that makes her so strong?
There's a god pick every single LAN that we haven't seen it for a while. It comes out every now and then during an online split potentially. But you get to the LAN stage, and all of a sudden, she's the #1 go-to. And we've seen it before with Khepri, and now we're seeing it here again with Bologna. She's just so strong in a whole because she has the protections with her ultimate. She's got the boxing potential due to the one and the way that it interacts with auto attacks and absorbing, and then just the lane clear in general.
So why didn't we see Bellona all through the spring split? She didn't get changed.
So I think one of the things that happened was the whole spring split. Everyone thought, just play for the mid game, late game with Guardians in the solo lane. Whether it was Emir, Kabrakan, Terra, and then you just forget, what does pressure do? She's sitting at your speed buff with a whip, and you don't want to go over there.
You can't handle it.
She has 3 levels on you.
Demi, that's where Osiris started to come in, and then Bellona is also that sort of style. Erlong Shen a little bit as well. We saw decent amount from Deathwalker. Either way, you're right. I mean, these pressure solo laners have really been the difference so far. Do you expect E United to really try and get some pressure in that solo lane this time around for Benji? Because he's clearly the one that E United wants to play around in the early game.
I'm not really looking towards Benji anymore at this point in time. I think that Benji's been doing what he needs to do majority of these fights and scenarios. I would preferably like to see Chaos on, I hate to say it, a more meta pick. Typically, I'm all for players going for comforts, but in this circumstance, I feel as though too many times has a team predicted exactly what's going to be pulled out and just counteracted it entirely. Jean-Qui, it's not working. I don't think that Agni provides the early pressure that they need. I would prefer to see him on the Zeus, on even a Yanis or a Poseidon, like any other god basically besides the ones that we've seen before. And I know that Chaos, being the player that he is, he's talented enough to do it.
Without a doubt, I mean, Zeus definitely high up in terms of what his god pool can bring to the table. And you brought up the Giannis earlier on. Yemen didn't play at that game, but could definitely see some success. And with how immobile the Jean-Qui is and how much energy just punished that, maybe the opposite end of the coin, that super mobile Giannis, could be the right call.
And I think that as a whole, you really just need a little bit of a mentality boost. I do feel as though E United, after dropping that game to NRG, are starting to feel a little bit more down in the dumps. You could tell just by looking at Benji's face on the player cams even. He seems a little bit lost and just like out there, and they need to just reel it back in. Just remember, hey, we're still a talented squad. We can definitely try and make this shot happen. It's not all over yet, and hopefully their draft will reflect their talent.
So the good news is, if you're rooting for E United, is that they actually had a couple bright spots. Panda Cat in particular found the solo kill onto Emilito. Emilito seemed to be the very heavy focus from E United in these team fights. A lot of times they would take him down, but instead Energy take the team fight and then the objective on top of that. Do you think the focus was too much on Energy's Hunter, or did you like what they were doing, Chaka?
I mean, they were choked there. It was their only option. I mean, they dominated the right side of the map, so it was the only kill they could have possibly get in these team fights.
Well, early on here, we're getting ready to go in picks and bans. Game number 2. Energy just one game away from punching their ticket to the SMITE Masters LAN. E United, they are in the first pick position this time around. They were in the first pick last time as well. They went for the Kabrakan early on. And as you mentioned, Taco, Benji was the focus of quite a bit of the fire from Adapting and Demi, but he still did very well in these team fights on the Kabrakan.
He's been doing an excellent job all day long today. It's just, I think it was more so a team falling apart and starting to crumble, considering that 1 or 2 members would get picked at an inopportune time, and then ultimately that would just lead into the onslaught of Adapting and Demi, because you've just got Demi who's pressing W at you and literally nothing you can do. When the thorns are popped on the Bellona, you're already tanky as all hell, and then you just got Adapting there who's like, hey, I do damage too.
Well, a lot of damage with the crit Nemesis build that he always likes to go for. Fafnir going to be the first ban for E United. Bellona actually banned away by Energy, trying to keep that out of Benji's hands. Couple targeted bans here, but well-deserved thus far.
No, I respect it. I really like the Fafnir ban. They didn't respect it in the first time. They first picked a bracket and left Fafnir on the other side. Fafnir has been picked, I don't know the facts, but I'm telling you the fact from what I remember. He's been picked or banned, I think, almost every game.
Without a doubt. I mean, he was near the top. He was the top Guardian selected during the Spring Split online phase. Highest pick rate among all Guardians, 35%. That's certainly continued here. Just because of the objective control that he brings, or his team fighting, what makes him so strong?
I think it's how hard he is to kill, on top of what he brings to the table, on top of the front line. He's almost like a warrior in team fights, and he's doing so much damage. He's coming back, buffing his team, and it's also how much gold he has ahead of the other support.
That's the big thing.
A lot of people forget.
Of course, and then the more gold he has, the more protections he gets, and that just feeds into the fact that he's incredibly hard to kill. Still waiting on the second ban right now from E United. Either way, they're taking a long, hard think about this one, Taco. Where do you think you would go if you were in E United's shoes?
Reasonably so. I would probably opt to take away a jungle ban at this point in time. Maybe the Susanoo or a bots even. They're going to go with a Thor instead. So respect. I mean, Verizio can play. I think that him and Adapting actually have a very similar god pool as far as physical assassins are concerned. So permitting or not allowing the Thor to go through, I think is a pretty smart decision because that leaves open either the bots or the Susanoo should they want to go that route, and it's a fairly safe play to make.
Scotty, the last ban there for Energy, that's going to leave open Terra that E United immediately locks away. Pain Devion, the main one to play it on E United, but Benji could take into the solo lane, but considering how much he seems to like these pressure gods, I don't know if it would fit his style as much.
No, I would like to see Terra on Pain, for sure. On the back ends of this, Scotty was just an auto ban. You had to ban her. You don't want her. You don't want to see her. So I think Terra's been getting through a lot just because of the stable ban of Faf and then a target ban after with Scotty. Rama in response.
Interesting, an early Hunter pick here. ML didn't feel quite as impactful on that Hu Yi, and there's the Susanoo for adapting right away. United now has to respond against two characters that have had great success here so far this weekend.
I think United need a lot of hard CC now to come through to try and deal with the Susanoo ROM. There's already a decent bit of mobility on that team, and the setup potential that Adapting could potentially provide to anybody on his team really is so terrifying when you think about it. I mean, he's an excellent jungler for getting in the face of his opponent, and Verizio falling back to some old vices with the Bastet and Chaos sticking true to Agni.
Very surprised to see the Bastet this early on, I think, Chapo. Does Bastet have a positive matchup up against Susanoo?
Playing back with the United, thinking about Verizio, he plays the map so well with Bastet. I mean, almost like DJ. I mean, when you think Bastet, you think DJ. And you know, since they picked Susanoo so really early in the draft, even though that's okay because he's such a great god, Bastet doesn't do bad or good versus him, but there's no Willix pick in the counter pick, so I enjoy the Bastet pick.
That's a good point, though. I was kind of surprised. I thought Serket might be the way that Verizio would go. Serket's been pretty much permabanned by Energy in particular. They seem to really value that Egyptian assassin, but either way, Bastet, a different Egyptian assassin going to be in the hands of Verizio. Scylla going to be the matchup that Chaos has to deal with in the mid lane. Neither of these mages do particularly well in the early stages, but both can be very potent as the game goes on.
And I feel as though the real mindset behind this Bastet is to try and disorient NRG as much as possible. You can already tell from their first 3 picks, there's a ton of potential in these team fighting scenarios.
Bans coming in from Energy, Osiris, and Hu Yi. They're worried about Panda Cat taking that one, but no Cupid ban. A little bit interesting there. A couple characters that can get shut down by that Fields of Love. Khepri going to be the last ban again, targeting out Raffer with 3 Guardian bans. E United trying to make Raffer go deep into his god pool. But the first one I'm thinking of here, Taco, Ymir. Ymir could be really potent here.
There's Ymir, there's also Sylvanas.
Sylvanas, yep.
It's just the early game clear potential that they could have with either of those gods is incredible, and with the Sylvanas, they could have the sustain to match up with that of Terra's, because I'm almost certain that's going to be Terra going the way of Pain Devion, because Benji doesn't like not being able to slap box, and putting him on a god that isn't going to be as aggressively played, I think is more of a detriment to the team than anything else.
Well, Raffer does not want that early pressure provided by neither Ymir or Sylvanas. Instead, it's going to be the Bacchus, adding even more damage to this team that has plenty of it already.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it, I like the 2 bans, 2 defensive supports, because you think about Bastet and Agni, they can kill your backline, they can get into your backline. And, you know, getting the 2 defensive supports out means he has to sort to Bacchus, which is like kind of in the middle. He can peel, but he could also go all in. So, respectful pick.
Amaterasu locked in for E United. That could be either way to Pain Devion. He played it last game in the support role, but Benji, known for his Amy play, probably going to see that warrior in the solo lane. We're waiting on Panda Cat's selection now. We know exactly what his duo lane matchup is going to be.
On her.
Bacchus and Ram, he's going to respond with the on her.
On her 100%, because It's probably his best opportunity for aggression against Emil in that duo lane. We already saw them boxing off one time last game, and Panda Cat came out on top there, so I imagine that Emil definitely wants some revenge and is going to be looking to play aggressive.
Erlong Shen, the last selection there for Dimmy, a god that he has played numerous times here at LAN. Very, very comfortable. When it comes to pressure for Dimmy, Erlong Shen seems to be the pick. Energy's one game away. Taco, you think they're going to make it to Masters in this game right here?
In all honesty, their draft is sick in my opinion, and that looks like a draft that gets ahead early and doesn't stop.
Chapo, your
I'm going to have to go with E United. I see a lot of comfort picks, and I really enjoy it. I want to see them play the top of the game right now. See if they can pull one off.
Hopefully we can get to a game 3. Either way, Tom and Toli, they're going to bring you the action.
Bastet is one of my favorite assassins. I think she's a one-size-fits-all god. I don't think that she is in a position where she has to be a specific matchup, and I think she's severely undervalued across the league because of the opposite thought process. I'm very excited to see Verizial on this character, and I think he's going to crush.
I expect a lot of crushes to be onto Verizial, actually. Once you find that root cripple, it's going to be difficult to lock yourself away into safety unless you invest into that purification beads. Either way, though, like we saw heard on the desk ride, a lot of comfort picks coming out of E United. This Terra Amaterasu, more than likely going to be on Benji for this Amaterasu finally, whereas we're going to see more control in the early 3v3 skirmishes coming out of Pain to Beyond.
I think the Agni is going to be a big deal. Chapo nailed it before when he said, hey man, the ability for E United to get to the back line, incredible. Agni, Bastet, no problem. They have long-range abilities. Even the On Her ultimate is going to go through whoever's trying to block that nonsense.
The question is, can they survive the early pressure coming out of Energy, adapting on this Zeus and Yamin, playing the Scylla? That's great follow-up burst damage out of every single pull. Emilito avoiding the crush stun from Pain to Beyond, looking like they're going to be pretty comfortable.
And Chaos here taking a little bit of poke. He's got to be careful of Dimmy, who's right here in the jungle, ready to wrap around. I think Chaos is aware of it. That's why he's playing it safe. The minions coming up, and Dimmy instead going to look towards the blue buff, as that's where the Amaterasu Benji plans on starting.
Trying to maybe get some little minions. Chaos going to be able to dash in, but taking a lot of damage in return. Yamin forced to use the Aegis, and just like that, adapting with the first blood.
Verizial trying to finish things off, but what is you doing? Chaos offensively dashes level 1. I mean, so let me talk to you about this one. Chaos actually discussed this with the starter item of the Vamp Shroud and the Tiny Trinket. You combine that with a health pot and a multi-pot. Raffer getting some poked out, getting some poke here. Might turn into some violence, so we'll hold that thought process for a moment. Hunters now taking down each other, and the supports dealing with each other as well.
And just like that, the Verizial getting responded. What happened to Chaos now happening to Verizial, but Pain's not done yet. Trying to find the stun, but Emilito finding the Astrals through it. Getting off to a great start. Energy with already 2 kills.
So here's the thought process on the Agni. You have the Vamp Shroud, you have the Tiny Trinket, you've got the Health Pot, you got the Multi-Pot. You dash aggressively through the wave, you take a lot of damage from the archers, but it all heals up because of everything I just mentioned. Well, that works on paper, but when 2 players attack you in addition to that, you just die because you're Agni without a dash.
Especially if the archers are still alive poking you out. You don't have necessarily the full damage at level 1 here. Bastet and Agni apparently didn't clear out the archers fast enough. I'm sure if you look at the death recap for Chaos, quite a lot of damage. But either way though, also going for the purification beads on the Agni. Had he went for the Aegis, might have survived that.
I love that play at a Raffer. You see the jump come in from the on-her player, Panda Cat, knocks up Emilito, lands a couple of basics, had that impale hit, it would have killed him, but it would have poked Emilito out. Raffer makes sure to take the damage from the impale, protecting his Hunter. Somebody on the desk, I think it was Taco, said that this composition for Energy looks like the comp that gets ahead and doesn't fall behind. Well, in minute 1, they had 2 kills on Erlong Shen and a Susano. I'm with Taco.
I'm absolutely on the same exact bandwagon because the first kill was for adapting onto Chaos. Second kill was Dimmy onto Verizial. Now both your mid and jungler shut down a little bit for E United, so I'm expecting a lot of early rotations from Energy towards the solo side jungle coming out of E United, wanting to maybe strip away some speed buffs because adapting, whenever he loses his own speed buff, you can guarantee he's looking for that retaliation.
Panda Cat is going to be the person that E United has to look at, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Chaos right now, he's not down and out by any stretch of the imagination, but that first blood certainly wasn't a good look. Panda Cat on the Honor. This is a character that's going to hit his stride towards the mid game, the early mid game specifically. So I think that's where you want to focus if you're an E United fan. You want to hope the Panda Cat gets off to a nice start and can help carry E United along the way.
Ooh, Varizio, though, in a world of hurt. I'm a monster through the wall, and Typhoon knocking up Chaos, not able to really use those bombs for the stun.
Really close to being the second casualty there. But Yaman will settle for 101 on the mid laner, known as Yaman.
And the timing of this, Benji, though, using the ultimate just to clear, not able to intercept the dash out of Benji. Speed buff is respawning momentarily, and still level 4 is Varizio off of 2 really early deaths.
So let's talk Bumba's Mask. There's 5 in the game. 3 on the right side of Energy. You've got 1 on the jungler, obviously. But then you also have 1 on the mid mage, which is not too out of the ordinary. But 1 on the support is kind of interesting. Nice little help from Chaos there over the wall, trying to help out the jungler successfully. Talk to me about the support using the Bumba's Mask.
The Bumba's Mask for the supports is just relying on these rotations, sitting with the Hunter. Obviously, the Hunter is not getting the Bumba's Mask, so as long as you are the only one within the vicinity with the Bumba's Mask, you're going to be the receiving beneficiary of the health and mana return. But Benji, on the worst end of things, taking the tower is Demi, getting the kill is adapting.
4 minutes, 4 kills for Energy. This is what we call a tidal wave. And Energy certainly surfing this one to the end. This one's going to be short and sweet, I really think. E United are on all of their comfortable gods, but Energy, they're just mad. They don't like to lose, Tully, and they're in the losers bracket, and they're just beating up whoever walks in front of them.
Energy is one of these teams where if you give them a lead, they're going to run away with it. But if they're still behind about 5 to 10,000 gold, they have the tools at their disposal to find ways to get back into the game.
They're up 1,500 in 5 minutes. I don't think they're down. I don't think they're going to be down at all during this one. Benji, also one of these players that has an odd man Bumba's Mask, and that one, I like that a little bit more than I like on the support. This is an Amaterasu, and E United have relinquished control of the solo lane. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It made sense, though, for the Amaterasu to pick up the Bumba's Mask because he tried to go for the blue buff, but Demi, recognizing this, saw the itemization choice out of the solo laner from E United, contested the blue buff, and Bumba's Mask isn't really helping you out in the laning phase.
Not at all. One positive about the Bumba's Mask is that Benji, like I said, E United just said, look, you're going to lose that lane, have fun. We're never going to go over there and help you, so buy the Bumba's Mask. Every blue buff is going to be by yourself. Whatever you do in the jungle is by yourself. Benji, just deal. So I actually really like the Bumba's Mask in this specific scenario on the solo lane. By no means is it a every game purchase, but that's what SMITE is about. Niche items, niche scenarios, buy things when you need them. Benji makes a good choice.
Demi not able to intercept the dash with his own taunt ultimate. Pain Devion finding the route onto Raph for Panda Cat, looking for the follow, but Pain taking a lot of poke.
Nice stun out of the mid lane mage, and Varizio gets the last hit on a high Raffer. E United on the board, but adapting very quickly. Shuts down the cat. Shots from the sky are going to chase Pain Devion out. On the right-hand side, Panda Cat dodges the root, and that will be that. Energy find another one, but so do E United. It's 5-1.
But trading out your support for the jungler that already has 2 deaths earlier on, finding the third Energy, capitalizing very efficiently in their deaths. Return killing onto this Bastet that's still a level 6, whereas adapting, sitting at level 8, just waiting for this respawn timer.
And that's pretty much what we're going to see here a lot. Is Energy just waiting in E United's jungle because there's really nothing E United can do about it. This lead now stretched out to about 1,000, and I mean, at the moment, 1,000 doesn't seem like much. 7 on the clock, but that is just going to continue to grow as E United have no control over their own jungle. As long as Energy get these laps and these respawns of the jungle, that lead will just grow.
We're seeing the early pressure from Energy just because of the early lack of pressure coming out of E United between their mid-jungle. Bastet and Agni is 2 of the gods that you want to take into the late game. And they're not necessarily the strongest gods right off the bat at level 1, which is why we saw Energy just dominate so heavily.
With that in mind, Yaman playing the Scylla, this is actually one of the characters that you can afford to go less pressure into, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Team fight on the right-hand side. Agni drops 2 bombs. Demi's in trouble. Stunned, but he's brought right back up thanks to a heal. Chaos takes him out with a passive. Nice play from the hot mage. Adapting, continuing his reign of terror, finds his 4th kill right here in minute 8.
Oh, nice little juke from Pain to Beyond. The Storm Kata connecting, not finding the pull though. Forced into the egg is Verizio, trying to find a return kill. The scratchies and the jump. The first death for Adapting.
Big play coming out from the jungler Verizio. 100% kill participation. Sure, United only have 3 kills, but the fact that the cat's there at every step of the way is very, very important. Bastet's going to hit her main stride. I know you mentioned late, but Bastet starts swinging in the mid game. Look for that 12-minute mark, and that's when Bastet's going to be very valuable. If Verizio can keep up, he's going to be able to swing the tide of the game along with the honor.
And wow, Raffer even able to defend his own speed buff there. Verizio trying to get the stuff after this stuff, which is really good idea, especially against Adapting. Demi making his presence known, forcing out the ult from Pain to Beyond, getting stunned out, knocked up. Demi needs some follow-up, but without any cooldowns, just going to retreat into safety.
The threat from Chaos a little bit too much for Energy to go ahead and dive too deep, knowing that that long-range stun is certainly available to the mid lane mage. Panda Cat gets pulled and jumps away, dashes forward, and he gets 2 spears out before Adapting puts him in the ground. 5 for the jungler.
Adapting is definitely mad. His speed buff is down on the right-hand side, so he goes to the left, instantly invading E-United's red. Purple not available to be stripped away, but these oracles and left side mids will extend Energy's lead ever so slightly.
I mean, it's a tired sports cliche when you say one team is hungrier than the next, or that this team is a momentum-based team or an emotional squad, but I mean, have you ever spoken to Energy? That's what these guys do. Adapting, watch his stream. He is pure passion. If he loses a ranked game, it looks like he's gonna do something incredible. This is a spot for the Masters LAN for the spring split. This is not something Adapting wants to miss. It's not something the entire team wants to miss, and they're playing it. You know, I wish there was some more tangible analysis to go with it, but at the end of the day, Energy right here, they're just kind of heated.
It could just mean that Energy needed a little bit of warm-up in the earlier set against Team Rival, not able to get the gears running the way they really wanted to. But with that earlier set under the rug, now they can start fresh in this wildcard best-of-3 against a North American counterpart.
Now, one of the things that we like to see about these international matchups is how different the metas are. Right now, hold that. Verizio jumps into Emilito, gets the scratchies and the cats. He's in the sky, but that dot is ticking. Done ticking, shooting the cats as he lands down. Should be safe, thanks to the rotation from the mid lane and the jungle.
All 3 snipes on the kitties, making sure that Emilito escapes into safety. Nice idea to pick up the ROM here into this Bastet, making sure that you're able to stay in the sky for as long as possible, avoiding the kitties on the bottom. And you could also invest those snipes into the kitties instead of the players if nobody else is going to assist you.
Totally, I love your terminology.
The
kitties and the scratchies. I'm torn between never do that again and do that again right now. All right, I guess I got what I asked for. 11-11, make a wish. United better wish that things turn around. Although, their last team fight certainly helped things out. Energy earlier on were able to stretch out a 1,000 gold lead thanks to just being dominant in the jungle. But with a couple of kills, United shortened that up to about 500.
I'm looking at the experience gap between these 2 junglers. Hitting at level 12 is Adapting, getting the second relic, whereas still Verizio just now hitting level 10, not able to get the kind of farm that he really needs to. Without the speed buff earlier on that he attempted to take away from Adapting, he didn't have the mobility to really ping pong for farm.
Well, it's not even the fact that Verizio is behind per se. It's, I mean, your jungle is higher level than your solo later. It's just the fact that Adapting is going 1,000 miles an hour. You know, this has been the LAN where the old carries start doing their old jobs. We saw Andy just carry his team to victory like it was 2014, and well, Adapting's back to his old job as well. 5-1-1 here. He did the same thing on the Nemesis, going 10-0-10 before the game was even finished. Listen, man, sometimes you got to flip the page back and just stick to Old Faithful.
Not done yet. Doing a little bit of poke onto Pain Divion with the Storm Katas, even dashing away into safety with Verizio right around the corner. Typhoon being used. Those kitties get melted along with the Bastet if they can catch up to her.
Still alive is Verizio, Adapting on the chase. 40% HP being chased down by Pain Divion, who gets chased away by the long-range shots out of Emilito. Here comes Benji, but again, he's chased away by the rotation from his counterpart, Demi. That's enough to make everybody safe. No kills for either either team.
Not able to find the stun on the last hit of the ultimate coming out of Benji. Nice little rotation from both of these solo laners, making their presence known, but E United getting the worst end of things on the lower health pool, adapting, getting stunned out, including by the Agni, the dash, committing to the kill, but at what cost?
Big play, that's the offensive dash that I don't mind. He had the Aegis ready and available. He had friends waiting in the wings for the assistance. That's the type of offensive dash that I am proud to look at and clap for. Level 1, into a wave, with 2 people, not so much.
Not respecting the kind of crowd control coming out of E United, adapting, dying with that purification beads just now coming off a cooldown. So that's going to be another depth for this jungler, trying to finish off more mobility, going for the winged blade any single time those kitties or the slow, the declaw coming out of Ariziel is going to connect. That'll amplify his movement speed thus further.
I find the Jotun Giraffe very curious. So it's 20% CDR versus the 10% CDR that comes on the Hydra's Lament, and of course, you do get some penetration. But the Hydra's Lament is so much damage, so the Storm Kata is three separate stages of one ability, and in between, you can weave that basic. You can proc Hydras 3 separate times with it, but instead opts to go for the Jotuns.
Sometimes you don't always have the time to sit there, use your first strike in hand, second strike in hand, third strike to commit into danger, and then use that last in hand. Instead, now you're going to be playing a different Susanoo where you're not weaving in hands in between your Storm Goddess. Instead, you're using the first 2, and then you're using your last third one just to escape into safety.
And with that 20% versus the 10%, you're just going to have more Storm Goddess in general. So a little bit more ability-based than the basic attack hybrid and we're used to seeing out of the Susanoo. And you know what? Can't argue with that. He's number 2 on the player damage. Number 1 being the high poke solo lane, Erlang Shen. So, oh well, it's working.
Erlang Shen saw his spot in the sun quite a long time ago, but with some of the recent changes, the Fatalis effect now being on his dash instead of his first ability on the steroid, we've seen less playtime. Not to mention also the cripple has been removed from his javelin toss, which is still a good ability in general because of the root.
At the same time, him and Bubba the Dog have had a decent weekend. We saw Deathwalker bring him out and do pretty damn well with it. So Erlang Shen, not a dead character by any stretch of the imagination. Here we are, 15 minutes in. Energy off to an explosive start, 7-4. But the gold tells a different story. Teams only separated by about 700 gold, which is a tie game for all intents and purposes, despite the fact that Energy blew this one open from literally minute 1.
It's still relatively early. We saw how in the last game, it wasn't up until the 18 to 20 minute mark when there was a really big team fight around the gold Fury. And once these team fights happen around that point in time, we're going to see the respawn timers just get delayed a little bit further. The objectives between the gold Fury and the portal demon are going to start getting knocked down one by one, and most of that experience difference that we saw earlier on in the graph is due to, like we mentioned before, these 2 junglers getting off to 2 different starts.
All hats off to E United for hanging on, because this is a momentum draft from Energy. You let a Susanoo get too far ahead and he can just blow you out of the water. Still 2 levels ahead of the enemy jungler, Veriziel, who's sitting level 12. But Energy, they're going to start the Gold Fury without E United even knowing. 50% on the objective. Here comes Pain to Beyond. Looking for the belly flop. Here he comes. Energy take down the Gold Fury despite Pain to Beyond's best efforts. The objective goes the other way, and Energy find themselves once more with a real lead. It's 2,000 gold.
There's just not that much burst damage coming out of E United. They have to invest into 3 bombs, crush onto Pain, Devion, but adapting, 1v1ing Veriziel on the side, Typhoon knocking her out.
Veriziel was really depending on Chaos to hit that stun. Unfortunately, Smite, there ain't no such thing as auto-aim. Chaos misses the stun, grabs that one, deals enough damage to Yaman. But had that stun actually come through, Veriziel winds up with the kill. Instead, the players wiggle away and adapting able to turn and burn. So that happens sometimes, but because of it, Energy going to group up 4 men strong here in the mid lane. Hunter staying on the left-hand side, not going to push, as there's 3 players playing defense, and Energy will head back to base.
A little bit of gold in hand after securing that Gold Fury, wanting to make sure that they're going to have their power spike items on a line. Winning Blade also being complete onto Dimmy, so he's going to be very mobile. Ethereal Staff on the side of Yaman, more burst potential out of this mid-mage. And yet again, Raffer doing an interesting idea where he sells his Bumba's Mask, trying to get into a more power spike, going for the mark of the Vanguard after the Thebes.
Well, I mean, Bumba's Mask, that's one of the nice things about the item. Costs you 500, you sell it for about 300. You're really not spending too much for that item, so you're able to go ahead and do that. We saw earlier in the day, Raffer actually sold his Watcher's Gift like 10 minutes in order to find these other big burst items. Raffer really values the power spike that comes out of some of these bigger items in exchange for his starters.
Now going for the Sovereignty here, trying to get that second aura impressively online. Going for the Hardware Amulet is Pain to Beyond, making sure that he's going to survive some of the magical damage output from Yaman. The Scylla, as the game progresses, is just going to augment a little bit further once every single ability gets maxed out, increasing the magical power.
So Energy's sitting up about 2,500 right now, Anatoly. That is not a commanding lead, but they certainly have the wind in their sails and a little bit of gold on top of that. Nice play by Raffer over the wall, bouncing up Pain to Beyond, but Chaos able to keep the enemy at bay. Jump in from Virizio. The Cat's full commit. A lot of damage onto the Bacchus.
I think Virizio, what he tried to do with the ultimate was to position the God in such a way when deploying the kitties will body block the Raffer.
Not quite going to be happening. I thought that was very curious. Well, I was going to ask where you think Energy go ahead and make their move. Looks like the power play is going to come here in the mid lane. We see the 5 players coalesce and group up, but that's actually not going to be the case. As soon as everybody groups up, they spread out just as quickly.
Not too much action right now after the Scratchies and Kitties were invested in the mid lane. Virizio still looking for some kind of plays wherever he can find it. He's still doing a decent job in terms of the player damage department. He can find the commitment and then pounce on back into safety, as well as Chaos, but it's not really the same case whereas if you look at Dimmy, as well as Adapting, who has just been sitting at that top for so long.
Yeah, I mean, Adapting, he took off early on, and Chaos now stacking some dangerous items with that Spear of Desolation finished, very expensive. Chaos is sitting there and kind of just hanging out with Boots and Bancroft for so long, but now with that Spear of Deso, ton of power, 100 plus, decent amount of pen, and of course, should he get the kill, it's going to reset some of his cooldowns as well, something that Agni is very happy to do, especially if it's that dash to get him out of jail. So right now, expect Chaos to be a much bigger impact in these games.
Only going to get higher in the magical damage department once he finishes off that Rod of Tahuti. Same case can be said with Yaman, though, having that ethereal stat. 5% extra magical damage every 10 seconds off of an internal cooldown, and that extra magical damage can easily be the difference between somebody getting away or not escaping.
Raffer's jumping over the wall looking for Virizio, but the Catman's able to walk away no problem. Not going to be touched so far. Pink's coming out. Speed buff about to respawn. Whether that's Energy saying go get it yourself or United signaling for a invade. We'll see in a moment. But here comes Dimmy around the corner being chased by Benji, who's been curiously quiet. Amaterasu, in my opinion, Benji's best god, but hasn't done much just yet.
That's the general story, though, out of Amaterasu's coming out of the Soul Lane. A little bit of a skirmish around the speed buff of Energy, but not too many confirmed abilities finding any damage.
It's Raffer, Dimmy, Benji, and Pain to Beyond fighting each other. There's no damage. They're all tanky. Portal Demon started by kind of everybody at once. Very low, 25%. Now Leash looking for the fight instead. Aegis activated, and that doesn't seem to be fruitful. Adapting takes out Chaos anyway. Over the top comes the On Her, still looking for damage. Emilito very low. There's the damage out of Benji, looking for the kill, but he goes right to the sky. Emilito saves his own life, now dishing out the damage.
Panicat doing a lot of damage. Nice little ability from Benji, confirming the kill onto Emilito. 1-for-1 thus far, the root onto a couple members from Energy, but not able to really chase this one down. Just a complete wash, trading out the Hunter for the mid lane.
Virizio on that right-hand side. I like how cautiously he played that. I think some people might get on his case for not going too deep, but that cat can get into a lot of trouble. Realize that he was about half HP, and Adapting, should he find a good pull, just obliterates the Bastet from half, so he's got to be careful. Energy have control over the Portal Demon. United trying to wrestle control away from it, 10% on the objective. There's the jump in. Portal Demon goes the way of Energy. And now Benji in a very bad spot. He's in a better place now. Yaman sends him to the fountain.
I'm a monster, confirming the kill. Not able to find the additional hit onto Panicat, but this is a nice staggered death here as Benji is dead and Emilito respawns. We're going to see a 5-on-4 power play for that 40 seconds, which is why Energy is diving to kill Verizial and getting the tier 1 mid tower at the same time.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of multitask from the defending world champions. 22 minutes in our second game of our best of 3 contest here. Energy wrestled control early on, adapting from the backside, wrestling control out of Panda Cat. And he'll fall down. Chaos doing what he can. One more grab, it's 2 for the jungler. Well done, adapting.
Chaos though in a world of hurt. Yaman finding the kill onto Chaos. Tier 1 fell. It's definitely going to be the tier 2 rewarded to Energy with a deicide.
Team wipe coming out. Energy on top. 14-5 after that skirmish. Well, let's call it a war. And they're up 6,000 as well. They're about to take the Fire Giant, and with everybody off the board outside of Benji, this one looks like a very good look for Energy. Do they take out Benji first? It's a question.
I mean, it's Verizial that is still up. If they invest,
it's a retreat.
If they invest too many cooldowns onto Benji, Verizial is certainly going to be able to clean up any opportunity. Very ambitious was Energy trying to go for the Fire Giant, but it was a great recognition from Benji that he used that teleport right next to the Fire Giant, making sure that objective wasn't taken just yet.
Very important play. I mean, if Benji doesn't make that move, Energy get a Fire Giant, which guarantees 2,000 gold in my eyes. The tier 1 and the tier 2 on the right-hand side. Tier 1's basically dead. So very important play. If Benji doesn't show up, well, easy peasy. Instead, Energy have to relinquish control of the FG and go for the GF. They take out the Gold Fury, and now they lead by about 8k.
Not a bad idea to swap out the objectives to go from the right to the left. The easier one that doesn't really fight back too strongly. Not really any sort of objective that you have to control. It's not really like that raid boss that you'll fight that has the mechanics you have to dance around. Gold Fury's just going to hit you hard.
You know, people still can't do the Fire Giant. We watch these games, and I still see pros getting jumped on by FG.
I mean, there are some undetermined factors you can't really predict, such as getting stunned during the knockup, which has happened earlier this weekend. I think it happened to a European team yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, but that's a different story. I'm talking, you're just fighting the Fire Giant and you get hit. Come on now.
Well, getting hit is Demi barely taking any damage from Verizial, and with this 2v2 of Emilito, Demi taking the tower, easy 500 gold for Energy. The rest of the team grouping up, 2 bombs being deployed. Ultimate from Terra, trying to chase down Rapper, gonna get stunned out.
I like the idea from Energy, but did they commit a little bit too hard? Looks like not. United trying to play defense. Tower finally goes down. Hunter shooting from the sky, not gonna find any kills, but will deal some damage. Arlong and Susano still number 1 and 2 on the player damage, but Chaos slowly creeping up there, using those long-range damage out of the bombs.
It's getting to that late game point where the Agni can certainly look for that long range. Once you get bomb stunned, the second bomb will get confirmed in terms of damage. And like we mentioned before, the items are getting a little bit scarier on the side of Energy, having to deal with Chaos with that Spear of Desolation complete, getting closer and closer to this Rod of Tahuti.
Normally, I'd be asking where the Spear of the Magus is right now for the Chaos Agni. I think the character has a lot of synergy with that item, and stripping protections is always a good thing. I still want to know where it is, but I'm content with this build so far, strictly because the only other magical damage on E United is going to be the Terra, which is certainly not as much damage as you might find on some other characters. So I don't mind it. Tier 1 tower goes down easy. Not too much action for it, but Benji, he was zoning, might be in some trouble. Backside is where the action's going to be at. Adapting, looking for the flank, but everybody gets out safely. Energy now looking for the reinitiation. Pain Divion stops it. Well done.
Between the damage mitigation of the Spirit Throw for Benji, along with the mobility from the Aura and the Wing Blade, able to escape with his life barely. They're using the ultimate just as zone to allow E United to secure the tier 1 mid tower. Trying their hardest was Energy to body block and intercept the dash, but too many defenses here and regen every single time that Aura stance switch happens.
And those are the type of plays that E United are going to need to do right now. You know, they're trailing by about 7,000 gold, and you got to find these sort of guerrilla warfare type objectives. Go in, siege, get the tower, and then run away really quick before this happens. Benji brought down about half HP, forced into the ultimate. That is a tanky Amaterasu, and Energy still are able to chop him up no problem. Ultimately, he'll go back to the base on his own accord, but with that spacing, that's going to allow Energy to start up and perhaps get, there it is, the Portal Demon.
750 gold right in their bank, having to extend their lead by about 8,000 gold, heading into the 27.5 minute mark. Fire Giant is looking very tempting if you're on the squad of Energy here.
Yeah, I mean, E-United, they have a lot of tools to go ahead and steal the Fire Giant, thankfully, looking at Chaos. But looking at Verizial, he can jump in and do a little bit of this and that, but the majority of his damage comes from dots. So it's not like he's going to jump in and bang, cracking the objective.
There is some steal potential, but there's forms of 3 bombs over time, whereas Yaman's a monster is just going to be that one big bang that you're looking for towards completing the objective.
Raffer taking the dangerous pathing. He'll be rooted, not stunned. Panicat opting to hang on to his Impale this time around. Find himself half HP. Adapting unleashes the ultimate. Panicat dances around it. He's got his dancing shoes on here. Chaos looking for the long range damage. Finds a little bit of it, but Panda gets pulled and Panda gets put to sleep. Adapting is the veterinarian, making sure he's not coming back.
Chaos dashing away into the safety of the mid Phoenix, but Banshee barely able to escape as well. The rest of Energy basically chucking Chaos to crush into the pull, the knock up the snipes, not on the mark.
There it is.
The last one was though.
16-5. Energy not done just yet. Dimmy very low and Benji cleans him up, but the Phoenix is the target halfway down. Energy do not have the life bars to continue the push. E-United lose 2 members, but they successfully defend the Phoenix. They get what they were looking for.
Look at Verizial in the back line trying to get onto Yaman and will successfully do so. 2 for 2 at the end.
Love that stuff coming out of E-United. They're down, but they're certainly not out. Defending the Phoenix, perhaps one of the more important parts of this game, Tully.
Trying to go for some offensive plays for themselves. Not feeling confident to go for this Fire Giant as Panicat has just revived Chaos with an additional 10 seconds. Now finishing off this route up to Hootie. We're seeing Pain de Beyond completing this Mantle of Discord, increasing his tankiness.
I'm loving the vision that Energy has on the right side of the map. 1, 2, 3, 4 separate sentry wards. Even if United decide that they want to start getting a little bit more, they want to pay more attention to the vision, they're just not going to be allowed because Energy have the sentry wards out there and they're going to de-ward them at any chance they get. So Energy just commanding this right side because of all the vision. What could have been a sneak on the Fire Giant, Energy have every piece of information. Let's go ahead and listen to Energy as they try to defend the objective.
I'm behind them.
Silo just gone.
Stall. We're good.
K-ward?
They dropped it. Yeah, they dropped it.
K-ward? Did they use anything?
No.
K-ward?
I can't. Who can ward?
They may got a ward.
I'm back in wards. On fire?
Yeah.
Careful.
Help them there.
Help Erlang. I can meet you in mids. Just chill. Just chill for a minute. Just let Yaman be.
I'm gonna ult for sustain. I'm gonna ult for sustain. They're pushing left. I'm dropping speed.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Let's fight them, guys. Let's fight them.
I'm coming around the long way.
You have actives up? Clear this, please.
Wait, careful to me.
The dash there.
Do no line. I got a shell for him.
Okay, clear this.
Can we go now? Can we group up?
Yeah, let's group up. Do you have meditation, Rapper?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's be ready to use it in the fight.
We need a ward on fire as well. We need to get towards.
Okay, no. Miss. He jumped.
Back off.
Push mid up.
Guys, let's discuss this. We need to discuss how to do this. We need to pressure them into a fight.
I dropped it.
We need to get sentries. Can we engage
I'm
them?
back.
No, chill.
I'm getting sentries.
I'm back and getting a sentry as well. Okay. They know I'm back. They see me.
They saw me back as well. Just careful. Don't get poked.
You sentry?
I have no sentry.
Chill. Don't get poked before we get
getting up.
I heard Honor jump.
I heard jump somewhere. They're not on it yet.
Oh, they got my fucking Magi's. I'm gonna ward this. Can you guys come? I'm back. They see me back in.
Okay, we have.
Defend this ward now. We don't leave this ward. Let me back quickly, guys. I'll be back in a second. Please.
They've got a ward on me.
Back off for now. Just leave the ward if you have to.
Careful.
Let's just get the PK again, okay?
You know, a lot of people like to hear the hooting and hollering and the yelling and screaming. I'm actually really happy that we got to listen to that. Energy, I think there was a tinge of dissidence in the ranks, but very quickly it was chased out. You heard, I think it was Emilito saying, look, man, we got to discuss this. We have to figure out how to approach this. And that's really what Energy is about. They want to take a step back. They don't mind a lull in the action, as long as they can reapproach with a strict game plan.
Very calculating is Energy, which is why they are the two-time defending world champions. They know what it takes to win, and without a certain plan, you're just destined to fail. Raffer leading the charge for Energy, trying to figure out the right target to belly flop onto.
And it's going to be two separate players. The Intoxicate comes out, but it's just not enough. Great pull out of the jungler. Can they finish up the damage is the question. Veriziel, low. Chaos, 0. But Adapting going to pay for that. Panda Cat on the good side.
Not able to find the return kill is Adapting, but trading out the mid play. Veriziel barely able to escape. Nice little route onto Benji, but no follow-up with the crush as the rest of his teammates was able to secure the speed buff from United.
I don't think that's a big enough window to go for the Fire Giant just yet, Toli. Instead, Energy going to look for the Portal Demon. Knockup going to be avoided. Raffer gets impaled, but man, that is a tanky Bacchus. Look at that guy.
Absolutely, especially if he's going to be in that drunk-o-meter on the high end of that, giving him the protections and the magical damage. His items are online. The Portal Demon being started, though, by United.
And they're going to play it safe. And look for a little bit of spacing coming out from Benji. Panda Cat looking more for the offense than the objective here. Now, again, attacking it. United will leash it. They're very afraid of Energy right now.
It's a lot of pushing and pulling between these two teams. Neither one of them really wants to take the bait quite yet, but United still leashing this Portal Demon very low, half health. Demi getting stunned out, not on the target with the Impale. Kitty's coming up. Veriziel knocked up, but still no commitment from Energy as they're separated from their solo laner.
I like Panda Cat jumping over the wall there. Had somebody chase down Veriziel, he would have been able to follow up with the stun off of the Impale. Pandavion brought down very low by the guys on Energy. Portal Demon also low, now leashed. That could be clean for United, but they don't go for it.
It's all a bait. They don't want to take too much damage from this Scylla at the late game, level 20. That crush basically eliminated a lot of Pandavion's health.
Portal Demon finally taken down by Energy. Benji dashes in, but a little bit too late. There's Benji alone in the backline, looking for the stun. Finds it on 2, but Raffer jumps on top. Big damage out of Yaman, and he's going to seal the deal thanks to Emilito. Benji goes down.
Nice snipes from the Hunter from Energy, finding the first pick. The crush on the marks to Pain. Yaman finding the second victim.
Double root out of the solo lane. Dimmy, great play right there, but Energy, they've opened the window. 2 players down means that only 3 can defend, and a couple of them have to head back to base. This is a free fire.
Without the 2 tanky targets from United, those 3 members, the 3 surviving ones, can't really poke their heads around the corner. There's going to be too much damage in return, and just like that, finally, the Fire Giant being secured by Energy. They're up a comfortable amount of gold now, about 8,000. With a lot of their players having this 6 item slot completed, these Phoenixes are going to start getting targeted.
35 on the clock here. Reminding you all what we're playing for. The winner here goes on to Masters. The losers, we'll see you in the summertime. United absolutely wants to stretch this out to a 3rd game, but right now, Energy look like they're dangling them from the top of a mountain. Hey, Toli. How does the United get back in this one?
They are still comfortably not that far behind.
They're only 8K down.
8K at 35.5 minutes. They're about 5.5 items into their build. They can still hold on to these Phoenixes because of Agni in the mid lane for Chaos. The long-range artillery siege damage, along with the control from the stun, is going to make it difficult for the positioning of Energy. They can't clump up together.
Well, yeah, we saw that happen. They were about 7,000, they being United. They were down about 7,000 gold, and they defended this Phoenix the first time Energy came to town and tried to siege. Now, after a couple of other structures, at 9,500 in the lead is Energy. Is that pretty much the same story?
At this point, yeah. They could start investing into some potions now with this kind of comfortable lead. Start even looking for some 3K potions once they're past the 80,000 gold team marker. Stripping away this both towers in the dual lane. Gonna start looking for this most important Phoenix in that dual lane.
And we'll see how it lands out. Most important because of the distance from the Fire Giant all the way across the world. Energy grouped up as 5 here on the left-hand side. These guys are going to be looking for a push. Right now, they're going to be backing off, looking for perhaps the Gold Fury.
Playing very safe is
Very
Energy.
safe.
They want to secure their spot into Masters. This is no joke for them. You know, after losing to Team Rival in a 3-game set, they're looking to make sure that this one doesn't slip through their fingers.
Which, you know, I want to solidify the fact that Team Rival beating Energy it's not an embarrassment. Team Rival came out to play, and they looked damn good. They looked like a team that absolutely should have beat Energy. And so here, Energy, they might have dialed it up a little bit more here after that loss, but Team Rival 100% earned it. Really big shout-outs to the guys on that team.
Which is why we see them sticking together between Season 3 and Season 4 during the quote-unquote roster apocalypse.
Very important part of what makes that team strong.
Exactly. Their chemistry and synergy has been getting better and better as time went on. Only 3 teams with the same roster between splits. Energy is one of them as well.
And I think that's the story of what's made Energy so strong for a long time. Rafa grabbed 4 players and stuck with them year in, year out. Those guys have been playing together for, I think, 3 years. We showed a video with Yaman, and he said, you know, the question I asked him was, hey, man, what's your competitive background? He said, I've only really been on one team. It's Rafa. It's this team. And this is the team that's looking to siege the left-hand side. You know what? Let's listen to this team. Energy making the push.
Den har smoked. Alright, let's look for the...
That's one.
That's one Agni.
Yeah. Big shell. Come to me, big shell. I'm protecting Emil.
We're alive. Phoenix.
Come to med.
It's all deep.
I've ages.
Can we go mid, Pat?
Go mid.
Yeah, we should.
I need heals.
Yeah.
We don't have any.
No, safe way.
I'm okay.
Safe way.
Yeah.
Wait a sec.
Passa as well. Whoa.
I'm tanking. If anyone wants to go in.
Is someone ages or something?
We should get the Phoenix here.
Careful.
Did
Going in. Back foot. Don't aim me. Maybe back after this. I think maybe back. We can push again.
Go red. Back out.
Base.
Red's up.
That's my base. I've upgraded active stuff.
Can you come red, Yamin?
No.
Careful. Going for the left Phoenix? Well, except when Rafa decided to not take the Safeway, and his entire team yells at him, Safeway, like they're trying to go grocery shopping. But either way, the left Phoenix goes down. Mid Phoenix still standing. Right Phoenix still standing as well. Energy take what they get, and they walk away. They get the drive by Portal Demon, and they'll head back to base looking for another siege.
Shopping and purchasing, getting a receipt for that Portal Demon is going to allow them to get back into the area around this Fire Giant as they're going to sentry ward around this area, making sure they get the vision control, pushing and bullying the rest of E United down south into their own section. Left-hand side, Verizial clearing all those fire minions very safely towards that invisible mid-neutral line marker.
That's very, very important. Those fire minions are obviously going to beat up the little guys, but it's about creating the time frame. Right now, Energy basically have a free Fire Giant if E United can't control those minions. So by pushing up that far, Energy have to deal with E United before they can go for it. The double bounce coming out, but Chaos is the one that gets the kill. 2 on the other side from Energy as Verizial and Panicat fall to the wayside. Yaman uses the ultimate. Benji's still alive for the moment. Grouping up his energy, shifting over to the middle lane, and Benji will be safe. It's a 2-for-1.
Just like that, there was so much difficulty for Energy to finally find picks, but all it takes is one knockup from Rafa, confirming so much additional damage from Yaman with the Root Crush combination. The relics, if you look at them, they're both on cooldown for Chaos and Panicat. Panicat was in a world of hurt.
E United have one shot at this. They need to be able to take this Fire Giant right now, or they have to go back and defend the base. Pain to Beyond can't even get in there. Benji shows up far too late. Fire Giant goes to Energy. 4 players have it as Adapting still sitting out, but I think that's totally fine.
Absolutely. That's going to allow the rest of Energy to utilize this buff for another 3.5 minutes. And once their jungler revives, this is going to be that final siege. Even the Titan taking a little bit of poke to that fire minion wave on the left-hand side that got left slightly uncontested.
I'm not concerned about that much poke, Tolly. If the Titan goes down with that much damage, it's going to go down either way. When you start seeing a quarter or more damage, that's when it starts to becoming really troublesome.
Well, I gotta tell you, any damage kind of counts here. If you look at the earlier set here, where the Hu Yi on Emilito secured the kill with the jump from Team Rival, the only game that Energy won. against Team Rival. Was very closely decided by that one ability.
Salt in the wound right there. The only game they won. Ouch. That was rough.
That's true, though.
No, it was rough. It was true. Right now, the Salt Machine himself, Benji, trying to do his best here to prevent Energy from continuing this push. 2-4-4 is the solo laner that joined the team halfway through, and he's really been a big part of how E United have been able to defend these Phoenixes so successfully. Benji and the long-range damage out of the mid lane mage has been a big deal, and you can see Energy playing extra careful because they know that stun is going to come.
He wasn't making his presence known in the earlier game, but now that the level 20 Amaterasu is here, making sure that dive in the backline, but getting pulled into danger. Pain de Vion taking a lot of poke, but barely able to escape. Not until Emilito finds the snipe.
Looking for the basics as well. Adapting will be the one that cleans it up off of the assist from the Hunter. Yaman gets one all to himself. It's 3 down. Add that to the Phoenix. Bounce on top of Riziel. The cat, he does not have 9 lives. He'll fall down 2 for Yaman. With 4 players sitting out, Toli, I think this one's going to be Energy.
It's all Panic Cat left alone with a Titan. Everyone from Energy here to secure the second game in the best of 3 set. And Energy, they're going to Masters.
We will see you in the summertime where the living's easy. E United, that's the end of their spring split. Energy, we'll see you in a couple weeks at LAN one more time. And what a fantastic way to do so. 2-0 above the North American losers. And Energy looking like they had not a care in the world.
That's what exactly I was about to mention. They look like it's just another day in the office for them, honestly. You know, they came into this LAN expecting a second chance and a redemption. So maybe they weren't taking Team Rival necessarily as seriously as they could have. But certainly after watching E United play earlier on today, adapting their strategies and being able to get the victories.
With all that said, I actually really do like what we saw out of the guys on E United. They really put out their best foot. Don't forget Benji joining the team rather recently, so they're not all put together just yet. This is a long year. We have the spring split, then the summer split, and then of course the fall split, which leads into Worlds. So I think that with a team like United, led by a person like Pain de Vion, that's the final goal. They're not really looking for perhaps the auto win right here in the springtime. Either way, they will be packing their bags. Energy will be packing their bags for an altogether different reason. They're headed to LAN, but how did they do it? Let's break it down with Aggro.
Thank you very much, TNT. You guys were dynamite on the cast, and Energy, they were dynamite all over the place. E United, their spring split's over, Chapo. They got to watch as it's Energy moving on to the Masters LAN. Impressive play there, but, I mean, is it really just as simple as saying that was all adapting?
I mean, he carried them to the early, mid, late. Yeah. I think you're right.
You can't really say that adapting wasn't like a massive factor in that game. I mean, sure, he had the rest of NRG to back him up, but having over 12 kills like by the end of that game, that is just ridiculous. He completely dominated with that Susanoo.
I mean, he started off on the right foot. My man was 3-0-1 at 4 minutes and didn't really slow down. E United did a great job of holding on. Their defenses were solid, particularly because of Chaos's play on the Agni.
I mean, he was able to space out his bombs and get the damage out that he wasn't able to do on Agni earlier, and he's able to get to the late game where, you know, at first, in the first like 3 games, first 2 games he played Agni, he wasn't able to get any items online. But he had some aggressive dashes. He made the plays he needed to. It was just adapting was dominating Veriziel.
Pretty much all game. Yeah, Veriziel had a really tough time all game long up against this Susano. The Bastet pick did not quite work out for the North American jungler, and adapting again, proving why Susano has been such a highly touted pick so far this weekend.
And again, it's kind of just what you expect, picking a jungler like Bastet with so little early aggression versus Susano, who's probably got one of the best early game aggressions in the game. So I can understand the concept behind it, because like we saw, it wasn't exactly the adapting's online, he's indefinitely carrying. It was more like adapting came online and E United were actually able to hold their own.
They really were. That defense going on pretty long there towards the end of the game. Yemen also had a solid game on the Scylla, of course. When the game goes around 35-40 minutes, you're going to be able to do a lot of damage. But Dimmy on the Erlong Shen was doing so much just in terms of not only setting up for the team, but his damage as well was very, very high. In fact, top in the game, over 35,000.
I mean, it was a little bit inflated. He was beating on Amma for like the first 15 minutes, but I mean, he was setting up. He was a great front line. We got multiple knockups, multiple taunts into Scylla ults. I mean, he played lights out.
both the Hunters there a little bit lower in terms of player damage. Is that just because of how strong the front line was for both teams, Taco?
A lot of this was just coming down to the poke wars between the jungle, solo, and mid laners. And you can tell especially between Yaman and Chaos. Chaos only managing to obtain a little bit more than 3k damage over Yaman. And that's just what Agni does. He's got the long range poke potential, unlike Silo, who's got, sure, the crush is nice and everything, but it's not the exact same kind of range. It doesn't have the stun setup potential to follow up for things, and as a jungler, it's much easier for Verizial to get into that backline than what it is for PandaCat. I feel as though PandaCat was kind of just shut out for the most part, couldn't get into the face with Dimmy standing right there.
Yeah, Dimmy did a great job that time around, but and like I said, this is going to be it for E United during their spring split, but they've got a lot of stuff that they've got to work on. The Benji synergy there really coming along nicely, and I think that we could see E United have a really nice summer split. Either way, Energy, they're moving on to the Masters LAN, and their captain iRaffer standing by with FDOT.
Thanks a lot, Aggro, standing here with Mr. iRaffer, as he said. First of all, congratulations on your win. But I want to ask you about how you got there. You guys obviously fell to Rival during the on your way to the winners, so you're in the losers bracket. How does that feel for a team that's just used to winning?
There was obviously some issues against Rival, which you could see. And I let the frustration get to me in Game 3. But the first two games, like, Game 1 was how we wanted it to go, in a sense where we had the late game comp. We knew we could win late game. We didn't want to go as far behind as we did, but we still ended up taking that one off Emil's predicted triple shot. But yeah, I guess like the second game went really bad, and then we were planning to just have full pressure third game, and for some reason we didn't do it. I don't know why.
Well, you guys look completely different versus E United. A lot of people kind of chalk this up to some outside of the line stuff. Oh, they're really mad. I'm kind of making fun of myself right there. But seriously, what was the biggest difference between the Rival matchup and the matchup between E United?
Played with pressure. Played very intelligently, and it was just like, I don't want to offend them and say it was easy, because it looked like we struggled so hard against Rival. But, you know, it was easier because we stuck with what we planned rather than, don't know, just doing random stuff. You know what you do. So
I actually do want to know, you know, how accurate is the idea? You know, the idea is that you guys are used to winning, and when you guys lose, you get mad. We've seen Kenneth stream. We know he gets mad. We know he likes to win. So how real is that? Do you guys get fired up when you lose?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, throughout like the spring split, I was kind of chilling. Someone's giving me a symbol over there. I think it was Dimmy. Throughout the spring split, we were kind of chilling. I wasn't playing the game as much as I should. Like, I turned up for scrims. We played 3 scrims before the split start. We won all the scrims. We thought we'd, you know, we'll wing it, and we struggled. We deserved what we got against Obey, and that was kind of like the decline from there.
But at the same time, it's kind of a push-pull, because in the interview with Yaman, we asked, you know, what happened during the spring split. He said, yeah, you know, we kind of took some time off, we relaxed a little bit, but at the same time, it's very important to avoid the burnout. So
yeah,
as a team that's stuck together for, this is going to be your 3rd season, how do you make that balance?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to answer that, because that's what I suffered from last year. Like, when it got towards like, you know, regionals, I was like, you know, another LAN. We definitely want to qualify for Worlds. We got through to that, and we just didn't have the, I don't think we had the synergy for like the last Worlds, and we didn't have the, I think we were confident, but we just didn't, we were kind of like burnt out, and I don't want to be burnt out. So that's why I kind of chilled at the start of this split. And then we boot camped, and we went completely ham. We destroyed scrims, and that's probably why we lost the LAN. You know, win scrims, lose the important games.
Well, you wound up winning the end of the most important game. You go to Masters, right? And after all, that is the goal here in the spring split. What are your expectations for that Masters LAN in 2 weeks?
We should turn up. I mean, we have to. Definitely after losing this LAN. It's going to be the first LAN we've lost in a long time.
Yeah.
Since the regionals, and we're very hungry to win, you know.
So are we seeing an Energy win at Masters?
I mean, we've broken the cycle, so probably not now. It's over, dude.
You always give me these answers.
We're all burnt out now. We're done.
I remember on the stage at Worlds, I said, all right, you know, here you are in the finals. Who's going to win? You said Ataraxia.
Yeah, I was going to see it in the Reddit comments. Nope, Energy's decline. We're done, dude. May as well not even turn up.
Give me one of your highlights here at the LAN. Obviously, you guys didn't wind up exactly where you went to, but the end result, pretty much the same. So, along the way, what was one of the highlights?
Just Emil's ricochet. Like, I don't know how he hit it. I mean, you could have blindfolded. He probably would have hit it too. You know?
Well, that was a lot of fun. So we're going to give you the chance to, you've done it. Shout-outs, etc.
I mean, shout-outs to Energy. Shout-outs to my mom's probably watching this game saying, oh, we played really bad. Nah, she won't be. Shout-outs to my girlfriend, just the sponsors. They're amazing. And my team. They're okay as well.
Yeah, I can't forget the people that carry you to victory. Either way, it's going to be us on the desk. Say hi to Aggro.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations again to Energy. They qualify for the Masters LAN, but I can't believe I'm saying this. It's been so long. They don't just outright win the whole thing. We've still got our actual finals here ready to go. Let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly how we got here. It's going to be Soar Gaming out of North America. They're going up against Team Rival, the ones that shut down Energy at LAN for the first time in a couple years.
Definitely does feel a little bit weird saying, hey guys, our finals match, by the way, today is going to be between Soar Gaming and Team Rival, the EU powerhouse.
They're nuts.
And it's just... It's completely insane. Like, they have just been blowing everybody out of the water.
Really, really exciting stuff. Remember, Rival, they're already qualified to go to the Masters LAN. This is just for seeding, but these seeding games are very important, Chapo, because you know how you can kind of get burnt out throughout these tournaments. They were just talking about it there with Raffer. Getting the easier games in the early rounds to warm up and then get ready for the later games can be very, very helpful.
I mean, 100%. Once you win your first game, you're like, all right, boys, this is what it feels like. And then you just go into your next games and you're real confident in all your calls.
I mean, at the same time, though, sometimes it's nice having those more difficult rounds to warm you up because then you're in the mindset already of going as ham as possible.
Well, Rival's always trying to go ham, whether it's Deathwalker building Mystical Male Bologna with some Stone-Cutting Sword and all that kind of good stuff, or his Opwatch solo. I mean, you never know what we're going to get here from Rival. Definitely going to be something spicy. Do you think that they've got anything left up their sleeve? I mean, there can't be anything past Opwatch solo, right?
I mean, after they beat Energy, I mean, they can bring out whatever they want. You know what I mean? They're feeling so confident, especially Deathwalker. I mean, he's been dominating this whole LAN.
Without a doubt. Ice Ice Baby on the Kali as well.
Yep.
This team just seemed to have so much synergy, and we've talked about it consistently throughout this weekend. The more success they have, but just sticking together, even when they were at the bottom of the league last season, they don't make any roster changes. Only Energy and Team Eager can say the same, but they're all the way up top. Do you think this is what's allowed Rival to improve so rapidly?
I think what really just helped Rival improve the most is we've touched on it time and time again all weekend. It's just the fact that they've remained together this entire time. Time really is one of the greatest factors as far as establishing team synergy, and I think Oxygen Supremacy, while they weren't able to maintain their run all the way through, just goes to show how far team chemistry alone can take you.
Well, Sora, they made a couple roster changes towards the end of the spring split, but it hasn't hurt their team synergy whatsoever. There you can see on your far left, that's Fine OK, sitting right next to Homie F.A. Anister there in the mid lane. Fine OK, new to the SPL, was a longtime Challenger Cup player, has been right on the cusp of breaking into the scene, and now that he's here, he's making it count. His KDA during the rest of the spring split was just disgustingly good. But here at LAN, Fine OK has died one time. One time. The entire LAN. That's ridiculous.
It really is. And it was on Kuzembo.
It was on Kuzembo. There's even a qualifier for his death.
First he goes 13-0, and next thing you know, he's just only dying one time. You're starting to wonder if the man is even, stoppable at this point in time. And I think Deathwalker will be an excellent matchup for him to see how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, it was really fun watching him go up against Benji, up against the United, Soar, and Fine OK, end up being on top. And that's why they're facing off against this man, Kalas, the support player for Team Rival. He's the one at the head there of this squad. Definitely been around the scene for a little bit, but this is his team to lead. Let's take a listen to his words on how he does it.
I'm Kalas. My real name is Petar Matic. I play support for Team Rival. Played ranked and I was really good at it. Right. Ever since then, I kind of didn't really care about ranked, but before that, I was going at it. I'm actually just at home playing games or at my best friend's house, which is Deathwalker. So we've known each other for it's 8 years or even more, maybe 10. We've played a lot of games together, so our synergy is definitely one of the best synergies ever. But because he's solo laner, I'm support, we don't really do a lot together. We definitely want to prove ourselves that we can be the best, so we're definitely trying to get the win. I think that our own gameplay might be a problem with communication. If we can keep it up, we can definitely win.
So cool to hear Kalas talk about his longtime friend Deathwalker and just the synergy they have. When you've been playing games with people throughout your entire life, it can really help in game. And Chapo, you can really talk about that because you were on a team with your own cousin, Brochacho.
I mean, the synergy between you and someone that you just love not because they play Smite good or because this and that, you're just homies. And when you go into the game, it feels that way. You're just, wow, that was a good play, bro. You're sick, dude. And it feels good when your teammates telling you that, you know?
Always. A lot of those types of compliments going across the board here for Rival this weekend. Wolfie on his signature Raw has been absolutely nasty. Vote playing a lot of different hunters. And then Deathwalker and Ice Ice Baby have really controlled the right side of the map for Rival.
And considering that Ice Ice Baby has managed to make even Kali work, a god that we haven't seen at least in a LAN environment, and who knows how long. I can imagine that he would be willing to pull out anything, even the Gab at this point in time, and make it work.
I mean, how do you pick and ban against Rival right now? Those sunglasses, man. Ice Ice Baby pulled him out in the interview, and now Deathwalker showing that he's not scared of nothing, and I can't blame him. The way he's been playing in that solo lane, whether it's the Bologna, whether it's the Guardians, or whether, hell, it's the Opwash, man. If it works, it works.
If it works, it works. I just want to see, so both teams have been playing off their solo laners, and that's not easy for me to say about Sora. This is something new. Yeah. I mean, Final Cage has been popping off left and right. Does he play Atero is the question. I mean, I wouldn't want to do that when Deathwalker has been dominating the right lane, just getting pressure, sitting at speed, sitting at blue. But, I mean, we'll see what they do in the solo jungle.
Yeah, Homie FA seems to spend a little bit more time in the duo lane than most junglers their Rival has gone up against so far in this tournament. This is the first time Rival's played against a North American team here at this tournament, so there could be some differences there. Vote, known to play pretty aggressive in that lane, Taco, does have to worry about where Homie FA is on the map.
And Homie Faye, I'm sure, is more than aware of how Vote MBK likes to play out these duo lane matchups. And so if he sticks to his thing, which is basically camping that duo lane, I think that it would be a really easy way for him to get to an early lead.
A lot of contested picks here that both teams really like to play. Ra's the first one that comes to mind. Both Wolfie and Annenster have really enjoyed playing that mage in the mid lane. But Rom is the other one that we saw quite a bit for Vedium and Vote as well as in the duo lane for Rival. Do you think that we'll see those two gods prioritized or maybe go a different route?
I think they will be prioritized, but I think the question now comes like Kabrakan, is that going to be banned? Is that not going to be banned? Are they going to give it? Are they not going to give it?
Yeah.
It's the Scotty for me. Are we going to be able to see Scotty, or I would like to see probably a Scotty-Rom matchup between the two, because I want to see how the playstyles of particularly EU Scotty versus NA Rom and how it faces off, because you can tell alone from the build alone that they like prioritizing different options as far as hunter role is concerned. EU likes to lean more towards the auto attack based kind of play style, while NA will look at they'll look at whether the hunter's ability or auto attack based originally. But overall, Vote and Vedium, again, just two different kinds of hunters. One's aggressive, one's a little bit more passive. But from what I've seen from what I've seen on Vedium earlier today, he's definitely looking to go aggro.
He definitely is, and Vedium always seems to have these excellent performances here at LAN, always has solid showings, and all of Sora's really looked fairly solid throughout this tournament. Annenster in particular in that mid lane. We talked about his Raw already, but that Scylla that he was piloting up against E United was particularly impressive. I just wonder if they're willing to pick that into something like Wolfie's Isis that's a little bit more pressure-oriented.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing the Isis. He's been playing a lot of aggro. It's been the 3v3, but not with the support. It's been mid-jungle solo that have been really aggro and just controlling the right side of the map. So I would like to see the Isis again. The high CC, the high pressure could take them for a ride unless they pick the Zeus in response, because Andy's been playing a pretty good Zeus even though they've been losing when he plays Zeus.
I'd imagine that the mentality for Sora is to try and focus out Wolfie on those mid lane pressuring gods, because what it seems that Rival like to do is they like stacking the CC, most importantly, between support and mid lane, because the way that Callus and Wolfie are able to play off of each other really helps as far as setup is concerned on Ice Ice Baby. And I think that's what's also allowing him to progress so quickly through that early to mid stage of the game and just start rapidly controlling the game.
I mean, there's a couple picks that seem to be pretty prioritized here between the two regions. Fafnir and Susano seem to be the main ones that EU seems to really, really like to play. Obviously, Adapting just showed us exactly why Susano is so popular, and Raffer on the Fafnir as well. Kalas known for playing an excellent Fafnir, but Jigs can also have that in his God pool. Do you expect Fafnir to be top pick, top ban material here?
I was gonna say that when we went back to the Kabrakan, the Fafnir is gonna be very prioritized. I mean, Jigs in love with the God played it like throughout the whole season, and on the other end, EU loves Fafnir. He destroys early mid game, so much CC. The buff is ridiculous.
It's like every single support has an insane Fafnir in their arsenal right now. And I don't know what happened. It's like every now and then you just find a different support that cycles through where everybody's like, oh, I'm Ares. I'm going to land every chain now. Oh, I'm Amir. My walls are always perfect. And this time around, it's just Fafnir and destroying.
Just throwing those hammers out on cooldown. We're ready to go here in game 2. Let's get right into it. Picks and bans, or excuse me, game 1. This is the final set here of the Spring Gauntlet. Team Rival up against Sora Gaming, the finals here. I don't know if you expected to see these two in the finals, but this is what you're getting, and it's supposed to be a good one.
And this is hype as hell, honestly. Like, the fact that Rival being Rival from that team that nobody would have ever expected to make it this far, and now they're looking to contest as the #1 team for Masters LAN.
That would be exciting. #1 team out of the Gauntlet, we should clarify right there. Of course, out of Europe, you already have Obey and Dignitas qualified for Masters. In North America, it's Eager and LG respectively. The first few bans are in, and it's all Guardians. Kepri out of Rival. Soar immediately take away Kalas as Fafnir. And Rival, they don't want to see Andy on that Raw, banning it away.
The Kepri is interesting. I haven't seen Jigs play Kepri in a while. He's always been on the aggro supports, Bacchus, Fafnir, Emir. But, you know, I guess that might be lack of information. You know, when you go and play in Europe to North America, you don't know what the other team plays.
I think the Kepri ban is also just coming out because Rival don't like trying to deal with the timing as far as the ultimate is concerned, because if you're even a second too soon, they're getting out of there scot-free on the back of that Kepri.
Last ban almost in here for Sora Gaming, taking a good long think about it. Susano certainly on their minds, potentially even Bologna. I mean, is it worthy to ban that away from Deathwalker at this point?
Yes.
He's just been that good, worthy of a ban, but that's not the Sora Gaming direction that they're going to go with. It's going to be Cirquet focusing out Ice Baby in that jungle, but Susano is available here for Rival. Kabrakan also open in this scenario, but it is going to be Susano for Ice Baby.
Kabrakan, Scotty. That would be two standard North American picks that I could definitely potentially see them looking to pick up. And if not that, then I would be thoroughly surprised, considering that every single team in NA has just been flabbergasted watching EU time and time again leave Kabrakan or Scotty open.
Well, they've got both available to them. And the thing about Sora Gaming and Kabrakan is that Homie FA has been playing this god ever since it became semi-popular, and he always just farms people with it. Now is a chance for Kabrakan to be a top-tier god, and Homie Faye has the opportunity. Is that a decent matchup up against Susano, or is Susano a little bit too slippery for Kabrakan?
No, I actually think Kabrakan's very good versus Susano. I mean, he's very hard to kill in that 1-2 combo. But on top of that, how do you lock down Susano? CC, you need tons of it, and the Kabrakan does bring that to the table.
And on top of that, you also have to keep in mind that with the Kabrakan-Scotty combination, the collision aspect, you're just stuck bouncing around for eternity inside of that wall. Ooh. And instead, it's going to be the Sylvanas, which we haven't seen a whole lot of lately, but I'm happy to see a Sylvanas pick coming through here. That's a very, very strong dueling composition.
Early on Friday, Sylvanas was first pick, first ban all the time, and teams have just kind of steadily forgotten about the Guardian until right now when Jigs locks it in. I don't mind this pick because I don't know if Rival is going to take Kabrakan here for Deathwalker in that solo lane. I think that Sora might think they can grab it right before this ban phase.
100%, I agree with that. That's so smart from Sora. They know Rival doesn't want Kabrakan, has nothing to do with it. Played Bologna every game, a very aggressive solo laner every time. And so to hold off on that and be like, well, you know, we could take it back if we want third pick either way. So this is really smart from them.
Xing Chen could be in the solo lane, but also Kalas played it earlier on. I believe that was up against Energy in that support role, and it is going to be the ROM for Vote here up against the Scotty.
And I would probably expect the Xing 10 to be in that solo lane, especially, I mean, in the support role for Kalas, especially because they'd much rather have Deathwalker on a warrior that he can be much more aggressive with, like we've seen with him already on the Bellona. Soar Gaming probably going to opt to try and take away Bellona at this point in time, or even the Osiris as well. Just do not allow this man's Deathwalker to get anywhere near these auto attack based warriors.
Scotty, Sylvanas, Cabrakan. If you would have told Soar coming into this that those are the 3 gods they would get, they would have laughed their way to the banks. I'm sure they're very excited about their draft thus far. Osiris ban on point right there, Taco, waiting to see what Rival wants to go with here. Mid lane and solo are the 2 that we're expecting Soar to need.
I love the Zeus ban. You got tons. You have a double Guardian support right now. Even though Sylvanas does not have a very frontline aspect to him, he does have very protective. He can heal you. He can stand in front of you. He has a root. He has a lot of peel.
Sure.
So I like the Zeus ban. A very good ban on Rival's end.
Scylla going to be the other ban here, I would assume, if Rival's focusing out Andenster?
100%. You've been looking at the LAN. He's played 3 gods. Let's do the math.
He doesn't have too many left. Erlong Shen banned here by Soar. They're allowing Deathwalker to go the Bellona if he wants it.
I imagine the mindset behind this is if they take away the Erlong Shen, they have a lot less spammability as far as a cripple is concerned, because when you are Scotty and Sylvanas, you don't want to be having to deal with an Erlong Shen constantly trying to pin you down, especially not when there's a Susano or a Rom with the snipes coming towards you.
I get the Erlong Shen ban. I guess it's the Osiris one I'm a little bit more surprised by. I don't know if Deathwalker played it quite yet this weekend, and we played Erlong very well, and of course, we've been talking about his Bellona all weekend long. Either way, the Rival soul laner is going to have a chance. The Zhang Kui ban also very curious coming out of Rival. Maybe they heard some rumblings about what Soar wanted to do, but this leaves Scylla open for Andenster.
In my opinion, I think this is lack of information from teams. You could watch the games, but Zhang? Andenster? Hello?
I
think they just think that NA loves that pick because
Chaos
is Chaos is
sabotaging
the NA meta.
Yeah, Chaos is sabotaging every other mid laner. Well, really helping them out, I guess, by getting Zhang Kui banned, even if they don't necessarily want to play them. Rival could be looking for a couple different things here. Mid lane is the obvious choice, and Deathwalker is still potentially looking for his god, though that Xing Chen could be going over to solo.
I mean, the Cabrakan isn't a guaranteed jungle pick either at this.
That's true.
You always have to consider that Homefei could potentially just want something else, like a Fenrir even for the Scylla setup, or even the bots is available at this point in time. Thor, yeah, the Iron Homie, he's got a sick Thor.
Poseidon and the Bellona for Deathwalker. Another good draft coming out of Team Rival. Wolfie did play this Poseidon a little bit throughout this tournament, but didn't quite have as much success as he's been having on the Raw and Isis. Gonna have to take a look, see how the mid laner for Team Rival performs this time around.
But I think something that promotes the Poseidon pick is a Sylvanas. Sylvanas, what does he do? He heals. You try to keep the fight elongated. What does Poseidon do? He ends it real quick.
That's a good point, and Sylvanas definitely gets hurt by slows like from the Whirlpool, but on the other hand, Cabrakan does not. Slow immune when using that first ability, so difficult to lock down that Guardian that can also do plenty of damage to you. Waiting on the last pick here for Soar. Could be a jungler, or that could be Cabrakan's role. Could also be a solo laner for Fine OK. No Terra bans right now, but it's going to be the Robin.
Here's a guy we haven't seen in a while.
Why is that, Taco? Short. We got to get into game soon.
Robin, he exerts lane pressure, but he doesn't necessarily do much else in the team fights.
Well, he's going to have to try and handle that Bellona in the lane, and with the way Deathwalker's been playing, good luck. But if there's one person who could do it right now, it's Fine OK. Remember, only one death across all their games here at LAN coming into this one. Chapo, who do you think takes game number 1?
It was up to me. I wanted to say Soar. If I saw that team, I'd leave the game.
Taco?
I'm with him. If I saw that team, I'd lead the game, but we've seen EU versus NA before.
We'll have to wait and see. Team Rival trying to continue their hot streak and punch their ticket as a top seed coming out of the Spring Gauntlet. Tom and Tolly ready to take it away.
Yeah, if I saw that team, I think I'd just leave the game as well. Scotty, Sylvanas, Cabrakan, Scylla, and Robin. When you see those strange gods that you haven't seen in a while, you just auto-assume that whoever picks them has something up their sleeve and it's going to work out.
Very aggressive composition for sure out of Story Gaming. Team Rival, though, do have some tools at their disposal. Deathwalker playing the Bologna is going to be very obnoxious, trying to match Final K, who's going to have to defend that only that one death streak that's so far that he has in the lane. Susano for the jungler out of Rival. Great idea, because he's been just killing it the whole time. You know, Ice Baby, he's basically hot. Nothing like his name refers him to.
Yeah, that's one thing that I noticed, that Team Rival here, I think, as a unit, has been a bit stronger than Soar has been showing us so far. But without further ado, let's get into it. It's Soar Gaming versus Team Rival. These two teams are battling for the seeding at SMITE Masters. The winner will go on, and they will be the top card, and that will mean that they will head up against, I believe, Obey.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen there, but they have to get through this best of 3 set first. Looking like there's not any crazy shenanigans going on at this point. Krabraken starting off in that soul lane. Homie FA known to be playing a lot of aggressive gods generally. Haven't seen Krabraken out of him recently, not too often.
Well, I like the Krabraken on Homie FA because it's a character that can be both offensive and defensive at the same time, a la Thor, Fenrir, and some of our more classic junglers. I talked about it on stream, on the cast. I said the Odin pick didn't really thrill me. When you have an all-time great, you don't give him something silly that he can't carry on. And then I yelled at him in person. I said, homie, you're a much better player. Why are you playing the Odin? He said, look, you know, I like Odin. And, you know, isn't it valuable to have a player that can do everything instead of just be one-sided? And I said, yes, of course, but at the same time, if I have a Stradivarius, I'm going to be playing some fantastic music. I'm not going to play The Devil Went Down to Georgia. So that's really what I'm looking at, is put Homie FA on a character that he can do the heavy lifting, and I think that this character can do that unless he gets caught early. Very low is Homie FA. Bludgeon going to come down on top. There's the dash forward, and there's the kill. Ice Baby takes down Homie bright and early.
The rotation from Ice and Wolfie after they clear the mid wave, invading speed, able to not only do speed buff, not only do fire giant elementals, but cut off the pathing as Homie FA and Final K were deterred by just Deathwalker that contested the counter speed buff invade.
And that's been the story so far. Deathwalker's been able to play like two separate people at the same time. Here he is on the Bologna that he's been so successful with so far. 2 assists scattered amongst the solo and the mid lane, and of course the kill going directly onto the jungler.
Not too much else going on in the duo lane as we're seeing Vote with Callus, the Rom Xing Chen matchup. I love the idea of the Xing Chen trying to really limit some of the in-hand damage potential out of Sword, because not only are you trying to focus out Scotty on Vedium, but that's going to hurt out Homie FA in the mid to late game stages.
And of course, Jigs with those AoE basic attacks in the duo lane, helping out the push, so he'll be able to stop that as well. This is the second time we're seeing the Xing Chen support in this series, not this series, excuse me, but today here on this Sunday. Collis played a little bit earlier, and although I think me and Ducky asked for the Ares, the playstyle was very similar. He was just very aggressive, looking for a lot of damage and a little bit of control at the same time.
Just having any option that's considered a beads burner. Xing Chen not going to have the same effect in terms of an Ares where you have to use those beads against a no escape. However, Callis playing the Xing Chen, you have the pancake flip, as you like to call it, being able to knock up and then root. That one ability has so much control that some players will actually opt to use the beads just to ensure that there's not going to take too much follow-up damage.
Well, I like the fact that both Collis and Ice Baby have abilities that can not only stun, but also direct and toss people directly into whatever Wolfie is doing, most notably the Whirlpool, and of course, the Kraken. So when you have a big burst mage like that, it's really helpful to have players that can sort of alter the direction of the opposition, and that's what we're going to be seeing. However, across the way, it's no slouches. Annenster, the hard carry, the classic hard carry. Moving over to the mid lane, I think a lot of the spotlight has also moved over to Homie FA in the jungle. But today, Sunday, it's been all about Andy coming through and crushing it. no pun intended, on the Scylla, and of course, lighting it up on the Ra as well. He's been extremely potent and extremely successful on these mid-mages since making his transition earlier in the year.
He's back on his Ra bench. Saw so much success with this Ra sustained mage out of the jungler, former jungler, now mid laner. Gold Fury, though, Team Rival, 4 minutes in, cracking it. Soar, not even a clue.
I love that play. No chance in the world that Soar's going to come over and take anything because they just didn't know. And just like that, 4 minutes in, Totally, we're looking at almost a 2,000 gold lead. That's a big deal.
Credited to the 2 wards positioned around those top left and mid harpies. Not able to really spot it out as Soar, and with the minimap vision that Rival had as well, they saw all the damage potential that was already preoccupied elsewhere.
One thing that I loved about that timing was Team Rival give up a wave in order to get that, and that's why they're able to get away with that. Soar are too busy concerning themselves with getting the wave because it's 3.5 minutes in. They don't realize that, well, Rival's missing in every lane because they're at the Gold Fury. I'll give up a wave for a Gold Fury.
Especially considering in Season 4, Gold Fury is worth more than Season 3. Not 190 gold starting and then about 9 gold per minute from that point on. And not only are you just losing away for about 2 or 3 players, but you're getting that back and then some for not only yourself, but the rest of your teammates throughout.
And of course, the experience that comes along for the ride, certainly a big deal as well. As you can see, the experience lead in the jungle just about a level, and just about a level in the mid lane, as Wolfie hits a level 8 there on the Poseidon.
And that's going to be a scary factor for Annister. You know, as you're using your Alma Monster, you're basically going to be stationary during the channel time of the landing of that ability. So that's going to be an easy target for Wolfie just to throw out that Kraken. And once Wolfie hits level 9, especially considering he's going into this early Spear of the Magus, Annister is going to take a lot of burst damage.
I mean, that's the classic going back to, well, we won't say classic, but that's a little bit of a page turn back to when Raishin was popular in the meta. He would come out and bang on the drums and kind of just stand still. And that's where Vulcan and some of these other high burst mages came to really counteract that idea. Scylla, a little bit less dangerous than the Raishin in her ultimate, but still certainly has that opportunity where she's just kind of chilling. And that's where Wolfie's going to go and try to capitalize off it, like you said.
You say less dangerous, but at the same time, if those Alma Monsters connect for the kills and the executions happen, that's even more scary, just like Jigs.
Oh, Jigs had the cute pull, but he puts himself in danger. Collis goes ahead and gets credit for the kill onto Jigs, who was the one that initiated it. Homie just barely misses the ultimate, but ultimately, the kill goes to Team Rival. You know, right there, Jigs goes for the pull, Totally. I think just sometimes you see those supports looking for the stun or the pull just to really set a statement. Jigs didn't realize that there was multiple players there, and he sets himself up for failure.
He tried to set his teammates up for success, but they were too far away from the follow-up continuation. Unfortunate death for Jigs, but it's still not that bad because he's going to have some defenses online now. Finishing off the reinforced shoes, having that mark of the Vanguard, it's going to be allowing him to be more resilient in these skirmishes. Not only that, as he gets these levels, the sustain from the Wisps is going to increase his health output.
Team Rival still maintaining their lead, in fact, growing it, and looking to grow it even more as they head towards the speed buff. Jigs brought down a half HP after just respawning. The lead right now for Team Rival just shy of 3,000 gold at 7 minutes, Totally. That means a lot. Well, you just hit 3K. Big deal for the blue team.
Absolutely. Team Rival looking very strong very early on, and that goes to show that they've been planning for this kind of matchup here, which is why they prioritized the Susno in the first pick. They're very comfortable with this aggressive god on this jungler that's been adapting ever since Season 4.
I caught it, but I'll ignore it. Really what it comes down to is the fact that Team Rival just have a number of tools to help Wolfie out, but also, sure, that's all well. Ice Ice Baby has just been slaying it on the Susano. So as I say, feed the hot hand. Just give him what's working, make it keep on, just keep on keeping on. Team Rival beat the two-time defending world champions. Just keep doing it.
Sometimes you just gotta never stop, never stopping.
I mean, all right, listen, man. Keep on keeping on is a thing. Never stop, never stopping is not a thing.
Sometimes you just gotta smite on.
I mean, that's the truth. We can all agree on that one. So, Team Rival certainly trying to keep the pedal to the metal here. They don't want to slow down whatsoever. Jigs on the Sylvanas. They love this pick, but it just has not been as successful as I think Soar had anticipated.
Not at all. 8.5 minutes. Team Rival, very comfortable in the lead currently. They were looking for some invades earlier on. Not going to find anything too much as their own camps have a respawn. They're going to have to figure out what kind of pathing they want to take as this Goldfear is about to respawn in 10 seconds. And the Fire Giant, along with a Portal Demon, spawning for the first time in about 1 minute.
We'll see which direction that one goes in. Obviously, well, you know what? I won't say obviously. Team Rival have a 3,000 gold lead at 9 minutes, so maybe they will go for the 10-minute Fire Giant, but I don't think that's exactly to happen. Final K on the Robin selection uses the flip kick a little bit early. And because of that, Roma Invicta earns Team Rival kill number 3.
Oh, the root into the crush, but nice beats to prevent the damage. Still going to get stunned out. I'm a monster, not on the mark, but the tremors making it very difficult. Ice Ice Baby having to retreat.
Oh my god, how are you going to get turned around on? Deathwalker can't find the kill. I love what Ice Ice Baby did there. Moved, he came forward knowing that Cabraca was going to ultimate, and then immediately went in the other direction. He had no intention of going in the direction that Homie FA blocked off. So there goes one ability. Understanding that the stun is going to come as well, jukes out of that one, and then seeing the mid laner at the corner of his eye, jukes away from that ability as well, the I'm a Monster, and then finds himself out thanks to the Storm Kata, saving the dash for when Tremors comes. Figured out the whole situation, played it fantastically.
Well, no juking or escaping for Final K as he was the victim of that solo lane gank from Team Rival, and that was a nicely executed play from Rival, but a rather misstep from Final K because he used his immunity frames a little bit too early, still got hit by the Typhoon. I would have liked to see him use his ultimate just to get away from the Typhoon, and then upon expecting the Eagles rally, that's when he used the overhead kick, basically negating all that damage.
Gold Fury being started one more time by Team Rival. This time Vedium knows, but he just can't do anything about it. Team Rival stretch their lead even further. It's 3-0, 10.5 in, and right now the gold is significantly in Team Rival's favor. We're looking at almost 5K, Toli.
And 4,000 experience to boot. This is going to be interesting to see how Sword can basically try to fight from behind here. In their earlier set against E United, a little bit of back and forth action, but this time around started things off very slow.
So I want to talk about this Robin pick. Like I said, a lot of times we don't see characters because they're just not that strong. But at the moment, I think that there are very few unplayable gods in Smite. And in fact, one of those gods that I would consider unplayable was played Apwash, and he was played pretty damn well. So we look at a character like Robin, as the blue buff is secured, and there's damage coming out as Homie FA takes out Ice Ice Baby. Deathwalker could be next, surrounded by 3 sword jerseys, but instead, he's got some support from his support and his mid lane, and that should be a disengage, and it will be. Final K on the Robin. Why do we see the beat 'em up guy?
Trying to match the burst potential and the bulliness, rather, out of Deathwalker playing the Bologna. Obviously, you can use that overhead kick just to avoid the bludgeon damage, and not only that, you're avoiding the important Kraken damage. So once you go in and dive that backline in these team fights, you're trying to bait that important cooldown, allowing the safety of the rest of your teammates.
That's the big deal right there. Deathwalker surrounded one more time. A little bit of help from Collis, but not enough. The jump and up down out of the Bologna is strong, and Jigs is in trouble. One more shot. Wolfie takes him down.
Final K, though, having to retreat under his own tower. Look at Homie FA, though, taking a lot of poke in return. Not too much survivability here for the members of Sword. Getting pulled back in as Anister Typhoon knocking out the former jungler.
He's about the 2-1-2. Strong showing for the jungler, Ice Ice Baby. Deathwalker not going to let Final K live. And here, Ice Ice Baby from around the backside. Nice heads-up play by Final K, but it's just a good showing. Deathwalker likely to fall down this time. Homie gets the kill, but a great play by Ice Ice.
Trying to knock out the walls. There are not enough hits to be able to knock out that Cabrakan wall. But yes, just like that, finding a 1-for-1 under that tier 1 solo tower. Bought enough time for the rest of Rival to be able to secure that Portal Demon. 750 gold under their pocket. Even Vote pushing out the entire wave before backing.
So returning to the conversation about this Raven selection, I think you hit the nail on the head. When you see a god like Poseidon start to dominate the meta, a lot of the choices that come through are gods that will directly counter it. We saw Lobster play Soul yesterday, immunity frames for the Kraken. We see Chang'e picked or banned in virtually every contest, immunity frames for the Kraken. Well, guess what Final K has on the Raven? Immunity frames for the Kraken. He was able to get away there, away from the Kraken for that reason, but later on died to some of the damage a little bit later.
You spoke about the immunity frames on other characters such as the Chang'e. In the beginning of the Gauntlet, we saw so many bans of this god in the North American scene. Some picks here, some bans there in Europe, and now we have the North America versus the Europe best of 3 for seeding determination, and neither of these teams electing to ban or pick this dancer.
You know, it's interesting. Looking at Homie F.A. and Ice Ice Baby, just simply not sure how well they can play it. For example, I know that Veriziel just doesn't play Chang'e out of choice. It's not the jungle that he wants to go for. And so maybe that's the attitude that Ice Ice and Homie F.A. have.
Which is surprising to hear that out of Veriziel, because before, back in the day, when his squad used to be known as Enemy, he liked to play these utility-style junglers, or he would play gods such as Thor that would initiate in a utility fashion, going for a lot of defenses with cooldown reduction.
That is very true. With that said, I mean, the way he was playing Hun Bats, unfortunately, his team falls to Energy at the end of the day in the loser's bracket. But, I mean, the way he's playing Hun Bats was fantastic. I even liked the creativity. Instead of going the overhand smash at level 1, going for the jump, a lot of utility there. So, you know, he might not be the Chang'e player, but he's still reaching deep into those draws for the up-the-sleeve type tactics and strategies.
Definitely having found his own identity. Still needs to find their own identity as EU United in terms of going into that summer split, as they didn't reach Masters. But both of these teams here that you see on your screen have reached Masters. They're just fighting for their seeding.
Exactly. And you know what? This is also, you know, you're fighting for a little bit more. Soar came into the split and look at the names besides Final K. Look at Homie F.A. and Andy and Jigs at Vedium, and no disrespect to Final K. I'm talking more about the legacy of what these players have done. These are some of the 4 more notable names in the league. And then Team Rival, 5 up-and-comers. Collis' claim to fame, being a substitute for Trixtank. So when you look at where Team Rival has been, where they've come, and where they sit now, this is so much less about seeding for the European team and so much more about telling the world and the fans of the SPL, we are the real deal. Vote for us for FP.
Oh, blink initiation though. Callus gonna zone out Homie F.A. Knock up into the root. I'm a Monster by Inister waiting around the corner.
And there it is, gonna hit vote, but not for much. Still not enough damage on that mid-mage. And he's gonna find safety in the mid lane thanks to the Sentinel, and that will be the end of that team fight. Ice Ice Baby just here to clean up some of the vision. Kala's gonna intercept some damage out of Vedium, but he's gonna do it too much, and he'll be taken down by the Permafrost.
Calder still chasing out. Ice Ice Baby forced to jet stream away. Kraken hitting Anister. Wolfie getting knocked up by the Wrath of Terror. Jigs credited with that one. Final K diving onto Vote, just slowing him down a little bit further. Gold Fury for the picking.
Kalas did not need to die there whatsoever, Anatoly. Kalas dies. Wolfie tries to help him out, dies as well. All because Kalas takes the wrong pathing. The Gold Fury is going to go the way of Soar, unless Team Rival can do something crazy, but they cannot. Soar get the Gold Fury, Deathwalker tries, and Vedium punishes him. 2 kills in total for the Hunter.
Finally, Soar respond with a Gold Fury of their own. Now it's at around the 17-minute mark, putting themselves still in the driver's seat here. They're only down 3,000 gold. They've basically cut the deficit by about 2,000, and at this point, it's not a bad idea for Soar to just stay grouped up here. They've been able to win a lot of these team fights so far this weekend, and as long as they don't fall too far behind in the experience department, they're still going to be able to swing things in their favor.
And I want to take a moment to talk about relative gold and how important these leads are based on the clock. We're 17 and a half in and 11 kills with Rival owning 6 of them, and they're ahead by about, like you said, 2 to 3. Now, we made a really big deal about a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead earlier on when it was 4 minutes. Why don't you explain how much different the 4-minute 3K gold lead is to the 17-minute gold lead?
Well, at the 17-minute mark, that 2K gold lead has already been basically spent on a bunch of potions and wards for each and every single player. You're basically getting about tier 1 item. A tier 1 item at 17 minutes versus a tier 1 item at about, 5 8 minutes or even less than 10, that's going to give you a bigger power curve the earlier it is.
So as you get later in the game, your items become more powerful, and that gold becomes more important. Jig's in trouble. Gets hit by the mid lane ultimate. There comes the ultimate out of Anister as well. Nobody dead just yet. Kalas tosses 2 directly into Wolfie's tidal surge, but it's just not enough to claim a life. Calder, he'll be walking away thanks to a couple shots from the Hunter. And Vote and his crew will group up as 5 in the mid lane, but very quickly, well, you know where the jungle is going. He's going to speed buff.
Has to be able to get something here with Gold Fury still down, Portal Demon available to the taking, and I like the composition from Rival to deal with this Chaldear. Wolfie having the multi-pronged trident as well as Vote with the Ram with the double shots.
One more time, too deep, gets taken advantage of and slapped back to the base. Vedium, again, on the good side above the support. That's the second time we've seen that happen.
Scotty has just been able to really melt these tanks. Just look at the item choices for Vedium. It's just all pure penetration, waiting for the damage. A lot of hits. Anister taking out Deathwalker, and Team Rival secure it.
They snatch away the Portal Demon right there, despite Soar trying their best to zone out and make it their own. 2 players do die, Kalas earlier on, so Deathwalker, the only one that dies in this exchange. Soar still unable to find the objective, but they do find the players. Wolfie goes down for the second time this game.
Final K used his overhead kick just to cut the distance a little bit closer to Wolfie to throw out that route. Great use of mechanics from this new soul laner for Soar. And like we were praising him earlier on so far this weekend, you know, he only had 1 death before coming into this set, but he was struggling earlier on as Rival were kind of sitting in his lane a little bit, already doubling his death counter.
You know, I'm still a fan of what Final K has been doing for Soar. You know, if you told me last year that, hey, look, Soar, you're going to lose Baskin, you're going to gain Challenger Cup player. I'd say, all right, I'll see you in relegations, buddy. How's it going? But instead, Final K he's been crushing it. He's been really, really one of the stronger players here on the Soar roster, and it's been a pleasure watching him not just affect the game, but also learn and grow. Rival snuck away 2 objectives earlier on, but they were Gold Furies. This time they're looking for the Fire Giant. Ice gets in trouble, and the Soar and Team Rival will leash the Fire Giant as Soar gets a little bit closer. I like the shot, but I think it was a little bit too soon.
Really aggressive was Ice Baby, and confident to be able to peek his head around the corner and take the 1v2 encounter, being able to strip away the speed buff from Homie FA, and that is going to decrease the mobility from this Cabrakan that wants to get in position to basically smack you with his big overhead clubs.
Absolutely. What an animated character he is. He's a lot of fun to see. He's a lot of fun to cast. I don't think he's a lot of fun to play against, which is why he's one of the most banned characters in our league.
It's funny every time you see a Cabrakan just running at you with his 1 steroid. It seems like he's like kind of a seal clapping at you. We need a seal Cabrakan.
We do not. Only if it's the guy. Only if it's the singer. That's what I want to see. I want to see Seal. I want to see Seal kissed by a rose. That's what I want to see. 21-21 on the clock here, folks. 8-6 as Soar leading in the kills, but trailing in the gold. About 2,000 separate our teams, and with the Oracles going the way of the Red Squad, it's going to be 1,900 wave to wave.
Pretty much an even game at this point, heading into the 22-minute mark between Soar and Team Rival. With a little bit of a lead, it's insignificant at this point. Every single minute is making this 1,500 experience that less meaningful.
So Cabrakan gets a seal skin, and Amusement Cobb gets a sting skin.
I'm down.
And he just goes around singing Desert Rose. I have way too much fun here.
Aphrodite needs a kiss skin.
All right, you know what? I'm with it. I'm absolutely with it. And right now, Team Rival, they have unfortunately watched their lead go on the side of Soar. They were commanding this game before Toli. And just like our cast sort of got out of control, the game got out of control for Team Rival. Soar was able to snatch back a lot of the momentum that Team Rival was able to really handle earlier on. What do you think allowed Soar back in this one?
It was just the aggressiveness from Callus that didn't respect the damage from the Scotty.
Wolfie's in trouble. He's got nowhere to go. And with the assistance from Ice Baby, it's going to help him out. But Andy takes down Wolfie. Deathwalker deals with Vedium, and it's a 1-for-1 so far. The chase for Ice Baby will still be going. Andy on his tail. Ice Baby knows it. Forces out the dash.
The speed buff with the Susanoo passive allows the Ice Baby to escape and insert Gold Fury, however, being started out by Soar. 4-on-4.
Big med.
Without Vedium, though, that's a lot of damage not being dealt.
And that's going to be Bologna jumping right on top, getting a stun, hitting so many players with the bludgeon. And there's Collis with the washing machine, tossing 2 players directly towards the team. Not done yet. Ice Ice Baby trying to find it, jumping over the crush, and Homie FA relatively low. Vote, basically you're dead. Ice Ice Baby takes it away, steals the kill from the Hunter, but I think he's fine. It's 4 in total for the jungle.
No way to get away from Vote with a Fatalis and that ROM steroid proc. It's basically reminds me of the old Jingwei days whenever she had that Fatalis effect, being able to really chase you down, but without Jigs here, it's only Anister, and he doesn't have his ultimate.
Nah, with that, the Gold's Fury goes the way of Team Rival one more time. That'll be their 3rd Gold's Fury of the game. Their first one at 4 minutes, secretly taken away. With the Gold's Fury, that puts Team Rival 5,000 gold in the lead here at 24 minutes. Sora might have more kills, but Team Rival are able to take their lead and look for the next step.
Okay, so now you're getting to the point where it's a 1,000 gold lead per player. That's going to be a substantial amount in terms of getting a tier 1 item and additional sentry wards. And these sentry wards will be placed around the Fire Giant where it truly matters in this mid game here. The Portal Demon giving you the mobility that you need to be able to get out of a team fight and get back into it very quickly, especially once this Fire Giant get started back up.
I want to applaud Wolfie. Hold on, Deathwalker. All right. I really want to applaud Wolfie on this build. I absolutely love what the Poseidon brings out here. Power Boots and the Spear of the Magus very, very early on. Obviously, the Whirlpool is going to stack up to 5 stacks on that Whirlpool, on that Spear very, very quickly. And plus having a very damaging support, that's going to amplify Xing Qian's damage as well. You got the necessary healing reduction and the Gem of Isolation. Love what this Poseidon is doing today.
Having the damage with the penetration boots and the Spear of the Magus and going for a more utility style. Final K getting healed by Jigs. The rest of Rival still looking for a pick as they're basically flirting with the idea behind completing this Portal Demon.
Halfway down is Fire Giant Jr. Soar in the vicinity, looking to snatch it away. There's the leash, there's the pull, there's the Kraken. That'll confirm it for Team Rival. There's the ultimate out of Ice Ice Baby as well, but Deathwalker low himself gets hit by Andy, gets smoked by Home AFA. Ground pound to bound coming out from the Cabracken, but it's enough to disengage. Team Rival will lose their solo later, but gain the Portal Demon. Totally, I know the answer for Gold's Fury, but how do you feel about trading your solo laner for a Portal Demon?
Considering Sora's not really pulling this Fire Giant, it's completely worth it. You're still getting the overall benefit of the gold. 750 gold total for your team, and Sora's not getting 750 gold collectively by just killing Deathwalker.
And with that in mind, 4,900 gold in the lead is Team Rival. Look at that graph. That's a story in and of itself. Up, down, up, down. This game has been not back and forth, back and forth. Instead, it's been 2 or 3 separate stages of either team running the game. And I really enjoy this one. And right away, Team Rival coming right on in here. And they're going to start with the Fire Giant. A couple of members from SOAR are local. And it looks like the guys on Team Rival not ready to full commit just yet.
Just baiting out Sora a little bit. The Calder got baited to the point to get off all those 5 hit markers. Could look to potentially look for more bait potential, but just now reviving and getting back into the thick of things. A Rival with a full 5-man squad against Sora, looking for some kind of opportunity here.
And what opportunity will that be? I think Sora's going to be looking for a pick, most likely. They're down, but certainly not out of it. 5K is not a death sentence by any means. And I think Sora certainly have to start looking for these 1 or 2 players that are left straggling. The tiered 1 tower on the right-hand side was barely alive, so Team Rival pick up the 500 easy for that tower.
Nice opportunity taking advantage of. Sora couldn't really respond, but they're responding right now with a nice double knockup into the pull. Ice Ice Baby with a knockup of his own straight onto Jigs.
And Vote's going to get credit for that one. Nice, easy play as the collapse from Team Rival just punishes the Soar support He's down for about 33 seconds.
Wolfie, though, very low. Has to be careful with his mindset in terms of positioning around this teamfight. Has to go back to the base before overstepping his boundaries around this Fire Giant. Soar recognizing this, still posturing, considering they have oldest vision. 2 regular wards, 1 behind Fire Giant, 1 on the bottom side, even a sentry ward right next to it. Rival without any vision has to be mindful about how they engage.
I like that CC coming out of the Scotty. Although if I'm Homie FA, I don't want the Hunter coming directly at me right now. Homie FA trying to figure out a good spot to go to. Team Rival, I love the split up, left and right side. And he's backing. I wonder if Rival understand that.
Well, I think Callus definitely caught it around the corner, being able to spot that out. Vo could easily try to look for the Fire Giant here. He has a really great late game build, finishing off the chin size and the executioner with the Ichabal. Not to mention, he has this attack speed steroid. We saw Rival flirting with the idea of Fire Giant. If Soar even think about backing and Rival spot it out, they're going to go for this objective.
Exactly. That's what that was a very dangerous situation for Andy to find himself in. But as soon as you see the teams fan out, now you're a little bit more poised to go ahead and back safely without anything really to worry about. So Oracles, the smallest of the objectives, will be taken. So Soar gets the free vision over there on the Gold Fury side.
Golfier has respawned. Now it's the 5th one available so far in the game. Neither team wanting to go for it.
That's actually really interesting as Ice Ice finds himself in a bit of trouble. The huge burst. He's able to avoid the damage out of the mid lane, but the ground pound gets the better of him. Fire Giant is still dead. Team Rival pick it up as everybody else distracted by the lone jungler. Kalas might be in trouble. He picks up the dog and tosses him away, and he'll walk away clean and clear.
Great ultimate too, because Kaldir ultimate was being procced. Anister with the root into the crush. Second death for Team Rival. Vote and gets pulled back in from Jigs. Eagles rally in the backline. Deathwalker with a hot bludgeon. Vote with some snipes too. Needs to find a third for Vedium. Not on the mark.
Nice little dodge away coming out from Vedium. Lovely play from Soar as a unit. They get distracted and they take down the jungler while Team Rival deal with the Fire Giant. But they're able to get together and take out the support and really push Team Rival back. With that in mind, there are 3 people that still have the Fire Giant, and perhaps 3 of the more dangerous people.
I was actually going to mention those 3 members of Team Rival with the Fire Giant. Your 2 hyper carry damage dealers on the form of Wolfie with the magic damage and Vote the late game Rom physical damage. Completing his 6th item, that Titan's Bane, having the 33% physical penetration in the late game. Great crush from Anister over the wall.
And Vote's going to be in trouble. Dodges at least some of the damage out of Fine OK, and he's going to be controlled, followed up by the jungler. But everybody else from Soar will be present, forcing the jungle away. Ice Ice Baby gets smacked by Homie FA. Kabrakin dealing a ton of damage, but Ice Ice Baby's still able to be safe. Getting chased by the dog, but ultimately Kalas will protect him. Nobody dies on the side of Team Rival.
No, but Sword do secure the portal. Demon Anister a little low, having to back to base. Could easily look to go back into the thick of things. This Gold Fury has still been standing for quite a while, considering how many times this objective has been completed thus far. I'm surprised that neither team has looked at it.
Well, that's what Soar's doing right now. Half HP on the Gold Fury. And, well, this looks like the 4-minute Gold Fury that Rival had. Nobody is anywhere near it. And it goes down. If a Gold Fury falls in the woods and no one's there, does it make a sound? I don't know, but it still certainly winds up on the grass. Soar cutting the lead just a little bit, now trailing by just underneath 4K.
Well, Rival still with Fire Giant for another minute and a half. They're looking to push down this dual lane tower. Callus leading the charge, making sure that they have this vision control between the red and the purple, allowing the safety net, not allowing any flank opportunity for Sword Gaming as Tier 1 gets absolutely melted. Tier 2, the next in line for Team Rival.
I really need to see Team Rival successfully take this one. Let's listen in with Rival as they attack Source Tier 2.
So they're just tank from the side.
I have a lot of regen, so it's fine.
Okay. Can you, where is Scylla? Oh,
she's around the red.
I have ult up.
Just wait for my...
I have everything up.
Just wait for me to get full HP. Like, we can win poke if I'm the one taking the poke.
Like Scotty's gonna have the shit though.
Yeah, Scotty will get his shit up there.
We should go in then, like this way.
Okay.
They're coming to you, they're coming to you, be careful.
Scotty and Cab Boots. Scott,
I'm just zoning Scotty out.
Nice kill.
Caps on the side.
I'm on top.
I'm for mid.
I'm coming.
Group for mid. I pop chill. Fight. Yeah. Got it. Caps, be seconds.
Cap.
Get cap.
Get this motherfucker.
Got it.
I'm back.
I'm
Quite long.
Careful for the Scylla. Like we can die
Yeah,
here.
we have to. I'll zone her. I'm just gonna run into her.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tank. Go fast.
She's going around. She's going this way.
Okay. I don't think we can end. We can't end. We can't end.
No, just back.
Nice.
Get mid tower.
Can regen from fire.
Yeah, we're regening, so it's fine.
Okay, well I'm not.
Oh yeah, you feel his shield, you mean?
Yeah, I'm not regening either, so.
I tank this shit.
It's gonna be.
We can port a lot.
I really love what Team Rival was doing there. That one of the louder voices you were hearing was Deathwalker. And what he was saying was, yo, listen, I can take the poke. You can poke me as hard as you want. I'm going to regen it because of the Stone of Gaia. Of course, he had the Fire Giant, but he said, look, let me get in front of you. I'll take the poke. As long as I'm the one with the poke, my HP 5s can heal it up and we can deal.
Without any sustain options for Team Rival, you have to be creative about how you take some of these encounters and recognizing the regen from Deathwalker, as well as Kalus's HP 5 from the Thebes.
Right.
And you have the Sovereignty, and you're going to have your passive on the Xingqian. So truly, either one of those tanks could be able to absorb and sponge a lot of the damage coming out of Soar.
Look at that last item that Poseidon just picks up, Tully.
Oh, God.
It's going to be that magical protection, Bulwark of Hope. We see this item few and far between. Used to be very, very popular. Now comes out only in moments where there's a god that can kind of one-shot you.
I like the idea because if we look at the player damage charts, Anister is at the top of it for not only his teammates, but in the whole entire game. If you mitigate the crush into the Amma monster and you survive it, you're preventing that execution to not only keep yourself alive, but to keep the rest of your teammates alive as well.
Fire Giant half HP will be leashed by the guys on Team Rival as Soar get a little bit closer. Collins goes deep, tosses Vedium right into the Kraken. Wolfie on top of it, out of control. 3 kills for the mid lane. Andy drops his ultimate and Ice drops him. Vote drops the jigs, and this one looks like it's all Rival. Double kill for the Hunter. 17-12, Rival on the march.
They're looking so strong. They took out Energy Esports earlier on, 2-1. They win the first game here against Sword Gaming, celebrating in the skies. Vote laying down the artillery.
This is some of my favorite stuff as the Fountain claims the last kill of the game, not just in Smite, but in competition in general. I don't care what you're watching. The story of players sticking together through thick and through thin. This was objectively not a great team once upon a time, and as they grind and as they find wins, they find themselves repeatedly getting stronger and stronger. Here they are looking at winning a LAN.
I mean, just look at their objective mindset. You look at the same squad in Season 3, they're not going for these 4 to 5 minute gold furies, these 10-minute gold furies. Having a 5,000 gold lead is a foreign subject of discussion whenever we mention any player from Team Rival.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun watching these guys really do the work. And because they put in the homework, they're coming through with the grades. Absolutely A+ from this caster, looking at the way that we see Team Rival really work out. And I'm excited to look at Game 2 in all honesty. So, you know what? Without further ado, let's break down Game 1.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome back to the desk. Game 1, Rival now 1 game away from winning a LAN. It just absolutely blows me away. And they're just playing all so well still. This time it was Vote on Rom, I think, was the big difference maker there. But of course, everyone from Rival had another solid game here, Taco.
And I guess now we're starting to realize more and more why it is exactly that EU doesn't favor the Kabrakan and Scotty as much as the NA meta. I think they're onto something, because if Soar is going to lose with those 3 picks of Scotty, Kabrakan, Sylvanas, I can guarantee you any NA team that has been through the studios today would have said, get me out before 10 minutes looking at that draft.
I mean, can that happen, Chapo, where you feel like your draft is so good that you don't have to like execute quite as well in game? Can you get too comfortable with the draft?
Yeah, you can. You know, looking at you're so confident with your draft, so you're like, okay, you know, we're gonna Sylvanas ult, then follow up. We're gonna follow up off each other because we know what we're doing. We have a Kabrakan, we know that he's just gonna face plant into the team. But you know, when the way they're playing as a unit in the team fights, moving up, moving back, knowing who to take poke. You could hear it in their comms. They're like, oh, let me soak poke. I got stone. I could tank damage, and then we could look for the fight. And, their communication was great.
That's the big thing. I mean, going back to Rival from last year, and even Kalas here during his player interview, he was saying that I think that our mechanics are really good, but our team comms still need work. Well, their comms seem very, very clean, very, very calm and collected as well. And if that's all it took, then the difference is very, very clear. Either way, all of Rival absolutely killing it right now. But again, it goes back to Vote on the ROM. Absolutely destroyed Venium. Not necessarily in lane, but in terms of just these team fight damage, he just always seemed to shred the front line that was right in front of him.
And as a ROM, what better hunter to do it with? It's just also the fact that he didn't die. Like, he was just a part of every single one of these team fights, consistently following up on Deathwalker's setup, even playing the aggression role without any concern in the world. And that's exactly what you want to see out of a hunter like Vodamike. You want him to step up and just show that he's not afraid to consistently go in.
Look at that healing there. Soar had quite a bit of it, courtesy of that Sylvanas mostly for Jigs, but still not enough to punch through the amount of damage that Rival was doing.
Even looking at those stats, the healing is on Soar's side. The damage is very close. So what's winning the game? Execution. They see the Sylvanas come up out of position. They have Susano in the back line, and it's opening up the map for Rama just to slay whoever's in front of him.
And that build was very appropriate for Vote because he was only hitting who was in front of him. He wasn't trying to get into that back line, so crit really wasn't necessary in that build because it's more effective to build the chin size pen sort of option up against those tanky targets.
And this has been the favorable build for ROM that I've noticed coming out of the EU Hunters especially, where they just want to consistently push for the Ickful, the Chin Size, Titan's Bane, Fatalis, because with the Fatalis on top of all that penetration and attack speed, you're going to be able to gas pedal down whoever you decide to chase.
And Vo was doing quite a bit. I mean, Jigs had a tough time, though, in that game, guys. On the Sylvanas, you mentioned it time and time again, Chapo. He was just a little bit too far forward, really dying a lot of times before he could get his meditation or his shell off.
In my opinion, I think it was because the disruption of Susano. He was getting ahead in the early game. He was getting to Scylla, so what happens is the Kabrakan turns around to help the Scylla, and Sylvanas is like, hey guys, I'm kind of slow. Okay, I'm dead.
Well, that's what happened. Jigs on that Sylvanas, 0.8 for the KDA. May want to change it up this time around. Like we said, Sylvanas was prevalently picked all on Friday, basically for these NA teams moving up the gauntlet. Then he kind of fell off. Maybe you could see why these European teams seem to know how to punish the immobile tree.
And they did so excellently, and again, that draws back to Wolfie on that Poseidon. Anytime that he saw Jigs even remotely out of position in comparison to the rest of his squad, he would just immediately drop the Whirlpool, slow him down, and once you're a Sylvanas, you already don't have the mobility, and if you're forced to pop your ultimate, your team loses a lot of engagement. And that's exactly what kept happening to Soar.
Vote was the one shredding Jigs in that front line. That's the man you see on your screen right there. Him and the rest of Team Rival are one win away from being the top seed out of the Spring Gauntlet and putting their first LAN victory underneath their belt. Their drafts have been fairly standard throughout. I mean, a couple spicy picks. We keep bringing up the Apache, the Kali as well for Ice Ice Baby. Do you think that Rival is just going to stick with their guns? Because Deathwalker is now 5-5 on Bologna, if I believe so. 5-4-5, I should say. Five times played, 5 Ws for that Bologna. Why not just first pick it at this point, right? It's a guaranteed win.
I agree. He's just dominating the right side of the map. He died more than he did in the prior games, but he's still zoning and doing what he needs to do in Bologna.
Yeah, every single time. We're getting ready here, going to picks and bans for game number 2. Team Rival up 1-0 over Soar Gaming, looking to secure the first seed going into SMITE Masters coming out of the gauntlet.
I'm waiting to see the first pick out Wash.
Okay. All right, Taco. Really? We're going to troll already?
There's nothing troll about it in case you didn't notice the damage that came out of Deathwalker on that Outwash. That's a very legitimate pick for him.
I mean, Bologna, 5-0. Opwash, 0-1.
It just, sometimes you just have an off game. That was the warm-up game.
Oh, yeah?
This is the real deal. Sometimes you got to get the warm-up in.
I talked to Deathwalker after that set, and he was like, man, it was down to 4 seconds before I had to pick, and they were like, all right, man, you decide. You want Opwash? And he was like, I was shaking. I didn't know what to do. Picked the Opwash. It didn't work out at the end, I suppose, because they lost, but he did a lot of damage and did actually very, very well on the mage. Susano first banned by Soar, no surprise there. I think they just got a taste of what Europe is able to do with this god.
So I enjoy the Susano first ban. Why? That means they're not even looking for themselves. They just don't want him on it. And so I accept that because they might be looking for the Raw.
Very well could be, but the Raw first pick does have a couple counter picks you have to worry about in terms of disposition and anti-heal. Odin being one of the main ones that comes to mind. Soar, they're going to ban away Scotty themselves, despite Vedium having some success on the Hunter last time. Now, Rival waiting to put in their last ban. They banned Fafnir, and it is going to be the Raw. So still not scared of that Kabrakan. Chang'e also went unpicked and unbanned in game 1 right here. So Soar has a couple options.
Chang'e is certainly one of those gods that it really comes down to how much either side's jungler or mid laner would prefer to play it. If anything, I would probably expect it more from Wolfie than what I would Ice Baby or on the opposite side. I don't really see Anisir or Homefe really looking for that Chang'e option, but Rival, I think, getting 2 picks that they have probably wanted this entire weekend, the Khepri and the Serket, and that is a scary combination.
Serket has been banned away from Ice Baby consistently throughout this weekend. He finally gets his hands on it again. Gonna try and make it happen. Terra, the first pick for Soar, was not picked or banned in game 1. This time they decided to take it away first. You can see FineOK on your screen right there. If this Terra is for him, he's got to know that he's going to see quite a bit of that Serket in his lane.
And we've seen it time and time again. Whenever the Terra comes out, Nike is typically paired with it just because of how much these NA teams have been favoring the mobility factor that comes into play with both of those gods on the battlefield. You've got the ultimate from Terra that just makes you zoom, and when you combine that with the Nike passive, I mean, you're fast as hell, boy.
Kabrakan locked in here, and Scylla Anisir wants to run back along with Homiefe. A little bit surprised we didn't see Thanatos here, Chapo. That's the one I was looking at. Once Kepri's locked in, you're thinking of the executes, and Homie's had a pretty solid Thanatos throughout.
It's been pretty solid, but the one thing that I think Serket's really good versus Thanatos in my opinion. I think it's almost a counter matchup just because as soon as you don't really need to, you could use your 2-1 combo, but as soon as you ult, I mean, all his healing that he,
would be
getting with this one and the kills and the executes, he's not going to be getting.
Well, Rival, they're going to block in Rom once more for Vote in the duo lane, and after his last performance, can't say I blame them. Hu Yi banned away once more by Team Rival, not trying to let Vedium get a hold of that Hunter that's seen a little bit of a resurgence here at LAN. Emilito basically single-handedly winning a game with 1 Ricochet earlier on today up against Team Rival. Don't want to see that. Finally, Bologna gets banned from Deathwalker.
Please,
all the stars have aligned. I'm just saying, I'm not calling it now, but if we're going to see an Alpoish, this might be the time to shine.
Stop. Kabrakan is in the jungle. Alpoish is not getting played today. I don't think. Deathwalker. Oh, shedding some signals over there to the opposite side. I love his personality, man. You got to. He's always up there having fun. Hu Yi and Cupid banning away Vedium for Rival. On the other side, they're targeting out that man, Deathwalker, with those 2 bans. But that leaves Osiris open in an instant selection for Team Rival.
And I'm sure that he's going to love having a god that's pretty similar to both Erlang Shen and Bologna. You still have a lot of the AA-based factor coming into play, and he still gets to press W at you, and that seems to be Deathwalker's favorite thing in the world this weekend.
And my favorite thing about it, it's not Alpoish. 2 more picks here for Soar. Cupid was banned away. Chapo, you said you really wanted them to ban it, so now that it is banned, where would you go if you're Vedium?
Something that doesn't die to Serket. Something with at least a little bit of mobility. Oh, hello, team. Is the mic working?
No. You were muted.
That's a caster's
Don't worry.
curse.
Yeah, you were muted. Don't worry. Artemis, exactly what Chapo said. If you couldn't hear his muted mic, the immobile Hunter there for Soar. Vedium seems to really like playing this Artemis, but he played it earlier on and it did not work out too well. Hunbat's the jungler there for Homiefe, so it is going to be Kabrakan in that solo lane most likely with Terra support, though those 2 Guardians could be flopped. Thoth, the last pick there for Wolfie, and he had a phenomenal set on this god last time around. All right, Chapo, I'll give you a chance. You already got the Artemis pick on lock. You knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Does Rival secure their first LAN victory?
No.
No, you got Soar?
I think Soar.
All right, Taco?
If Homefe is on point with the bot's ultimates, it goes the way of Soar, but if he misses and the Khepri revives come out, it's Rival's game.
We'll have to wait and see. Is Rival going to end it all right here, or will we go into a game 3? Tom and Tully, they're going to find you out.
It's my feeling on that one, Aggro. Listen, man, Wolfie's on the Thoth, Ice Ice Baby's on the Circuit, Votes on the Rom. This is a scary, scary lineup if you're looking across the way. The only thing I can say is that Khepri for Kalis isn't exactly something that I'm used to seeing.
No, not necessarily, but he has it in his arsenal. They wouldn't be this good if they didn't have at least Khepri in their support role arsenal. Circuit going to be able to dive that back line at any stage of the game once Khepri hitting that level 5 revive bubble. Sword Gaming having that sustain option with a monolith from Terra, but it's going to be healing over time. Circuit's going to be able to negate that one, and not only Circuit, but also the Osiris.
Very, very interesting. Team Rival 1 win away from taking their first LAN. Let's get right to it. They're taking on Soar Gaming. And like I said, Tully, I think a lot of people have focused on a lot of different people here. Me personally, Ice Ice Baby has been my go-to guy. And you're putting him on a Circuit. He's looking to run this game. He's looking to control this one. He's looking to be the big hand carry. And I'm expecting it to happen.
Well, not surprised he goes for another aggressive jungler here, considering that Sword Gaming banned away the Susanoo. This is another option for them. And Rival playing very carefully here, trying to spot out where exactly Soar are positioning themselves. But it doesn't seem that there's any invades necessarily. The dual lane, though, of Rival playing very aggressively under that tier 1 tower, probably going to start rotating for these buffs.
And I do like the fact that Deathwalker is going to be on this Osiris. But more importantly, I like the fact that Final K is going to be on the Cabrakan. I think that's a much better pick for this guy to be on, and I think that he can leverage this character a little bit better than he did, or at least try to do, with the Robin.
And I like the idea that Rival have here. They're going to allow Deathwalker to get not necessarily the better end of things with his blue and speed buff still available, but trying to shut down the late game carry potential out of Vedium playing this Artemis. Now, by being in the dual lane alone here, Artemis doesn't have too much protection, especially considering not level 5 yet for the CC immunity, but having the solo farm for the experience will elevate and accelerate her levels. However, you're losing your purple and your red buff.
And that one's going to be the entirety of Soar's left side jungle. Wolfie has a good look on Andenster, and as the left lane comes through, nice abduct, and where'd he go? Vote picks up the first blood, nice and easy. Hot rotation by the Hunter, and that's the first one for Team Rival.
Everyone from Rival in the right place at the right time, right after getting that red buff, immediately taking advantage of the mid laner Andenster, getting off to a good start earlier on today, but not so much so far in this set against Rival.
Right place, right time usually implies sort of chance. That was right place, right design. That rotation absolutely was pre-planned. You saw what happened. Team Rival came through, took out the enemy jungle, and then they're communicating with their teammates, obviously, and said, hey, look, Andy came through the dangerous way. We can collapse, pincer him. Absolutely. Kala says, yes, please, grabs the character, and that'd be that.
The beneficiary is going to be Vote with that credited first blood. Deathwalker slowed a little bit off of Homiefe's jump, stunned into place for Final K, wanting to dive that just for a split second, but it didn't seem that Homiefe had the cooldowns necessary, especially without the Fear No Evil, making it that much harder.
Yeah, big damage coming off of that slow right away. Oracles on the left side of the map as we look at that one going the way of Team Rival. Vedium on this Artemis. Now, Soar lost the game pretty much just by the Artemis pick alone once upon a time earlier in the week. Here, I think it's a much different story. Vedium has a little bit better control here, not being completely stepped on, although he is a level down from Vote.
Especially considering that Vote got that first blood, also received the purple red buff. Final K getting bullied away. Doesn't seem that Ice Ice Baby wants to commit, just now hitting level 5. And like you were mentioning before with Vedium playing the Artemis, a lot of late game potential, but not if Vote is going to get to the late game himself a little bit faster on the ROM.
Well, Jake's going to be grabbed by Collis this time around, and Wolfie able to deal a little bit of damage, but with Homie FA having Fear No Weevil available, gotta be careful. Collis with the early ultimate on himself, perhaps a little bit too early, as the Fear No Weevil is dropped after the fact, and Collis still able to get away. Andy very low, waiting in the ambush, jumps on top, beautiful patience, and it pays off. Ice Ice Baby, so damn hot.
So much confidence out of the hot jungler from Rival that he didn't even commit into using the ultimate. Like we saw before, Wolfie and Callis both prematurely using their ultimate, but look at this, Jigs with the
Big
double
money,
poison.
big money. Oh my goodness, the ultimate coming out of the jungler. Help from the assistance of the hunter on the left-hand side. No kills, but Ice Ice Baby had the hot play. I thought we were going to see something special.
I'm fine with that, F-Dot, because of the timing of the respawn for the speed buff. Despite not finding the kill, they get half the kill, which forces them to go to the fountain, conceding about 20 seconds worth of farming.
And that's the entirety of the right side of the jungle. So Team Rival able to exert dual lane pressure and snatch the left side of the jungle for round 1. Round 2 comes around and they exert mid lane pressure to snatch the right side of the jungle for round 2. Those buffs alive right now on the left side, really eager to see if Team Rival are going to be aggressive.
Same exact pacing compared to the first game. Rival with about a 2,000 gold lead at the almost 5-minute mark. This is the point in time that Rival was getting themselves the Gold Fury. This could be another option here, considering they have the Thoth burst damage.
And when it comes to the Thoth, Wolfie going to be doing the same thing he was doing on the Ra, just looking for this long-range, big snipes. That's what both of those gods do, and that's what Wolfie does well.
Fine, okay, left alone to farm as the rest of Rival getting their own buffs, able to strip away the speed and the blue from Soar earlier on, which is why we see this kind of a deficit between the two teams, between North America and Europe.
And either way, it's going to be a little bit of a lead here, 2,300, 2,400 wave to wave. At just about 5 minutes in here as Team Rival lead, not just by the first blood, but by a follow-up kill as well.
Hefty amount of experience differential, not to mention the two supports here. Level 5 for Jigs on the Terra, 7 on the form of Callis. And as the Khepri gets these levels, that Rising Dawn is going to be doing increasing damage as well as mitigating even more of your opponent's damage.
And that's really the key that I'm looking at, is the mitigation coming out from the support. Nice jump away by Homie FA, forced into the ultimate. He wants to turn around, but everywhere he looks, there's a Team Rival member. Jigs finds a stun onto Collis, but it's no big deal.
Just because of the positioning that Rival had right behind the Gold Fury, 2 defensive ultimates were deployed by Sword just to ensure the safety out of their jungler, Homie FA, surviving just barely. If that ultimate from Ice Ice Baby connected, would have been a lot of damage over time, but then maybe Callis would have continued to chase that into the duel lane.
Maybe. But either way, something that's certainly happening is the solo kill by Deathwalker on the right side of the map. Fine, okay, absolutely not fine. Deathwalker continuing what he's been doing all weekend and just being better than anyone he walks up against.
What just happened? You just solo killed a Cabrakan, a god that's almost impossible to kill, let alone by yourself. Now, granted, it is a level 7 Cabrakan, but the starter item there with the mark of the Vanguard, the Osiris, though, sitting at level 9.
That's the key right there. You know, I was just talking to Lobster out there in the arena, and we were talking about Deathwalker, and he goes, look, man, I don't know. Every game, he's 2 levels up against his solo laner. And look, one more time, he's 2 levels up. Oh, Jigs, that's a combat Carl. He goes down. Ice Ice Baby picks him up one more time. 2 zip and 1. No deaths, but 2 kills for the jungler.
No root on the mark from Manister. Increased the maxed range. And without an ultimate from Homie FA, makes it very difficult to find a retaliation kill. Enough timing for Rival to steal away the speed, but Final K getting stunned out. Circuit's taunts as well. Slowed indefinitely. Final K getting abducted and into the graveyard.
He just spawned after Deathwalker killed him. And then Deathwalker killed him again.
And that's the worst time to die, right after you respawn, because not only do you not farm for your first F, but now you go back just to die again, delaying any sort of potential to cut this experience difference between Final K and Deathwalker.
I keep saying it, but this is a completely different team than what we've seen in the past. I want to know, did they change their diet? Did they get a new car? What's different? They're just out of control. Jigs, they just, again, walks into College. This time, Homie FA is able to help out. So so the support gets out that time. But still, even without the kill, Team Rival sit up 5-0. Ice Ice Baby could go down here. Andy looking for the ultimate, but he jumps away.
A lot of mobility with that Terra's Blessing. Callus gonna eat the Ama Monster, still very safe, and with the ultimate from Capri,
Deathwalker
still in the mix.
Deathwalker still here. That's gonna be number 3. Final K able to take down Callus on the backside, but Deathwalker still just doing it. He gets rooted and tickled by the mid lane mage. Andy, level 8, forced into the beach to get away from the slow, but Wolfie shoots him anyway. Andy dies for the 3rd time this game.
The Sentinel was on cooldown. Easy pickings, 2-for-1 trade. Trading out their support Callus for the jungler Homie FA and the mid Annister. Team Rival are up 7-1.
Wow.
And they're up almost 5,000 gold here. About 4.5. 9 minutes in without a single gold fury to their name.
I was just going to say, I think you left out the most important number there, which is 9 minutes on the clock. This is 9 minutes in, and Team Rival are just doing whatever they want. It's incredible.
We always talk about how North America and Europe metas just are always different.
Ice Ice Baby jumps over the top, looking for Venium, finds it a little bit thanks to the zigzag, but Homie, I figured to chase him out just a little bit, bringing the jungler down to half HP.
Most of these ultimates from Soar have purely been used defensively just to survive these encounters, and now Team Rival around the 9.5 minute mark trying to force the issue around this goal here. Mo getting caught out by the Fear No Evil, but he has backup available.
I love the play and the long-range control. Vote takes down Homie FA. Wow. Just wow. Team Rival on a tear. Just doing it, man.
They're not letting Soar breathe for a moment, just being able to constantly get some kills, staggering the deaths, but Callus dying yet again with his ultimate. I'm a monster being channeled. Again! Taking a spill. Deathwalker with his 4th kill already.
Incredible performance out of Deathwalker. 9 kills in total. 3 have a Deathwalker stamp on them in the assist column. 4 more in the kill. Ice Ice Baby takes out Andy. There's number 5 for DW. Final K falls to the wayside, and with 3 players down for Soar, Team Rival looks directly at the Gold Fury.
Homie FA doesn't even want to contest his Gold Fury, going straight for his speed buff. He's thinking to himself like, all right, we're dying too much. You know what? It's time for me to farm. This is getting too out of control. There's no way I could truly contest this objective without my ultimate. Already 3 levels behind his opposition.
Wow, and just there's very little to say here, honestly. At the end of the day, Team Rival have just been able to find individual picks across the board. Deathwalker getting a couple of solo kills and then making the transfer over to a couple of different lanes and combining with his tether and the very important slows at a very key point in time. Osiris is extremely potent right now at this 10-11 minute mark, especially with a lead, because players don't have the winged blade just yet to get away from that slow, and, well, nobody buys sprint.
Especially once you're maxing out the tether. Because you're behind so many levels, your abilities don't have the base damage compared to your opponents, but only that, with Deathwalker maxing out his tether, he's basically mitigating any sort of damage output from his opposition. He's able to 1v3, 1v4, and still survive.
There's the ultimate out of the Fear No Evil. Deathwalker going to be brought down low. A kill on him would be big, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. Deathwalker instead just walks away. In fact, walks away from his own death.
The rest of his teammates have finally showed up around the corner. Teleport not available for the Broken God to be able to get back around this Fire Giant. Portal Demon could be looked at here. Homie FA taking a lot of damage, but it's Jigs that got jumped on, and with the abduct and the poisons, that's going to be another kill.
Love how they just watch how it goes down. Vote NBK looking like he's at a shooting rally. And Stir falls down for the 5th time this game. Fire Giant Jr. going to be the target. Rival pick up the portal. Meanwhile, Deathwalker dealing with a tower on the right side. He'll be able to defend that, no problem.
There's just no stopping Team Rival. The difference between this North America and European winners that are going to Masters are just looking completely lopsided here.
They're looking lopsided. They're looking something. They're looking for success. Soar Gaming, no slouch. They come through with Final K, who looked very strong during the regular season. And then the mid lane tower does get defended by Soar. Team Rival still significantly in the lead by about 7,000 gold, give or take. We're looking more at almost 10, to be honest with you. The grouping up by Team Rival here in the mid lane. They're 4 men strong, one coming out of the base, and they're looking for it. We'll listen on with Team Rival as they aggress on the Soar.
Bats is trying to
Can
flank.
we push?
Yeah, just keep pushing, keep pushing. I can like blink out from the back.
Okay. I'm sitting in the back.
That's about to jump. I'm gonna go.
Let's go. Go down. There we go. Keep going. Your boys are mid. Keep going. Cap behind. Watch out for cap.
Yo, what division are you guys?
Okay, can someone help me here?
I'm grabbing
careful.
My
You might try
my
to
ult is
on
down.
you. He did.
He's rooted.
No, thank you.
Push mid lane, boys. Push mid lane.
Okay.
Just
Get
push
this
me door.
back.
Yeah, get this back.
Just you. Let me
It doesn't really matter.
Let's group up push right lane.
Like this game was over like 7 minutes ago.
Guys.
Like the moment
guys.
we entered this, like.
Let's group up push right.
Yeah, group up push right.
After specking ban phase, the game is over.
Yeah.
No. From the moment these bots created the lobby.
Wow, dude. Wow.
From the moment we created the lobby, the game was over. Talk about confidence, baby.
Rival are a totally different team from Season 3
Oh
after.
my God.
I love the confidence.
Yo, hearing Team Rival shout across the way to their opponent, hey, yo, what division are you guys? That, I don't know, man. I don't know. That is a pleasure.
Some spicy pickup game basketball trash talk right there, honestly.
This is a lot of fun. And you know what? Team Rival, they're playing this like it's a pickup game. They're making this look easy. And I say that with respect to Soar. This is a great team. Homie FA could be considered one of the best junglers in the world. Anderster has had a fantastic season in mid lane. Vedium is literally a person that has been at finals at Worlds. Jigs, no slouch himself, and Team Rival just making mincemeat out of these legends of the SPL.
Don't forget, Anderson winning the Season 1 Worlds as well, so despite having the experience on the side of Soar, they're just a little bit discombobulated here against Team Rival. They're not really ready for this kind of aggressive opening start that Team Rival implemented in the second game.
Listen, man, the year, the time, the era of the old guard is over. It's time to see some new blood. It's time to see some new victors. And Team Rival are those players. They're coming through. They've put in the work. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 15 minutes in, and Team Rival are leading by 17 kills.
So many kills and 13,000 gold. Like, there's so many times when I play SMITE, I'm just thinking to myself, like,
do it, vote.
That we can basically come back, you know, like, don't F6 this time around. Like, we can come back, but if I was in a rank game and I saw this kind of a deficit for me and my squad, I'd be thinking to myself, like, my finger's getting really close to that F6 button.
Listen, man, Rival, they take the gold jury one more time. It's still only 16 minutes in. And Rival are playing this like it's 30 minutes and they have a 30,000 gold lead. Ain't no care in the world. I loved listening to the devolution, if you will, of the comms. This game was over 7 minutes ago. No. This game was over after P's and B's. No. This game was over when we showed up. That's the type of confidence and swagger that I want to see out of the new blood, the new crowd. It's Season 4 of the SPL, and Team Rival are picking up the torch, and they're walking towards Masters.
I mean, they got everything going for them here, honestly, up top. They got 10 relics to the 7 from Soar. They got so many levels, so much gold to have the itemization that they really want. In order for Soar to get back into this one, they need to win not only one lottery ticket, but they're going to need to win a second in a row.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough here for Soar if they have any intention of taking this to a game 3. Team Rival starting up the Fire Giant, bringing it down to about 90%. And he's going to back. No intention of stopping what's going on right here. Final K looking for a little bit of farm. Oh, man. Soar, have they thrown in the towel?
Well, they're not even truly contesting this fire, John.
They know it's happening, but they're not even giving it a shot.
I can't tell if they have any vision around it. Doesn't look like they have any sort of wards, but if they even step around that area, 2 members from Rival can completely obliterate most of Soar anyway. So having Deathwalker lead the charge with his build, now confident enough to go for Hide of the Urchin after Mystical Mail, after Pestilence has been completed, knowing that they're going to win all these team fights.
Here comes Fine OK. He'll stop one player, get zigzag, gets shot, and there's 1 stack for the Hide of the Urchin. Deathwalker claims another. 7 for the solo laner.
20-2 reads the death counter. Team Rival getting the objective. Vote having his back turned with Callus, gonna get hit by that Root Crush. Doesn't even matter with the kind of regen with this late game buff. Anister looking for some poke on the side. Slightly off the mark with the Root Crush, barely tickling Ice Baby.
Deathwalker still leading the charge. Callus gonna take a little bit of a stun. Good defensive set out of Soar here to stop the onslaught onto the right side. Phoenix still, Ice jumps on forward. Deathwalker one more time leading the charge. Homie FA is being zoned out by himself. Deathwalker taking some of the damage by Fine OK, but it's not a big deal. The Phoenix goes down.
Right side, Phoenix has been demolished. Blinking in is Homie Efe, trying to find the broken guard, but he's so tanky. All 8 missing fragments and almost a missing life from Homie Efe. 1 snipe hits, 2 off the mark. 3rd one, Vote only finding the mid mage.
And the mid Phoenix is going to be the next target, not yet being aggressed on just yet. Now finally a little bit of opening, and the mid Phoenix goes down easy peasy, no problem whatsoever. Team Rival move over to the last Phoenix.
Team Rival have now received the true power from Energy. The confidence is just overwhelming. We can clearly see this out of this European squad.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been out of control. 21 on the kill column. And if I can predict the future, I think that will go up before the Titan falls. Left side Phoenix just barely alive. And Fine OK doing his best to try and stop the onslaught out of Vote. Big stun coming out on top of him, but it's not that big a deal. Vote gets 1, Vote gets 2. That's a fantastic play out of the Hunter. And Wolfie picks up Jigs. All the while on the backside, Wolfie trying to stand still, lets his teammates deal with it. That's an F6. It's DW, Deathwalker, the Croatian sensation, and the rest of his squad taking it out. They will be your #1 seed.
Congratulations, Team Rival. You definitely deserve it. After Season 3, you're now looking like a strongest team in contention here heading into Masters.
What a fantastic gauntlet performance. These guys were perhaps not the lowest of the low, but I don't think many people out there had this squad being the LAN victors here this weekend, and by every step, they have absolutely earned it.
Well, if you're not familiar with these players from Team Rival, get used to them because they're here and they're here to stay.
Yeah, the players backstage have been talking about how strong these guys are. When you look at Deathwalker, when you look at Wolfie, and you look at Ice Baby, those 3 players are absolutely at the top of their game. They look like some of the best players in the world. And with this victory here at LAN, now they've got the credentials to prove it.
So much work being done by Team Rival.
It's been a long time coming, and they finally take one down. Let's break it down with everybody at the desk.
There you go. There you have it. Team Rival, they are your victors here at the Spring Gauntlet. What an impressive run by them. And I think that the thing that I think is so cool to watch is just that every member of the team just had a phenomenal performance all weekend long. It wasn't one guy carrying them every single game. Everyone just seemed to have a turn to be the star this weekend.
Everyone had a time to shine. Jesus, I'm terrible with the names, but the ADC, Vote. He shined. Obviously, just those snipes on Scylla was ridiculous. No time to even breathe. The man was like
running for cover, but no cover to be found there. I mean, just another dominant performance here. Was this just all momentum, or was the draft that much better than Soar's?
A little bit of both, to be completely honest. Probably more draft than what it was momentum, but Rival just looking completely like a well-oiled machine, just clockwork, time and time again. You see Ice running into the jungle, consistently picking up the ganks. You see Deathwalker following up, no problems asked. Callus with the consistent setups, combining with Wolfie, and then Vote MBK just being Vote. He was absolutely going off on Rom.
I think my favorite part about these replays that we're going to have is that everyone from Rival is going to show up on these, just all over the place. Everyone had their time to shine, and whenever you want to come out and really impress and really show that you are one of these top teams, this is exactly what you need to happen.
And it's just phenomenal all around. I couldn't be more pleasantly surprised to see this team from where they were 1 year ago to where they are now. It's just absolutely incredible watching them develop into one whole unit that just prospers.
One whole unit that is the #1 seed coming out of your gauntlet. They've got a lot of work to do, though, before Masters, as does every team, basically. A lot of those top seeds across the world are going to be coming here to our studios in Atlanta at the end of the month. But man, you know the likes of LG, Eager, Obey, Dignitas, they're all watching Team Rival to see what exactly they can bring. Great stuff out of them all weekend long. Let's take a look at the stats, see exactly how this game broke down, just all over the place. Rival on top of Soar.
The numbers are a little bit one-sided, but I mean, it was self-explanatory. Everybody was playing lights out. When everybody's playing synced out like that, I mean, they're just gonna win a game within surrender.
Unfortunately enough, Soar just fell so far behind so early on. It was just unable to have that comeback factor, because when you've got the bots and the Terra just falling so far behind, it is incredibly difficult to acquire farm. And kudos to Rival again on that, because it wasn't even just the unison from Rival, it's just the consistent fighting. The fact that you had Deathwalker hitting level 16 before the 16-minute mark. Like, my man's was literally farming more than a level a minute. And that's just absolutely insane when you consider how much brawling Rival kept doing. And when you're not even worrying about farm from the creep waves, it's just nuts.
It's open season basically for all of Team Rival, and they're the champions of the Spring Gauntlet LAN, and all of them are standing by with FDOT.
Thanks a lot, Aggro. I'm standing right here, Deathwalker I'm going to be talking to, but I thought it was really important to just show everybody, Kalas, I will hit you, show everybody that this was a full team real win here. Deathwalker, talk to me a little bit about the grind that you guys have made since way back when as a unit.
Just scrims every day, man. Practicing against the best teams every day, consistently, actually doing well against them, but never really transitioned that into the SPL. I think that the SPL nerves were the biggest problem, actually, as a unit. Obviously, individually, you know, we still weren't ready. But as a team, you know, the nerves really didn't get to us this LAN. Like, I think we were all relaxed after like 3 minutes of game 1.
Well, it wasn't, so it's very important. It wasn't your first go. You've been here to LAN before. Yeah. What's the biggest difference between this Gauntlet LAN and some of your previous performances here?
This time we came in with a plan. Unlike the last one where all we had was a sheet of paper, was like a just piece of paper like from a notebook. And it just said, Wolfie is dumb idiot. That was our plan for that LAN. And this time we have a lot more. We have Kukulkanult into Loki decoy. We have what else do we have?
We have Kalas, 0-12, Kronos ADC.
Yeah, Kalas 1 and 12 Kronos ADC. We have Kalas Zeus support, 0 and 20. Oh yeah. Kalas doing more damage than Vote in most of our scrims. 7-minute long scrims as well.
Well, you had this game was over. I was listening to you guys. We had to listen in while you guys were saying, yeah, this game was over at 7 minutes. The game was over when you guys made the lobby. You guys seem to have a lot of fun in comms, and I think that's a big part of what allows you to be successful. Talk to me a little bit about the team dynamic and what keeps you guys so happy.
I think it's because we're really good friends. We've been together for over I think a year right now. Just really good. Everyone has really good relations with each other. We constantly play, even outside of SMITE, we play games together, and just building up synergy.
Yeah, it's one of the more important things is I think being together as a unit and being able to go ahead. It just becomes easier to play the game at that point.
Being comfortable with each other is the most important thing.
Yeah, you ever have those moments where you guys can sort of read what the plan is without even communicating it?
Yeah, that happens a lot, honestly. Sometimes we don't even say anything and it works out just fine. For example, Ice Gang solo lane, and I would tank the tower for him without him even saying it, because I know he wants to go for the kill and it's low HP.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that you get from a long time together. I really like to talk about how important it is that you guys have really stuck through thick and through thin. You've got your coach now, AJ. Why don't you talk to me a little bit about what Jackal has been doing for you guys?
Who's that? Why do you have a rival shirt?
This is the coach, Alpha Jackal. so Deathwalker, give me a serious one for 1 minute.
All right.
How does he help you guys out?
Let's say 50% is like him doing the spreadsheets, keeping track of all the stats of our scrims, and at the end of every scrim, he just tells us what we could have done to win that game. Obviously, it's easy to just say the draft was wrong, but you know, if it's not, blaming the draft is kind of dumb. So when he says what we actually did wrong, we should work on that in the next game or next set of scrims. He also tells us what we should work on, like individually, or picks we should practice.
So he's the one that lets you play Opwash?
Yeah. I mean, my whole team and him, yeah.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We say that all the time here, and you guys certainly are the opposite of broken. You guys are the winners here at the Gauntlet LAN. One last question. How does it feel going from where you used to be to now walking out of the Gauntlet #1?
It feels great. Last time we were at LAN, we just won 1 out of how many games? Like 14, something like that. It was really bad. And it feels awful when you lose. It's just... and now after winning, you just feel so much relaxed. So much more relaxed. Like even after we won yesterday, I think, we were like all went to McDonald's, which is pretty close to the hotel.
McDonald's? Are you going to celebrate with McDonald's?
I mean, it was pretty late. It was like 10, right?
Well, hopefully you guys get a better dinner tonight as you are the victors here at Gauntlet LAN. Anything you want to say to the folks at home before we go?
Thanks to all the people that support us. Shoutouts to all the fans. Shoutouts to these dudes. You know, they're good. Maybe. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deathwalker and the rest of Rival, your Gauntlet victors. We'll send it back to Ryan and everybody else at the desk for one last thought.
Thank you very much, Tom. And again, congratulations to Team Rival. They just have so much fun, and it's very clear that synergy has really helped them get to where they are now, which is right on top of the gauntlet. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how they got here. They went up against SOAR in the finals. Across the top, that's how SOAR got there. Oxygen Supremacy made a phenomenal run out of the Challenger Cup before being stopped by one of the top teams in North America. On the bottom side, Rival, they were waiting for Elevate. That was a very close set, Taco. And really, these 2-1 victories were littered throughout Rival's run.
And it's very obvious that Rival certainly had to work for their victories, and overall, just excellent job by them.
And then what did they play for? A spot at Masters. Let's take a look at that bracket and see how that's going to shake down. Just some straight up bracket play. Energy, they're going to face off against LG Direwolves right off the bat, and then the winner of that sees Obey Alliance. Good luck there, man. That's going to be amazing. Team Rival, what they get for winning? A matchup with Luminosity right off the bat in the quarterfinals. A lot of great stuff coming to Masters. I can't wait to see how all these teams shake out. Dig against SOAR as well. I mean, there's a lot of great matches here, Chapo.
I mean, yeah, all across the board. Obey has been looking amazing. LG, they're starting to build synergy with Baskin. Baskin's looking crazy.
Yeah.
All around, it just looks amazing teams left and right.
They're all over the place. That's what I mean. Like, you're like, oh man, Energy might have to play Obey. That stinks. And then, oh wait, Rival has to go up against, like what is going on here? There's just so many great teams. There's no more easy matchups once you get to Masters. It's all about how you can make it happen. Talking about LG Direwolves, though, we've got something coming up for the OPL on their end. They're opening up their summer split with a LAN called IEM. That's going to be LG Direwolves. They are going to be there along with Avant-Garde, Darksided, and Legacy. So May 6th through the 7th, right after that SMITE Masters LAN, you can catch that in Sydney, Australia.
And Sydney, Australia is a pretty beautiful place from the pictures that I've seen. Certainly a LAN to look out for if you're in the area.
Without a doubt, you can catch that on the website, all these sorts of good information there. We also have a lot of stuff that you can do just at home. You don't have to make the trip all the way to Australia to see some excellent SMITE or even play some excellent SMITE yourself. Double everything going on right now. That means double XP, double Worshippers, double Favor. You just watched Deathwalker play Opwash solo. Now it's time to grind into rank 10 with those double Worshippers.
You ready to squad up tonight? I'm trying to get in on this.
Of course, man. I'm trying to look like Wolfie.
Chapo, you in?
I'm going to sleep.
It's been a long weekend.
It's been a long weekend.
It's been a long weekend for all of us here, but we got one more promo for you. 25% off that gentleman's chest, so you got a lot of great stuff, as well as that spring split pass. No worries about that. It's all about all the savings that you can get after this phenomenal LAN that we had all weekend long. Now we got a little bit of a break right now. This week is going to be a little bit bare, I would say, but if you can hold out until Friday, the console spring split finals, they're going to be happening here this weekend, Friday through Sunday, and then of course Masters the weekend after that. Thank you so much for joining us here all weekend long, from everybody here at High Res, all the players that came down, the casters, the production staff. We had a great time putting on a show for you. We hope you have a great Easter, and we'll see you again on Friday.